The large iron stove bubbled a big enamel mug of ginger sugar water. Li Xiao sat beside it, wrapped in a patched, army green cotton-padded jacket, warming himself and occasionally sniffling. On the other side, his second sister Li Wan sat, sewing an old piece of clothing with quick, nimble fingers. She glanced at Li Xiao, snorted coldly, and rolled her eyes. "Take it down and drink it before it boils dry." Li Xiao gave her a pained look, used his jacket sleeve as insulation, and lifted the scalding hot mug off the stove, setting it on the floor. "You've really got ambition now? Jumping into a river? Why didn't you find a deeper ditch? The little hole you smashed open was barely big enough to take a bath. You've been lying here, acting like you're dying for days. Did that Chu Xiao come see you even once? I just don't know what's going on in that head of yours." His second sister had been scolding him all morning. Li Xiao quickly surrendered. "All right, second sister, stop scolding. I know I was wrong." "You know you were wrong?" Li Wan put down her sewing, staring straight at Li Xiao. "Then what about the job?" Li Xiao replied, slightly annoyed. "I've thought it through. If I get a job, I'll keep it for myself." "That's more like it. Looks like your plunge into the ice hole wasn't for nothing." Satisfied with his answer, Li Wan lowered her head back to her sewing, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "Drink the ginger soup while it's hot. It won't work if it gets cold." Li Xiao murmured in agreement, picked up the large mug, blew on it, and slowly sipped. The hot ginger water had only a faint sweetness. Its spicy kick quickly warmed his body. Truthfully, Li Xiao felt rather wronged. When he was reborn, he was already in the ice hole. After being pulled out, he'd been frozen numb, then ran a high fever for days. He'd been delirious, and it felt like a dream as he merged with the memories of his former self. Now, Li Xiao wasn't sure if he should be considered a transmigrator or just someone with memories from a future life. But recalling the ridiculous things his former self had done, Li Xiao didn't want to admit he was the original. It was just too stupid. Who in their right mind would do something like that? Jumping into an ice hole in the middle of winter, just to pressure his family into giving up a job position for the girl he liked. It was the end of 1975. The up to the mountains and down to the countryside movement hadn't ended. The city had too many people and too few jobs. Schools existed, but teachers were severely suppressed and afraid to discipline students. So many who finished elementary school just idled at home or roamed the streets as so-called middle school students with no real education. Thus, a policy was enforced. Married daughters didn't count, but each family could only keep one child in the city. The rest, if not disabled or ill and without jobs, had to go down to the countryside as educated youths. When this policy first started, young people, inspired by revolutionary zeal, enthusiastically signed up, even competing to go to the most remote areas to reclaim wasteland. But after years of implementation, the city's situation hadn't improved, and very few had the chance to return. As wave after wave of educated youths sent letters home complaining, and news from all sides poured in, everyone realized going down to the countryside meant suffering. With no change in policy, no one knew if they'd ever return. That sense of endless, hopeless despair loomed like a mountain over the youth of that era, who still had that revolutionary fervor now. So, city dwellers who met the criteria for being sent down did everything they could to stay. The best solution was to get a job, which would exempt them from going. But jobs were like imperial thrones, passed down from generation to generation, one person, one position. How easy was it to find one? The Li family wasn't large for that era. 2 sisters and him, making 3 children. Both sisters already had jobs and were married. He was the only one left, so he had no worries about being sent down, and he could eventually take over his father Li Yogui's job. But considering his father Li Yogui was still in his prime, retiring now would mean no income, which wasn't worth it. And Li Xiao had only just turned 18 last month. He was still young. He could slowly look for opportunities later. Li Xiao wasn't in a hurry, but someone else was. The Li family lived in the compound for the steel mill workers. He had a neighbor named Chu Xiao. They'd practically grown up together. Chu Xiao's family was in a difficult situation, with many siblings, 2 older brothers and 2 younger sisters. The eldest Chu had taken over their father's job at the steel mill. The second son had paid to get a position watching the warehouse at a department store. When it came to Chu Xiao, there was no job left, and the family had no money. She was of age and had to go down to the countryside. So Chu Xiao set her sights on Li Xiao, hoping he could help her get a job to stay in the city. Buying a job cost at least several hundred yuan, and such opportunities were rare and hard to come by. Li Xiao, a street loafer with no job and no school, had at most a few yuan in his pocket. Where to get the money to buy a job for Chu Xiao? So Chu Xiao came up with a plan. She urged Li Xiao to take over his father Li Yogui's job, or one of his sister's jobs, and then transfer it to her. In theory, Any normal person would refuse such an absurd request. But the previous Li Xiao was a hopeless, love-struck fool, convinced that he and Chu Xiao, childhood sweethearts, were destined to marry. Under the assault of Chu Xiao's tears and empty promises, Li Xiao started causing trouble at home. Despite being beaten several times by Li Yugui and scolded by his two sisters, pulling his ears, he was as if bewitched by Chu Xiao. Eventually, he even resorted to a hunger strike and fake hanging himself, forcing his father and sisters to give up a job. Although the Li family doted on him as their only son and youngest child, when it came to something as serious as giving up a job, neither their father nor sisters Li Wan and Li Feng were foolish enough to agree. Who would have thought Li Xiao, after being fed more empty promises by Chu Xiao, went to a river ditch in the dead of winter, smashed a large hole in the ice, and jumped in? Fortunately, some children from the compound were skating nearby. He didn't really want to die, dawdling until his family arrived before diving in. In the depths of winter, soaking in the ice hole like that, he came back burning up with fever. Halfway through his ginger soup, Li Wan sighed again. These past few days, your elder sister and I have been taking turns asking for leave to take care of you. One day off means one day less pay. It's so infuriating. Li Xiao quickly apologized again. Second sister, I'm almost better now. Why don't you go to work this afternoon? Li Wan was just venting after all. Their mother had died young, and they practically raised their little brother like a son. They got angry when he was disobedient, but they genuinely worried when he was sick. But he was being obedient today, so Li Wan didn't want to nag and annoy him. All right, finish your drink and go back under the covers. As long as you don't make her father angry anymore, that's the most important thing. Li Xiao nudda. Just as he was about to make a promise, someone knocked on the door. Li Wan stuck her needle into the clothes, set it aside, stood up, and asked who it was as she opened the door. Oh, Sister Wan, you're home. Where's Li Xiao? I heard he was sick. I came to see him. Li Xiao looked up and saw a 17 or 18-year-old girl standing at the door with two braids, a pointed chin, and big eyes. Who else could it be but Chu Xiao? Chapter 2. The green tea of the 70s. Chu Xiao, clad in a seemingly clean yet patched outfit, appeared emaciated, her hair devoid of luster. Her circumstances at home were far from favorable. She was neither favored as the eldest nor the youngest, merely a girl. Thus, from a tender age, Chu Xiao learned to navigate her own affairs. The idea for Li Xiao to jump into the icy hole was hers. Inspired by her thoughts of how Li Feng and Li Wan indulged him, she figured that should the situation escalate, perhaps they would be compelled to secure him a job out of concern. However, her initial intention was merely to have Li Xiao put on a show, to frighten their family. Never did she expect that the fool would actually jump. When she learned that Li Xiao had been pulled out, breathless and nearly lifeless, Chu Xiao was genuinely terrified. She feared for Li Xiao's life, knowing that the Li family would undoubtedly hold her accountable. Consequently, she spent the following days avoiding home, seeking refuge with relatives, only daring to show her face once she heard that Li Xiao had survived. What are you doing here? Li Wan's demeanor soured upon seeing Chu Xiao. If it weren't for this little vixen, would her brother have ended up in such a predicament? Although Li Xiao had not disclosed that it was Chu Xiao who prompted his reckless act, Li Wan could easily piece the connection together. The theatrics of crying, throwing tantrums, and even threatening to harm oneself. Li Xiao had never engaged in such displays before. It was undoubtedly this girl who had taught him. Standing at the doorway, Chu Xiao sensed the hostility in Li Wan's tone, and her large eyes instantly glimmered with tears. Sister Wan, I only came to see Li Xiao. I mean no harm. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Li Xiao, her demeanor suggesting she was on the verge of tears. With her glistening, doe-like eyes fixed on him, her voice trembled. Xiao go. I just returned home and heard you were unwell. Are you feeling any better now? To be candid, while Chu Xiao bore the signs of slight malnutrition, her pointed chin did not conform to contemporary beauty standards. Yet, her fragile appearance undeniably stirred a protective instinct in men. Unfortunately, the current Li Xiao was no longer the boy he once was. As he regarded the seemingly pitiful Chu Xiao, memories of her suggestive remarks resurfaced. Furthermore, her instigation of discord between him and his family painted her as nothing short of a schemer. The original Li Xiao had genuinely cared for and cherished this girl, yet his sincerity had been foolishly misplaced. For a moment, Li Xiao was at a loss for words. Li Wan glanced back at him, exhaling in exasperation, her disappointment palpable. Turning her attention to Chu Xiao, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap her away. Previously, she had been restrained by the ties of neighborly affection, but now, she found no reason to hold back. Chu Xiao, Do you truly have no idea why my brother is ill? Spare me this nauseating act. Who are you trying to impress? Li Wan's hands rested on her hips. You'd best refrain from visiting my home in the future. At your age, you should possess some dignity. Constantly coming here to seek my brother. What are your intentions? Let me be clear. Even if you were offered to our family for free, we would refuse. Li Wan unleashed her full force, her words cutting like blades, leaving no room for Chu Xiaoxiao's pride. Her voice rang loud and clear. After all, he was her brother, and anyone daring to tarnish his reputation was not worth her consideration. The commotion drew the attention of others in the courtyard, who emerged to witness the unfolding spectacle. Xiao Xiaoxiao, still in her youth, could not bear the whispers and pointed fingers of others. She covered her face, weeping, and fled. Once Xiao Xiaoxiao was gone, the second sister, Li Wan, remained unsatisfied, spitting disdainfully outside and muttering a curse about shamelessness before slamming the door shut. Li Xiao, still in a daze, suddenly found his ear caught in the grip of his sister. Ouch, that hurts. Let go, he exclaimed. Let go? I truly wish to twist your ear off. Just look at you. Your expression is so worthless that your eyes might pop out. Li Xiao felt wronged. He had merely been overwhelmed by a clash of memories and had not known what to say. Even after reprimanding him, Li Wan's irritation had not subsided. She genuinely feared that her foolish brother might be deceived by Xiao Xiaoxiao again. What kind of taste do you have? Can't you see how she looks? With that little vixen demeanor, it is evident she is no good. If you wish to find a wife, let me help you scout for a girl from a respectable family. The Xiao family has a terrible reputation in our courtyard. As for Xiao Xiaoxiao, she is even less suitable. At such a tender age, her intentions are already questionable. In a different era, Xiao Xiaoxiao's appearance would certainly have garnered admiration, with many girls opting for cosmetic procedures to attain her sharp chin and large eyes. However, in the 1970s, the prevailing aesthetic favored those who appeared robust and healthy. Qualities such as dignity, modesty, and frugality were deemed essential for women, while a serene countenance was favored by the masses. Xiao Xiaoxiao clearly did not fit this mold. Despite the scarcity of resources during this era, she appeared excessively frail. While men might feel a protective instinct, women would perceive her as overly affected. Only those of dubious character would constantly entice men with their glances. Sister, I truly understand my mistake. I have no feelings for Xiao Xiaoxiao anymore, Li Xiao assured, rubbing his reddened ear. I won't associate with her any longer. Although Li Wan spoke harshly, she was taken aback by Li Xiao's sudden compliance. Previously, the whole family had tried various means to dissuade him, yet nothing had worked. How could a mere illness bring about such a change? Sensing the suspicion in Li Wan's gaze, Li Xiao felt a jolt of anxiety. Although he retained his previous memories, he was no longer the same person. Have you genuinely come to your senses, or are you merely deceiving me? Li Wan did not suspect that her brother had undergone a transformation, but she found it peculiar that he had changed so swiftly. Previously, he had been as stubborn as a mule, yet now he seemed entirely different. Was it not your constant scolding that finally jolted me awake? Honestly, I see how you disapprove of her, and I vowed never to see her again. Yet you still doubt me. Fearing that he might say something amiss, Li Xiao stood up in frustration, downed the ginger tea in one gulp, and turned to leave. I'm going to sleep. Your incessant chatter is truly maddening. Witnessing him react as he used to, Li Wan's suspicions faded. Her brother had finally moved on from Xiao Xiaoxiao, and her spirits lifted instantly. Once her sewing was complete, she busied herself in the kitchen, preparing a hearty meal for her brother to nourish his health. Li Xiao retreated to his small room, shutting the door behind him. Listening intently to the silence outside, he felt a slight sense of relief that his second sister, Li Wan, had not come to interrogate him. After having slept excessively over the past few days, he found himself unable to drift off to sleep again and began rummaging through his modest space. The room, though small, was neatly organized, furnished with a bed, a cabinet, and a window. In front of the window stood a desk, which had been procured by his father, Li Yugui. After seeking assistance to acquire a piece with 3 large drawers and 2 smaller cabinets for the children's studies, drawing upon his memory, Li Xiao sifted through the drawers, discovering a collection of miscellaneous items, though few were of any use. Among them was a pile of letters. Upon opening a few, he could hardly bear to look. They were filled with poorly penned love poems, a jumbled mess of sentiment, all written for Chu Xiaoxiao. With a grimace, he hastily tossed these pieces of emotional folly into the fireplace, incinerating them as he ensured no one was watching. He resolved to steer clear of Chu Xiao in the future. The former Li Xiao, though hot-tempered and lazy, had been sheltered and oblivious. Now, reflecting on their past interactions, he felt a shiver at the thought of her manipulative words. Chu Xiao had cunningly extracted considerable amounts of money and belongings from him, all while making him feel guilty for her demands. Yet, she had rejected every love letter, treating him as a mere lifeline, while simultaneously looking down upon him. Shaking his head, he dismissed any thoughts of revenge. Everything that had transpired was willingly given in the past. Chu Xiao was nothing more than a typical manipulative figure of the 70s. Henceforth, distance was his best course of action. Returning to his room, he lay on his bed, contemplating his next steps. Having barely graduated from high school, yet possessing only the intellect of a primary school student, Li Xiao was a true streetwise character. His family's circumstances were relatively favorable within the confines of the steel factory compound. No one expected him to earn a living for the family. His father, Li Yugui, aged 46, worked as a fourth-level fitter at the steel plant, earning a meager 56 yuan per month. In Li Xiao's childhood, this income had barely sufficed to support 3 children. However, his 2 elder sisters had since grown up and begun working, now married and often contributing to the household. They even chose to marry nearby to help care for the family. His eldest sister, Li Feng, aged 24, had married Lu Gang, a worker at the steel factory. For years prior, their home was situated in another staff compound, merely a few hundred meters away. Li Feng's father-in-law had been a colleague of Li Yugui, having joined the factory during the same period. Lu Gang had taken over his father-in-law's position and saw him daily at work. The Lu family was known for their integrity, and the marriage proposal had initially come from Lu Gang and his father. Li Feng readily accepted, drawn by their familiarity and the proximity of their homes. Li Wan, his second sister, aged 22, had married Tian Baohua, a chef at a state-run restaurant last year. Tian Baohua was 6 years her senior and had previously been married. His first wife had tragically passed away just 2 months after their wedding, leaving no children. In Li Xiao's memory, the family had initially opposed this union. At that time, the second sister was indeed engaged in blind dates, for if she did not marry, she would face the prospect of being sent to the countryside to support construction without a job. Li Yugui was a caring father. Otherwise, he would not have refrained from remarrying for the sake of his children. He had resolved that if the blind dates did not yield a suitable match, he would not pressure his second daughter into a hasty union, for marriage is a lifelong commitment. If no suitable partner could be found, he would exhaust his savings to secure a job for Li Wan to keep her in the city. At the time, Tian Baohua was already 27 and, through introductions, he was immediately taken with Li Wan. Aware that Li Wan disdained his age and previous marriage, he endeavored to leave a favorable impression through other means. Before their relationship had even solidified, Tian Baohua arranged for Li Wan to work at a recycling station, thereby ensuring her stay in the city. He would often bring delightful treats for Li Xiao, who, at that time, was rather oblivious and readily praised Tian Baohua, swayed by 2 lunchboxes of braised pork. This future brother-in-law was quite adept at navigating familial dynamics, knowing that Li Wan held her brother Li Xiao in high regard, and he confidently promised to arrange a job for Li Xiao in the future. Ultimately, Li Wan agreed to marry Tian Baohua largely because of her brother, asking not only for a bride price, but also for a bicycle for Li Xiao. On the surface, it appeared both sisters had married well. However, Li Xiao recognized that no family would tolerate a daughter-in-law who was a burden to her own family, constantly sending valuable items back home. Presently, both brothers-in-law treated their sisters well, but what of the future? They too had their own parents and siblings to consider. Li Xiao knew he was in no position to advise his sisters against supporting their family, especially given his past behavior, where he had selfishly pressured them for Chu Xiaoxiao's sake. Approaching his 20th year, he found himself aimless, squandering his sister's money while indulging in frivolous pursuits. Occasionally, he would mooch meals at his second brother-in-law's workplace, oblivious to the whispers behind his back. In his earlier years, Li Xiao had been naive, but now, reflecting on encounters with his sisters-in-laws, he sensed their disdain for him. If he wished for his sisters to cease their worries over him, he needed to stand on his own and engage in meaningful endeavors. With memories from 2 lifetimes, Li Xiao felt that merely earning a meager salary in a job was unfulfilling. It seemed that next year, the college entrance examination would resume. Li Xiao rested his head on his hands, hesitating over whether to participate. Students in the 70s and 80s held substantial value, yet the challenges were formidable. In this lifetime, Li Xiao had barely graduated from high school, his actual educational level scarcely surpassing that of a primary school student. In contrast, the other Li Xiao had grown up in an orphanage, where education had provided him an escape. Thus, studying was not daunting for the current Li Xiao. Should the need arise, he believed he could find a way to gain admission to a university without much difficulty. As for making money, he had some ideas, but required a compelling reason to put them into action. Third brother, come out for dinner. At noon, Li Wan prepared hand-pulled noodles for Li Xiao, garnished with 2 fried eggs laid atop the dish. As Li Xiao emerged from his small room, he noticed that Li Wan's bowl contained only the leftover rice porridge from the morning, accompanied by half a black pancake. Sister, why did you only make 1 bowl of noodles? He inquired. Li Wan shot him a glance. Isn't such a large bowl sufficient for you? No. I meant you should eat too. Li Xiao hesitated, feeling somewhat uneasy. He returned to the kitchen, fetched another bowl, and divided the noodles, sharing half with her, along with one of the fried eggs. Li Wan stared at her brother's actions in astonishment, her surprise momentarily eclipsing her sense of gratitude. When did her brother learn to share? In the past, he would merely feast with his eyes when there was something delicious. Li Wan reached out to touch Li Xiao's forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? What's wrong with you? Li Xiao felt a bit embarrassed by her inquiry. He recognized that he had changed significantly, and eventually, their family would grow suspicious. Thus, he spoke half-truthfully. Second sister, I've been ill these past few days, constantly wanting to sleep. I felt as though I had a dream, a rather vivid and unpleasant one, where my ignorance caused you all considerable suffering. I truly do not wish for our family to resemble that dream. From now on, I will heed Father's words. And you and eldest sister need not worry about me so much. We can all live happily together. Li Wan's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Pondering that if eldest sister were present, her shallow eye sockets would surely overflow. She did not doubt Li Xiao's words. She believed that his illness had indeed altered his demeanor. To her, Li Xiao's transformation signified that he had matured through experience, which brought her a sense of comfort. She even thought that had she known this would happen, she might have thrown him into an ice-cold pool sooner. While she was pleased with Li Xiao's change, she remained cautious, aware that her brother, in happier times, could also utter sweet words to placate others. Whether this change was permanent or merely temporary remained to be seen. All right, second sister will remember your words today. If you misbehave again, I shall remind you. Pushing the noodles towards Li Xiao, she added, you eat. Second sister's family isn't lacking in food. Once you are fully recovered, I will have your brother-in-law prepare braised pork for you. Although living in the city made obtaining food tickets and meat tickets relatively convenient, in this era of less abundant resources, possessing a ticket did not guarantee one could purchase desired items. Delicacies like fine grains and meat were only available during festivals, and one had to queue early to have a chance at acquiring them. Previously, the family had saved fine flour for the new year and festivals to make dumplings and steamed buns. Li Wan had prepared the dish for Li Xiao, who was just beginning to recover from his illness. She would never indulge in such a delicacy herself. Chapter 4. Second brother-in-law. The white noodles and fried eggs ultimately found their way into Li Xiao's stomach, as his sister staunchly refused to partake. In truth, their situation had not reached dire straits. After all, their father now earned a respectable monthly salary of 56 yuan, allowing for occasional indulgences. However, since Li Xiao was still unmarried and lacked direction in his career, the family chose to save wherever possible, hoarding resources for him. Moreover, Li Xiao's previous reckless behavior had led to trouble, resulting in others seeking compensation from the family. It is of little consequence, for he often utilizes the household items to support Chu Xiao. Thus the Li family has, in truth, been left with scant resources. Li Xiao comprehended that mere words would yield no results. Only when he accomplishes a significant venture will his second sister cease to be so frugal as to deny herself even a morsel of noodles. Sister, I am quite well now. You need not remain here with me this afternoon. Please return to your work. Li Wan cast a glance at him. Her monthly wage at the recycling station was a mere 27.5 yuan, and each day lost equated to a day's pay, which pained her greatly. Yet, even as she contemplated leaving, her concern lingered. Are you attempting to send me away to seek out Chu Xiao? Li Xiao widened his eyes in disbelief. Second sister, do you truly not believe a word I say? Why bring her up again? Humph, you had better not be harboring such thoughts. Li Wan tidied the table and washed the dishes, yet she still did not depart in the afternoon. She rummaged through the family's old clothes belonging to their father and younger brother, sitting by the fire to warm herself, mending the worn and torn garments. Meanwhile, she kept an eye on Li Xiao, preventing him from venturing outside. With no other recourse, Li Xiao retreated to his small room to contemplate his financial plans. As evening fell, workers from the steel mill returned home, the residents of the compound trickling in one by one. Li Yugui encountered his son-in-law, Tian Baohua, outside the compound, who cheerfully greeted him while holding a paper package secured with straw rope. "Father, you're back from work." Tian Baohua was fairly decent in appearance, albeit somewhat short. As a chef, he had a robust physique, looking rather stout. Li Yugui always felt that his second daughter, so beautiful, had settled for someone of lesser stature. Fortunately, Tian Baohua was reliable in his dealings, and after more than a year of marriage, his daughter reported that he treated her well. "What brings you here today? Isn't the restaurant busy at this hour?" Tian Baohua chuckled. "There are no reservations for tonight. My apprentice is there and can manage." "Perfect. Let us have dinner at home then. Join me for a drink." "Certainly, father. I brought 2 pig trotters to nourish the third brother. I heard from his sister that he has been ill for several days." Li Yugui glanced at the tightly wrapped package in Tian Baohua's hands, realizing it contained the pig trotters. "The third brother is fine. You should take the trotters home for your parents." "Ah, father, please do not decline. My parents have enough." As they conversed, they arrived at the doorstep, where Li Wan emerged, somewhat surprised by Tian Baohua's visit. Tian Baohua reiterated his previous remarks to Li Wan, and without pausing, he headed straight to the kitchen with the pig trotters. "Wan, you and father rest. I shall cook tonight." Being a chef in a state-run restaurant, Tian Baohua's culinary skills spoke for themselves. Li Yugui did not stand on ceremony with his son-in-law. He retrieved a bottle of wine he had been saving, preparing to share a drink with him that evening. Li Wan also joined in to assist in the kitchen, while Li Xiao, hearing the commotion from his small room, ventured out. Li Yugui cast a glance at him but remained silent. "Father," Li Xiao ventured. Li Yugui continued to hold his silence, his face stern as he retreated to his own room to change out of his work clothes. Due to the recent troubles surrounding Li Xiao, Li Yugui felt as though he had lost face over the past several decades. Had it not been for Li Xiao's illness, Li Yugui would certainly have given him a stern reprimand. Li Xiao scratched his head, feeling a twinge of apprehension towards Li Yugui. It was evident that Li Yugui genuinely cared for him, yet when angered, he was also capable of delivering a thorough beating. In the past, whenever Li Xiao found himself in trouble, had it not been for the protection of his 2 elder sisters, he would likely have faced serious consequences. Aware that his father had refrained from resorting to violence this time, Li Xiao dared not provoke him further and instead turned to the kitchen in search of his second brother-in-law. The residence of the Li family was allocated by the steel mill to its workers. Initially, they resided in a modest room measuring only about 30 square meters. Later, Li Yugui supplemented his funds to exchange for a larger unit in the main building, nearly 50 square meters in size, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a small kitchen. The room that Li Xiao currently occupied had once been shared by Li Feng and Li Wan, while Li Xiao had set up a bed in the living room. After his 2 sisters married, Li Xiao finally acquired his own room, albeit a smaller one, as the living room expanded, rendering the home considerably more organized. In comparison to others in the courtyard, who often crammed their children in, the Li family enjoyed relative spaciousness. "Brother-in-law, what delicious dish are you preparing today?" Tian Baohua always wore a cheerful expression when conversing with anyone, and at this moment, he had already begun to chop pig trotters. "I've prepared 2 trotters. Make sure to eat more tonight." "Third. Oh, pig trotters. Brother-in-law, you're making them braised, right?" "Braised ones are delectable." "All right. It shall be braised," Tian Baohua replied while continuing his tasks, casting a glance at Li Xiao. "How are you feeling now?" Li Xiao smiled and replied, "Much better. My sister is just overly concerned. Brother-in-law, please don't call her here." Li Wan, who was peeling garlic nearby, shot Li Xiao a disapproving look. "Do you think I enjoy coming?" "It's fine. The restaurant isn't busy," Tian Baohua thought to himself, unaware of Li Xiao's thoughts. Once the pig trotters were stewing, unlike his usual routine of ordering and departing, Li Xiao lingered in the kitchen, engaging in conversation with Tian Baohua and even sending his sister away to assist. This subtle change astonished Tian Baohua. His usually indifferent brother-in-law seemed to be exhibiting a different temperament today. "Brother-in-law, you know many people. Do you know anyone from the south who trades goods over here? What are you looking to buy?" Tian Baohua was well aware of his brother-in-law's penchant for seeking out new and intriguing items. "No, I was considering dealing in some goods myself. Do you think that is feasible? You want to sell something? Tian Baohua exclaimed in surprise, before shaking his head. This cannot be done openly. While private transactions had always existed, and even Tian Baohua had secretly sold restaurant supplies, such activities could lead to serious consequences if discovered. Given that his brother-in-law often avoided responsibility, Tian Baohua hesitated to give him guidance, fearing the repercussions should anything go awry. Brother-in-law, I understand the risks. I just feel that idling away the days is not a viable option. I wish to earn some money. Li Xiao leaned closer. If you know anyone, could you introduce me? I'll keep it discreet and won't engage in anything too risky. Tian Baohua worked at a state-run restaurant and indeed had a network of acquaintances, should Li Xiao wish to embark on a small business venture. He had the connections to assist. However, Li Xiao held little credibility in his eyes, prompting Tian Baohua to shake his head after some contemplation. Lao San, if you're in need of money, let your sister help you. It's best to avoid such matters. If someone reports it again, it could implicate our father. Chapter 5. No longer delay. In any case, Tian Baohua had no intention of facilitating Li Xiao's connections. Li Xiao was well aware that his predecessor was quite unreliable, so he did not press his second brother-in-law further. Changing one's reputation in the eyes of others is not something that can be accomplished in just a day or two. The braised pig trotters were tender and flavorful, and Li Xiao couldn't help but praise his brother-in-law's culinary skills, contemplating that once the reforms took effect in a couple of years, he could surely succeed in running a restaurant. After enjoying a few drinks with his father-in-law, the couple prepared to depart. Warner, when you head back, stop by your elder sister's house and let her know not to come tomorrow. You two should just focus on your jobs, Li Yugui instructed. Observing that Li Xiao had not had a fever all day and seemed to be in good spirits, Li Wan agreed. Li Xiao donned his thick cotton coat to see off his sister-in-law and brother-in-law. As the new year approached, the cold was at its peak. The frigid night wind pierced through to the bone, prompting Li Wan to urge him to return home quickly. But Li Xiao insisted on escorting them to the outer gate of the courtyard. Once they had walked far enough away, Li Xiao did not return immediately. He exhaled a cloud of mist and turned to survey the courtyard, filled with the families of workers. The dim lights from each household filtered through the windows, offering a hint of warmth to the chilly winter night. It was dinner time, and the smoke from some chimneys had yet to dissipate completely. The air was filled with the aroma of pickled cabbage, a staple during winter when fresh vegetables were scarce. In the north, pickled cabbage could last the entire winter, and at this time of year, it was prepared without even a hint of oil, making it a challenge to be palatable. A large pot of pickled cabbage, paired with a circle of flatbreads, was the quintessential winter fare in this region. Regardless of age, everyone, from adults to children, could easily finish a bowl of pickled cabbage with flatbreads. Had it not been for his brother-in-law bringing home 2 pig trotters today, it was likely that their household would have had a similarly modest meal. Tightening his coat, Li Xiao felt the cold nip at his ears, prompting him to quicken his pace home. Suddenly, a figure sprang from the pile of grass to his left, startling him. Xiao Go, it's me. Chu Xiuxiu had been watching over Li Xiao's family from her home. Seeing him leave to see off his sister-in-law, she had come out to wait for him. Today, the street officials had come again to rally support, and Chu Xiuxiu's parents could no longer delay. They had to agree to wait until after the new year. This meant that if Chu Xiuxiu did not secure a job or a marriage before the new year, she would inevitably have to go to the countryside. However, with only a month until the holiday, Chu Xiuxiu was determined to obtain work through Li Xiao. Her family, on the other hand, preferred that she marry, as it would yield a bride price. Li Xiao was unaware that during this time, Chu Xiuxiu had been on numerous blind dates, even visiting relatives. Yet, she had not encountered anyone who satisfied her, and her parents were solely focused on monetary gain, favoring suitors who offered the highest bride price, regardless of age or character. Xiao Xiuxiu was filled with high spirits, so much so that she looked down upon Li Xiao, merely seeking to exploit him. Li Xiao, perceiving her true nature, promptly stepped aside, fearful of being entangled with her. What are you doing standing here in this frigid weather? You startled me, he remarked. Xiao Xiuxiu lowered her gaze slightly, blinking away tears that trickled down her cheeks. Xiao Gu, my mother is insisting that I go on blind dates, but I am unwilling. If you do not wish to go, simply tell her, he replied. Oh, it's too cold. I've just recovered from a cold and must return home. You should hurry back as well. Li Xiao shivered, tucked his hands into his sleeves, and dashed away. The tears on Xiao Xiuxiu's face had yet to dry as she stood foolishly in place, watching him retreat and close the door behind him. She was perplexed as to why Li Xiao had run off. In the past, whenever she expressed such sentiments, he would immediately become irate and seek out her parents for a confrontation. Yet she would quickly grab him to prevent him from going, guiding him to agree to help her find a job. But today, he had not even allowed her to finish speaking. Xiao's small face turned pale from the cold, and unable to chase after him, she could only return home and wait for another opportunity to seek out Li Xiao. Recently, she had contemplated the possibility of marrying him if all else failed. Initially, she had regarded Li Xiao as her last resort, although he lacked ambition. He was not unattractive and was the sole heir of his family, which would allow her to take charge of the household upon marriage. As for the attitudes of Li Yugui, Li Feng, and sister Li Wan towards her, Xiao was indifferent. Having lived in the same courtyard for so many years, she understood the Li family all too well. Those two sisters were practically Li Xiao's caretakers, having been attached to him since childhood, and they continued to dote on him even now. Although Li Xiao currently did not manage the household affairs, whenever he caused a ruckus, his family would ultimately indulge him. Despite Li Xiao's previous attempts to secure employment being fruitless, Xiao believed that with perseverance, even if her father disapproved, his two sisters would surely devise a solution. However, she lacked the time to wait. Thus she resolved to take that final step, marrying Li Xiao. Securing him would equate to securing the Li family. Arranging for herself a suitable job would not pose much difficulty afterward. Ignoring the clamor of her household, Xiao burrowed into her icy bed. The Xiao family was not as spacious as the Li family, with over 8 individuals crammed into a mere 30 square meters. After her elder brother married, his only son occupied the small room, while her second brother had set up a small bed in their parents' room. Xiao and her 2 younger sisters, despite being girls, were relegated to sleeping in bunk beds in the living room, merely separated by a curtain. Their parents insisted that since they were girls destined to marry off eventually, there was no need to allocate a special room for them. In other families, where children were plentiful and often sent to the countryside, efforts were made to keep girls at home to shield them from potential dangers. Yet in the Xiao household, their parents had given no thought to the welfare of their 3 daughters, and the 2 elder brothers were solely preoccupied with their own lives. Though she had raised her 2 younger sisters, they too were selfish, quick to shift blame onto her whenever they faced reprimands. Xiao harbored resentment towards each member of her family. She merely wished to secure a good job and extricate herself from this household. Was that truly a flaw? Filled with resentment, Xiao closed her eyes to sleep, resolutely deciding to settle matters with Li Xiao before the new year. The next morning, Li Yugui rose from his slumber and emerged from his bedroom, only to discover that breakfast had been prepared on the dining table. He paused momentarily, presuming his daughter had arrived early, but was instead greeted by Li Xiao, who emerged from the kitchen bearing a plate of pickled vegetables. "You made this?" he inquired. "Yes, Dad, hurry and eat. You still need to go to work afterwards," Li Xiao replied, placing the pickled vegetables down and retrieving a clean lunchbox to stow away in his father's well-worn black bag, which had seen better days. Observing the tattered bag, Li Xiao's expression flickered, yet he said nothing. With a look of skepticism, Li Yugui took a seat at the table. "Since when did you start cooking? Is the sun rising from the west today? Don't you usually sleep until noon?" In the past, Li Xiao would hardly rise early enough to prepare a meal. He wouldn't even bother to eat if it was made for him. "Oh, Dad, come on, I can't stay like that forever. I've grown up," Li Xiao responded. Li Yugui scoffed, unconvinced by his younger son's words. "Now that you're better, just stay at home and don't go stirring up trouble." Chapter 6. Huang Seer. Li Xiao readily agreed, but as soon as Li Yugui departed, he quickly followed suit, dashing out the door. No sooner had he exited the courtyard than he heard Chu Xiao calling after him. Without looking back, he took off running. Chu Xiao, frustrated after a brief chase, stomped her foot in annoyance. It puzzled her that Li Xiao, who used to cling to her like a shadow, was now deliberately avoiding her. She suspected that Li Wan, that troublesome woman, had said something, as she was always the most vocal in her criticisms of Chu Xiao. After contemplating, Chu Xiao hurriedly followed him out. Just beyond the courtyard lay a main street, predominantly populated by the families of steel factory workers, given the factory's proximity. The street boasted a supply and marketing cooperative, a post office, a state-run restaurant, and various grocery shops. Numerous pedestrians were out and about in the morning, some heading to work, others shopping for groceries. While those loitering aimlessly, like Li Xiao, were few, as most street idlers had yet to awaken. Li Xiao arrived at the cooperative, where a throng of people had gathered. With the new year fast approaching, everyone was busy purchasing festive goods. Due to limited supplies, only those who arrived early had a chance to secure what they needed. Xiao joined the crowd, noticing an extraordinary number of people gathered around the television sales counter. A row of black and white televisions was displayed behind the counter, priced between 300 to 500 yuan, but purchasing one required a ticket. Such expensive items were being fiercely contested. Xiao couldn't help but be astonished. Who claimed that people in the 60s and 70s were impoverished? While resources might have been somewhat scarce, those who had money were certainly willing to spend it. Feeling the mere 80 cents in his pocket, Xiao quietly exited the store. That was all he possessed. His father was unlikely to provide him with more funds in the near future. He could attempt to coax his elder sisters into lending him money. But considering how much they had sacrificed for him, he felt he had no right to ask. Wandering aimlessly along the street, Xiao kept a watchful eye on the passers-by. In this era, people's attire is remarkably simple, predominantly adorned in shades of blue, gray, and black, occasionally accented by a hint of green. The entire street presents a rather monochromatic palette, yet the individuals exude a vitality that surpasses that of future generations. The ubiquitous slogans echo the distinctive character of the times. Although remnants of past memories linger, the infusion of a different spirit renders the familiar sights before me imbued with a novel sensation. Oh, isn't that you, Xiao? What brings you here? Xiao turned to see a lanky figure, whose hair resembled something chewed by a dog, bobbing towards him, a half-eaten steamed bun in hand. Huangxier, you're quite early today. Like Xiao, Huangxier is also a street kid, having spent considerable time loitering together. He is the fourth child in his family, having lost his mother, but his father remarried shortly thereafter. Now, he has 3 older brothers and 3 younger half-sisters along with a younger brother. With so many children and a stepmother, no one pays him any mind. When his younger siblings grew up, there was no longer any space for him at home. He had even stayed at Xiao's house on occasion, so they are quite familiar with each other. I went home to snag a meal. Have you eaten yet? Third brother? A twitch at the corner of Xiao's mouth revealed his sympathy. It appeared that Huangxier was truly struggling. I heard you were unwell, and I was thinking of scrounging some money to buy something to help you today. Huangxier took a bite of the tough bun and replied with a smile. I see you seem to have some free time now, Xiao. Are there fish in the ice hole? Didn't you catch a couple when you jumped in? Get lost. Xiao recognized the jab, responding in kind. Where do you intend to find money? You should first get yourself a decent pair of shoes. Huangxier glanced down at his worn-out cloth shoes, revealing his toes, and chuckled. There must be some opportunities, Xiao. Are you interested in pursuing them? Oh, what do you have in mind? Huangxier leaned in and whispered a few words in Xiao's ear, causing Xiao's brows to furrow slightly, remaining silent. Shortly thereafter, Huangxier produced a crumpled piece of paper with 2 lines written upon it. Xiao, you have more connections than I do. See if you can procure these items for $10 a trip. The paper listed 2 types of medications for stomach ailments, along with half a pound of sugar cubes, which could not be purchased without sugar tickets. Xiao folded the paper. Do you have sugar tickets? Huangxier chuckled. Xiao, you should know me by now. Where would I get them? I was thinking that your brother-in-law could definitely manage it. We just need half a pound, and we can offer him some money in return. Xiao pondered for a moment, shaking his head. It's not yet that relaxed. If you buy such things for those individuals, what if you get caught? Although Huangxier did not explicitly state it, Xiao understood who these items were for. The big shots still confined in the cow sheds. He wasn't entirely sure which year the great rectification would occur, but he knew it wasn't too far off. Yet, not everyone would have the chance to await that day. Both he and Huangxier, like many others, lacked the means to breach that circle. The indelible marks of the era are recalled even years later, serving as a testament to the severity of the times. In this context, the willingness to spend money to seek assistance from Huangxier to procure supplies for those in need indicates a certain complexity. Individuals of that nature are often too afraid to step forward themselves, fearing repercussions. What gives him the confidence that, should he be apprehended, he would not suffer the same fate? Seer, this money cannot be taken. I shall not partake in this affair, and I advise you against it as well. Huangxier chuckled softly. Indeed, Brother Xiao, you are unlike me. You are not in want of sustenance, and there is no need for you to take such risks. Observing Huangxier's persistent demeanor, Xiao reflected on their past camaraderie. Despite Huangxier's eccentricities, he proved to be genuinely supportive in times of need. Seer, you cannot go either. Those individuals are under surveillance. What if you were to be caught? Huang Xie replied, Brother Xiao, you may not miss that 10 yuan. But I do. He scratched his head, which bore a scar resembling a patch of rough skin. I have visited the streets several times after the new year. I can no longer postpone this. If I do not devise a plan, I shall be sent to the countryside. My family disregards me, and once the deadline passes, the streets will no longer allocate rations for me. If I do not go, I shall starve. Huang Xie lowered his head and took another bite of the cornbread. He had spent the night outside the city, where those unwilling to go to the countryside hid. They fashioned makeshift shelters while it was cold. At least they had family members who secretly provided food and supplies, and the authorities could not locate them. Upon returning home that morning to discuss the matter with his father, his stepmother lamented the insufficient food at home. He had observed her hastily conceal the buns on the table upon his arrival. Noticing that his father remained silent and his biological brother was solely focused on his own meal, neglecting even to inquire about him, he realized that his family had completely abandoned any concern for his well-being. Li Xiao was aware of Huang Xie's familial circumstances and understood that life in the countryside was not as dire as the rumors suggested. It was 1975, and by now, the most remote areas had already been addressed. Those selected for relocation within the province were merely to engage in agricultural labor. Huang Xie's true apprehension stemmed from the fear that once he departed, his family would cease to support him, leaving him to a lifetime of rural existence. Chapter 7. To be a good person. Let us take some risks. I wish to remain in the city. Huang Xie vigorously chewed the tough cornbread while Li Xiao, observing his tattered winter attire, found himself at a loss for words. He had barely 80 cents to his name and could not afford to support Huang Xie. Though he had methods to procure sugar tickets, in the past, he might have simply returned home to steal a couple, but such actions were no longer feasible. Just yesterday, he had resolved to be a good person and alter his family's perception of him. Moreover, this situation was not merely a matter of loyalty. If Li Xiao were to assist him, it would feel more like a disservice. We shall find other means to earn money. Heed my advice and do not get involved in this. Li Xiao had previously allowed the homeless Huang Xie to stay at his home and had even taken him to restaurants for meat. In Huang Xie's heart, Li Xiao was more considerate than his own father or brother. Brother Xiao, what can we even do? My time is running short. Huang Xie was willing to listen to Li Xiao, yet he lacked confidence in his capabilities. What are you saying? You speak as if death is imminent. Regardless, I will devise a solution for you. Refrain from taking on this task. Li Xiao had numerous acquaintances, yet Huang Xie was one of the more reliable ones. Should he decide to undertake any endeavors, he would certainly require assistance. Come, let us return to my home first. What do you want to do at my place? Huang Xie asked in confusion, then smirked mischievously. Brother, are you planning to sneak back home to steal some sugar tickets? Li Xiao shot him an exasperated glance. I've already stated I'm not engaging in such activities. Why would I steal tickets? Besides, we must strive for improvement and not indulge in actions that invite contempt. This time, it was Huang Xie who fell silent, surprised that Li Xiao even had aspirations for progress. As they made their way to Li Xiao's residence, they encountered Chu Xiao, who had come looking for him. Li Xiao attempted to evade her, but it was too late as Chu Xiao approached. Brother Xiao, where have you been? Huang Xie stifled a laugh, nibbling on his steamed bun. Li Xiao discreetly increased the distance between himself and Chu Xiao. I am preparing to head home. Do you need something? Hearing Li Xiao speak so coldly, Chu Xiao's eyes reddened. Brother Xiao, are you mad at me? Li Xiao remained silent, leading her to believe that he had heard something unpleasant. She glanced at Huang Xie and reached out to tug at the sleeve of Li Xiao's coat. Brother Xiao, can we talk privately? Li Xiao quickly sidestepped. Comrade Chu Xiao, please refrain from pulling at me in public. Be mindful of your impact. I have nothing to say to you, so please move aside. With that, he pulled Huang Xie, who wore a peculiar expression, around Chu Xiao and strode away, soon leaving her behind. Once they were nearing the courtyard, Huang Xie curiously inquired, Brother Xiao, didn't you quite like Chu Xiao? Humph, liking her nearly cost me my life. Huang Xie recalled the incident where Li Xiao jumped into an icy hole, and he couldn't help but chuckle. What did I say? You treated her so well, yet she remained aloof. Now you see her true colors, don't you? Huang Xie had often advised Li Xiao against Chu Xiao, believing her to be unattractive and perpetually sorrowful. However, Li Xiao had stubbornly insisted they were childhood friends. Previously, Li Xiao had spent all his time with Chu Xiao, which meant Huang Xie hardly saw him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have witnessed Li Xiao's reckless leap into the icy depths. Although the details of what transpired between Li Xiao and Chu Xiuxiu remained unclear, Huang Xi'er felt a sense of satisfaction at Li Xiao's newfound distance from her. Li Xiao's home was empty during the day, which made Huang Xi'er feel more at ease. In the past, he would often encounter Li Yugui or Li Xiao's sister at home, and though they never said anything to him, he still felt somewhat awkward. After closing the door, Li Xiao poked at the stove and shoved a piece of honeycomb coal inside. In the countryside, most still relied on firewood for heating. While the city had begun utilizing supplied coal, steelworkers received coal subsidies and benefits, but the supply often fell short for a family to keep warm throughout winter. To procure more coal, one had to spend significantly more money, prompting Li Yugui to exchange subsidy tickets for coal powder and venture outside the city to gather clay for making honeycomb coal. Initially, Li Xiao had refused to help, leaving the task to his two sisters and brother-in-law who came by after work. However, once the coal was made, he had no qualms about using it, and even when he spent his days idling, the stove in the house never went cold. Upon entering, one is greeted by a comforting warmth, devoid of any chill. As Huang Xi'er stepped through the door, he was instantly met by this warmth, causing him to sneeze, and a stream of mucus flowed forth uncontrollably. Li Xiao observed him rubbing his tattered cotton coat sleeves vigorously, finding it rather unpleasant. He poured some warm water into a basin for Huang Xi'er, urging him to wash up properly. In this era, families often had many children, typically raised in a rather free-range manner, and there were quite a few like Huang Xi'er. In the depths of winter, he lacked even a decent cotton coat and wore only thin shoes. Li Xiao brought him home with the intention of finding him a thick outfit to wear. In the past, Li Xiao would have been indifferent to such matters, even feeling a sense of superiority among his peers. Thus, when Huang Xi'er laid eyes on the old cotton coat that Li Xiao had retrieved for him, his eyes immediately brimmed with tears. The coat bore 2 patches but was exceptionally thick, filled with genuine cotton and impeccably clean. Tentatively, Huang Xi'er reached out to touch it and asked, "Brother Xiao, is this coat truly for me?" "Yes, put it on. Otherwise, I fear you may freeze to death," Li Xiao replied. He then found a pair of new cotton shoes made by his elder sister for Huang Xi'er. Although resources were rationed, the annual allocation of fabric and cotton for urban residents was sufficient to craft a complete set of cotton clothing. While Li Xiao received new garments each year, the others made do with attire that was new for 3 years, old for 3 years, patched and mended for yet another 3. The leftover fabric was repurposed into bed linens and pillowcases. Li Xiao had no shortage of clothes or shoes, and, influenced by modern thoughts, did not place much value on such items. However, Huang Xi'er was different. His feet were afflicted with frostbite, and though others mocked him for wearing shoes that looked like fish mouths, he feigned nonchalance, claiming his robust physique could withstand the cold. Yet, how could one truly be unbothered by the chill? As he held the new cotton shoes in his hands, tears streamed down Huang Xi'er's face, mingling with his runny nose. "Brother Xiao, I cannot accept these new shoes." Despite living in abject poverty, Huang Xi'er was acutely aware of what was appropriate to accept and what was not. Li Xiao, however, did not mind, feeling that Huang Xi'er should not be overly considerate. Would his family be pleased if he refused such kindness? "Oh, just wear them," he urged. Huang Xi'er felt a deep sense of gratitude. If in the past his association with Li Xiao had been primarily for sustenance, today he was wholly devoted, willing to brave any hardship for him. "Brother Xiao, why not let me wear those old shoes of yours instead? You should keep the new ones for the new year." Chapter 8. The lingering shadows. Huang Xi'er insisted on having the old shoes that Li Xiao wore. So Li Xiao had no choice but to remove them and give them to him. Li Xiao, raised by 2 older sisters, was tall and robust, and his feet were considerably larger than Huang Xi'er's. He found a thick pair of cotton socks knitted by his second sister and added a pair of insoles, making the shoes fit comfortably. Huang Xi'er treasured these old shoes, taking the initiative to wash his feet thoroughly before sitting by the stove to dry them before donning them slowly. With warm feet, his body felt warmer, too. Li Xiao then offered him the 2 boiled eggs left from breakfast and pulled up a stool to sit beside him by the fire. "Do not be anxious. Isn't it true that you will only leave after the new year? Perhaps circumstances will change for the better." At this moment, Huang Xi'er donned a new outfit and shoes, complemented by the fragrant aroma of freshly cooked eggs, which alleviated some of the despair he felt about the future. He turned to Li Xiao, offering words of comfort. "It's all right. If worst comes to worst, we can just go to the countryside and farm. At least we won't starve, right? Li Xiao chuckled. With your frame lacking even 2 liang of meat, how many word points can you earn? Yet, Li Xiao contemplated how he could engage Huang Seer in some venture. His kindness towards Huang Seer was not without reason. Firstly, it served his own interests, and secondly, among his many companions, Huang Seer was the most reliable and prudent. Seer, we don't necessarily have to take great risks to make money. We could discreetly sell some small items. Are you suggesting the black market? In an era where goods were supplied according to a planned economy, not all needs could be met. Some people lacked essential items, while others sought tickets and money, thus giving rise to the black market. Regardless of the time, there are always those who create paths outside the established rules and find channels to procure goods not included in the plan. However, Li Xiao was not referring to the black market. Such places are rife with chaos, and those who take risks daily are vastly different from street vendors like them. With just the two of them, entering such a place might lead to losing not just their earnings, but also their freedom. In his past life, Li Xiao began taking odd jobs and selling goods at a market during his middle school years. Thus, while he had not engaged in large-scale business, he had garnered some experience. In the era they currently inhabited, people exhibited a keen curiosity for novel items and were willing to spend. This was evident from the popularity of televisions, which, despite not being necessities, were in demand. Li Xiao had always felt that people in this era were willing to part with their money. However, regardless of how intriguing an item may be, it must possess genuine value, and currently, he and Huang Seer had little more than empty pockets. The black market won't do. Let us think of something novel that we could acquire without spending money. After finishing the egg, Huang Seer licked his fingers. What could possibly be free? What could be considered new? Li Xiao, tending to the fire, pondered quietly. Huang Seer observed his profile, sensing that today Li Xiao appeared transformed. Although he could not pinpoint the exact change, he felt that Li Xiao exuded a remarkable composure. Seer, do you have any crafting skills? Huang Seer snapped back to reality, looking bewildered. What kind of craft? Li Xiao shook his head in resignation. He could not rely on Huang Seer. He recalled his past self, having learned many survival skills in the orphanage, such as making hairpins and crafting artificial flowers. Later, he utilized his spare time to sell goods, focusing on inexpensive trinkets due to limited capital, which yielded decent income. Regardless of the era, women have always been the primary consumers, wielding economic power in their households, as cooking, sewing, and grocery shopping typically fell under their purview. Perhaps starting with small items like hairpins would be a good idea, especially since girls in this era had not encountered many beautiful hair accessories. His older sisters used simple rubber bands for their hair. With a thought, he resolved to act, for he had nothing to occupy his time. Seer, where can we find some scraps of cloth? Preferably in vibrant colors. Scraps of cloth? Huang Seer found this matter to be rather simple. Xiao Gu, how much do you need? I can ask someone I know for 2 pieces. Li Xiao replied, somewhat frustrated. I can get 2 pieces myself. Hee, Xiao Gu, then how much do you actually want? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao responded. Let's start with 3 to 5 pounds to test out, different colors if possible, and some floral patterns would be ideal. It should be made of soft materials, not too thick. Now it was Huang Seer's turn to feel perplexed. Where could he possibly find colorful fabric? However, an idea struck him. Xiao Gu, I'll reach out to a friend whose parents work at a textile factory. I'll ask him to help look for what you mentioned. All right, you go ask. And I'll gather some funds. If there are suitable scraps, we shouldn't take them for free. Huang Seer nodded in agreement and promptly stood to leave. Li Xiao stopped him, handing over the only 80 cents he had in his pocket. Without questioning Li Xiao about the purpose of the fabric, Huang Seer, clad in the thick coat and large shoes given by Li Xiao, stepped outside without feeling the chill. He thought to himself that with such attire, he would comply with any request Li Xiao made. Just as Li Xiao sent Huang Seer off, there was a knock at the door, followed by the voice of Chu Xiao from outside. Xiao Gu, I know you're home. May I come in? Li Xiao immediately felt a headache coming on. Chu Xiao seemed to be an uninvited specter in his life. Unfortunately, both families resided in the same large courtyard, making it impossible to avoid each other. He opened the door, standing at the threshold with no intention of letting her in. Seeing his stance, Chu Xiao felt a twinge of panic, as it seemed that since the incident, Li Xiao had grown distant. Xiao Gu, are you still angry with me? She implored. I truly had no idea when you were in trouble. Otherwise, I would have come to see you sooner. Li Xiao listened to her attempts to absolve herself with growing annoyance. Chu Xiao, weren't you the one who wanted to frighten my sister and her friends? Now you claim ignorance? Chu Xiao's eyes immediately welled with tears, as if they were controlled by a switch. Xiao Gu, you've misunderstood me. I never intended for you to jump into the ice hole. Indeed, you didn't say it outright, but do you not understand why I acted the way I did? Li Xiao, weary of her excuses, replied, I wasn't foolish before. You knew what I felt. However, since you don't value it, let us end it here. Don't seek me out again. With that, Li Xiao attempted to close the door. Chu Xiao quickly reached out to stop him, saying, Xiao Gu, that's not what I meant. Enough. I have no time for your explanations. Just don't bother me anymore, he interjected, forcefully shutting the door. He then heard Chu Xiao sobbing outside for a while before finally leaving. Li Xiao let out a quiet sigh, sensing that things were becoming complicated. Previously, Chu Xiao would avoid him, fearing gossip from the courtyard residents. Yet today she stood at his door, crying for an extended period. Considering Huang Xie's mention of the upcoming trip after the new year, Li Xiao began to realize that Chu Xiao saw him as her last lifeline. Chapter 9. The eldest sister's favor. In light of this, Li Xiao felt compelled to be more vigilant, ensuring that Chu Xiao found no opportunity to exploit. This girl was not as fragile as she appeared. One could never tell what she might do if pressed. In such times, even being seen in a close embrace could lead to significant repercussions. Li Xiao was reluctant to share his life with someone so calculating. At noon, as Li Xiao prepared to warm his meal, his elder sister, Li Feng, arrived, cradling a child and carrying a cloth bag. Li Xiao took his 2-year-old nephew into his arms, watching as his sister retrieved a lunchbox and 2 steamed buns from the bag. Upon opening the box, he discovered several pieces of chicken and a drumstick. Eat quickly. I have to return to work soon, Li Feng said as she took the child from Li Xiao's embrace and settled down nearby. Li Xiao joined her at the table, picking up his chopsticks. Sister, didn't Dad tell you not to come today? Look, I've recovered completely. What do you mean recovered? It's the dead of winter, and the water is freezing. You should rest a few more days, she replied, slicing some ginger for him to brew in water, urging him to dispel the cold from his body. Noticing his little nephew staring hungrily at the meat, Li Xiao, amused, offered the chicken leg to him. Does Damao want some meat? Come here, uncle will feed you. Damao, barely 2 years old and still struggling with his words, eagerly bit into the drumstick as it approached his mouth. His tiny teeth could barely manage to take a bite, and Li Xiao found it amusing as he lifted Damao onto his lap, one arm around him while the other fed him the chicken leg. This moment brought back memories of the children at the orphanage. Whenever he worked odd jobs to buy them snacks, they would open their mouths like fledglings waiting to be fed, just like Damao. As Li Feng brewed the ginger water, she turned to take Damao away, stating, You eat. Damao had lunch already. Oh, sister, if the child wants to eat, let him have it. I'm an adult. I can't be snatching food from a child. Li Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment as he spoke, recalling how he had often taken treats from his little nephew in his past life. Damao, still young and oblivious, bore no grudges. Otherwise, he would surely look down upon his gluttonous uncle. Seeing that Damao had almost devoured half of the chicken leg, Li Feng quickly scooped him up, admonishing him that a child shouldn't eat so much. Perhaps Damao had grown accustomed to only watching the good food when his uncle was around. Hence he did not protest. Li Xiao felt somewhat helpless. In comparison to his second sister, the elder sister's pampering of him had reached an almost obsessive level. Being 6 years older than him, Li Feng had already matured by the time their mother passed away. Consequently, after Li Xiao's birth, she had nurtured him gradually, and her feelings towards him resembled more of a mother-son bond, even surpassing her affection for her own children. As Li Feng held Damao at the dining table, she insisted that Li Xiao eat more. The 2 steamed buns and chicken were leftovers from a family gathering, specifically saved for her and the child by her husband. Yet, Li Feng eagerly brought them to her brother, though when Li Xiao inquired if she had eaten, she claimed she had. Despite knowing from Damao's longing gaze that she was not being truthful, the elder sister, merely 24 years of age, sports a bob that grazes her ears. Her complexion a sallow hue, and her figure notably slender. Despite the demands of her job, she dresses with a semblance of dignity when stepping out. In my recollection, before her marriage, she habitually donned an old coat left by our mother, a garment she has worn for over a decade and mended countless times. The family has accumulated a modest amount of fabric coupons, which, aside from our father, have predominantly been allocated to provide new clothing and shoes for Li Xiao throughout the year, leaving her unable to afford a single new item for herself. The elder sister works at the grain station, a position that many would envy. Others fortunate enough to secure employment at the grain station present themselves with a polished appearance, striding with an air of confidence. Yet, she feels an overwhelming sense of guilt, as Li Yugui, in his efforts to secure her position at the grain station, has not only cultivated numerous connections, but has also expended a significant amount of money. In Li Feng's mind, the family's finances should be devoted to her younger brother, intensifying her feelings of indebtedness to Li Xiao. This sentiment, however, eludes Li Xiao, who simply perceives that his sister is unduly sacrificing her own well-being when she could be thriving. Her husband, Lu Gang, is a worker at the steel factory, known for his honesty, albeit somewhat lacking in social grace. Although he may harbor some grievances regarding his wife's continual support of her family, he refrains from voicing them out of respect for his father-in-law, Li Yugui, who is akin to a mentor to him. Nevertheless, while the brother-in-law remains silent, the mother-in-law is undoubtedly displeased. I recall an occasion when I encountered the elder sister's mother-in-law, her remarks laced with sarcasm. Perhaps it is due to the elder sister's advantageous job, which offers a substantial salary and alleviates many inconveniences during grain collection, that she dares not voice her discontent overtly. Yet, Li Xiao can easily imagine the elder sister's predicament within her in-law's household. Sister, please refrain from sending me food so often. Our family is not lacking in provisions. Just look at you and Mao. You both appear gaunt. One might think our household suffers from hunger, Li Xiao remarked, breaking off a piece of steamed bun for Mao, who devoured it without lifting his head. Li Feng dismissed Li Xiao's concerns, asserting that the child was neither hungry nor full, as Mao was well fed at home. Concerning the elder sister's stubbornness, Li Xiao felt powerless to effect change immediately. Sister, I am contemplating engaging in some endeavors. It is rather dull to remain idle at home all day. It is delightful to hear you think this way. What do you wish to pursue? Li Feng's interest was piqued, for if anyone yearned for Li Xiao's success, it was undoubtedly her. I wish to create small items to sell. Sister, does your household not possess a sewing machine? I may need to borrow it. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's expression of joy froze. What do you intend to do? Sell items? Indeed, I plan to make some small trinkets. Sister, once I have completed them, I shall show you. I am certain it will work. It certainly will not. Li Feng interrupted. How can you possibly sell anything? Where do you intend to sell it? Are you aware that they are cracking down on speculative trading and capitalist tendencies? You still wish to sell items individually? What if someone reports you and you are arrested? What will become of our father and our family? Li Feng was resolutely opposed to the idea, and although Li Xiao considered this, he knew he could not conceal his need to borrow the sewing machine from her. Sister, I genuinely have this aspiration, and we are not dealing in illicit goods. Just wait until I create a few items, and you will understand. Regardless, I will need to come to your home to use the sewing machine, and that is settled. Li Feng gazed at Li Xiao with a look of deep concern. After pondering for a moment, she retrieved a small handkerchief from her pocket, within which she had wrapped a few coins, and pressed it into Li Xiao's hand. You have no money left? Here, take this. Please listen to me and refrain from engaging in any dubious activities. Ah, sister, I am not asking you for money, Li Xiao replied. Yet, Li Feng insisted on giving him the money. When I next come to visit, I shall bring you more. After all, you are simply idling at home, and I will not permit you to sell anything. In the context of the planned economy, the populace had yet to develop an awareness of market economics. Even agricultural byproducts had to be traded through designated supply and marketing cooperatives. If farmers wished to sell a few eggs or vegetables, it was deemed illegal reselling and speculation. Thus, Li Feng's opposition to Li Xiao's intentions was entirely understandable. If she were to divulge this matter to their father, it could very well result in a severe reprimand. After earnestly persuading Li Xiao for a while, Li Feng hurriedly left, cradling Mao in her arms. At that moment, Li Xiao was unaware that Li Feng had already contemplated relinquishing her job to him. She believed that if Li Xiao secured a good position, he might cultivate a more disciplined demeanor and steer clear of engaging in frivolous pursuits. Chapter 10. Fabric and Rubber Bands. Once his elder sister departed, Li Xiao obediently remained at home for the entire afternoon. Huang Xir arrived just before Li Yugui finished work, bringing with her several pieces of colorful fabric for Li Xiao. The majority were blue, along with a large piece adorned with vibrant red peonies, suitable for a quilt. The remainder consisted of various remnants, small scraps in white and yellow floral patterns. Huang Xir mentioned that the kind of fabric Li Xiao sought was indeed available at the textile factory, but she also indicated that if he merely required remnants, purchasing defective goods would suffice. Due to mechanical issues, various improperly dyed or misaligned items had accumulated in the warehouse. There were fabrics for both summer and winter, with only a few minor flaws available for discounted sale. The more severely flawed items remained piled up. Each thread and stitch was considered state property, making it difficult for the factory to dispose of them casually. Occasionally, some would be distributed as employee benefits for workers to take home, yet a significant surplus still remained. The pieces Huang Xiao had brought today were casually taken from her friend's home, with the larger ones measuring half a meter in length and the smaller resembling handkerchiefs. Even if the textiles from the factory were offered at a reduced price, Xiao found them unpalatable. These 2 pieces were sufficient for him to experiment with. Now, he was in need of an elastic band, and fortuitously, his sister had given him a length. Therefore, Xiao, accompanied by Huang Xiao, left home with the fabric scraps. They made their way to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a bundle of elastic bands for 50 cents, estimating it to be around 2 meters long. To this day, Huang Xiao remained oblivious to Li Xiao's intentions. The next step was to borrow a sewing machine. Hand-stitching would indeed be too laborious. At this hour, his sister would likely be working at the grain station. Li Xiao instructed Huang Xiao to visit him at home the following day while he ventured alone, carrying his supplies to the grain station located on Steel Plant Street. In an era where sustenance was paramount, the grain station stood as a prestigious institution, responsible for collecting the grain taxes paid by farmers each season and managing the sale of grain according to the state plan. Having a family member employed at the grain station was a source of pride and prestige. Whether in the collection or sale of grain, having connections could alleviate many complications. And in addition, extra food ration tickets were distributed each month. Initially, Li Yugui was able to secure such a commendable position for Li Feng, undoubtedly investing considerable resources while fortuitously seizing the opportunity. Presently, it is likely that no amount of money would persuade anyone to relinquish their job. The granary in the steel mill area is quite expansive, responsible for the grain supply on this street. Upon entering the granary, there is a small office on the eastern side for processing paperwork. Each month, residents come to collect their allocated grain, bringing grain certificates and ration tickets to register and obtain the necessary stamps before they can receive rice, flour, and oil outside. The main hall hosts several scales, with large wooden boxes filled with flour, rice, and cornmeal neatly lined along the walls. Li Feng, donned in a deep blue work coat and a dust mask, held a large metal scoop in her hands. Her daily responsibility was to weigh the grain outside, a task not particularly arduous. Upon seeing Li Xiao enter, she was somewhat surprised and discreetly gestured for him to wait outside. It was not until after 5 o'clock that Li Feng changed out of her work clothes and stepped out. "Hey, what brings you here?" she inquired, her mind somewhat preoccupied throughout the afternoon's work. Having just seen Li Xiao, she found herself contemplating the possibility of transferring her job to him. However, she was acutely aware that this decision was far too significant for her to make alone. Although she had a fondness for Li Xiao, she also understood his character and feared that he might sell the position for money or give it to that Shu Xiao. "Big sister, I came to pick you up after work and to use your sewing machine," Li Xiao replied, raising his hand to display the fabric he held. "I'll make you a hair tie." "A hair tie?" Li Feng pondered. She often wrapped a few rubber bands around her hair, but could not fathom how he would fashion one from the cloth. Nevertheless, she did not oppose his visit to her home. Li Feng resided in the eastern courtyard of the steel mill, just a few hundred meters from her family home. Upon arriving, she found Damao playing in the yard with the other children. The little one, a small round-headed tot, followed the older kids, bundled in thick clothing, stumbling as he ran. Occasionally, he would fall but would rise again without a whimper. It must be said, children of this era are quite resilient, unlike the delicately nurtured ones of later generations. As winter days are brief, it was already darkening when Li Xiao scooped up Damao from the ground, only to see the child audibly suck back the long snot hanging from his nose. Typically, when the elder sister and brother-in-law were at work, the child was sent to his grandmother's house. The brother-in-law, Lu Gang, would conveniently pick him up after work. Upon entering the house, Lu Gang was busy cooking and greeted Li Xiao with a nod, but fell silent as he hurriedly tossed a handful of rice into the pot, indicating he was inclined to invite Li Xiao to dine with them. "Brother-in-law, I came to use the sewing machine," Li Xiao announced as he made his way to the inner room, while Lu Gang cast a puzzled glance at Li Feng. He had never known that his brother-in-law could operate a sewing machine. Lu Gang's sewing machine was a prized possession, a luxury akin to a bicycle in those days, arguably the most valuable item in their household. Upon the occasion of her marriage, the elder sister required this particular item, and Lu Gang, contemplating the future utility for their child as clothing, resolved to purchase it despite some reluctance. The pantry was rather bare, and he quietly remarked to Li Feng that he had not anticipated the arrival of his brother-in-law today. He had intended to make do with a meager meal. Are there any eggs left? Let us fry some. The third child loves them. Lu Gang paused. There's only one remaining. Shall I go out and borrow two? Very well, Li Feng replied, unfazed by Lu Gang's suggestion. She entered the inner room and found Li Xiao had already uncovered the sewing machine, scissors in hand, diligently cutting fabric strips. Can you manage that? If you wish to create something for your sister, just let her know, and she will assist you. Although she disapproved of Li Xiao crafting trinkets for sale, Li Feng had an innate desire to support him in all his endeavors. Sister, could you help me cut the fabric strips? Please select the pattern sections and cut them to the length of this one, Li Xiao requested, presenting the cut strips for her approval. He then produced an elastic band, measuring and snipping it into segments. His intention was to create the simplest of fabric hair ties, a concept that had become ubiquitous in later years, yet was still novel in this era. The endeavor bore minimal cost, and Li Xiao believed it to be a prudent choice for amassing his first pot of gold. As he contemplated, he began to familiarize himself with the sewing machine. Having worked in a garment factory during his school days, he found no difficulty operating the vintage machine. Grasping the fabric strips and elastic band, he secured one end with a needle, straightened it with one hand, and turned the wheel with the other. His feet gently pressed the pedal below, stitching the fabric and elastic together, while the loosened upper fabric naturally gathered into pleats. After completing his first hair tie, Li Xiao tested it, feeling it was somewhat plain. So he adorned it with a small bow fashioned from scrap fabric, enhancing its aesthetic appeal. Yet, the fabric's design still seemed somewhat outdated, diminishing its overall charm. Chapter 11. Mother's elegance. Upon seeing the finished product, Li Feng was taken aback. During Li Xiao's focused creation, she felt as though she had suddenly encountered an unfamiliar side of her brother. He had always been somewhat clumsy, yet here he was, displaying a remarkable steadiness. It was astonishing that someone who had never engaged in labor could craft such a delicate item. Particularly when he operated the sewing machine, he initially moved slowly, as if finding his bearings, but soon exhibited a calm confidence. Sister, do try it on. This is my very first creation, just for you. Oh, Li Feng exclaimed, holding the floral fabric hair tie, her fingers brushing over the bow. She smiled brightly. It's quite lovely, but I've cut my hair. That can still be styled. Li Xiao insisted. He stood and moved behind her, using a comb to smooth her hair before deftly gathering a lock and securing it with the bow-tied hair tie. Although their elder sister was not particularly old, her neglect of self-care and inadequate nutrition rendered her somewhat weary in appearance. With the small braid Li Xiao fashioned atop her head, she instantly radiated a playful spirit, and the tiny bow contributed to a youthful charm. He pulled her to the mirror, and unable to resist, she reached up to touch her hair, subsequently covering her face with a bashful smile. Alas, this seems overly pretentious. Perhaps I should just take it down. Li Feng contemplated pulling it off, but Li Xiao intervened, insisting, it truly looks splendid. Just ask my brother-in-law. The notion of inquiring her husband about her appearance made Li Feng even more bashful. However, she could not resist Li Xiao's persistent tugging, which ultimately drew her into the kitchen. Brother-in-law, do you think my sister looks good? Lu Gang, who was preparing to fry eggs, turned around and immediately noticed the blue bow atop Li Feng's head. Although she remained unchanged in person, attire, and facial features, this small accessory lent her an air of distinction. Lu Gang, somewhat awkward and at a loss for words, stood there for quite some time before managing to utter something. Beautiful, Mom, beautiful, a youthful voice chimed from below. Looking down, they saw Damao, tilting his little head with a grin. Li Xiao chuckled as he lifted Damao, bringing him closer to his mother. Damao reached out to grab it, but Li Feng deftly dodged, prompting Lu Gang to join in the laughter. Dinner consisted of stewed radish chunks paired with scrambled eggs and green onions, and Li Feng nearly transferred an entire plate of eggs to Li Xiao. He shared some with Damao, much to Lu Gang's surprise. After the meal, noticing Li Xiao's intent to continue cooking, Li Feng, who had already grasped the basics, urged him to return home, assuring him that she would handle the remainder. Thus, Li Xiao conveyed a few styles to his elder sister. And only when she comprehended did she brave the night and the cold to return home. Once Li Xiao departed, Lu Gang tidied up the house, washed a Mao's face and feet, and lulled him to sleep, only to find Li Feng still crafting hair ties. He sat down beside her and picked up a finished piece. "Is this your third child's idea?" "Indeed," Li Feng replied, her hands moving swiftly. "Soon producing another. Just say my third child is clever. Even he understands how to make these hair ties, which certainly enhances their appeal." Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng praised Li Xiao, even claiming that his robust constitution and sturdy build were commendable. "Why is the third child doing all this?" Lu Gang inquired, prompting Li Feng to become more introspective. She surveyed the pile of fabric hair ties she had created, recalling the words Li Xiao had shared with her earlier. He wishes to find something to occupy his time. With a small piece of red fabric in hand, she meticulously fashioned a little red flower. "Is this what he's selling?" Lu Gang questioned, sensing a lack of reliability in the endeavor. Li Feng, too, felt a twinge of concern. "It should be. I believe he wishes to earn some money. If he had a decent job, he wouldn't be contemplating such ventures." Lu Gang, though not the sharpest, understood her implication immediately. "Your third child is not one to hold a proper job." Li Feng bristled at this remark. "What do you mean? Why can't my third child hold a respectable job? I believe he has improved significantly. He is much more sensible than before." Lu Gang's lips twitched, but he chose not to elaborate further. He recognized that his wife was exceptional in many respects, kind to others and diligent in managing their household. Yet discussions regarding her younger brother invariably led to impasses. Li Feng resumed stitching the hair ties, well aware in her heart that Lu Gang spoke a semblance of truth. Nevertheless, she disliked hearing anyone speak ill of Li Xiao, and after each rebuttal, she found herself feeling unsettled. Li Xiaojiao ultimately did not mention her work concerns to Lu Gang. As Li Xiao hummed a tune while returning home under the veil of night, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, with only the faint, warm glow of lights emanating from a few houses. At this hour, nearly every household in the courtyard had retired for the night. Upon noticing that the lights in his own home were still on, Li Xiao realized his father was waiting for him. Just as he took a few steps into the courtyard, a petite figure suddenly sprang out from the side and wrapped her arms around him. "What on earth?" Startled, Li Xiao nearly screamed, instinctively grasping the arms that clung to him, and bent down to dislodge the person from atop him. "Ouch! Ah, my arm!" Chu Xiuxiu shrieked, landing in a disoriented heap and immediately feeling a sharp pain in her right arm. Her piercing cry startled the residents of the courtyard, prompting many to turn on their lights. In the illumination, Li Xiao recognized that the person he had thrown off was none other than Chu Xiuxiu. "What were you doing?" "Ambushing me." Li Xiao was bewildered. In this frigid weather, she had managed to conceal herself quite well. Was she truly so fond of playing hide-and-seek? Chu Xiuxiu, sitting on the ground and clutching her arm in agony, was unable to articulate her distress, tears streaming down her face. After being locked out by Li Xiao earlier that day, she had speculated that he might have genuinely awakened to her previous manipulations. However, with the new year approaching, she found herself lacking better options. Initially, she had planned to take a bold approach that evening, believing that since Li Xiao had once adored her, he would be easily swayed and overlook past grievances. Even if he still harbored resentment, she had devised a strategy to ensure that the courtyard residents would witness their embrace, making it impossible for Li Xiao to evade responsibility. Yet, Chu Xiuxiu had never anticipated that he would cast her away so forcefully. Her anguished scream attracted the attention of their neighbors, who emerged in their cotton jackets to investigate. One neighbor, carrying a gas lamp, illuminated the scene, revealing Chu Xiuxiu's disheveled appearance as she sat on the ground. "What happened?" they inquired. "It's late. Chu family girl, are you all right?" At that moment, Chu's family members, having heard the commotion, rushed out to see what was amiss. Upon discovering their daughter in distress, they hurriedly asked her what had transpired. Chu Xiuxiu, at a loss for words, saw her father approaching and instinctively retreated, declaring, "It's not my fault." Chapter 12. A broken arm. Chu Xiuxiu had indeed fractured her arm, a fact that took Li Xiao by surprise due to her fragility. As for why she had been at the courtyard entrance at such a late hour and ended up injuring herself, Chu Xiuxiu could hardly confess that she had attempted to embrace Li Xiao and ended up hurt. Thus, she resorted to claiming that she had merely gone out to use the restroom and had stumbled upon her return, fortuitously encountering Li Xiao. The Chu family was far from satisfied with this explanation. Late at night, they transported Chu Xiuxiu to the factory hospital for surgery. a hassle that not only caused distress but also incurred significant expenses, even with the half-price discount for factory workers' families. It was evident that the Chu family was somewhat aware of Chu Xiaoxiao's intentions. For when the residents of the courtyard helped gather a cart to take her to the hospital, Chu's mother subtly questioned her, inquiring whether Li Xiao had been responsible for her injuries. She made several remarks about how Li Xiao never walked properly, being unstable and childlike in his movements. Chu Xiaoxiao was gently laid onto a cot covered with bedding, silently biting her lip to endure the pain. She refrained from echoing her mother's words. Yet her tear-filled, pained eyes were constantly darting towards Li Xiao. Observing the multitude of concerned neighbors assisting, Li Xiao turned and headed home. Li Yugui, who had helped find the cot, noted the number of people from the Chu family and decided not to linger, following Li Xiao back and closing the door behind them. Was it you who caused that girl's arm to break? Li Yugui demanded, his expression stern. That has nothing to do with me. She lunged at me unexpectedly. And I was startled, Li Xiao replied, not wishing to conceal the truth from his father, well aware of who genuinely cared for him. Li Yugui furrowed his brow. She lunged at you? Clarify that. I had just returned home when she suddenly embraced me. I thought she was an assailant and instinctively threw her off, Li Xiao recounted, rubbing his arms, feigning a look of shock. After hearing this, Li Yugui cursed under his breath. How can a grown woman throw herself at a man? What kind of upbringing did Chu Hongba provide for his daughter? Upon reflecting on Li Xiao's actions, he acknowledged that it was better than being caught in an inappropriate embrace. He had watched Chu Xiaoxiao grow up, and had he perceived her family as decent, his opposition would have been less fervent. Initially, he held a favorable impression of her. However, as she matured, she became calculating, ensnaring his simple-minded son in her schemes. In the past, when Li Xiao discreetly provided for Chu Xiaoxiao, Li Yugui had turned a blind eye. Yet now, with his son demanding work and threatening to cause a scene if denied, even risking his life by jumping into icy waters, Li Yugui could no longer feel pity for Chu Xiaoxiao. Where have you been wandering? Why return so late? If you had stayed home, you wouldn't have gotten into these predicaments. You're a constant source of worry. Li Yugui shifted the conversation, beginning to chastise Li Xiao. His mouth was busy, while he made his way to the kitchen to retrieve the rice warming on the stove for Li Xiao to eat. Father, I wasn't roaming around. I was at my elder sister's house, having dinner there, Li Xiao explained. Li Yugui covered the pot once more. You should visit your sister less. She's married now, with her own family to care for. Why must she still look after you? Li Xiao listened obediently, lacking his usual retorts, instead stifling a yawn. Dad, I'm tired. I think I'll sleep. Li Yugui shot him a disapproving glance. Hurry back to your room. You're a grown man, yet you do nothing productive and claim to be tired. Once back in his small room and having shut the door, Li Xiao finally felt a sense of tranquility envelop him. In truth, he sensed that his father, despite his constant reprimands, harbored a genuine concern for him. Although he had previously overlooked this sentiment, now he recognized it, realizing that compared to other parents, Li Yugui was indeed a commendable father. He treated both his daughter and son equally, managing to remain steadfast for his children through the years, which was no small feat in Li Xiao's recollections. Numerous individuals had endeavored to introduce potential partners to Li Yugui, yet he had consistently turned them down. Regardless of the suitor's attributes or appearance, he remained unyielding, primarily due to his apprehension that a stepmother might not treat his 3 children kindly. After all, even biological parents often struggle to maintain fairness, let alone someone who is not of their blood. Presently, Li Xiao harbors a desire for his father to encounter a compassionate and understanding companion, considering that he is merely in his 40s and has a long life ahead. Through his experiences in later years, he had yearned for familial connections, and now, unexpectedly, he finds himself blessed with 3 loving individuals. This sensation fills Li Xiao with wonder, as if fate were bestowing upon him a long-awaited compensation. With a smile gracing his lips, he drifted into a deep slumber beneath a thick quilt. Tomorrow, he would continue with his small hair tie venture. Once he earned his first sum of money, he would be able to pursue grander ambitions. He enjoyed a restful night, yet missed the luxury of waking naturally. Just as dawn began to break, the door of the Li household was pounded with a thunderous urgency. Li Yugui opened the door, revealing the entire Chu family gathered outside, save for the younger children. Chu Xiaoxiao dangled one arm, her complexion pale and dark circles under her eyes betraying her distress. Roused from his slumber, Li Xiao, clad in a thick winter coat, was taken aback by the sight. Had she not fractured her arm last night? Shouldn't she be hospitalized for a few days? Li Yugui glanced at Chu Hongba, who had previously worked alongside him. Now, Chu Hongba had passed his job to his eldest son, spending his days idly at home while succumbing to the bottle. The bond between Li Yugui and him had dwindled to mere nods of acknowledgement. Xiao, do tell. Was it Li Xiao who caused your arm to break? Chu Xiao's mother, short and stout with a booming voice, prodded her daughter to speak. Chu Xiao staggered forward slightly from the nudge, clutching her pained arm, tears welling in her eyes. With a look of indignation, she cast a pleading glance at Li Xiao and whispered, "Brother Xiao didn't mean to." Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's displeasure surfaced. "What do you mean I didn't mean to? How can this be my fault?" Li Yugui intervened, restraining his son from further protest. "You all are blocking my door so early. Just tell me what you want." Chu Hongba and his two sons stood a bit further back, while Chu Ma pulled Chu Xiao closer. "What do we want? My daughter has suffered greatly, and it is your son to blame. You must compensate us." Li Yugui had already briefed Li Xiao on the situation the previous night and had resolved that while he would agree to compensation, he would not permit them to lay the blame entirely on them. Thus, he directed his gaze at Chu Hongba. "Old Chu, my son mentioned that in the dark he couldn't see clearly. However, since it was my youngest who inadvertently caused the mishap, it is only right that we contribute to the medical expenses." Chu Hongba felt a tinge of embarrassment at these words, as he still valued his reputation. They are just children who grew up together. It was not intentional. No harm done. Before he could finish, Chu Ma shot him a sharp glance. "No harm done? Your daughter's arm is broken." Li Yugui waved his hand dismissively. "Sister-in-law, please lower your voice. It is still early, and this matter need not be shouted about. Just tell me, how much do you require for compensation?" Chapter 13. A display of frustration. Li Yugui intended to squander his wealth to avert calamity and pacify the situation. He understood well the temperament of Chu Hongba's wife. Should she stir up trouble, tranquility would elude him henceforth. As a man of stature, Li Yugui was reluctant to engage in a quarrel with a woman. Provided it did not involve his son, Li Xiao, he would not mind parting with some money. Chu Xiao's mother had already devised a plan, demanding a sum of 200 yuan without hesitation. Li Yugui was momentarily taken aback, only for Li Xiao to interject. 200? You truly dare to ask for that? How audacious! Chu Xiao, feigning innocence with her head bowed, felt somewhat relieved despite the prior night's events and the injury she sustained. The arm would take time to heal, allowing her to postpone her rural obligations. "I will accept less than 200. I spend a considerable amount at the hospital, and my daughter has suffered greatly. Injuries to bones and sinews require 100 days to mend, and she will be unable to work for months. Shouldn't you provide more compensation?" Chu Mama exclaimed, her hands on her hips, her voice booming, her words cascading like a rapid-fire barrage. "Moreover, who knows if she will heal properly? What if she is left with a disability? My daughter has yet to marry." Li Yugui, infuriated by her tirade, felt the veins in his forehead throb. "You are extorting us." "Extorting? Your son Li Xiao must take responsibility for what he has done." Chu Mama's loud voice awakened the neighbors in the courtyard, who rushed out to witness the commotion, many neglecting their breakfast. Seeing the neighbors gather, Chu Mama grew even more triumphant, loudly recounting the hospital expenses incurred for her daughter's arm and chastising the Li family for their lack of initiative. Li Xiao, noticing his father's rising anger, stepped forward to confront Chu Xiao directly. "Come now, Chu Xiao, stop pretending to be innocent. What happened to your arm? Speak up." Li Xiao was well aware of his reputation within the courtyard as someone who was reckless. He feigned a menacing demeanor, and when Chu Xiao remained silent, he raised his voice. "You're so desperate for a man that you charged at me in the middle of the night. How was I to know what you were? I thought you were a wild boar. I Haven T demanded compensation from you for the fright I experienced, yet you dare to bring your parents to me for reparations?" He did not physically confront Chu Xiao but pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Hongba and his sons. "What is this? You come to block my door so early in the morning, thinking my family is an easy target?" Chu Hongba and his sons, being rather timid, would not have allowed a woman to create such a ruckus if they were not so apprehensive of losing face. They believed Li Xiao would not disclose the events of the previous night. However, to their astonishment, he began hurling insults and pointing fingers at them. The Chu family instinctively took a few steps back, fearful that Li Xiao might lash out at them. The neighbors observed the scene with a mix of expressions, pondering the implications of the phrase "desperate for a man." It seemed this affair was far from trivial. Just days prior, when Li Xiao fell into an icy pit, the two daughters of the Li family had scolded the Chu family's maid at the door. It appeared the younger generation of these two families had indeed become entangled in a significant matter. Who is so desperate for a man? Alas, this is a calumny. Our dear Xiao is but a young girl. Li Xiao, are you even human? Chu Ma exclaimed loudly, striking her thigh, employing the dramatic antics typical of a distressed matron. Chu Xiao gazed at Li Xiao, shock evident in her eyes, mingled with tears and disbelief, as if he had committed some grievous offense against her. Li Xiao, well aware of their intentions, understood that they merely sought to exploit the situation, knowing full well that Li Yugui would oppose his association with Chu Xiao, hoping to extort some gain in the process. After all, his affection for Chu Xiao had been widely known for quite some time. Shall I inquire about your daughter's activities last night? Li Xiao remarked, arms crossed and chin tilted, draped in a patched-up cotton coat. Speak up, Chu Xiao. Tell your mother how your arm came to be broken. Nearby neighbors, filled with curiosity yet hesitant to approach directly, feigned busyness while eavesdropping intently. Should a confrontation arise between the two families, it would undoubtedly draw intervention from a few long-standing neighbors, given their shared history in the same courtyard. Chu Xiao remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Noticing her dwindling resolve, Chu Ma stepped forward, nearly encroaching upon Li Xiao's space. Why are you intimidating my daughter? Do you intend to strike her? Turning to Li Yugui, she shouted, perhaps it was your son Li Xiao who laid hands on her. My Xiao is too kind to speak up. Li Yugui, will you not take responsibility for your son? Before Li Yugui could respond, Li Xiao retreated a couple of steps back into the house. Keep your distance. You haven't brushed your teeth. Your breath is foul, he remarked, waving a hand in front of his nose. Let Chu Xiao speak. Is it so difficult to ask her if I was the one who struck her? Or are you simply intent on framing me? How could Chu Xiao admit that she had approached Li Xiao willingly? The weight of the gazes from the courtyard made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Mother, let us return home, she suggested, her faith in Li Xiao completely shattered, as he seemed to have transformed into a different person. In the past, Li Xiao would have defended her. All she needed to do was feign helplessness, and he would have been filled with concern. But now, she feared he might blurt out something that would forever alter their standing with others. As for the reason behind Li Xiao's sudden transformation, Chu Xiao found herself at a loss. Mother, please, let us go back. My arm hurts. He truly didn't mean it. Chu Xiao hoped that by saying this, Li Xiao would realize she was on his side. However, before her mother could respond, Li Xiao interrupted, Chu Xiao, clarify your words before you leave. Do not be so evasive. Others might think I have wronged you. Xiao, please don't act this way. I know you didn't mean it. I'll persuade my mother to go back, Chu Xiao pleaded, appearing pitiful as she tugged at her mother's arm, eager to leave. Yet Chu Ma, having not secured any compensation, was unwilling to depart so easily. She waved her arm, pushing Chu Xiao aside. Oldly, will you just stand by and watch your son bully others? Chu Ma exclaimed, plopping down onto the ground, wailing and pounding the earth. Oh dear, what have I done? I found a man who is utterly useless. When my own daughter is bullied, he doesn't dare to speak up, merely relying on me. Oh, I cannot bear this any longer. The Li family is truly despicable, tormenting others. Everyone come and see. Mother Chu, embodying the spirit of a shrew, has caused quite the uproar at the door of the Li family. However, the residents of the courtyard merely observe it as a spectacle, for they have witnessed this countless times over the years. Each time she feels ignored, she resorts to this same act of tantrum and distress. When the eldest son of the Chu family took over for Chu Hongba, he was given the wages of an apprentice, with a promise of a raise only after he had worked for some time and learned the skills. In response to this, the women of the Chu family had once stormed the factory to confront the manager. Yet, their protests were in vain. They received a raise for Chu Laoda. And what of the others who had come this way? As a result, Chu Laoda still walks with his head held low in the factory, laboring in silence and avoiding interactions with others. Chapter 14. A man's reputation matters. Li Xiao would not be intimidated by Mother Chu's antics. Let her cause a scene, for it is not his reputation at stake. However, Li Yugui preferred to avoid escalating the situation, considering they would inevitably cross paths again. He hesitated to offer support to Chu Hongba's wife, and seeing Chu Hongba cowering in the back, he could only call out to him. Yet, Chu Hongba remained frozen, shoving his two sons, their collective ineptitude drawing laughter from the onlookers. Let us discuss this matter reasonably, sister-in-law Chu. I have worked alongside old Chu for many years, and we live in the same courtyard. There is no need for such a display. Li Yugui always prided himself on being a respectable man. Despite his son Li Xiao's frequent embarrassments, he was not one to seek trouble, or else he wouldn't fear the instability that a stepmother might bring into their home. Chu Xiaoxiao felt utterly humiliated today, the neighbors regarding her as a source of amusement. Enduring her pain, she quietly urged her mother to rise. In the end, it was Li Yugui who surrendered first, retreating into the house to retrieve 50 yuan. Li Xiao, reluctant to comply, protested that Chu Xiaoxiao was too timid to make a fuss, questioning why they should indulge her. He was about to voice the events of the previous night, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Li Yugui, who kicked him back inside. Seeing that his father was genuinely angry, Li Xiao, in frustration, turned to retreat indoors. Outside, it took another 10 minutes for the commotion to quiet down, after which Li Yugui dismissed the crowd and closed the door. Hearing the clattering in the kitchen, Li Xiao emerged from his bed and approached the kitchen door. "Dad, you have plenty of money. Why give it to them? If that old woman enjoys making a scene, let her continue. I don't believe she can roll on the ground all day." Li Yugui slammed the basin down. "Be quiet. You brought this trouble upon yourself." Li Xiao, somewhat defiant, retorted, "How can this possibly be my fault? It was clearly Chu Xiaoxiao who had ill intentions. If you ask me, she should not hide behind others' kindness for such shameless behavior. It's an opportunity for the courtyard folks to see her true colors. What face does she have to demand compensation from me?" Li Yugui had already parted with 50 yuan, a sum equivalent to over a month's wages, and felt the sting in his heart. Seeing Li Xiao still arguing, he glanced around the kitchen and seized a rolling pin. "Father, speak if you must, but refrain from using your hands." Li Xiao retreated swiftly behind the door. "How can you even say that? If you refuse to give me money, are you intent on telling the people in the courtyard that the girl from the Chu family spent the night in your embrace?" Li Yugui, filled with exasperation, pointed at Li Xiao with a rolling pin. "And what if I did? Would it ruin her reputation? If she suffers, does that bring you any benefit?" Li Xiao pursed his lips. "What do I have to fear? I have no reputation to begin with." Li Yugui was nearly laughing in anger. "You are aware of your poor reputation? After all these years, you have almost brought disgrace upon me." "Well, it's not so bad," Li Xiao murmured softly. "What did you say?" Li Yugui glared again. "Ultimately, aren't you the one who caused this? You once cared for her deeply, and now I can't even say a word against her." At this point, Li Yugui paused, pondering. Indeed, given the boy's previous attitude, it was unlikely he would do anything to embarrass Chu Xiaoxiao. Li Yugui cast a doubtful glance at Li Xiao, making him feel uneasy. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Li Xiao was acutely aware that his feelings for Chu Xiaoxiao had shifted dramatically, which might raise suspicions. Yet, he genuinely wished to sever ties with her gradually. "Father, I have faced death once. I have come to realize that Chu Xiaoxiao is not a good girl. She is merely toying with me." Li Yugui snorted coldly and turned back to prepare breakfast. Echoing Li Wan's words, "It seems that your reckless leap into the icy abyss has not been in vain. Oh, can you still not discern the foul stench of beans after consuming 100 of them? At least now you understand. The money has been given. Old Chu has agreed that this matter is settled. In the future, keep your distance from that family, and do not speak carelessly in public." Li Yugui advised earnestly. "You are no longer a child. Think things through when faced with challenges. Even if you claim that the girl from the Chu family seduced you, what does it matter? Given your past, do you think people in the courtyard are blind? If you ever seek a marriage proposal, and they discover your history, which respectable family would allow their daughter to marry you?" Li Xiao absorbed this wisdom. He had previously thought a man's reputation was of little consequence. Though influenced by memories from another life, he had underestimated the significance of reputation in this era. This was also a reflection of the former Li Xiao, who had been a reckless fool. He had envisioned a path where he would first engage in business to accumulate initial funds, and when the college entrance examinations resumed, he would attain a degree. By the time he graduated, the reforms would have taken root, and with both education and wealth, he could pursue any endeavor he desired. However, if his reputation remained tarnished, it would undoubtedly hinder many opportunities. For instance, should he wish to embark on any venture, even his own family might not trust him. Moreover, you cannot continue to drift aimlessly. I will ask around, see if there are reputable organizations that could accommodate you. Li Yugui sighed. Of my 3 children, this youngest is the most concerning. Perhaps it would have been better to have had 3 daughters, at least. Once married, I would not have to worry. Father, please do not go out of your way. I have no desire to work. Li Xiao leaned lazily against the doorframe. Working is so dull. I would only earn a meager salary. Li Yogui's temper, which he had just managed to suppress, flared up once again, and he felt as if his blood pressure had risen. Is work uninteresting to you? Do you find aimlessly wandering about to be engaging? Do you understand what others call you? Work is meant for you to create value and contribute to the nation. What use is a good-for-nothing like you? Except to squander resources? Li Yugui slammed the table, making it resonate, as if he were striking at Li Xiao. Humph, others would jump at the chance to work. Yet here I am, considering sending you to the countryside instead. Li Xiao merely curled his lip. He was unlike others, and did not perceive a rural assignment as a hardship. The countryside was delightful. After all, he would only be there for a few years before returning, with a job already arranged upon his return to the city. As the two of them exchanged banter, the door swung open, and elder sister Li Feng entered, carrying a cloth bag and holding a small basin covered with a lid, with an oiled paper bag dangling from her fingers. Dad, are you cooking? I've brought you breakfast. Don't bother, she said. Upon glancing into the kitchen, she noted that nothing had yet been prepared. Li Yugui had been too engrossed in admonishing Li Xiao to even light the stove. Seeing his daughter bringing food, and realizing he was nearing the time to leave for work, he decided not to continue cooking. However, his expression darkened the moment he saw that Li Feng had brought fried dough sticks and soy milk. The problem was that breakfast shops were now state-owned, and buying breakfast required not only money but also food coupons. People nowadays had less oil and water but larger appetites. Nearly every household struggled with insufficient food coupons. Only Li Feng, who worked at the grain station, enjoyed a slightly better situation. What angered Li Yugui was not that Li Feng spent money, but that she consistently directed her expenditures toward her maternal family. He turned and retreated to his room, shortly returning with 2 food coupons and 10 yuan. Slapping them down on the table. Spend on yourself and your children. Stop bringing everything back to your family. I do not lack this little bit of food. Chapter 15. Selling small rubber bands. Li Feng looked utterly aggrieved. Dad, why do you have to draw such clear lines between us? Li Yugui remained unmoved, insisting that she take the money and coupons. You are now Lu's wife, and you are spending Lu's money. Take these and compensate for everything you've brought home recently. I am still your daughter even after marrying, Li Feng retorted stubbornly. What is wrong with buying a little food for my father? Li Xiao, sitting nearby, carefree, devoured the fragrant fried dough sticks, even pouring the soy milk into 2 bowls and slurping it down with gusto. Li Yugui looked at his 2 children and felt a sense of deep frustration. He slammed the table and rose to his feet. Li Feng, listen here. If you continue to bring things home without need, or buy things for this family, do not come back. With that, he left without even eating breakfast, grabbing a bag and walking out. After Li Yugui departed, Li Feng sat there wiping her tears. Is it wrong for me to care that you 2 men might struggle to make ends meet? I am being filial to him, and yet I am in the wrong? Li Xiao genuinely did not know how to respond to this question. Previously, he had not thought much about anything, merely consuming whatever delicacies were offered to him. It was curious how this disposition had developed in both his father and his 2 sisters. Li Yugui was particularly concerned about his reputation. He did not want others to think he was taking advantage of his daughters-in-laws. Thus, he had never instructed Li Feng and Li Wan to assist their family. However, the 2 daughters always think of their maternal home whenever something good happens, especially towards their younger brother, whom they treat like their own son. The beneficiary, Li Xiao, would not perceive this negatively. However, if he were in the position of those 2 brothers-in-law, he would likely find it untenable. Eldest sister, our father is right. You constantly spend money on your maternal family. How do you think your brothers-in-law feel about that? Your mother-in-law surely cannot be pleased either. Li Feng looked up at Li Xiao, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Do you think so too? Li Xiao, slightly embarrassed, took another bite of his oil stick. I know, eldest sister, that you care for me and wish to share your good fortune, but as your brother, I also feel for you. I do not want you to suffer for my sake. Had it not been for the oil smeared across his mouth, Li Feng might have been moved to tears by his words. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of contentment that Li Xiao could express such sentiments. Wiping her eyes, she chose not to dwell on their father's earlier words. For years, she had dedicated herself to caring for this family. It was not something that could be altered overnight. I must head to work now. I will leave the basin here, and here are the hair ties I made for you last night. Take a look. Li Feng placed the bundle on the table. After hesitating for a moment at the sight of the money and tickets, she added, "Give these to father when he returns." Third brother, I know you want to pursue your plans, but you must not be reckless. If you intend to sell these, be sure to keep it a secret. Li Xiao chuckled. Don't worry, eldest sister, I understand. Just a few moments after Li Feng left, a knock sounded at the door. Li Xiao hurriedly stuffed the money and tickets into his pocket. Upon opening the door, he found Huang Xi'er, her hands tucked into her sleeves, shivering from the cold. What brings you here so early? Come in quickly. Huang Xi'er rushed inside, huddling close to the stove, sniffing as she did. I arrived early and was hiding outside. I only dared to come in after I saw your father and sister leave. What are you afraid of? My father and sister won't bite. Li Xiao poured a bowl of warm soy milk and offered it to Huang Xi'er. Drink it while it's hot. Huang Xi'er licked her chapped lips and chuckled softly, sipping from the bowl. So sweet. You must have added plenty of sugar. Li Xiao returned to his breakfast, inviting Huang Xi'er to join him for the oil sticks. She glanced at the golden treats on the table and, attempting to hide her desire, took another sip of soy milk. No, I'll just have the soy milk. Come on. Don't be shy with me. Only then did Huang Xi'er sit down at the table, reaching for an oil stick. Once they had finished their breakfast, Huang Xi'er took the initiative to wash the dishes, feeling satisfied as she and Li Xiao warmed themselves by the stove while examining the hair ties. Is this what you plan to sell? Huang Xi'er looked at the finished product, unable to fully appreciate the small trinket. Yes, what do you think? Do you believe they will sell? I'm not sure. How much do you plan to charge for them? Li Xiao pondered for a moment. How about 50 cents each? 50 cents? That seems a bit steep. Aren't these just hair ties for women? You could cover them with a layer of cloth and charge that much? Huang Xi'er thought that if she had 50 cents, she would rather buy some meat. Then let us settle on 20 cents. We can't go any lower. A small profit with higher sales is the way to go. Huang Xi'er felt that even 2 dimes were excessive. Yet Li Xiao possessed unwavering confidence in the spending capacity of women. He lamented only that he was not a woman himself. Otherwise, he could select the most aesthetically pleasing accessories to showcase, thereby enhancing the effect. Come on, while it's still early, let's set off, he urged. As they exited the house, Li Xiao, carrying a cloth bag, led Huang Xi'er to the marketplace, headed towards the supply and marketing cooperative for meat and vegetables. The morning market was bustling with women eager to procure goods, yet they could not overtly sell their wares. Instead, they had to stealthily lurk in the shadows. Seeking potential customers, Li Xiao imparted his wisdom to Huang Xi'er. Do you see that woman over there with a child? The little girl looks to be about 5 or 6 years old, and given the approaching new year, she would surely be delighted to receive a red hairpin. Look at that young bride. It's evident she has recently married, and women of her age love to adorn themselves. As Li Xiao animatedly elaborated, Huang Xi'er swallowed hard. I'm too timid to approach. Just watch how I do it, Li Xiao replied. He retrieved 2 red hair ties and 2 deep blue ones adorned with small white flowers from the cloth bag, sliding them onto his wrist and concealing them with the sleeve of his cotton jacket. He then approached the woman with the child. Huang Xi'er observed as Li Xiao exchanged a few words with her, then removed a red ribbon and tied it in the little girl's hair. The child joyfully patted her new accessory as Li Xiao conversed with the woman for a moment longer before returning, the hair tie still in place. Huang Xi'er reached out to point, but Li Xiao pressed his hand down, revealing a bundle of bills in his palm. Did you sell it? Huang Xi'er asked, excitement bubbling within him. I didn't see her hand you any money. Ah, can you let anyone see that? Li Xiao grinned, smoothing out the newly earned 15 cents before tucking it into his pocket. Weren't you selling them for 20 cents? Well, you must be adaptable. If you spot someone affluent, you can charge 30 cents. If they choose to buy, that's all that matters. Huang Xi'er, still somewhat bewildered, nodded along as Li Xiao continued. Besides, the hair ties we bought were inexpensive and the fabric cost us nothing. There's hardly any overhead, just a bit of effort required. Li Xiao rummaged through the bag again, encouraging Huang Xi'er to sell the remaining stock as they began to split up. In total, they crafted around 30 fabric hair ties. And after wandering near the supply cooperative for the entire morning, they managed to sell about 10. When they reconvened at noon, Huang Xi'er had earned a total of 1 yuan and 10 cents, while Li Xiao had made 1 yuan and 60 cents. Contrary to their expectations, they encountered no haggling. Even the slightest amount was subjected to negotiation, which could save enough for a block of fermented bean curd. Most were sold for 1 or 2 dimes. But Huang Xi'er felt a surge of joy, truly astonished that anyone would purchase such items. Chapter 16. The sole opportunity to sell during lunch. While escorting Huang Xiao back to the courtyard, they encountered Chu Xiaoxiao's mother, who was indirectly criticizing them. After listening for a while, Huang Xiao inquired about the situation upon entering the house. Li Xiao recounted the events from the previous night and that morning. After hearing his tale, Huang Xiao found himself intrigued, contemplating devising a reason to postpone their journey to the countryside. However, he soon realized that his circumstances differed from Chu Xiaoxiao's. She had a family to return to. Li Xiao discerned his thoughts. Do not be foolish, lest you inadvertently cripple yourself. That would be the end. Do not rush into the countryside. Is it not said that one can escape the city? Let us earn a bit more before the year ends. So you shall not go hungry. Huang Xiao smiled shyly, saying, This money is all thanks to your clever schemes, Brother Xiao. How could I possibly use it? Oh, do not speak of such trivialities. Eat quickly, and this afternoon we shall procure some fine fabric. You should now understand what to seek, correct? No problem. I will visit my friend's home. He has plenty of fabric scraps. Li Xiao felt it improper to take advantage of others. A few coins was acceptable, but they were profiting from someone else's resources, which could sound ill to others. After pondering, Li Xiao resolved to accompany Huang Xiao that afternoon to seek out his friend, hoping to persuade him to allow them to sift through the warehouse. Although seconds are inexpensive, Li Xiao was concerned that his limited funds would deter the patience of others. Huang Xiao felt this would not pose a significant problem. While they could not enter, her friend could. After finishing their meal at home, they hurried towards the southern textile factory. Huang Xiao's friend was named Wang Baogua, whom Li Xiao recognized, though their interactions had been minimal. Li Xiao waited outside while Huang Xiao entered to call for him. Before long, a dark-complexioned young man emerged. With a square face and sharp features, his eyebrows drooped slightly, giving his visage a rather perplexed expression. What are you two doing out here at midday? Wang Baogua's parents worked at the factory. His father was a workshop supervisor, wielding considerable influence due to his long tenure and respect. Li Xiao nodded at him, while Huang Xiao directly expressed their purpose. Old Wang, we need to gather more fabric. Wang Baogua raised his thick eyebrows slightly in concern. More? Have you used up all the last batch I gave you? In these times, fabric scraps were valuable. The factory's refusal to sell defective items did not indicate a lack of need among the populace. These remnants could be pieced together for small quilts or fashioned into garments for children. Many individuals even visited his home to exchange for scraps. The last time he had provided Huang Xiao with those was generous enough. If he were to give more, his parents would surely take notice. Wang Baogua spoke candidly, and upon seeing his honesty, Li Xiao recognized that his meager funds were indeed insufficient. Thus, he shared their plans for earning money, hoping to enlist Wang Baogua's involvement. Unlike Li Xiao and Huang Xiao, Wang Baogua was currently without work, but his father had a good relationship with a driver who transported goods for the factory, leading to a familial engagement. Presently, Wang Baogua was learning to drive from his future father-in-law, a coveted occupation that would garner envy from many. Hence, when Li Xiao revealed their scheme for making money, Wang Baogua not only showed disinterest, but also offered a hint of mockery. How could this earn you even a few cents? I shall not join you. Nevertheless, he agreed to procure a bit more fabric for Li Xiao and Huang Xiao. When Li Xiao offered him some money, he declined, simply stating that Huang Xiao could come by tomorrow to collect it before heading home. On the way back, Li Xiao found Wang Baogua's demeanor towards Huang Xiao curious, and upon inquiring, discovered that Huang Xiao had previously assisted Wang Baogua with a small favor. As for the nature of the task, Huang Xiao did not elaborate, likely indicating it was of an unfavorable nature. Xiao Gu, even if old Wang assists us further, it shouldn't amount to much. What shall we do next? Li Xiao shook his head. No worries, this item won't sell for long. Those with nimble hands, like my elder sister, can master it with just a glance. It should be difficult to sell afterward, so we only have this opportunity. I've kept 4 in different patterns and handed the rest to Huang Xiao, instructing him to find a way to sell them. Tomorrow, I'll retrieve the fabric and gather it home. After sending Huang Xiao on his way, Li Xiao strolled alone down the street, contemplating his next course of action. A skilled woman cannot cook without rice. A man in need finds himself in a bind without funds. Just then, he heard his brother-in-law calling out to him. He turned to see Heir Jeff Fu, who, having no work at the moment, was chatting with the waitstaff outside the restaurant. Brother-in-law, you're not busy? Li Xiao ambled over, and Tian Baohua brought out a stool for him. Not busy, just enjoying the sun at noon. Where are you off to? Have you eaten lunch? Tian Baohua glanced at Li Xiao, noticing he had donned new shoes, and felt a pang of emotion. thinking how his young brother-in-law seemed perpetually childlike. "I've eaten. I'm just out for a stroll." Tian Baohua chuckled. "Look at how carefree some people are, just wandering around without a care in the world. They're truly blessed." Li Xiao paid little mind to his brother-in-law's thoughts and glanced into the restaurant, noticing two young waitresses idly knitting inside. "Sisters, I've brought you both something delightful. Take these and enjoy." The waitresses recognized Li Xiao, who often came for free meals, being the nephew of Master Tian, and thus felt unable to express disdain openly. However, they certainly regarded him with some condescension, which is why they had ignored him earlier. Now, curiosity piqued, they wondered what he might produce. Li Xiao entered the establishment, pulled up his sleeve, revealing several fabric hair ties adorning his wrist. "Look, aren't they lovely? Are these for tying hair?" "Indeed. They are called fabric hair ties, both attractive and gentle on your hair. Here, sister, give it a try." He handed one to each of the two young women, both with vibrant hair cascading in braided plaits down their chests, adorned at the ends with charming fabric flowers, simple yet delightful. "Who came up with this idea? It's truly beautiful. Li Xiao, where did you get these?" Li Xiao chuckled. "If you like them, that's all that matters. No need to inquire about their origin. Just wear them, sisters." He had chosen deep blue for them, one with a small bow and the other with a small flower. However, they noticed the vibrant red one still on his wrist. Red is so festive, and the bow is larger too. "Oh, I don't want the blue one. Please give me the red one instead." Li Xiao shook his head vigorously. "I can't part with those two, sisters. I promised them to someone else and must deliver them soon." "Who are you giving them to?" "They're all the same." "Really? I can't. These were made by a friend of mine. However," he smiled slyly, "if you both agree to one thing for me, I will gladly give you each a red one." Chapter 17. The value of household management. Li Xiao instructed the two female colleagues to wear hair ties while working, a trivial matter they readily accepted. He even mentioned that if anyone else desired them, they could approach him for a swap. It was clear what he meant by swap, as everyone understood the implications of selling poorly. Upon returning to the entrance after conversing with the two women, Tian Baohua regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Li Xiao yawned and handed over the remaining two hair ties to him. "Brother-in-law, you should take these home for your sister tonight." Tian Baohua glanced down. "Did you make these?" "The elder sister did." "What do you think of them?" They look quite nice." Men often lack sensitivity toward such trifles, particularly when the fabric hair ties are not particularly exquisite, merely sewn from cloth. There was potential for better craftsmanship, but appreciation was scarce. Li Xiao shot a glance at Tian Baohua. "Brother-in-law, your restaurant sees a steady stream of visitors, including frequent patrons of high status. Surely, you must have some out-of-town guests?" Tian Baohua immediately grasped the underlying meaning, recalling how he had previously rebuffed Li Xiao's proposal. However, he realized that if Li Xiao genuinely wished to trade in something, as long as it was discreet, it would not pose a significant issue. Working in such an environment had afforded him considerable exposure. Though he held a low opinion of his brother-in-law, Tian Baohua still hoped for Li Xiao's success, believing it would alleviate his wife's financial support for her family. "Well, if that's all you need, I shall take my leave now and rest at home." Before dawn the next morning, the Chu family roused Li Xiao from his slumber, leaving him utterly exhausted. As Tian Baohua watched Li Xiao stagger away, he sighed and placed the hair ties into his pocket. That evening, upon returning home from work, Li Yugui was greeted by the enticing aroma of cooking. A pot of sauerkraut simmered on the stove, and lifting the lid revealed glistening oil on the surface, indicating it had been cooking for some time. Li Xiao emerged from the kitchen, carrying bowls and chopsticks. "Just got off work, Dad. Tonight, we're having sauerkraut with vermicelli." Li Yugui grunted in acknowledgement, entering the room to set down his bag and remove his heavy cotton coat. When he re-emerged, the meal was prepared, a simple stew, a plate of pickled radish strips, and a bowl of rice. Why such a generous portion of rice? Is there enough for several meals? Typically, households would mix coarse grains with rice, as each adult was allotted only about 20 pounds of grain per month. For someone Li Xiao's age, consuming solely rice and white flour would hardly suffice. Yet, Li Xiao lacked the skills to make pancakes. His cooking abilities were reasonably good, but the era was fraught with shortages. Beyond soy sauce, even salt came in coarse crystals, let alone other condiments. Li Yugui paid no heed to his son's appetite as Li Xiao filled his bowl generously, devouring the food with gusto. After tasting the stew, Li Yugui realized it was particularly flavorful tonight, a stark contrast to his usual attempts at sauerkraut, which were generally unpalatable. After a few more bites, a sudden thought struck him. prompting him to rise hastily and head to the kitchen. Upon opening the small jar of lard, it became evident that a substantial portion had vanished, sufficient for him to prepare meals for half a month. Are you stewing lard or cooking vegetables? A glance at the dishes left Li Yugue devoid of appetite, filled instead with a profound sense of heartache. Truly, one does not comprehend the value of household expenses until they manage the household themselves. Henceforth, you ought to refrain from entering the kitchen, for your culinary contributions are unwarranted. Li Xiao paused momentarily, continuing to consume his rice. If you insist on forbidding me from cooking, so be it. You simply do not appreciate the comforts of life. Comforts? Humph. Perhaps when you possess the capability, I shall indulge in life's pleasures. For now, I rely on you, my father, to sustain the family. How can you utter such words? Li Yugue's remarks were rather harsh, and he was unaware of the source of his discontent today. He chastised Li Xiao without sparing his dignity. To utilize my possessions in an act of filial piety? It would be a source of ridicule to others. As long as you do not cause trouble outside and refrain from bringing shame upon me, I shall consider myself fortunate. Li Xiao suddenly felt a lump in his throat as he consumed his meal, believing Li Yugue expected him to retort as he often did in the past, perhaps even to storm out in frustration. However, Li Xiao merely paused, ate in silence, finished a single bowl, and retreated to his room. His lack of protest and absence of loud outbursts left Li Yugue somewhat unsettled, questioning whether his words had been too harsh. Yet, recalling the previous transgressions of disrespect and the 50 yuan he had just lost, Li Yugue concluded that he had been far too lenient. In the privacy of his small room, Li Xiao lay on his bed, feeling no anger toward old Li's reprimands. After all, his past behavior had indeed been a source of concern, and given old Li's pride, it was a wonder he had not lost his temper completely. While the words may have been unpalatable, they were rooted in truth. Launching a business was far more challenging than anticipated. Selling a simple rubber band required subterfuge. How could one attain wealth with such meager earnings? Perhaps it would be wiser to seek employment instead? After contemplating, Li Xiao shook his head. Setting aside the lack of suitable job opportunities, even if they existed, they may not align with his passions. With less than 2 years until the college entrance examination resumes, spending 2 years in a job would be less advantageous than engaging in commerce. Suddenly, Li Xiao recalled the 10 yuan old Li had given to his sister that remained in his pocket. He retrieved it, glanced towards the door, then tucked it away once more. Currently short on funds, he would consider it a temporary loan, intending to repay it once he earned some money. The following morning, when Li Yugue departed, Li Xiao had yet to rise. He had slept late, pondering the steps for his future entrepreneurial endeavors throughout the night. Upon exiting his room, he noticed breakfast, covered with a large bowl, still warm to the touch. He chuckled inwardly at old Li's stubbornness and soft heart, concerned that he might not have a warm meal. The breakfast consisted of rice transformed into porridge with added water, accompanied by boiled eggs and pickled vegetables. Old Li was quite thoughtful about his nutrition, having reserved nearly all the eggs for him. With a tinge of guilt, Li Xiao ate his meal slowly and, after finishing, waited by the hearth for Huang Xi'er. Huang Xi'er arrived late that day, around 10 in the morning, clutching a bundle of cloth. Upon entering, he placed it on the table and immediately moved closer to the fire to warm himself. Observing the bits of grass and dust clinging to his cotton jacket and the dirt on his shoes, Li Xiao deduced that he had spent the night sleeping outside the city. Was it not cold in the makeshift shelter beyond the city? Huang Xi'er sniffed. It's not too bad. The straw beneath me offers some protection from the wind. Are there many people outside the city? Li Xiao had yet to venture out and was unfamiliar with the area. There aren't too many at the moment. The previous group has gradually departed. Now, only 3 or 4 remain, and they all plan to return home to celebrate the new year. Li Xiao nodded. What about you? With less than a month until the new year, will you still stay outside the city? Huang Xi'er scratched his head, dust cascading down like fog in the sunlight. It's the same wherever you are during the new year. I can return home. My father wouldn't kick me out during the festive season. However, that home is less comforting than yours, so I'm reluctant to go back. Chapter 18. Deep-seated prejudice. Why don't you come stay here? Just don't go out at night. You can share a room with me. Li Xiao didn't mind Huang Xi'er's company over the past few days. He had been reminiscing about old friends, and Huang Xi'er was the most dependable among them. I think I'll pass. Your father intimidates me. In truth, Huang Xi'er had visited before and even shared meals, but Li Yugue never openly criticized him. Nonetheless, Huang Xi'er felt apprehensive. Li Yugue maintained a stern demeanor. treating everyone the same, and even Li Xiao's elder sisters feared him, let alone outsiders. What is so frightening about my father? How about this? I'll mention it to him tonight. Huang Xi'er hesitated, sensing his discomfort. Li Xiao urged him to think it over while he examined the fabric Huang Xi'er had brought. Various scraps of fabric, tightly bound with twine, unfurled more abundantly than Li Xiao had anticipated. Moreover, there were no excessively small pieces, the smallest measured about half a meter, with vibrant colors. However, the fabrics bore significant flaws, likely due to the subpar machinery and techniques at the knitting factory. Unbeknownst to Li Xiao, his assumption was correct. This batch of patterned cloth was a new style still in the experimental phase, resulting in numerous defective products that ultimately benefited him. Although the fabrics he acquired were not particularly valuable compared to what remained at the factory, it must be said that Li Xiao's luck was commendable. The elastic bands he was crafting were not affected by imperfections or dye stains. As he leisurely sorted through the fabrics, he realized that merely using them for elastic bands would be a waste. Seer, is there a plastic factory in the urban area? Li Xiao rummaged through his memories, but found nothing noteworthy. Ningbai, being the provincial capital, housed several large factories in the city, including the steel plant, heavy machinery plant, and tractor manufacturing plant, along with knitting, silk, and canning factories. However, he had never particularly noticed any plastic factories. Plastic factory? Huang Xi'er hadn't paid much attention to that either, but as he was often away from home, he had a good ear for news and promised to inquire for Li Xiao. With the new year approaching, Li Xiao was eager to earn some money before the festivities, so they could not afford to delay. Thus, the two continued their separate pursuits. Li Xiao brought some selected fabric pieces to his sister's house to create finished products, while Huang Xi'er set out to gather information about places capable of processing plastic. The remaining fabric, Li Xiao stored in his small room, taking a few brightly colored pieces to the grain station first. Li Feng and Lu Gang were both at work during this time, leaving their home deserted. When Li Xiao arrived to collect the key, Li Feng handed it to him without hesitation. As the hour approached noon, she thoughtfully bought 2 flour rolls from the grain station cafeteria for him to take back. Undeterred by the chilly breeze outside, Li Xiao munched on the rolls as he walked, finishing them before he reached his elder sister's home. With no one at home during the day, the house was cold and uninviting, devoid of warmth from the stove. Upon entering, Li Xiao rubbed his hands together, poured himself a bowl of warm water from the thermos, and then settled down in front of the sewing machine, focusing intently on his work. He remained absorbed in his task until his sister and brother-in-law returned from work, only then realizing how late it had become. "You've been at this all afternoon? My goodness, it's so cold in here. And you didn't think to light the stove?" Li Feng was genuinely surprised by Li Xiao's patience in working diligently for an entire afternoon. She picked up the elastic bands he had made and noted that they seemed even more refined than her own creations. "Well done, third brother. Where did you learn this?" Li Xiao smiled and rubbed his slightly numb hands. "I just thought I'd give it a try. It's not difficult, especially with a sewing machine. If you asked me to use a needle and thread, I wouldn't manage." Typically, parents who dote on their children believe their offspring to be the most exceptional and clever, finding nothing remarkable in their accomplishments. Li Feng shared this sentiment towards Li Xiao. She regarded him as capable, thinking back to when he was just a mischievous young boy. Now, he had matured, earning money and exhibiting patience. "Have you sold everything you made before?" Li Feng wrapped her hands around his to warm them and called out for Lu Gang to light the stove promptly. "Yes, I sold them for a couple of dimes each." "Really? Did someone actually buy them? Aren't you worried about being seen? What is the big deal if someone sees?" "It's not anything of great importance." Though private sales were not officially permitted, such small items were inconsequential. In the black market, there were even prohibited goods that could lead to dire consequences. A mere elastic band hardly compared. Lu Gang finished lighting the stove outside and came in carrying Demao, who was nibbling on half a cold pancake. "Third brother, you should stay for dinner." Seeing the time, Li Xiao realized it was getting late and began to tidy up his work. "No, brother-in-law, I must head back." Li Feng noticed 4 pure red butterfly-shaped elastic bands left on the sewing machine, thinking they were forgotten by Li Xiao, and quickly called out to him. "Sister, these are for your sister-in-law to play with. The new year is approaching, and red is festive." Lu Gang's family had 2 younger sisters, and since his sister often favored her maternal family, her relationship with her in-laws was somewhat strained. Hearing that Li Xiao intended to give the hair accessories to his sister, Lu Gang hastily declined. "Brother-in-law, please take them. We always enjoy your good food, and I have nothing to repay you with. Once I earn some money, I'll treat you to something nice. Lu Gang, taken aback, remained speechless for quite some time. Even after Li Feng had finished sending Li Xiao off, he was still lost in thought. What are you pondering? Li Feng cheerfully kissed her son and then changed her clothes to prepare dinner. Lu Gang shook his head, perplexed. Could one person truly undergo such a profound transformation? Li Xiao returned to the steel factory compound, carrying finished products, just as families were preparing for their evening meals. Residents in the compound, all of whom worked at the steel mill, had a synchronized dining routine, while others had wives at home preparing meals in advance. Li Yugui, upon finishing his shift, had to cook for himself. On days when he lacked the inclination to cook or the time to shop for ingredients, he would often bring back an extra portion from the cafeteria at noon. The cafeteria at the factory offered meals at a remarkably low price, for mere cents. One could enjoy a hearty meal, and for a few dimes more, a dish with meat could be savored. This evening, Li Yugui returned with a meal consisting of tofu, cabbage, and vermicelli, devoid of any meat, which greatly displeased Li Xiao. It had been several days without meat, and just last night, he had been scolded for adding too much lard to the vegetables. Dad, bring back some meat tomorrow. I crave braised pork, Li Xiao implored. Without even glancing at him, Li Yugui retorted, you look like you're not in the mood for braised meat. If you don't get it for me, I'll go eat at my second uncle's place. Do you dare? You'll lose face. Li Yugui, in a fit of anger, threatened to strike him with chopsticks. You are not going anywhere. I'll bring you back a portion tomorrow. Only then did Li Xiao brighten up. Dad, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. So polite and seeking a discussion. Have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Li Yugui, with his eyes lowered, continued to eat, showing no sign of interest. Li Xiao wore an expression of exasperation. It seemed that winning his father's approval was the most challenging task. After a prolonged silence at the dinner table, Li Xiao finally spoke. Dad, could you make me some steel sheets? Li Yugui lifted his gaze, intrigued. What do you need steel sheets for? I want to create some small items. Li Yugui pondered for a moment and inquired about the specifications, admitting he could procure a couple of small sheets. Li Xiao immediately set down his chopsticks, rushed to his room, and returned with paper and pen, sketching a design and explaining it to his father. He intended to make hairpins, and thin steel sheets were perfect for the task, though the type he required needed precise processing. Although Li Yugui did not fully comprehend the purpose, he nodded in agreement. I'll get you one tomorrow if I have time. Dad, one is not enough. I need at least several hundred. Several hundred? Li Yugui's voice rose in disbelief. Do you think the steel factory belongs to your family? Even getting one from there would be taking advantage. Li Xiao scoffed at the notion. What's the big deal about one? It's just a little use. Dad, I'm making hair clips, he clarified, pulling out a finished piece made of fabric and elastic to show his father. I've been working on these lately, and they sell quite well. I need the steel sheets to create new designs. Li Xiao emptied his pockets, revealing a handful of coins. I'm not asking for it for free. I can pay for them. Li Yugui examined the small hair ties. Can these really sell? Indeed. The new year is approaching. Who wouldn't want their daughters and daughters-in-law to look their best? Li Xiao reasoned. For instance, if you were to see my sisters back home and come across someone selling these on the street for a mere dime or two, wouldn't you buy a couple for your daughters? Given Li Yugui's character, if the matter were brought to his attention, he surely would have purchased them. Is this a question of spending money? The task at hand is quite intricate, requiring the creation of impressions, and who possesses the leisure to attend to each detail? Upon hearing this, Li Xiao recognized the truth in the statement. Without specialized molds and machinery, how could one ever achieve the desired outcome through mere manual labor? As for the aluminum sheets, those are manageable. Li Yugui furrowed his brow, inquiring how many were needed. The more, the better. There is no need for large pieces. Just some scraps will suffice. Li Xiao pushed the money on the table towards his father, asserting that he would not take advantage of the factory's resources without compensation, offering to purchase a small, inconsequential amount. Upon glancing at the money on the table, Li Yugui noticed it was quite a sum among the pile of small bills. There was even a 10-yuan note. However, the more he scrutinized this 10 yuan, the more familiar it appeared. After a moment, he sifted through it and uncovered a crumpled bundle of grain coupons. It was all too clear. This was the money and tickets intended for his eldest daughter. When Li Xiao saw the grain coupons revealed, an ominous feeling washed over him. He had just begun to rise, intending to flee, when his father delivered a swift kick to his backside. You scoundrel! You would take the money meant for your sister? Just wait until I deal with you properly today. Dad, this is unjust. This money was given to me by my sister. I intended to return it to you. I simply forgot. Li Yugui paid no heed, skillfully grabbing a feather duster and chasing Li Xiao around. Throughout the night, Li Xiao endured a thorough thrashing, but eventually, Li Yugui grew weary and mentioned he would consult with his superiors at work the following day. He could never allow Li Xiao to take advantage of the factory by pilfering its materials. Naturally, all of Li Xiao's money was confiscated. The next day, Li Xiao remained indoors, and only after Huang Xir arrived did he recall that he had forgotten to mention to his father about having Huang Xir stay for a while. Before Li Xiao could voice his thoughts, Huang Xir announced that he had found a place to stay within the city. When Li Xiao inquired about its location, Huang Xir simply stated it was at a friend's house. Brother Xiao, there is indeed a plastic factory, but it is not in our city. It is near Hongxing village. It is run by the commune and focuses on processing plastic film. Li Xiao listened enviously, aware that private enterprises were not permitted. Only state-owned and collective economies were allowed. Only the rural communes and production teams had the authority to establish small factories. Processing film, you say? They might not have the machinery to create what I need. Perhaps I shall see how things fare with my father. After learning that Huang Xir had already eaten, Li Xiao took him outside to sell their goods. As the two meandered through the streets, their business unexpectedly thrived. Some women adorned themselves with their purchases, the vibrant red hairpieces standing out against the drab street. Others bought their wares and sought them out among the crowd. The small rubber bands they had processed the previous afternoon sold out quickly, primarily at 2 jiao each. With red being the most sought after, though regrettably, they did not have enough red fabric. Once they finished selling, Li Xiao led Huang Xir back home. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Chu Xiao, one arm suspended, laboriously mixing cold dust and earth with one hand. She glanced up at them briefly before returning her focus to the arduous task at hand, gripping the shovel with determination. After Li Yugui bestowed 50 yuan upon the Chu family, aside from the occasional sardonic remarks from Chu Xiao's mother in the courtyard, the rest of the family remained rather subdued. Chu Xiao, in particular, became a near stranger, seldom seen. Li Xiao found this to be quite agreeable. However, he could not help but feel disdain for the Chu family, who, despite possessing able-bodied members, insisted on having their disabled daughter toil outside. Upon returning home, Huang Xir produced the earnings from that day's sales, combining them with Li Xiao's, and they joyfully began to tally the money. Most of it was in small denominations, yet it appeared substantial. After counting, they discovered they had made nearly 9 yuan that day. Given that old Li, a level 4 worker, earned less than 2 yuan a day, their earnings were indeed noteworthy. The fabric was essentially free, requiring only a bit of effort to procure threads from his elder sister, resulting in negligible costs. Li Xiao contemplated for a moment, then allocated 2 yuan to Huang Xir, saying, "Xir, do not feel it is insufficient. We shall earn much more in the future. I wish to gather some capital for other ventures." Huang Xir, upon hearing this, quickly declined, asserting, "No need. This is all your effort. I haven't contributed much." "How could that be so? Without you, where would we have sourced the fabric? Take it for now. At least you have money for meals," Li Xiao insisted. Afterward, he stealthily entered his father's room and pilfered 2 Wonjin food coupons for Huang Xir, stating, "Since you are unwilling to stay at my home, you must not suffer from hunger or cold outside. I rely on you to continue earning with me in the future." Huang Xir, with a naive smile, still refused the money and food coupons. "Brother Xiao, I receive rations from the street every month. I will return home soon. After the new year, I will speak to you again." Recognizing Huang Xir's sincerity, Li Xiao did not press further. Last night, not only had he endured a beating, but old Li had also confiscated all his money, leaving him with less than 10 yuan as capital. Huang Xir planned to return home that afternoon to reclaim his belongings, skipping lunch at Li Xiao's in order to save his appetite for a meal at home. Observing his demeanor, Li Xiao sensed he was preparing for a confrontation and inquired if he needed company. Huang Xir waved him off, nonchalantly departing with his unruly hair resembling that of a dog's chew toy. Chapter 20. Crafting dreams for second sister. Li Xiao casually heated some dishes, feeling satiated and ready to take a brief nap before venturing out again. Suddenly, he was startled by the ruckus outside. Despite the tightly shut windows and doors of the small house in the biting winter, Chu Ma's shrill voice pierced through the air incessantly. Annoyed, Li Xiao rose and stepped outside, intending to shout a retort, only to find the courtyard engulfed in chaos. Chu Xiaoxiao's parents and the eldest daughter-in-law were embroiled in a fierce altercation, tearing at one another in the midday sun. Intrigued, Li Xiao fetched a stool and settled at the entrance to witness the spectacle. Chu Ma displayed remarkable tenacity, battling Chu Pa while simultaneously tugging at the hair of the eldest daughter-in-law. The younger members of the Chu family stood by, terrified and weeping, too frightened to intervene. With both of their sons absent at that time, the only individuals present to offer words of advice were some elderly neighbors, while the rest simply watched the commotion unfold. Li Xiao observed Chu Hongba's face, now a canvas of embarrassment after being caught by his wife, and couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, he sensed a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he discovered it was Chu Xiaoxiao. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her arm in a sling, and her eyes bore a look of resentment directed at him. Raising an eyebrow, Li Xiao thought, has she truly taken offense at him? He returned the stool to the room and selected a few pieces of fabric to tuck under his arm before locking the door and departing. As was his custom, he made his way to the grain station to retrieve the key from the elder sister. She handed him a bag of loose biscuits and reminded him to stoke the fire upon his return before commencing his work. Li Xiao nodded in agreement, then turned to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase 2 bundles of elastic bands and some hawthorn. Upon returning to the elder sister's home, he ignited the stove and processed the hawthorn. He then retrieved a jar of sugar and a pot to prepare a small batch of syrup, crafting several candied hawthorn skewers to chill outside the window. The elder sister's residence boasted a quaint little courtyard, far more secure than the larger communal compound. Alleviating any fears of theft, Li Xiao possessed remarkable skill in making candied hawthorn. In later years, once he had secured a steady income, he frequently bought hawthorn and other fruits to make candied treats for the children at the orphanage. If private enterprise were permitted now, he mused, even selling candied hawthorn could yield a handsome profit. By the time the elder sister's family returned in the evening, Li Xiao had completed his tasks. He had fashioned a small crossbody bag from scrap fabric, stuffing all his finished products inside. The candied hawthorn had frozen to a delightful crisp. He and Mao each enjoyed a skewer, relishing the moment together. The elder sister, Li Feng, chided Li Xiao for spending money on hawthorn, neglecting to mention his use of sugar, yet she still intended to reimburse him for the hawthorn purchase. Li Xiao, however, would not accept it. He waved her off while savoring a piece of candied hawthorn. Upon returning to the courtyard, the night had fully descended. As he pushed open the door to his home, he was greeted by a mouth-watering aroma of meat wafting through the air. On the dining table lay 2 food containers, one filled with braised pork and the other with sautéed fish chunks. Li Yugui had prepared a porridge of cornmeal, accompanied by 2 steamed buns, all set for the meal. "Dad, you really bought braised pork?" Li Xiao exclaimed, his mouth watering at the sight of the generous portion. He hurried to his room to shed his heavy winter coat, tossed the fabric bag onto the bed, and rubbed his hands together in anticipation of dinner. Just as he lifted a pair of chopsticks to savor a piece of meat, a knock echoed at the door. Li Yugui rose to answer it, revealing Li Wan, clad in a large black winter coat, a scarf wrapped around her head, and carrying a fabric bag on her back. "Sister, what brings you here at this hour?" Setting down the bag and catching her breath, Li Wan waited for the door to close before speaking softly. "Your second brother-in-law had someone procure a pig's trotter for us. I feared coming during the day might draw attention." After informing Li Xiao, she turned to Li Yugui. "Dad, this year for the new year, you two shouldn't bother buying meat." Li Yugui approached and opened the bag to take a glance, frowning slightly. "Can just the 2 of you consume an entire trotter? Let your brother help you carry it back," he instructed. "Oh, Dad, we've saved plenty of meat for you. This was specifically arranged for you. I've even set aside 2 pairs of pig's feet from the elder sister. We'll be dining at our in-laws for the new year, so you needn't worry." Hearing that there was still meat from his eldest daughter, Li Yugui expressed concern. Is it truly all right to have so much? He certainly understood that the meat brought home by his second son-in-law was acquired through dubious means, not through legitimate channels. The second son-in-law worked in a restaurant, mingling with a diverse clientele, and had previously brought home various items under the table. "Rest assured, Father, you know what kind of person Bao is. He wouldn't dare engage in unreliable dealings," he reassured. Li Yugui nodded slightly. "Haven't eaten yet?" "Just right. I brought back some dishes from the cafeteria today. Sit down and eat quickly. Once you're done, let the third one escort you home." Li Wan glanced at the dishes on the table. "Father, you even got braised pork? Who in our family could be so indulgent?" She scoffed. Li Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment and went to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks for his second sister. Most of the meat and fish found their way into Li Xiao's stomach, while Li Yugui, disinterested in rich food that would be hard to digest, held a bowl of corn porridge paired with pickles. Li Wan, too, concocted various excuses to leave the better morsels for Li Xiao. Were it not for his insistence on serving them a few bites, they likely wouldn't have eaten a single piece. After the meal, Li Xiao refrained from inquiring about his father's aluminum sheets and instead donned a thick cotton jacket, pulling on a Russian hat as he accompanied his second sister home. His brother-in-law was still at the restaurant. She mentioned that they were hosting a group of important guests that evening, resulting in a later shift. "The hairpin you made for me, I received it. It's truly beautiful. I can't wait to wear it for the new year," Li Wan said, her heavily bundled face revealing only her bright eyes, which sparkled with delight. "Don't hesitate to wear it, second sister. In a few days, I'll craft even more exquisite ones for you," he replied. "You made them? I thought it was the eldest sister who helped you," she questioned. Li Xiao proudly stated, "The eldest sister learned from me. Without my guidance, she wouldn't have known how to make them." "Oh, my little brother is quite impressive. I always said you were clever," she teased. "Indeed. Just wait and see, second sister. I will earn a fortune and buy you new clothes and hairpins. You can spend freely," he boasted. Li Wan laughed heartily at his antics. "Then I shall eagerly await sharing in your good fortune." The siblings chatted as they walked, and Li Wan even inquired about Chu Xiao, worried she might still be pursuing her younger brother. Upon hearing that their father had compensated the Chu family 50 yuan, she was infuriated and contemplated confronting them. Among the two sisters, Li Feng was soft-hearted, while Li Wan was quite formidable during their childhood. When Li Xiao was involved in fights, his second sister would often be called upon to intimidate others. "Let it go, sister. This matter also falls on me. If I hadn't provoked her initially, we wouldn't have faced so many troubles afterward," he reasoned. "What's done is done. No need to bring it up again, or our father will get angry and take it out on me," he urged, calming his sister. He then recounted the altercation he witnessed involving the Chu family earlier that day. Hearing this, Li Wan exclaimed that they deserved it, and she no longer seemed inclined to pursue trouble with them. Chapter 21. A farewell. After escorting his second sister home, Li Xiao strolled toward his own residence with his hands tucked into the sleeves of his coat, taking long strides. At this hour, the streets were nearly deserted, and the absence of streetlights left the surroundings cloaked in darkness. The warmth from his cotton shoes did not increase with each step. Rather, his toes began to tingle with discomfort. In the northern regions during the 1970s, the winter chill was something future generations could scarcely fathom. Yet the people of that time seemed to endure the cold more resiliently than those to come. Li Xiao pondered where Huang Xi'er might be at this moment, contemplating how she managed to survive each biting winter night. Upon returning home, Li Xiao huddled by the stove to warm himself, while Li Yugui, without waiting for an inquiry, produced 2 rolls of aluminum sheet. "Is this enough?" "Yes, it's more than sufficient." Li Xiao, astonished, accepted the smooth and flat aluminum, never anticipating his father could procure so much. With the materials at hand, he wasted no time and immediately retrieved the large scissors from home to commence his work. Ideally, aluminum alloy would have been preferable. However, lacking professional machinery made crafting spring-loaded clips by hand quite laborious. Although this aluminum sheet had somewhat inferior elasticity, it was adequate for creating the simplest of clips. Li Xiao began by cutting out several rectangular pieces, each the size of his thumb, and then meticulously shaped them with the scissors. He recognized that this task was not particularly difficult, yet as it was his first attempt at making them himself, he proceeded slowly. After considerable effort, he managed to carve out the center, though the aluminum had become slightly deformed, and when he attempted to bend it, the movement was far from smooth. Observing him from the side, Li Yugui rose and rummaged through the toolbox for a carving knife. With this tool in hand, the task of opening the center became significantly easier. Nonetheless, the lack of flexibility remained an issue, as the aluminum was quite thin. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao decided to cut the head section open, allowing the 2 ends to overlap, which greatly improved functionality. Having completed one, the subsequent pieces progressed much more swiftly. Li Yugui, understanding the method with just a glance, fetched another pair of scissors to assist. He produced around 20 small clips, each thumb-sized, and 7 or 8 larger ones. Measuring the length of his index finger, Li Yugui assumed these were the finished products. But Li Xiao clarified that he would visit his elder sister's home the next day to create fabric covers for decoration. Otherwise, the edges might cause injury. You can't keep running to your sister's place every day. It's not ideal, especially with the new year approaching. Wake up early tomorrow and head to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some good sugar cubes, Liu Gui remarked, producing the sugar ration tickets reserved for the new year. Though your sister receives sugar tickets monthly, her in-laws have many mouths to feed, so if there's good tea, buy some as well. After a moment's thought, Liu Gui retrieved the 10 yuan he had set aside the previous day and handed it to Li Xiao. Due to his two daughters often supporting their maternal family, Liu Gui made it a point to send gifts to his in-laws during festive seasons. Relationships between people are cultivated through genuine interactions. One cannot always seek to gain advantage. His two daughters may lack understanding, but it was his duty as a father to be prudent. Li Xiao quickly tucked away the money and tickets, his swift actions prompting Liu Gui to feel a sense of unease. Make sure you don't squander that. If I find out you didn't buy anything, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Oh, come on, comradely, where's the trust between father and son? Liu Gui glared. Don't call me comradely again. Show some respect. Haha, Li Xiao promptly capitulated, tidying up the table and voluntarily preparing a basin of water for his father to soak his feet. As Liu Gui contentedly soaked his feet, he felt quite pleased with Li Xiao's recent behavior, believing he was indeed maturing with age. The evening between the father and son was notably harmonious. And seizing the moment while Li Xiao was in good spirits, Liu Gui broached the subject of work. Engaging in these activities is ultimately not a viable path. You must seek a stable job. I won't pressure you, but think about what you would like to do, and I will inquire on your behalf. If Li Xiao were willing to take over his position, Liu Gui could retire early. However, Li Xiao had previously proven to be rather unreliable, and Liu Gui feared he would not last long. Father, let us discuss work matters after the new year, Li Xiao interjected, feeling fatigued. I'm tired, father. You should rest early. With that, he retreated to his own small room, leaving Liu Gui shaking his head in resignation. The following day, Li Xiao rose early. Equipped with the traps he had crafted the previous day, he first rushed to the supply and marketing cooperative to procure sugar tea and glue, then headed to find his elder sister to collect the keys. The granary was bustling that morning, and without much inquiry, Li Feng promptly handed him the keys. Throughout the morning, Li Xiao busied himself crafting the covers for the clips. This task was straightforward, yet the diminutive size made it somewhat cumbersome for him. Operating the sewing machine required a gentle touch. A moment's lapse in concentration could lead to pricked fingers. He initially intended to embellish the front with decorative patterns, but after testing the glue, which proved inadequate, he resorted to stitching them on instead. If only he possessed the skill to crochet intricate designs, for that would enhance their visual appeal. Nevertheless, achieving this level of craftsmanship was commendable for Li Xiao. It would be splendid if he could locate a factory capable of processing plastic hairbands. These seemingly trivial items held significant market potential and were easily sellable. Having completed both large and small pieces, he glanced at the clock and noted that noon was approaching. Just as he contemplated heading home, his sister returned to bring him lunch. Sister, I plan to eat at home, but you'll be alone at home. What will you do? The cafeteria is serving stir-fried wood ear mushrooms with pork today. You should eat well, she urged. After setting the meal, Li Feng admired the finished products Li Xiao had created, her face lighting up with joy. Oh, you made these? They are beautiful. Are they meant to be worn on the head? Li Xiao took a plain one and pinned it to her hair, suggesting, Sister, take a look in the mirror. She admired her reflection, quite pleased. Since her hair was cut short and could not be braided, a simple bun felt too juvenile. Using the clips was far more suitable. Sister, wear this to work this afternoon. I'll save you 2 smaller ones for variety. Oh dear, you should keep them to sell, she replied, appreciating his effort but feeling hesitant to accept them. Understanding his sister's nature, Li Xiao insisted, they're not for you to wear for free. Consider it a prototype. If anyone desires them, you can assist me in selling. Li Feng found this proposition reasonable, confident that the young wives at the granary would likely be interested. How much are you planning to sell them for? They can't be priced the same as hair ties, Li Xiao pondered, realizing that exorbitant pricing would be impractical. The small ones will be 30 cents, and the large ones 50 cents, at the very least. Li Feng deemed this pricing acceptable and agreed. You can leave the keys with me. I'll have your brother-in-law make me a duplicate later. All right. This afternoon, I will seek out our second sister and then return home to continue working. As Li Feng observed Li Xiao's earnest demeanor, she felt a wave of pride and reached to ruffle his hair, only to realize he had grown significantly taller than her. Don't overexert yourself. If the household needs anything, let your elder sister know. Remember to come early when we collect the grain in a few days. I will set aside some for our family. Chapter 22. Sisters offering assistance. There was nothing lacking at home. Li Xiao pointed to the candies and tea he had hastily acquired that morning, saying, "This is from Dad for you, to take to your in-laws for the new year." Li Feng, upon seeing her brother carrying the items, initially thought he had brought gifts from their family home. "Oh dear, why did Dad buy these? I have no need for them. Just take them back later." "All right. I won't take them. You keep them. It will save you from your mother-in-law's sarcastic remarks." After Li Xiao organized the items, he sat down to eat. "I've told you before, take better care of yourself from now on. If anyone at your in-laws speaks unkindly to you, stand your ground. If anyone bullies you, let me know, and I will confront them." A faint smile appeared on Li Feng's face, her eyes glistening with moisture. "Who would dare bully me? As long as you behave yourself, dear brother, I will not have any grievances. Of course, I will be considerate. Just wait for the day you enjoy a good life with me." As he devoured the meal his sister had brought, Li Xiao felt a profound sense of contentment. In this life, not only did he have family, but they treated him with such kindness, something he had never even dared to dream of before. "Sister, I'm heading home now. You should hurry back to work. Don't bring me meals anymore. I'm grown up now and can manage on my own." Li Feng swiftly packed up the food containers. "All right, understood." After leaving his sister's home, Li Xiao planned to visit the recycling station, hoping to enlist his second sister to help promote it. The recycling station was now state-run. In the past, Li Xiao had little interest in such places, but now he perceived it as a treasure trove. Many items tainted by capitalism had been confiscated and sent here, including some antiques, which might even hold gold among them. However, everything was documented, and no one dared to pilfer anything. Li Xiao understood that everyone recognized the valuable items, but at this time, no one dared to associate with them. Thus, he could only contemplate in his mind, refraining from actually searching for treasures to take home. If anything went awry, his second sister would bear the consequences. Upon arriving at the recycling station, he found his second sister sitting in the small office, sewing. She was quite surprised to see him. "Oh, Li Xiao, what brings you here? Come in and warm yourself. It's so cold outside. What are you wandering about for?" "Wandering? No, I came to bring you something good." Li Xiao surveyed the modest office where his sister worked. The room was small, with a large wooden table by the window, allowing her to see if anyone entered the courtyard. On the table lay a stack of ledgers. Every time someone brought in or purchased recyclable items, it had to be recorded. In the center of the room was an iron stove, atop which sat a large kettle, and against the wall were a row of locked cabinets and 2 long benches. The room was surprisingly warm. Li Xiao pulled out a bench and sat down, while Li Wan poured him a cup of hot water from her large tea mug. "What do you have for me?" she asked eagerly. With a grin, Li Xiao retrieved 2 specially chosen hairpins, one large and one small, from his thick winter coat. "Sister, bow your head. Let me put these on for you." Li Wan had braided her hair into a twist today, using a fabric hair tie that Li Xiao had given her previously. The front and top of her head were bare, lacking any adornments. Li Xiao glanced around, retrieved the larger item, and produced a smaller one adorned with the same floral pattern. He deftly secured it at both sides of his second sister's forehead, tucking away the errant strands of hair. Li Wan extracted a mirror from the drawer beneath the large wooden table, examining her reflection with delight before covering her mouth in laughter. "So how do I look, second sister?" she inquired. Li Wan nodded vigorously. "Show me a few more." Li Xiao presented the items he had brought, placing them on the table. "You made these?" Li Wan scrutinized them closely. "Where did you get the aluminum pieces? Did you enlist Dad's help?" "Of course. Where else would I find them?" Li Xiao replied. Li Wan was pleasantly surprised. She had assumed their father would be reluctant to let his younger brother dabble in such projects, yet here he was providing assistance. "What kind of look is that, second sister? I'm engaged in serious work here. How could Dad not support me? He is the most open-minded parent." Li Wan chuckled. "Oh, if Dad hears that, he'll be overjoyed. Choose a few to keep for yourself. If anyone asks, just let me know later, and I'll deliver more." "Are you waiting for people to inquire? How many do you plan to keep here for sale?" Li Wan questioned. "The small ones are 30 cents, and the large ones are 50 cents. No haggling," he responded. "Each one is meticulously crafted and requires quite a bit of tidying up." Li Wan nodded in agreement. "Leave them with me. I'll sell them for you. Once they're gone, I'll give you the money. By the way, how many can you make in a day?" 'Last night, Dad helped me make about 20, Li Xiao answered. "Is it easy to do?" I don't have much going on at work. Perhaps I could assist you. Li Xiao considered this, realizing that his sister was quite skilled with needlework and could indeed be of great help. Second sister, do you know how to crochet? He asked. Creating flower shapes with yarn would enhance their appearance. We could even crochet small animals for children to wear. Indeed, we could also use yarn instead of fabric. It doesn't require much, and we can experiment with various colors, Li Wan replied, her enthusiasm growing. That sounds great. If you can manage it. I'll take care of the aluminum clips inside. We can divide the work and share the profits. How does that sound? Li Wan laughed. If they sell well. I won't take your money. I'll save it for you to use when you get married. Li Xiao chuckled in return. If I need your help to marry. That would truly be a pitiful situation. Ah, you seem quite confident, she teased. Li Wan organized the hair clips into the drawer and resumed her previous needlework. As long as you don't end up with someone like Chu Xiao, I'll be eternally grateful. Who is Chu Xiao? Li Xiao feigned ignorance. Li Wan knew he didn't want to discuss it, and she wasn't trying to nag. She was genuinely concerned. Thankfully, Li Xiao had come to his senses. For if he had remained infatuated with Chu Xiao, their household would have been unsettled. All right, second sister, I shall return home to craft more clips. When you have time, please try crocheting some flowers, and I will bring you some tomorrow. Li Xiao, eager to avoid further conversation about Chu Xiao, quickly excused himself. With both of his sisters willing to help sell the hair clips, he found himself relieved, allowing him more time during the day to complete his work and utilize the remaining materials in the coming days. As the year draws to a close, I aim to join Huang Xier for a few days of selling, to usher in a prosperous new year. Thinking of Huang Xier, I wonder if he has come by to visit me today. Li Xiao quickened his pace, hands tucked into his sleeves, hurrying towards the courtyard. Chapter 23. A surfeit of dark history. Upon exiting the recycling station, Li Xiao had no intention of lingering elsewhere. The cold was biting, and there were hardly any enjoyable pastimes to indulge in. Returning home to warm himself by the fire seemed far more appealing. Approaching the vicinity of the supply and marketing cooperative, he encountered two young men head-on. One was clad in a military green overcoat, topped with a Leifeng hat, while the other wore a black cotton jacket, its sleeves and hem adorned with conspicuous patches. Ah, isn't that Li Laosen? It had been several days since their last encounter. The youth in the military coat broke into a broad smile upon spotting Li Xiao and approached him briskly, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Where have you been? Just in time to run into you. Let's go out and have some fun. Li Xiao rummaged through his memories and finally recalled their identities. One was Fan Xiangdong, and the other was Lu Yuejin, both former companions of his. Fan Xiangdong had an elder brother serving in the southwest, rumored to hold a rank of regiment, and he regularly sent home a stipend. Consequently, Fan Xiangdong's family enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle, and the military coat he donned was a gift from his brother. In stark contrast, Lu Yuejin came from a large family, and his father, who once worked at a steel plant, had tragically passed away. Initially, the factory had offered him a position to succeed his father, but after 2 months of employment, he was caught twice for stealing from the factory. Out of respect for his father, they let him off the hook, yet he lost his job. Subsequently, Lu Yuejin spent his days mooching off Fan Xiangdong. Becoming a complete sycophant, Li Xiao used to revel in their company, yet now he harbored no desire to reconnect with these old friends. I have something to attend to. Perhaps another day, he fabricated an excuse, preparing to make his escape. What could you possibly have to do? Come on, let's head to my place. Soon, the Dahong brothers will join us. Today, it turned out that Fan Xiangdong had orchestrated a scheme, inviting others to his home for gambling, hoping to ensnare another pair of brothers into his web. Li Xiao had not only participated in such escapades before, but had also fallen victim to similar traps. Despite being a military dependent, Fan Xiangdong lacked any sense of moral integrity, exhibiting behavior even more dubious than that of Li Xiao and his companions. Many of the unscrupulous ideas originated from Fan Xiangdong, and although Li Xiao had never been his lackey, he had often found himself unwittingly manipulated. Each time trouble brewed, he charged headlong into the fray like an impetuous youth, oblivious to the repercussions. Reflecting on his past foolishness, Li Xiao felt increasingly grateful for the genuine affection shown to him by his father and 2 sisters. Otherwise, he might have been cast out long ago. I truly have matters to attend to today. If I return late, my father will be furious. Let us plan for another day, he asserted, hastily making his exit. Although he wished to sever ties with these individuals, there was no need for animosity. Fan Xiangdong barely had time to voice his protest before Li Xiao had already sprinted far away, as if pursued by a dog. As for Xiangdong, if he chooses not to come, so be it. I heard that not long ago. He made a fool of himself by jumping into an ice hole for a young girl, and the entire steel mill is now aware of his embarrassment. What do you understand? Fan Xiangdong cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yuejin. Li Xiao is a bit foolish. But what can you expect when he has such a good father? He gets whatever he wants. If I don't keep him company, what do I gain by entertaining you? Aware that Lu Yuejin's father had passed away, Fan Xiangdong's words were like daggers, devoid of any respect. Lu Yuejin knew all too well that he was merely a pawn in Fan Xiangdong's game, so though he was reluctant to hear it, he dared not retort or show his displeasure. Let him be. If he won't come, we'll invite him another day. Li Xiao dashed home, paying no heed to Fan Xiangdong and his companions. They once shared a bond, but now they were no longer of the same ilk. He diligently engaged in handicrafts at home the entire afternoon, waiting for old Li to return from work, yet Huang Seer was nowhere to be seen. Li Xiao felt a twinge of worry. Huang Seer had mentioned needing to return home for his rations, and with his stepmother around, it wouldn't be an easy task. Dad, do you remember my friend Huang Seer? Upon returning from work, Li Yugui couldn't rest, as he still had to prepare meals for the young master of the house. Irritated, he replied, "You have so many friends. How am I to know which one? The one who used to sleep over at our place, the one with the bald patches." Mention of the bald-headed boy jogged Li Yugui's memory. The child's hair was missing in several spots, as if nibbled by a dog. Some said it was a ghostly affliction, but in truth, it was due to a deficiency in essential nutrients. Why do you ask about this? Do you wish to bring him home? Li Xiao had previously informed him of Huang Seer's circumstances. Li Yugui was quite exasperated by his son's so-called friends, yet this Huang Seer was not unlikable. He was attuned to the nuances of social interaction. Dad, he is among those being sent to the countryside. He will leave after the new year. His family neglects him. He has no place to stay, and his stepmother doesn't even feed him. I thought since we have space, we could invite him over for the new year. What do you think? Li Yugui remained silent. Li Xiao assumed his father disapproved and implored further. He has been living in a makeshift shelter outside the city. How can he survive the bitter cold of winter? Dad, just until after the new year. He will be going to the countryside anyway. You know Huang Seer. He is a decent person, otherwise, I wouldn't bring him home. Li Yugui grunted in response. I never allowed you to bring people home before, and you didn't listen. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's face brightened with a smile. So, does that mean you agree? You can only bring him. No one else is to be brought home. Remember the last time you brought a friend over? We lost 20 pounds of grain tickets. Just mentioning it caused Li Yugui to feel a pang of regret. He had saved those tickets and had never intended to part with them. Yet, that stubborn child insisted it was not his friend who took them. Aside from those he brought home, no one else had visited. At that time, he had not been allowed to search for his friend. Once they left, how could they be found again? Was I not just a child then? Li Xiao awkwardly scratched his head, internally lamenting the extent of his past misadventures. You remain oblivious to the situation at hand. Regardless, it is imperative that you refrain from associating with those of questionable character. Li Yugui waved his hand, ushering Li Xiao out of the kitchen, thereby tacitly consenting to Huang Seer residing at their home. However, the following day, after delivering semi-finished products to his second sister, Li Xiao returned home only to find that Huang Seer had not yet arrived, despite the expectation that she would come to assist him with his sales endeavors. Pondering this, he felt a sense of unease and decided to venture out before nightfall, while Li Yugui had yet to return. As he stepped outside, a biting wind enveloped him, causing him to huddle his shoulders against the chill. Unsure of where to seek Huang Seer, he contemplated whether she was at home or outside the city. Standing in the center of the street, he deliberated for a moment before turning towards the direction of the textile factory. Chapter 24. Huang Seer's home. Huang Seer's residence was situated in a narrow alley near the textile factory. This area was far more chaotic than the courtyard, comprised of houses hastily constructed by the local populace in earlier years, lacking any coherent planning. Many families had built additional rooms in every nook and cranny as their children multiplied, resulting in a haphazard arrangement. Even the narrow pathways left for passage were cluttered with debris. By the time Li Xiao arrived, darkness had already descended. He knew Huang Seer lived in this vicinity, but was uncertain of the exact household. After some effort, he managed to catch two children returning home from play and inquired, eventually locating the innermost row of small houses. There were two adobe houses connected to two wooden shanties, appearing as a dark mass in the night. with only one room dimly lit. The sounds of children's laughter and commotion emanated from within, indicating a lively household. Unlike other families, they did not enclose their yard. Instead, two haystacks, one large and one small, were piled in front, leaving only a narrow path for entry. Xiao made his way through and called out, "Huang Seer." The noise inside persisted, and no one responded. He then knocked on the door vigorously. After a while, a child of about 8 or 9 opened the door and scampered away without acknowledging him. The aroma of freshly cooked food wafted through the air, mingling with the steam rising from a large pot. As Xiao stepped inside, he found himself treading on a floor strewn with dry hay. Upon raising his gaze, the mist dissipated slightly, revealing the scene within. A large group was gathered around a table, dining, while several children squatted by the stove, each clutching a bowl of food without lifting their heads. "Who are you?" inquired a woman seated at the table, noticing Li Zhao's unfamiliarity. He scrutinized her and surmised she was likely Huang Seer's stepmother. "I am looking for Huang Seer. Is he not at home?" "No," the woman replied curtly, lowering her head to continue eating, while the others at the table remained engrossed in their meal, offering no further reaction. Li Xiao turned his attention to a middle-aged man. "Huang Seer's biological father. Uncle, do you know where Huang Seer has gone? It is already dark. When might he return?" Li Xiao was aware that Huang Seer did not typically reside at home, deliberately posing the question, although he had not ventured into the inner room. The disarray in the kitchen indicated just how cramped the living conditions were. The dining table also accommodated Huang Seer's 2 older brothers, the eldest with a wife and children, all cohabiting in this chaotic space. The indifference exhibited by Huang Seer's father left Li Xiao feeling somewhat despondent, uncertain of his whereabouts. He pondered the chilling night air and wondered where he might be staying. At that moment, Huang Seer's stepmother remarked indifferently, "He's grown. Who knows where he has gone?" Realizing that he would glean no useful information from this family, Li Xiao chose to remain silent and departed. The air outside felt as though it was laced with ice shards, each breath sending a sharp sting from his nostrils to his chest. Yet, he found the outside world infinitely more comforting than the cold atmosphere within that house. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such aloof relatives, treating Huang Seer as if she were a stranger. It is often said that stepmothers are cruel. Yet Li Xiao sensed that the most heartless in this household was Huang Seer's biological father. After leaving Huang Seer's home, Li Xiao did not venture beyond the city, but hurried back home. As a street urchin familiar with the chaos that underpinned this era, he understood well the disarray masked by the myriad slogans. Like many other unemployed youths lingering in the city, he spent his days aimlessly, his boundless energy dissipating without purpose. He vaguely recalled a nationwide crackdown that had taken place during the reform period, triggered by the heinous crimes committed by young people like him, deprived of education. Seeking Huang Seer at night was impractical. The outskirts were far removed from the world he knew. He was not as socially adept as Huang Seer, who roamed freely. Upon returning home, he found old Li already asleep. Not wanting to disturb the peace, Li Xiao navigated his way in darkness to his small room. After removing his thick coat and shoes, he slipped beneath the covers, which surprisingly felt warm. Reaching down, he encountered a large glass bottle filled with hot water. A medical infusion bottle, sturdy with a rubber stopper to prevent spillage. He tucked the bottle at his feet and sighed contentedly as he settled into the warmth, quickly drifting into slumber while listening to the howling wind outside. The following morning, Li Xiao awoke to find that snow had blanketed the ground, likely having fallen during the late night, forming a thick layer. The windows were adorned with intricate frost patterns, and as he leaned closer to the glass and breathed against it, he cleared a small patch to reveal a pristine view. Outside in the courtyard, the neighbors were diligently shoveling snow from their doorsteps. His father, too, was outside with a broom, already making progress towards the center of the courtyard. Li Xiao donned his heavy coat and shoes, neatly folded the blankets, and placed the now-cool glass bottle on the table. As he opened the door, a gust of icy wind rushed in, causing him to shiver. "Dad, you need to focus on clearing the area right outside the door, not the entire courtyard," he called out, but old Li was already quite far from the entrance. Hearing his son, he turned back briefly to wave before resuming his work. In the courtyard, others were busy shoveling and sweeping, likely spurred on by Li Yogue's focus on his own home, as they diligently cleared the path leading out of the courtyard. A few small children, playing in the snow piled up by the adults, tossed snow around gleefully, eliciting a chorus of reprimands from the grown-ups. Li Xiao looked up at the delicate snowflakes drifting down from the sky, grimaced slightly, and hurriedly shut the door, feeling the warmth of the room dissipate in an instant. The snow outside had been nearly cleared, and he no longer felt the need to venture out to play the dutiful son. After leisurely finishing his breakfast and tidying the table, he was washing the dishes when old Li returned, stomping the snow off his cotton shoes with a thunderous racket at the doorstep. Upon entering and seeing Li Xiao had washed the dishes, Li Yogui's spirits lifted instantly. "It's cold outside. Let us not go roaming today." "Understood, Dad," Li Xiao replied readily. He intended to spend the day at home finishing off the remaining aluminum scraps, but first, he needed to find Huang Seer. Given the heavy snowfall last night, Li Xiao was genuinely concerned that Huang Seer might have frozen to death in some corner. Li Yugui, as usual, went to grab his old leather bag for work, a bag that had seen many years and whose leather bottom was peeling off. Li Xiao felt a pang of sorrow. He thought if he could sell all the hairpins he had made, he might buy him a new one before the new year. Watching Li Yugui walk away from the window, he hurried back inside to fetch a thick cotton coat, donned a hat and scarf, locked the door, and left the courtyard. Chapter 25. Homeless. The ground was covered in a thick layer of snow, crunching underfoot. In such weather, even shoppers were few and far between. After the work hours had passed, only a smattering of people dotted the streets. Li Xiao wished to venture out of the city. Yet he was unaware of where the group avoiding the countryside had set up their makeshift camp. As he pondered whom to ask for information, he spotted a figure approaching, hunched over, with a crown of white snow atop his head. Huang Seer. As the person drew nearer, Li Xiao recognized him first by the cotton coat he had given away. "Where have you been yesterday, you rascal?" Li Xiao exclaimed, noticing the bruises marring Huang Seer's face and the alarming purple swelling around his eyes. Without uttering a word, he draped the warm cotton coat he had brought over Huang Seer. He brushed the snow off Huang Seer's head, removed his own hat and scarf, and placed them on him, urging him to walk home together. They paused at a breakfast shop, and as Li Xiao rummaged in his pockets for money, Huang Seer tremulously offered a few coins and a ration ticket, sharing a bowl of steaming soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks. It seemed that warmth had finally returned to Huang Seer's body. When they resumed walking, he appeared less stiff. The two returned to the steel factory courtyard in silence, not exchanging a word along the way. Upon entering, Li Xiao opened the door, and Huang Seer quietly removed the hat, scarf, and cotton coat, crouching by the stove to warm himself. Li Xiao, still refraining from asking anything, fetched a bowl and poured him some hot water. Huang Seer cradled the bowl, drinking eagerly. "I told my dad that you can stay in my room. We can squeeze in together. This new year, let us celebrate here. After all, it's just my dad and me at home. More company makes for a livelier atmosphere." As Li Xiao stepped into the house, his cotton shoes, having trodden through the snow, began to melt. He removed his shoes and placed them beside the stove to dry. Upon witnessing this, Huang Seer also took off his cotton shoes, revealing a pair of sooty feet. "Have you been stepping in dung? What a foul odor." Li Xiao pinched his nose and resignedly went to the back room to fetch a basin for washing feet. After a moment's thought, he set the foot basin aside and retrieved a large aluminum tub used for summer bathing, placing it next to the stove. A large kettle of water was already boiling atop the stove, which he poured into the tub before adding a few scoops of cool water. "You should take a bath. Otherwise, you shall not be sharing my bed tonight." Huang Seer responded with an embarrassed smile and obediently began to undress. In the past, he would have certainly resisted a few times, just as he had when Li Xiao suggested he stay over. He would always find an excuse to decline. However, today he was remarkably compliant, following Li Xiao's every request. Huang Seer had indeed become emaciated, and it was evident he had not bathed in quite some time, his body filthy beyond measure. As he removed his trousers, he pulled out a wad of money and grain tickets from his pocket. "I took this from home, Brother Xiao. Consider it my contribution for staying at your place." Li Xiao took the money and counted it. Only 50 cents in total and 6 liang of grain tickets. The corners of his mouth twitched, not out of disdain for the meager amount, but rather in confusion. "But I gave you 2 yuan before, didn't I? How is it that you came back with even less?" Huang Seer bowed his head in shame. The money you gave me was taken by them. This is what I managed to reclaim." Li Xiao was momentarily speechless. "So you were beaten by your father and the others?" "No. It was my elder brother and my stepmother who struck me." Huang Seer crouched by the tub, splashing water onto himself. "Your elder brother doesn't stand up for you?" Li Xiao found it hard to comprehend. It was understandable for a stepmother and her biological children to mistreat Huang Seer, But how could his elder brother, born of the same mother, allow their stepmother to bully his own flesh and blood? Forget it. You shouldn't return there anymore. Li Xiao fetched a bar of soap and helped Huang Xi'er scrub off the grime. In the harsh northern winter, few households had the luxury of daily baths, at most. They soaked their feet in warm water at night, with a trip to the public bathhouse every 10 days or so considered a luxury. Even at their steel factory, where there was a bathhouse for employees, no one bathed daily unless their work was particularly filthy. Outside, the water froze into icicles. During this season, warmth was solely dependent on the stove, and some families could not even afford to burn coal. A cold could spell disaster in such times. Medical and sanitary conditions were still underdeveloped, and while children were often born, many did not survive. Huang Xi'er washed himself briefly and donned the old clothes that Li Xiao had found. He eagerly helped pour water, but Li Xiao gently restrained him by the stove. Dry off a bit. You'll freeze if you go out like that. Li Xiao pushed the tub aside and rummaged through the remaining aluminum sheets, instructing Huang Xi'er on how to proceed. Let us prepare these today, and tomorrow we shall go to my elder sister's house to craft them into something special. By the day after tomorrow, we can begin selling. 2 days should suffice for my sister and second sister to spread the word. Once everything is sold, we shall buy New Year goods, and I will take you to the factory bathhouse for a proper wash. Huang Xi'er replied softly, nodding as he focused on crafting the semi-finished products. Li Xiao glanced at him and suddenly recalled the large yellow dog he had secretly raised in the orphanage in a later life. The two had spent an entire day engaged in handicrafts. Huang Xi'er was quite diligent, not only making hairpins, but also voluntarily going out to fetch water once their hair had dried and cleaning the wash basin, even mopping the floor. At noon, they made do with some pickled vegetables and cornmeal, working tirelessly until around 3 in the afternoon, having used up all the aluminum foil. They produced about 60 large hairpins and over 100 small ones. After tidying up the scraps, Li Xiao gathered all the hairpins into a large cloth bag. Noticing that there was still time, he took Huang Xi'er to visit his second sister. Li Wan was familiar with Huang Xi'er and expressed her gratitude upon hearing that he was helping out. Look, I learned this from a lady at the recycling station. How does this look? The small leaves crocheted from green cotton thread fit perfectly on the small hairpins. This is excellent, sister. Is there enough thread? Anyway, you don't need much for this. I'll ask them for some scraps, and that should suffice. All right, let us go with colors. You choose what you think fits best. Then let us also crochet some small pads, matching the size of the hairpins. Later, I'll sew a piece of fabric underneath so it can just be slipped on. Li Wan listened intently and suggested they also make some with wool yarn. The siblings deliberated over various patterns for quite some time, and Li Xiao sketched a few designs. Receiving abundant praise from Li Wan, Huang Xi'er watched with envy. Although he was not an only child, his relationships with his siblings were quite strained. When a family's resources are insufficient to meet the needs of all its members, some will yield to one another, while others may turn into adversaries competing for resources. Even siblings born of the same parents may disregard their blood ties for the sake of personal gain. Li Wan remarked that crocheting these would be quick, and that she could collect some the next afternoon. She also mentioned that several people had inquired about the hairpin she was currently wearing. Subsequently, she handed each of them a handful of roasted peanuts in their pockets, sending them off with the promise of returning the next afternoon. As they exited the recycling station, Huang Xi'er chewed on the aromatic peanuts, feeling as though he had gained a sister of his own. Chapter 26. The Peculiar Individual in the Following Days. The hairpins crafted by Li Xiao and Huang Xi'er sold remarkably well. Their eldest sister would assist him in sewing fabric pieces in the evenings, while their second sister, whenever her workload permitted, would help decorate the hairpins. Li Xiao and Huang Xi'er primarily focused on selling, traversing the streets and alleys each day. They fashioned a string to hang an array of hairpin designs around their necks, wrapping them in a large cotton coat. When encountering women, they would quietly lift the coat to show them the hairpins. However, due to the bruises on Huang Senior's face, people tended to shy away from him, resulting in less successful sales. As for Huang Xi'er living in their home, Li Yugui did not comment much. During dinner, he would simply prepare an extra portion. This made Huang Xi'er feel quite embarrassed. Food was scarce for any household, and as a young man, he felt awkward either eating too little or too much. Thus, every mealtime, he struggled to ease himself into the situation. Li Xiao noticed this, but did not press him. He merely refilled Huang Xi'er's bowl once he had finished. Before long, the last day to collect ration supplies before the new year arrived. The elder sister had long informed him to reserve some provisions for their father. urging him to collect them promptly. Working at the grain station was indeed convenient, while others had to cute away their grains. He could simply retrieve them from his sister. On the day of collection, Li Yuguwei unearthed the family's grain book and repeatedly cautioned Li Xiao not to misplace it. The two set out directly for the grain station, only to discover a throng of people crowded there. Even though he wouldn't have to stand in line, his sister was now too busy to assist. Consequently, Li Xiao decided to take Huang Xi'er to the recycling station first to fetch the pre-prepared line pieces from his second sister. As they approached the recycling station, they noticed a suspiciously bundled figure peering through the entrance. When Li Xiao and his companion drew nearer, the individual glanced back, promptly turned, and hurried away with a lowered head. Li Xiao found it somewhat peculiar, but did not dwell on it. After all, it was broad daylight, and the recycling station was not solely occupied by his second sister. There were other workers sorting through the materials as well. Inside the small room, two individuals were present, his second sister and a middle-aged woman named Zheng, who was assisting her in crafting flowers. Li Xiao greeted them and admired the beautifully crafted items his sister had completed. Is it collection day? Have you already gathered yours? Li Wan inquired. Not yet. I noticed the crowd at my sister's place was overwhelming, so I thought I would come here first, he replied. Li Wan nodded and began packing the completed items. Are these sufficient? Li Xiao counted. Yes, this will do. We can discuss more after the new year. He opened his cotton coat and selected the most exquisite pieces to hand to the assisting woman. Sister, thank you for your help. I heard from my second sister that you contributed a considerable amount of thread. You can keep these to wear or gift to someone. Oh, how can I accept such generosity? It's not easy for you all to make these, Zheng replied cheerfully. Besides, at my age, wearing such vibrant colors would only invite laughter. You certainly do not appear old, akin to my second sister. With a little more embellishment, you could easily pass for a newlywed bride, Li Xiao flattered, causing Zheng to burst into hearty laughter. This child, my daughter is only 2 or 3 years younger than you, Zheng remarked. Perfect. Please select 2 to take home for your daughter, Li Xiao encouraged. Zheng, unable to refuse, chose 2 red floral pieces but insisted that she would not take any more. Li Wan found the exchange amusing, but then her gaze caught something outside the window, prompting her to stand abruptly. She hurried to the door and called out, Are you here to sell or buy scrap? If you have something to say, come in. The individual outside had been lingering for quite some time, and Li Wan, seated by the window, had a clear view of the entrance. The person had previously stood outside, peering in, and just as she was about to step out to inquire, they fled. She and T noticed how long they had been watching. Li Xiao followed her to the entrance for a glance, but the figure was nowhere in sight. How strange. What could possibly be so intriguing about the recycling station? Li Wan muttered, growing somewhat impatient. Was it someone in a large black cotton coat? Yes, did you see them? Li Xiao exchanged glances with Huang Xi'er. We spotted them outside the entrance when we arrived. They ran off as we approached. Sister Zheng began to speak. Perhaps he intends to sell something unsavory, Zhuanzi. No need to pay him any mind. Upon hearing this, Li Wan nodded and returned to her seat. Li Xiao, curious, inquired, What unsavory thing? Children should not pry. You both should hurry along. Don't you still need to collect the grain? Li Wan clearly wished to keep Li Xiao in the dark. Aware of his inquisitive nature and fearing he might get entangled in matters better left alone. Pa, so secretive, Li Xiao scoffed, dismissing the idea of anything truly scandalous. As he and Huang Xi'er left the recycling station with a bag full of colorful yarn creations, the furtive individual had vanished. But Li Xiao paid him no mind and led Huang Xi'er to the grain station. Sister Li had just finished serving a wave of customers, and the crowd had thinned somewhat lately. This grain station was responsible for supplying approximately 70 households on their street, while others were catered to by different stations. Upon seeing Li Xiao, Li Feng visibly relaxed, requesting the grain ledger for registration, and beckoned him to the storeroom. Last time I returned, I saw there was still enough coarse grain at home. This time, I'll give you less cornmeal and more rice and white flour. Perfect for steaming buns and making dumplings during the new year. As she spoke, she began to retrieve the pre-allocated rice and flour for him. Among the provisions was a packet of white sugar, a bag of dried dates, and a package of walnuts. Walnuts are good for the brain. Crack them open and enjoy when you have the time, she advised. Li Xiao gazed at the sizable bag, clearly overflowing. And the sugar and walnuts were not part of the regular supply. Typically, they would need to purchase such items from the supply and marketing cooperative. It was evident these were Sister Li's private additions. Where did these come from, sister? Li Feng tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Mind your own business. Just eat them. Now hurry and carry this home. Li Xiao rolled his eyes. All right then, if Dad asks. I'll just say, Li Feng said to eat quietly. Li Feng playfully punched Li Xiao's arm. Don't act all clever. Hurry home directly and don't lose the grain. All the way from the storeroom to the exit of the grain station, Li Feng expressed her worries, repeatedly checking the ledger and what he had stashed in his pockets. Li Xiao, exasperated, pulled Huang Xier along, while Sister Li returned inside. The two of them had no intention of lingering elsewhere and planned to head straight home. Suddenly, Huang Xier tugged at Li Xiao, giving him a knowing glance. Turning his head, Li Xiao noticed a figure in a large black cotton coat lurking at the alley next to the grain station. Their eyes met. Chapter 27. Gold for Grain. Huang Xier clearly recognized this person as the one they had seen earlier at the recycling station. He glanced at Li Xiao, who was frowning. According to the second sister, this individual had been loitering outside the recycling station all morning, seemingly fearful. Now, instead of fleeing upon making eye contact with Li Xiao, he remained, which piqued Li Xiao's curiosity. Li Xiao handed the heavy bag on his back to Huang Xier. You hold this, I'll go see what he wants. Huang Xier attempted to dissuade him, but was unable to stop him. As he observed the bustling street at this hour, Huang Xier felt a sense of relief, for they were merely at the entrance of the alley and had not ventured deeper. In terms of prowess, Li Xiao was indeed quite capable. Unlike Huang Xier, who often experienced the pangs of hunger, Li Xiao had never suffered from a lack of sustenance throughout his life. He was robust in stature and had a history of instigating trouble and engaging in fights. However, the primary reason Huang Xier chose to associate with him was that, regardless of his reckless behavior outside, he never laid a hand on his family. Huang Xier was apprehensive of Li Xiao's father, having witnessed Li Xiao endure numerous beatings at his hands. Among the acquaintances he knew, some were truly beyond parental control, having physically assaulted their own parents on more than one occasion. Although Huang Xier's own family lacked affection, he still held disdain for the unfilial. Meanwhile, as Li Xiao approached the alley entrance, the figure before him instinctively retreated a couple of steps, seemingly apprehensive. Yet, they only stepped back briefly before halting, fixating on Li Xiao with a pair of eyes peeking through the gaps. As Li Xiao drew closer, he discerned that although the individual was clad in men's attire, it was evidently ill-fitting and quite oversized. The person not only wore a hat, but also wrapped a large scarf around their neck and mouth. The pair of elongated, almond-shaped eyes, however, were striking, with a hint of elegance that belied the youthfulness of the individual. Were you just observing us? Li Xiao initiated the conversation. Sensing the silence from the other side, the figure appeared wary, their oversized cotton coat failing to conceal the tension in their body, as if bracing for a swift escape at any moment. I've seen you outside the recycling station before. Do you need something? Another silence ensued, and just as Li Xiao pondered whether the individual might be mentally unstable or mute and was about to turn away, the person suddenly spoke. Are you carrying rice or flour? Li Xiao was taken aback. Despite the subdued tone, he immediately recognized that the speaker was a woman. Why do you ask? Huang Xier stood not far off, and even Li Xiao himself doubted that this woman, who was a head shorter than him, could pose a threat to his provisions. Can I trade something for a bit of fine grain? Li Xiao raised his gaze slightly, as if surmising her intentions. She had lingered outside the recycling station earlier, hesitant to enter, and now approached the grain station when the crowd was sparse. Rather than claiming her rations directly, she sought to barter at the entrance. How much do you wish to exchange? What do you have? Previously, Li Xiao might have turned away, preferring to avoid contact with such individuals. However, curiosity now piqued his interest in what the woman might offer. Upon hearing his inquiry, she retreated another 2 steps. Do you have white flour? I would like to trade for 10 pounds. Only white flour. This revelation diverged from Li Xiao's expectations. He had presumed she was in dire need of food, only to find out her singular desire was for flour. If you possess it, I can offer gold in exchange. With that, the woman fixed her gaze intently on Li Xiao, her expression unwavering. Having not heard from Li Xiao for quite some time, she tightly grasped her hand concealed within her sleeve. Xiao Ge, are you done? Huang Xier called out, unable to discern the conversation between the two. After a prolonged silence, when Li Xiao did not turn back, she shouted again. This caused the woman opposite Li Xiao to retreat several steps, startled like a frightened rabbit. She hastily uttered, "Forget it, I won't change anymore," and turned to flee. Li Xiao chose not to pursue her and returned to Huang Xier's side. "Let us go home first," he said. "What was that person doing?" Huang Xier inquired with curiosity. Li Xiao shook his head, speculating that she was either someone like Huang Xi'er, hiding from rural assignments, or possessed some other troubling identity. Nevertheless, a woman bold enough to claim she had gold certainly had audacity. Had she been of ill intent, she would have undoubtedly followed them. Not bringing up the earlier encounter, Xiao refrained from revealing to Huang Xi'er that it was a woman. They returned home with their grain and began processing the semi-finished products. As the days drew closer to the new year, the hairpins that Xiao and Huang Xi'er had made were nearly sold out, yielding a meager profit of 62 yuan and some change after deducting their almost non-existent costs. This modest income nearly drove Huang Xi'er to the brink of ecstasy. Had they not run out of materials for the clips, he would have been prepared to forego sleep to continue working. Although there were some remnants of fabric, their colors were not appealing enough to sell many hair ties. Acquiring 2 sheets of aluminum from Old Li was commendable, yet sustaining such endeavors long-term was untenable. Thus, Xiao decided to cease production and pondered how to utilize the 60-odd yuan effectively. The hairpin enterprise was unlikely to be sustainable unless they could establish a processing factory and distribute products nationwide, with their progress barely qualifying as a workshop. These 2 covert salesmen were far from achieving financial success. By now, Huang Xi'er had mastered the skill of operating a sewing machine, and feeling embarrassed to go alone to Li Zhao's elder sister's home, he insisted on having Li Xiao accompany him. There, he diligently sewed the remaining fabric scraps into small hair ties, driven by the mantra that every little bit counted. Observing Huang Xi'er's earnest demeanor, Li Xiao felt certain that his friend would find success in the future. Nevertheless, he refrained from sharing their earnings with Huang Xi'er, primarily due to their insignificance. After discussing the possibility of saving the money to explore other opportunities post-New Year, Huang Xi'er looked at Li Xiao in surprise. "Xiao Ge, I live off you every day, and all these materials are provided by you. Why would you give me money?" He continued to focus on the sewing machine. "After the New Year, I won't stay long. Even if I had money in the countryside, there's nowhere to spend it. I'm quite content just being with you." Li Xiao remained silent for a considerable time, knowing he had to find a way to address Huang Xi'er's situation. He could not reveal that rural assignments would be abolished in a few years. "Xi'er, you shouldn't be too pessimistic. Things are different now. Haven't you heard that many educated youth have been selected to attend worker-peasant universities and return to the city?" Huang Xi'er shook his head. "I barely recognize a few characters. They only select those with abilities. I wouldn't even know how to farm. I'd just end up living in a cow shed and herding cattle." Li Xiao's lips twitched. Those living in cow sheds were indeed the true elites. Chapter 28. The gold ingot with the character for longevity. If you do not wish to go, then do not go. We are financially secure now, and you need not worry about provisions. There are countless places to hide. Even if you were to remain in my home indefinitely, they would not find you, and you would not receive your rations anyway. Huang Xi'er's grain supply had been withheld by his family, and without access to food stamps, anxiety consumed him. In these times, aside from formal employment, street vendors dared not brazenly sell their goods. Only certain items at the supply and marketing cooperative did not require food stamps. Otherwise, every morsel necessitated a ticket. With no provisions and no family to oversee him, survival in the city could indeed lead to starvation. Huang Xi'er shook his head, saying, "How could I continue to live off your hospitality with such shamelessness? Who claims you are living off me for free? How naive. You must contribute by helping with chores." Li Xiao tossed a bundle of elastic bands toward Huang Xi'er, who chuckled foolishly and refrained from further protest. Upon completing the final batch of fabric-covered hair ties, the 2 ventured onto the snow-laden streets. Huang Xi'er intended to sell his wares, while Li Xiao planned to visit his brother-in-law's shop, hoping to procure a larger fish. They parted ways mid-journey, and Li Xiao proceeded alone toward the restaurant. As he passed the grain station, he spotted the woman clad in a large black cotton coat once more, dressed in oversized attire that concealed her femininity. She could easily be mistaken for a diminutive man if viewed from afar. Since their last encounter, Li Xiao had sold hair clips in the vicinity with Huang Xi'er for quite some time, nearly forgetting her existence. Unexpectedly, today he crossed paths with her again. She lingered near the grain station, observing those who came to purchase grain. Li Xiao noticed her conversing briefly with a man emerging from the grain store, after which they exited the alley together, heading into the distance. Contemplating the situation, he discreetly followed them, maintaining a careful distance as they walked in tandem. The woman trailed behind the man, head lowered, occasionally glancing about, clearly exhibiting the anxiety of a thief. As they neared the desolate old theater, They halted near its vicinity before veering to the side. This location was deserted, littered only with remnants of debris and refuse from the theater's past. Xiao dared not approach too closely, but once they entered, he stepped forward cautiously. As he neared a pile of garbage, he heard a sharp scream from within. Robbery. The cry was urgent but abruptly ceased after uttering a single word. Xiao hesitated momentarily before rushing forward. Upon rounding a corner, he collided forcefully with another individual, both tumbling to the ground. The impact left Xiao momentarily breathless, as he had been struck squarely in the chest. Gazing up, he realized the person who had emerged was a man. The other party had also been affected by the collision, still dazed as Xiao rose. At that moment, the woman, who had been lurking, dashed out and delivered a swift kick to the man's groin. He crumpled to the ground, gasping in silence, prompting Xiao to instinctively cross his legs in sympathy. The woman in the black cotton coat was breathing heavily, wiping away the blood trickling from the corner of her eye. She bent down and swiftly retrieved an object from the man's grasp, hastily stowing it away in her pocket. He then raised his head to gaze at Xiao, slowly retreating. Xiao, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Surely you do not intend to flee after knocking someone out?" It was he who had broken his promise and seized my belongings. Xiao, fully aware of the situation, inquired, "Do you still desire 10 pounds of flour?" The woman hesitated for a moment, then scrutinized Xiao closely before recognizing him. It would be best to acquire some millet as well. One of her eyes appeared to have been struck, with the corner bruised and bleeding continuously. Nevertheless, she fixated on Xiao, inspecting him intently, and then, as if having made a resolute decision, retrieved something from her pocket. "This is all I possess. If you are willing to help me procure food, I will exchange this." Xiao looked down to see a small, dark gold object in her fair palm, shaped like a tiny ingot. "What is this?" "This is a longevity character gold ingot, pure gold," she replied, her voice muffled by her thick scarf. "I only wish to trade it for 10 pounds of millet and 10 pounds of flour." Xiao momentarily fell silent, lacking familiarity with such items. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a substantial piece of gold. In his previous existence, he belonged to the lower echelons of society, having only seen gold rings and necklaces in shops. Furthermore, Xiao understood that if this little ingot were genuine, its value could not merely be assessed by the price of gold. It might one day serve as an antique. 5 pounds each of flour and millet, he finally proposed, noting her lack of response, which led her to lower her demands. "May I examine this item?" Xiao extended his hand, and after a brief hesitation, she handed it over. He scrutinized it from various angles, weighing it in his palm, estimating it to be at least 50 grams. The surface bore a deformed longevity character pattern, clearly ancient and already showing signs of patina. "Very well, I will make the exchange. You wait for me near the grain station. I will retrieve the rice and flour, and then you may give it to me." With that, Xiao returned the ingot to her. This action alleviated her apprehension significantly. Had he run away with it, like the man from earlier, she would have had no recourse and might not have been able to pursue him. They prepared to leave, but one remained unconscious on the ground. Xiao felt that this unfortunate fellow was likely to face dire consequences, yet he was not inclined to feel pity. "We cannot leave him here. He might freeze to death." This secluded area would see no one passing through in the depths of winter, and remaining unconscious here posed a genuine threat to his life. "You should hide near the grain station, not in that alley. Wait for me at the back door of the grain station while I deal with him. I will come to find you afterward." The woman glanced at Xiao. "Will this implicate you?" Her question sparked a flicker of admiration in Xiao for her. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. Depart without concern. I can manage this. If I have not returned in an hour, you should wait for me at the back door of the barber shop." "Thank you," she replied, and without further delay, she hurried away. Xiao looked at the man on the ground, contemplated for a moment, then crouched down and scooped a handful of snow, slapping it on the man's face. As he began to stir, Xiao took the opportunity to lie down beside him, groaning and feigning injury. Before long, the man on the ground regained consciousness, awakening with a pained cry, curling up in agony. He called out for Xiao, successfully drawing the attention of the other individual. "Who are you, brother? I was merely seeking a moment of convenience when you suddenly charged at me and knocked me down, followed by your accomplice delivering a kick." Xiao, his face contorted in pain, clutched the man's clothing, one hand pressed against his groin, writhing on the ground like a worm. "Your accomplice has fled, but you shan't escape. I'm certain I've been injured. You must take me to the hospital." Chapter 29. Jiang Weiyu hid behind a haystack across from the grain station. Her gaze fixed on the entrance leading to the station's rear door. Although the previous individual appeared trustworthy, she could not fully relax her vigilance. Clutching a small gold ingot engraved with the character for longevity in her palm, she noted that the bleeding from her eye had ceased, leaving only a faint sting, while the cold was numbing her limbs. Without a watch, she had lost track of time. As her body began to stiffen from the chill, Jiang Weiyu surmised that nearly an hour had passed. Just as she contemplated rerouting to the barber shop mentioned by the person, she spotted him entering the rear path of the grain station. Xiao arrived at the back entrance, glancing around, but did not see the woman. Could it be that she did not dare to come? Scratching his head, he was not inclined to wait idly when he suddenly caught sight of her. "Oh, you startled me," he exclaimed, patting his chest. "I thought you had lost your nerve and left." Jiang Weiyu kept her face closely veiled, leaving only a narrow slit for her eyes to be seen. "How did you manage to send that person away?" "Huh, it was quite simple. I claimed you and I were in cahoots, and that he should compensate me for the trouble he caused by sending me to the hospital. That frightened him off," Xiao replied. Jiang Weiyu had not anticipated such a resolution. She had expected him to escort the man to the hospital, but instead, he had turned the tables. His initial ill intentions to pilfer were now overshadowed by his trepidation. "Thank you for today." "Not at all. I'm just going inside to purchase some grain." "You need 5 pounds of flour and 5 pounds of millet, correct?" Jiang Weiyu nodded, gripping the small gold ingot tightly. "Then wait here." Xiao entered the grain station through the back door, where the staff recognized him and did not impede his progress, knowing he was there to see Li Feng. He went directly to the front hall, where Li Feng, surprised to see him coming from the back, was approached by Xiao. Seizing the opportunity while it was not busy, he quietly called his elder sister to a corner, requesting her assistance in procuring 10 pounds of grain. "What do you need this for? Haven't you just brought some back from home?" "It's not for my family," Xiao replied, knowing he could not disclose the full truth, as his sister's nature would never permit such actions. "Sister, a friend had his grain withheld by his family. It's a dire situation, and he cannot eat without my help, but he is willing to pay." As he spoke, Xiao discreetly produced 2 coins from his pocket, slipping them to Li Feng. "There's no ticket. They're charging extra." Currently, millet was priced at 13 cents per pound, and ordinary flour at 18 cents. Xiao's order was modest, and the 2 coins provided him with a generous surplus. In the city, not every household had sufficient grain. Yet some individuals came to purchase it at inflated prices, which led Li Feng to harbor no suspicions. She merely thought that Li Zhao's friend lacked the skill to manage his affairs. After all, he was not an elderly person without teeth. How long could one survive on such refined flour and millet? "Sister, please pack it up quickly. My friend is waiting," urged Li Xiao. With no other option, Li Feng weighed out 5 pounds of white flour and 5 pounds of millet for him. Noticing the generous payment he offered, she decided to include an additional 3 pounds of japonica rice. Japonica rice, also known as early rice, was somewhat coarse and less palatable, yet it was inexpensive, costing only 9 cents per pound, and provided substantial satiety. Typically, families with growing children would request more japonica rice during grain distribution, as it could sustain them longer. Arriving empty-handed, Xiao had Li Feng place the items into a bag, which she then tied together. Once he acquired the grain, he promptly exited through the front door, taking a detour to the back, gesturing to the woman still waiting at the rear entrance. Upon seeing the bag in Li Zhao's hand, Jiang Weiyu's eyes lit up. She hurried to him, and he set the bag down, opening it for her inspection. When she discovered the additional small sack of japonica rice, she hesitantly inquired, "Is this for me as well?" Li Xiao, unaware that his elder sister had added more, felt compelled to nod in affirmation. "Yes. Otherwise I would feel a bit guilty about taking advantage of your precious treasure." Everyone was aware of the inequity in this transaction, yet such were the realities. Sometimes, a grain of rice held more value than gold or silver. Moreover, the items in this woman's possession could not be openly displayed, otherwise, she would not have spent several days wandering in exchange for a mere bit of grain. Li Xiao finally understood her intentions when he first encountered her outside the recycling station. Inside the station, items similar to what she held were plentiful, but most came from confiscated properties, and who would dare claim them as their own to sell? This woman likely could not clarify the origins of her belongings, making her presence outside entirely justifiable. Who amongst them would not recognize the value of good items? Yet, who would dare to claim them? They could only be recorded as waste and left there. As for where those items would eventually end up, that was beyond Li Xiao's knowledge. However, he now had the opportunity to acquire one, which he planned to keep carefully hidden. Perhaps it could serve as a treasured heirloom in the future. Despite the ongoing class struggle and the slogans denouncing capitalist elements still plastered on the streets, the antiques and heirlooms emerging post-reform indicated that others shared Li Xiao's sentiments. "Thank you very much," Jiang Weiyu said as she handed a small ingot to Li Xiao. Regardless of whether the value was equivalent, she had exchanged it for something she genuinely needed, and her gratitude was heartfelt. Li Xiao accepted the item, resisting the urge to examine it in public, and carefully tucked it into his cotton coat pocket, close to his heart. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Jiang Weiyu nodded, watching as Li Xiao turned to depart, and she quickly lifted her bag, hastening away from the vicinity of the grain store. As Li Xiao pressed his hand against his chest, excitement surged within him. 10 pounds of grain for merely 2 yuan was an extraordinary bargain. The feelings of guilt and discomfort he had mentioned were merely words. Li Xiao felt no remorse. As the saying goes, everyone has their own needs. That grain could very well be a lifeline for that woman. When it comes to life and money, is there really any question of which holds greater importance? He trudged home, teeth chattering in the cold, and only upon reaching the courtyard did he finally close his mouth to stave off the chill. Huang Xi'er had yet to return, and he had not encountered anyone in the streets. It was still early for old Li to finish work, so Li Xiao, alone, shut the door and took out a small gold ingot, admiring it meticulously. He resisted the urge to bite it, instead running his fingernail across its surface, leaving a faint mark. Confirming its purity, he was elated. Even if it could not be sold as an antique in the future, this piece of gold held considerable value. However, he knew better than to inform old Li, for he had no doubt that the latter would promptly surrender it. Finding a secure and discreet spot in his small room, Li Xiao concealed the gold ingot. For the foreseeable future, he would not bring it out again. Having struck such a fortuitous deal, he could not help but speculate that perhaps the elusive woman, who had yet to reveal herself, possessed even more treasures. Chapter 30. Different significance. Greed is an intrinsic trait of humanity, perpetually insatiable. Otherwise, the phrase greedy to the core would not exist. However, Li Xiao believed that greed also serves as a driving force for human advancement. At least he had not committed any wrongdoing or resorted to robbery like others. As long as the means were legitimate and the other party was willing, such greed could be considered a form of beneficence. Li Xiao managed to adjust his mindset quite well. After all, this was a genuine exchange of gold for grain, not an act born of chaos or conflict. And he felt a certain pressure nonetheless. Huang Xi'er and Li Yugui returned shortly thereafter. Having sold a few rubber bands, Huang promptly handed over the money to Li Xiao. Before Li Xiao could speak, Li Yugui shot him a glare. "Are you just going to sit idly by? Xi'er goes out to sell, and upon returning, he has to hand over the money to you?" Li Yugui nearly accused Li Xiao of behaving like a feudal lord, exploiting the impoverished. "Uncle, I don't really need the money. Besides, I usually just meander about. It doesn't take much effort," Huang Xi'er replied shyly. "You two cannot continue like this," Li Yugui said, shedding his heavy coat and rolling up his sleeves to prepare a meal. "You should seize opportunities to inquire if there are any jobs available." Though he spoke thus, job opportunities in the city were exceedingly scarce. Moreover, unlike Li Xiao, Huang Xi'er lacked a supportive father willing to provide financial assistance for his endeavors. Li Xiao sat in silence, counting the money, while Huang Xi'er took the initiative to assist in the kitchen. Over the days of living together, Li Yugui had come to realize that Huang Xi'er was quite a decent lad, far superior to his own son, who was both ungrateful and indolent. Alas, the boy's fate had been unfortunate. Having a stepmother also meant a stepfather. Fortunately, he had never entertained thoughts of remarriage, though raising a child alone was exhausting, and there was no one at home to offer warmth or comfort. The thought of his son becoming like Huang Xi'er due to a stepmother extinguished any lingering hopes Li Yugui had. Due to his changing perception of Huang Xi'er, Li Yugui recently made it a point to improve the family's dietary standards. In the factory canteen, on days when the dishes are particularly delightful, he would take the initiative to bring back some for his 2 children. With only 2 daughters who have since married, Li Yugui feels a profound sense of emptiness at home. He considers it a fortunate turn of events that Li Xiao has gained a brother in Huang Xi'er. Li Yugui sincerely believes that children like Huang Xi'er deserve a helping hand. However, he has yet to arrange for his own son and lacks both the capability and confidence to secure a future for Huang Xi'er. Knowing that he will soon be assigned to the countryside after the new year, all he can do is ensure that the child enjoys some good food during this time. At the dining table, Xiao, with his head bowed, devours the meat without sparing a glance, fully aware that the stoic Yue, despite his tough exterior, possesses a heart of gold, and it is indeed thanks to Huangzi that he enjoys this bounty. He also recognizes that, having stayed here for some time, Huangzi remains somewhat reserved, especially in front of Yue. Thus, Xiao makes no effort to treat him as a guest, preferring to foster a sense of camaraderie. Yue, seeing Xiao engrossed in his own meal, feels a pang of frustration and can only serve Huangzi a few pieces of meat, urging him to eat well and not to leave any leftovers. "Thank you, Uncle Li," Huangzi replies, nodding repeatedly, his heart filled with emotions he cannot quite articulate. The familial warmth he had never experienced before now envelopes him in Li Zhao's household. Yet, he is acutely aware that this is not his own home. He feels somewhat awkward in accepting the kindness of those who genuinely care for him. With only a few days left until the new year, Yue suggests that they refrain from wandering about now that their goods have been sold, and instead focus on cleaning the house and writing auspicious couplets to hang up for the celebration. Understanding that Huangzi is still finding his footing, Yue does not treat him as an outsider, assigning him and his son tasks as if they were family. Upon hearing this, Huangzi feels a significant sense of ease. "Uncle Li, you can rest assured, we will take care of the house. During the new year, the steel plant will remain open, and even Li Xiao's elder and younger sisters will have to work, only able to return home for a reunion dinner after their shifts. The current focus is on revolutionizing and boosting production. There are no weekends, only single days off, and no other holidays. It is said that in some rural communes, everyone gathers to partake in a memory of hardship meal during the new year." Observing Yue, Li Xiao notes that he shows no signs of displeasure regarding the lack of a holiday for the new year. It is evident that the people of this era are remarkably sincere, wholeheartedly dedicated to the nation and the factory's development. This reflects the essence of the times. People are free from chaotic thoughts. As long as they work diligently, their income remains stable. With the factory's existence, everything, including the future arrangements for their children, is managed. This way of life is uncomplicated yet fulfilling, as everyone around them shares a similar experience, minimizing disparities. If one leads a simple life, it is a life well lived. If one possesses talent, they shine brightly for their country. In contrast, individuals in later generations often lack such zeal, feeling that their monthly earnings are meager and that they are mere cogs in the machine. Perhaps this is because they do not possess the same strong sense of belonging to their factory or company. The distinction lies in the fact that the current jobs are akin to an iron rice bowl provided by the state. After the marriages of his elder and second sisters, on the evening of the 30th, they would each enjoy their New Year's Eve dinner at their in-laws' homes. But it was certain they would visit on the first evening. Thus, the New Year's dinner at Li Zhao's home would be slightly delayed. In previous years, Yue would prepare the ingredients a few days in advance and commence cooking after work, as he could not rely on Li Xiao for assistance. This year, however, Li Xiao proposed to his father, "How about I handle the New Year's Eve dinner?" Yue cast a skeptical glance at him, clearly doubting his abilities. "I have never seen you make even a decent dumpling. Can you really cook? Dad, please don't judge me by past appearances. I've earned money this year, and I will take charge of our reunion dinner." Yue shook his head with a smile. "The essentials for the new year have nearly been prepared. What can you possibly contribute? Just wait and see. You can look forward to enjoying it," Li Xiao confidently asserted. Huangzi stood by, grinning, as he was well aware of Li Zhao's frequent visits to his second sister's husband. If not for their fear of being swindled in the black market, Li Xiao might have managed to procure something worthwhile with the little money they had. Seeing Li Xiao so assured, Yue, for once, refrained from discouraging him. "All right, this year I shall not interfere with the New Year's Eve dinner preparations. I will inform your elder and second sisters, and they are not permitted to assist you." "No need for that. They can just come to eat," Li Xiao confidently replied, thumping his chest with certainty about the dinner. Although he had never been a chef, he believed his culinary skills would surpass those of his second sister's husband. With his vast experiences, he thought trying new recipes would be delightful. This new year held profound significance for Li Xiao. He had been reborn, with two souls merging without any repulsion, as if an entire lifetime of memories had seamlessly integrated into his mind. Thus, he yearned to celebrate this new year thoroughly, for the version of himself in this era, for his future self, for his family and friends surrounding him now, and for the happiness that lay ahead. Chapter 31. This help is unavailing in the present day. There wasn't too much left to buy for the new year, primarily. His second sister had already sent a large pig's trotter. The household had ample rice and flour, with sufficient meat and vegetables. Xiao had even collaborated with his second sister's husband to procure some seafood. The staple for the new year was dumplings, enjoyed from the 30th to the 15th. Thus, there was little left to purchase. However, the next day, before heading to work, Liu Gui, fully aware that Xiao had a few dozen yuan in his pocket, still slipped him an additional 10 yuan. Watching his father hastily leave for work, merely stuffing money into his hands without uttering a word, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. His father truly cared for him, understanding that earning money was not an easy feat in the following days. Xiao would often wander the streets, with the restaurant where his second sister's husband worked being his most frequented destination. The two waitresses there, who had previously purchased several knickknacks from him, seemed to have gifted them to their relatives upon returning home, as they would inquire if he had any more each time they saw him. His second sister's husband, Tian Baohua, managed to procure 2 long, shimmering frozen fish resembling weapons, carefully wrapped in layers of plastic bags and discreetly handed to Xiao through the back door. Xiao was aware that his second sister's husband had some connections in the black market, yet he refused to take Xiao along or divulge details about it. Xiao felt a rush of excitement. Even such a rare knife fish could be procured. It seemed that those involved in the black market possessed remarkable capabilities. Fortunately, Xiao was no longer the mischievous child he once was, oblivious to right and wrong, and had never ventured to engage in such dealings. The distance from Ningbei to the coast was considerable, and fish of this caliber could only be caught by large vessels. One could easily infer that the price would be steep. However, when Xiao inquired with his second brother-in-law, he was told that it was a tribute for his father-in-law, and he refused to accept any payment. Naturally, Xiao would not stand on ceremony, grasping the well-wrapped fish and preparing to head home. Just after leaving the restaurant, he spotted the woman who had previously exchanged gold for grain with him. Although he had never seen her face, he recognized her by her silhouette. The oversized black cotton coat she wore was exceedingly conspicuous, reminiscent of a child donning an adult's attire. Xiao observed her heading toward the grain station, and out of curiosity, he followed suit. Had she already consumed the 10-odd gene of grain from last time? Jiang Weiyu was actually out searching for Xiao, albeit unaware of where to locate him. She had wandered this street for several days without encountering him and feared she might spend another day waiting in vain. Just as she approached the vicinity of the grain station, she heard someone calling from behind her. "Hey!" Jiang Weiyu turned to find it was the person who had given her flour and millet that day. Her eyes sparkled with surprise, yet she hesitated, turning toward a discreet alley nearby. Xiao had long suspected her to be rather secretive, likely possessing a unique background. Yet he was well acquainted with this street and felt no fear as he followed her into the alley. "Are you out again to find someone to exchange grain? Have you finished the last batch?" Seeing her halt and turn to face him, Xiao inquired. Jiang Weiyu shook her head and, lowering her voice, replied, "Thank you for your help last time. I still have a little rice and flour left." "Oh, then what is it today? Could you assist me with something?" Jiang Weiyu was hesitant to involve others indiscriminately, aware that such matters could lead to complications if discovered. However, after having been deceived several times, she found herself unable to trust anyone. Xiao's actions during their last encounter had rendered him her last lifeline. Xiao sensed that she must have something valuable to offer, yet he was unsure if he could assist with anything beyond the grain exchange. "First, tell me what it is, and I will assess the situation." Jiang Weiyu pondered for a moment before retrieving a piece of paper from the pocket of her cotton coat and handing it to Xiao. Upon receiving it, he unfolded it, admiring the neat and elegant handwriting that was quite pleasing to the eye. However, as he discerned the contents, his brows furrowed in concern. "Did you previously seek assistance from someone in the black market to procure this?" The paper contained a list of medicinal names that Xiao recognized. Huang Seer had mentioned that someone was paying to facilitate such transactions, and now it seemed everything was aligning. Upon hearing black market, Jiang Weiyu nearly snatched the paper back. "How do you know?" She looked at Xiao with suspicion, doubting if he was in league with those who had deceived her before. Xiao did not respond to her question, but instead asked, "Why can't you buy these medicines yourself? Pharmacies don't require prescriptions, and there are no checks. Although everything nowadays is subject to planned supply, pharmaceuticals remain unique." An ordinary person can still purchase a few pills from a state-run pharmacy without much hassle. The fact that this woman can leisurely wander the streets indicates she is not a wanted criminal. Jiang Weiyu shook her head. These two medications cannot be obtained from a pharmacy. They necessitate a prescription from a hospital. Li Xiao understood immediately. Nowadays, residents must provide their workplace address when visiting a hospital, as the primary clientele consists of public officials or factory workers. After a consultation, they can claim reimbursements for their expenses. However, Li Xiao did not consider this a significant challenge. He could simply fabricate a detail when registering, as no one would verify it at that moment. It can only be said that people at this time were too rigid and lacked flexibility. I cannot assist with this, Li Xiao replied, shaking his head and returning the paper to her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weiyu grew anxious. She truly had no one else to turn to for help. I will pay you. How much do you want? I can offer an extra 20 as a fee for your assistance. 20 for merely procuring a medication was indeed exorbitant. Yet, it was not merely a matter of money. The critical concern was the identity of the recipient. If that person's identity were questionable and the medication were discovered, leading to inquiries, the situation could escalate dramatically. Although Li Xiao was fond of money and wished to earn more in the coming years, he would not compromise his principles for any sum. Thus, he resolutely declined. Unless you clarify the situation, even if you offered me 200, I would not dare accept. Jiang Weiyu, upon hearing this, withdrew the written note. Then I shall not trouble you further. With that, she did not linger but turned and departed with decisive grace. Li Xiao, indifferent, emerged from the alley, carrying fish as he made his way home. Huang Xir was cleaning the windows, and upon entering, Li Xiao noticed that the cabinets and floor had also been tidied. Quite efficient work. He proceeded to the back kitchen, where a small compartment was located. Typically, it housed miscellaneous items and ingredients. There was no need for cooking, and the temperature inside was akin to that outside, suitable for storing provisions. Li Xiao surveyed the various ingredients: pork hocks, pig trotters, knife fish, dried mushrooms, vermicelli, and a jar of pickled vegetables alongside cabbage and scallions. He contemplated the dishes he intended to prepare for the New Year's Day feast, and resolved to purchase some dried tofu early the next morning to complete his preparations. After organizing the small storeroom, Li Xiao returned to the front room, poured himself a large mug of hot tea, and began to sip while blowing on it. Seer, do you remember that someone asked you to buy medicine before? Chapter 32. Writing couplets, huh? Huang Xir appeared puzzled. You forgot, previously. You mentioned someone offered you 10 yuan to buy medicine, and I didn't send you, did I? Oh, I remember now. What's up, Brother Xiao? Huang Xir stepped down from the stool, wiped her hands, and moved a stool to sit in front of Li Xiao. I encountered someone today. She also seeks assistance to obtain medication from the hospital. I noticed the names of the medications were identical to the list you showed me last time, though she requested 2 additional items. Has she still not procured them after all this time? Huang Xir expressed surprise, recalling that when he had approached Li Xiao previously, he knew it was not difficult for him to obtain some medicine. In a city bustling with workers and their families, finding assistance should not pose a problem. Li Xiao was aware of Huang Xir's intentions. Had he not intervened last time, Huang Xir could have sought assistance from others to resolve the matter. I sense that this situation is far from simple. Our understanding of medication is limited, and what if it involves something difficult to procure? Earning money is no easy task, and it would be wise to avoid unnecessary risks. I share this with you merely as a caution. Should anyone approach you for help, it is best to decline. Huang Xir nodded earnestly. All right, Brother Xiao, I shall heed your advice. Can we not earn a living through legitimate means? The brilliance of Bai Bai Jia lies in its ability to reveal alternative avenues for profit, even to someone like Huang Xir. Although personal transactions remain prohibited, they are significantly more secure compared to undertaking tasks for the black market. Li Xiao refrained from further discussing that woman. Despite their current closeness, sharing every detail was unnecessary. In the blink of an eye, the first new year after his rebirth had arrived. The courtyard was abuzz with festivity, with every household adorning their doors with couplets and decorations. There were no vendors selling spring couplets or blessings. Instead, families pinned them by hand. Those who struggled with their calligraphy would purchase red paper and seek assistance. Within the steel mill compound, the finest calligrapher was the venerable Mr. Liu, residing in the innermost room on the left. At over 70 years of age, his brushwork flowed with grace and elegance, each stroke resembling a dragon soaring and phoenix dancing. Each year, residents would prepare their red paper in advance and queue at his home for couplets. Remarkably, this service was free of charge. Mr. Liu accepted no offerings, as he lived alone in the courtyard and relied on neighbors for assistance with heavy lifting and other tasks. This year, Li Xiao arrived later than usual. In Mr. Liu's modest room, the fire blazed warmly, with only 3 or 5 individuals remaining to chat in line. Among those waiting was Chu Mansong, the elder brother of Chu Xiao, who, upon noticing Li Xiao's entrance, quickly turned away, retracting his neck. Li Xiao ignored him, greeting Mr. Liu first before approaching the table to observe the calligraphy. Each year, the same characters were written, and Mr. Liu worked swiftly, soon reaching the Chu family. Chu Mansong laid a hefty stack of red paper on the table, smiling sheepishly without uttering a word. Seeing the substantial pile, Mr. Liu appeared somewhat bewildered. Mansong, does your family intend to post so many this year? Chu Mansong chuckled awkwardly. My father says it looks better to have more. Li Xiao could not suppress a mocking laugh. There are only a few doors and windows. Where do you intend to put them? On your forehead? The neighbors, still lingering to let their newly written couplets dry, erupted in laughter. Chu Mansong felt his face flush. In truth, he hoped to write more to distribute among his father-in-law and relatives. This free service, coupled with Mr. Liu's exquisite calligraphy, was a tempting opportunity for the Chu family. Exposed by Li Xiao, Chu Mansong stiffened his neck. You're not writing them. Why do you meddle in others' affairs? Li Xiao placed the red paper on the table and rolled up his sleeves. I shall meddle. What of it? Upon seeing Li Xiao's demeanor, it was evident that he was intent on provoking mischief. Chu Mansong, typically a timid character, dared not confront him directly and hastily grabbed a stack of red paper before fleeing. Old Master Liu chuckled and shook his head, well aware of the Chu family's values. He did not admonish Chu Mansong, but instead allowed Li Xiao to lay out the red paper he had brought. Grandfather Liu, you've been writing for several days now. Perhaps you should take a break? My family isn't in a rush. We only need 30 couplets, Li Xiao suggested. Old Master Liu meticulously adjusted the red paper, securing one end with a teacup. Why tire oneself over writing large characters? In the past, I longed to write, but had no opportunity. It was only the affluent families who could afford to send their children to private schools. In my youth, I tended to the landlord's cattle. Enviously watching the landlord's son as he studied and practiced his writing, Old Master Liu reminisced, his mind drifting back to the hardships of his youth. As one ages, they tend to recount tales of the past, often repeating them. Old Master Liu's stories were a familiar refrain, shared countless times over the years. Li Xiao could not discern how much of what he said was truth or embellishment, merely nodding in feigned agreement. Before long, the couplets for Li Xiao's family were completed, requiring some time to dry before they could be taken away. Old Master Liu also crafted several variations of the character for Fortune, each rendered in a different style. Li Xiao observed intently, impressed by Old Master Liu's skill. An ordinary cowherd from humble beginnings had developed such a remarkable proficiency in calligraphy. In the past, he had eagerly finished his writing to leave, but today he found himself captivated. By the way, how old is Xiaosun this year? Old Master Liu inquired. Upon hearing the nickname, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Li Xiao's mouth. 18, he replied. Ah, he is indeed a young man now. Old Master Liu remarked with a chuckle. Li Xiao joined in the laughter. Grandfather Liu, your calligraphy is truly exceptional. It must have been challenging to master. In a future life, Li Xiao was abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage due to minor health issues. The orphanage, with the aid of charitable donations, provided him with surgery, rendering him outwardly normal, though he remained physically frail. Hence, he juggled work and studies, managing to sustain himself, but lacked opportunities to learn other skills. Witnessing Old Master Liu's beautiful brushwork filled him with envy. Do you wish to learn? Old Master Liu asked. Indeed, if I could write as beautifully as you. How impressive that would be. Old Master Liu had resided within the courtyard for many years, watching Li Xiao and the other children grow. Li Xiao was quite a spirited child, known for his cleverness and audacity. There were countless tales of his escapades. Such a child, naturally disinterested in academics, had little inclination towards the art of calligraphy. If you truly wish to learn, I have ample time and would be glad to teach you. However, mastering calligraphy requires a calm heart and patience. I see you flitting about like a monkey. I doubt you could endure it for more than 2 days. With Old Master Liu's encouragement, Li Xiao felt no further hesitation. Then it is settled, Grandfather Liu. I shall purchase a brush soon, and I will come by to practice. Chapter 33. New Year's Eve dinner. The desire to practice calligraphy struck Li Xiao on a whim. Yet upon voicing his intention and receiving guidance, he approached it with earnestness. However, Grandpa Lu advised him not to rush into purchasing a brush, recounting how he had spent several years practicing with a mere wooden stick on the ground. Furthermore, he mentioned that there were old brushes at his home that Li Xiao could use temporarily. Gratefully, Li Xiao agreed, and with the couplets and the character for food drying, he began to roll them up to head back. Just then, Chu Xiaoxiao arrived, clutching a large roll of red paper. It seemed Chu Monsong, feeling embarrassed, had sent Chu Xiaoxiao in his stead. The old Chu family was indeed relentless in their pursuits. Chu Xiaoxiao, with her arms still slung around her neck, displayed a fleeting look of panic upon spotting Li Xiao, which was quickly replaced by a sense of triumph. Li Xiao, however, failed to decipher the meaning behind her shifting expressions. Lacking any interest in probing further, he simply walked away, clutching the couplets. On the 29th day of the 12th month, thanks to his brother-in-law, Li Xiao managed to gather various spices to prepare braised pig trotters and head meat. He also set aside half a hock for future use. When Li Yugui returned from the factory, the three of them began to paste the couplets. Winter nights descend early, and every household in the courtyard glowed with light, while two large red lanterns hung at the entrance. Children in the courtyard had crafted ice lanterns. Once night fell, they would place short candles inside, igniting excitement among the children that lasted the entire evening. After affixing the couplets and the character for Fu, their hands grew numb from the cold. Li Xiao pushed Huang Seer back indoors, and just as he was about to close the door, he noticed a commotion at the Chu residence. Through the illuminated window of the Chu household, he saw Chu Xiaoxiao, her arm dangling, conversing with a man who towered over her by half a head. The darkness and backlighting made it impossible for Li Xiao to discern the man's identity, but he was certain he was a stranger, not a member of the Chu family. Shortly thereafter, several individuals from the Chu family emerged, accompanying the man out of the courtyard with a sense of formality. Chu Ma's booming voice could be heard through the door and half the courtyard, her laughter ringing with unmistakable joy. Huang Seer leaned against the window, her breath fogging up the glass. "Brother Xiao, what are you looking at?" "Nothing, just washing up for dinner." Observing Chu Ma's demeanor, Li Xiao began to harbor a vague suspicion. Though it was of no concern to him, he couldn't help but wonder who was so audacious. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. During the day, only Li Xiao and Huang Seer remained at home. The windows gleamed with brightness, and the stove crackled energetically, filling the room with warmth. At noon, Li Yugui dined at the factory, leaving Li Xiao and Huang Seer to roll out white noodles, each enjoying a large bowl paired with garlic for a delightful meal. By 3 in the afternoon, the two began to make dumplings. Listening to the sounds of children setting off small firecrackers outside, Li Xiao glanced at the strings of red firecrackers and 2-stringed firecrackers on the bench by the door, his face lighting up with anticipation. Both were novices at dumpling making, proceeding with utmost caution to ensure that none would burst open when boiled. They meticulously pinched the dumplings into various shapes. Although they were not aesthetically pleasing, they put forth great effort, and once they had a decent number prepared, Li Xiao turned his attention to the reunion dinner. The braised meat had simmered on the stove all day, and upon reheating, the aroma of meat filled the entire room. Huang Seer inhaled the enticing aroma, her mouth watering in anticipation. Just yesterday, Li Xiao had allowed her to sample a piece of meat he had stewed, and the flavor was utterly intoxicating, leaving her craving more. "Xiao Go, I believe your cooking surpasses that of any restaurant," she exclaimed. Li Xiao beamed with pride. "Indeed. It is a unique secret recipe, one even my second brother-in-law cannot replicate." The recipe for the braising liquid was one he had acquired during his time working in the future, though he lamented that the spices were still somewhat lacking. Otherwise, the taste would be even more exquisite. The two busied themselves in the kitchen, and by the time Li Yugui returned from work, the wine had been warmed. Dumplings were boiling merrily, and the atmosphere was vibrant. Li Yugui, donned in a new outfit prepared by his daughter, sat at the dining table, his face alight with joy as he watched the two youngsters bring dish after dish to the table. The New Year's Eve dinner was indeed lavish. A plate of fried knife fish, a platter of succulent, marbled meat glistening in rich oils, a serving of braised pig's trotters, and thinly sliced pig's head meat paired with garlic sauce. Additionally, the table was adorned with tofu, stir-fried sauerkraut with meat, fried meat chunks, egg crepes, and shredded cabbage salad, creating a feast to behold. Apart from the sauerkraut, tofu, and cold dishes, There were no vegetarian options. After all, the people of that time rarely indulged in such luxuries. And only during the new year could one feast on such abundant meats. The dumplings featured two fillings, pork with scallions and sauerkraut with lard. Although their appearance was not particularly appealing, the flavor was exceptional, especially the sauerkraut and lard filling, which Li Yugui particularly relished. Pouring a cup of warmed wine for each person, Li Xiao raised his glass with a grin, proclaiming, "Dad, your hard work is much appreciated. Wishing you a happy new year, good health, and all the best." Huang Xi'er quickly followed suit. "Uncle Li, happy new year to you." It was not that Huang Xi'er was the most foolish. Rather, she was simply a bit nervous, which elicited hearty laughter from both Li Yugui and Li Xiao. All right. Let us eat. I want to sample the dishes you two have prepared," Li Yugui urged. After sipping a small glass of wine, he took a piece of the fried fish and nodded in approval, deliciously savory and perfectly fried. All the dishes were made by Xiao Ge, and he prepared the dumpling filling too. "I merely wrapped a few," Huang Xi'er praised. "I never knew Xiao Ge could cook so well," she added. Li Yugui was equally surprised, recalling that in the past 2 years, he had been the one to come home and make dumplings, perhaps stewing some meat. But he never imagined that this young lad would have such culinary talent. "To be honest, the presentation and taste of this food rivals that of my second son-in-law," he remarked. You have no idea. Previously, I was simply too lazy to cook. Anything I wish to make is within my grasp. A few casual lessons from my second brother-in-law were all it took. It's merely a matter of talent," Li Xiao replied with a sense of triumph. In truth, Li Yugui was also perplexed. When had Li Xiao ever cooked? Upon learning that he had learned from his second brother-in-law, some of his doubts dissipated. This New Year's Eve dinner left Li Yugui feeling profoundly content, not merely due to the abundance of food, but because he had noticed Li Xiao's recent transformation. It seemed that the saying, "At 18, one becomes an adult," held true. After turning 18, one truly begins to understand life. Li Yugui felt a deep sense of satisfaction, and in his happiness, he indulged in a few extra cups of wine. The wine was nothing exceptional, merely a cheap white bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. And Li Yugui typically abstained from alcohol. However, after a few cups, his face flushed, and his chatter became more animated than usual. While dining, I recounted tales of yore to Li Xiao and the others, reminiscing about events from the factory. Li Yugui is not one to speak ill of others behind their backs. He shared memories from Li Xiao's early childhood, a time when he was too young to remember. As the conversation meandered, it inevitably turned to his dearly departed wife, and his slightly inebriated gaze was filled with longing, even after all these years. "Father, my elder sister and second sister have found good partners, and I have grown up as well. If a suitable match comes along, I hope you will consider finding someone too, so that in your later years, you might have companionship." Chapter 34. The eldest sister who ran away from home. It is not that any child genuinely desires a stepmother. Yet, Li Xiao is no longer a child. Li Yugui is a commendable man, a dedicated father. At just over 40, he still has many years ahead of him. And to remain solitary would be quite pitiful. The bonds between individuals, be they spouses, friends, or parents and children, are inherently reciprocal. Nowadays, families often have numerous children, raised in a relatively free-range manner. Adults work while the older siblings look after the younger ones, and as long as there is enough to eat, that is often deemed sufficient. As children grow and eventually leave home to forge their own paths, their concern for their parents often dwindles to mere inquiries about their well-being, offering little companionship in return. Thus, one truly requires a partner, as only a partner can provide consistent companionship. Listening to his son's words, Li Yugui felt a warmth in his eyes, but he was not one to express his emotions openly. He simply replied, "When you have secured stable employment and established a family of your own, then you may concern yourself with my well-being." Li Xiao chuckled, choosing not to pursue this sentimental topic any further, and nudged the quiet Huang Xi'er beside him, saying, "Once we finish our meal, let us go set off some firecrackers." Huang Xi'er's eyes sparkled as he nodded eagerly, but just then, the door swung open, and Lu Gang rushed in, breathless and flustered. Seeing his son-in-law arrive in such a state, Li Yugui stood up abruptly, asking, "What has happened?" Lu Gang glanced around at the gathered company, his gaze frantic. "Father, has the phone returned?" Li Yugui was taken aback. "Didn't you go to eat with your parents today?" Lu Gang's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Observing this, Li Xiao rose and approached his brother-in-law, urging, "What is wrong with my sister? Speak quickly. The phone is missing. I thought she had returned home. What do you mean missing? How can a person simply go missing? Li Yugui was now agitated. He knew his eldest daughter well. Speak clearly, what has transpired? Under the pressure of Li Yugui and Li Xiao's inquiries, Lu Gang reluctantly recounted the events. After finishing work with Li Feng, they returned home for a family reunion dinner. His mother had said a few words to Li Feng, leading to a quarrel, after which Li Feng had taken Mao and fled the house. Lu Gang first returned to his own home, only to find it empty, and assumed Li Feng had gone to her parents' house. Now, with no sign of her there, he was genuinely anxious. Father, I will go search for my sister. Li Xiao immediately rushed to the small room to don his thick winter coat, grabbing a flashlight before heading out, with Huang Xi'er hastily following suit. Li Yugui glanced at his son-in-law, finding someone was the priority, so he refrained from saying more, only inquiring how long Li Feng had been gone. Lu Gang gazed at his father-in-law's stern face, an increasing sense of trepidation swelling within him. It had been nearly 2 hours, perhaps. Li Yugui had also retreated into the house to don a thick cotton coat, and upon exiting, he found his son-in-law standing there in a daze. Unable to restrain himself, he delivered a sharp kick, urging him to hurry outside and search. On New Year's Eve, the streets were awash with the warm glow of countless homes. Li Feng, cradling her child, wept as she fled from her in-laws. Momentarily at a loss for where to go, she knew that if she returned to her parental home, her father would not turn her away. Yet she was reluctant to confront him today, fearing it would only incite his anger. After work, Li Feng had accompanied Lu Gang to his family for dinner. But upon arrival, the dumplings were still not ready. She quickly washed her hands to assist, helping from the dumpling preparation to serving at the table. Throughout this, her mother-in-law incessantly criticized her. It was merely the rumor that Li Xiao had begun earning money, utilizing the sewing machine from Li Feng's family. And yet he had not thought to purchase anything for his brother-in-law, only taking advantage of the situation. Li Feng, unwilling to retort, glanced at Lu Gang, hoping he might interject with a few kind words. However, Lu Gang remained as unresponsive as a block of wood, feigning ignorance. A chill settled in her heart. Although her younger brother had indeed used the family sewing machine, he had also treated Mao to plenty of good food recently. How could it be deemed as wasted? After all, the purpose of the machine was to be used, not to be left idle. Moreover, the hairpins Li Xiao later crafted and gifted her to present to her sisters-in-law still adorned their heads. The unmarried sister-in-law and her mother-in-law bore striking similarities, both dismissive of her status as a sister-in-law. Their remarks were even more direct than her mother-in-law's, alleging that Li Feng's wages were merely a supplement for her family, while lamenting that her brother was ineffectual and unable to manage his wife. What should have been a festive family dinner had devolved into a forum for denouncing Li Feng. They perceived her gentle nature and Lu Gang's lack of defense as an assurance that she would remain silent. While this was indeed a reality, when Mao's chopsticks were knocked from his hands while attempting to grasp dumplings, Li Feng could no longer contain her frustration. To bully her was one thing, but why should they also torment her son? Unable to bear it any longer, she exchanged heated words with her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, only for Lu Gang to chastise her for being disrespectful and for contradicting his mother. What truly pierced Li Feng's heart was Lu Gang's demeanor. If only he had shown her a modicum of support, they would not have dared to mistreat her so brazenly. Wiping her tears, she set Mao down, who obediently looked up at her, though still a child. Mao had often been bullied while being cared for at his grandmother's house during the work hours of his parents. Thus, he frequently voiced that his grandmother was a bad grandmother and his aunts were bad aunts. Sometimes, he would express these sentiments at home, and Lu Gang would chastise him. Mao, let us go to Grandpa's house, she said. After wandering the streets for nearly 2 hours, Li Feng gradually regained her composure. She felt her son's chilly forehead and realized that if they continued in this manner, he would suffer. Resolutely, she picked Mao back up and turned towards the steel mill compound, contemplating a stealthy return home to avoid embarrassing her father before the residents of the compound. Yet, not far along, she heard a familiar voice calling her name. Elder sister, Li Feng. Where are you, elder sister? It was the third brother. Li Feng's eyes instantly blurred, tears streaming down her cheeks, leaving a chilling sensation. However, an unexpected calmness enveloped her heart. She was not without a home. Uncle. Mao immediately recognized Li Xiao's voice and called out. Soon, they reunited, and Li Xiao rushed to Li Feng's side, relieved to see his elder sister in decent condition. He unfastened her thick coat and, with Mao in his arms, enveloped him warmly. Huang Xiao emerged with a scarf and thick gloves, promptly handing them to Li Feng. Rather than chastising his sister for her impulsiveness in wandering outside with the child at night, Li Xiao prioritized their safety above all else. They could discuss everything later. He glanced down at Demao, who nestled comfortably in his embrace, tilting his head back and giggling. Demao, are you cold? Not cold. That's good. Let's go. Uncle will take you to Grandpa's house, where there's plenty of delicious food. Chapter 35. The subtle thoughts of the elder brother-in-law. The group returned to the courtyard in silence, with only Demao blissfully asleep in his uncle's warm arms. Upon arriving home, they found the door unlocked, yet Li Yugui and Lu Gang were absent. Li Xiao instructed Huang Xiao to fill a thermos with hot water and tuck it into the bedding, placing Demao on the small bed and covering him snugly for a peaceful slumber. He gently touched the little one's hands and feet, relieved to find them warm from the journey. Exiting the small room, he carefully closed the door, then turned his attention to his elder sister. Huang Xiao had already poured a cup of hot water for Li Feng, who sat at the table, gazing at the half-eaten New Year's Eve dinner. Feeling increasingly remorseful towards their father, Li Xiao handed the flashlight to Huang Xiao. Xiao, please go outside and look for Dad. All right. Understanding the need for the siblings to converse, Huang Xiao quickly left the house. The room fell into silence, occasionally interrupted by the sound of firecrackers outside. Li Xiao glanced at the prepared firecrackers by the door and moved a stool closer to his sister. Sister, what happened? At this point, Li Feng did not conceal anything. She recounted the events at her in-laws without embellishment. After listening, Li Xiao said nothing, yet Li Feng could see her brother's anger, his face stiffening. Third brother, I'm fine. It was just a moment of impulsiveness that made you and Dad worry. Li Feng wished to avoid causing trouble for her family, as she had only one younger brother, and their age difference was significant. Moreover, Li Xiao had indeed been somewhat unreliable in the past, so she had never considered relying on him as support in the future. However, Li Xiao thought otherwise. Today's incident was merely the culmination of past grievances, and Li Feng was unaware of how much she had endured. The inaction of her brother-in-law was a significant catalyst for this situation. Li Xiao prepared a warm towel for his sister to soothe her eyes and face. Just then, footsteps approached from outside, and Li Yugui, Lu Gang, and Huang Xiao returned, followed by the second sister and her husband. Upon entering, Li Yugui saw Li Feng sitting there but said nothing, his expression long and solemn. Li Wan approached Li Feng, scrutinizing her with a stern face. Only the second brother-in-law, Tian Baohua, smiled and nodded at Li Xiao. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat tense. The elder brother-in-law, upon seeing his wife, merely approached her, offering not even a word of comfort. Observing this, Li Xiao inquired of the second brother-in-law, have you finished your meal? We have, but you haven't, came the reply. Tian Baohua noticed that there was still a considerable amount of food left on the table, which had long grown cold. He took the initiative to heat the dishes. Retreating to the kitchen, Li Xiao assisted him in carrying the dishes down. Under such circumstances, it was only fitting that his father converse with the elder brother-in-law first. As an outsider, Huang Xiao felt even more awkward and decided to join Tian Baohua in the kitchen. The cramped kitchen accommodated 3 men. The second brother-in-law, Tian Baohua, swiftly heated the dishes and then squeezed alongside Li Xiao by the door, eavesdropping on the happenings in the living room. Li Xiao glanced at Tian Baohua, who appeared to be listening with utmost seriousness, as if his ears might grow longer to catch every word. Tian Baohua was remarkably astute, akin to a clever monkey. The differing approaches to the issue concerning their wives' ties to their maternal families were evident between the second and elder brother-in-law. On the surface, the second brother-in-law managed to avoid offending either side. At his in-laws' home, no one dared speak ill of the second sister, all thanks to her husband's protection. In the living room, the atmosphere had plummeted to a freezing point, starkly contrasting with the festive sounds of firecrackers outside. Lu Gang, the elder brother-in-law, though somewhat tongue-tied, had a multitude of thoughts churning within. The words spoken by his mother may not have gone unheard by him. Otherwise, how could he bear to witness his family mistreating his wife and child? During the new year, what issue could not wait until the festivities had concluded? Such a grown man, in a fit of anger, running out with a child in his arms. One could only wonder about the dangers lurking in the darkness. Would he not regret it if something went awry? Li Yugui wore a grim expression, wanting to unleash his fury, yet feeling it inappropriate to direct it at his son-in-law. Thus, he turned his ire toward his daughter. Li Feng sat with her head bowed, her eyes reddened. After checking on Demao in the small room, Li Wan returned and sat beside her elder sister, grasping her hand. Noticing Lu Gang's silence, Li Wan could hardly contain herself. Brother-in-law, my sister has been married to you for several years now, and Damao has grown so much. Are you not aware of what kind of person she is? Lu Gang pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately only nodded. Li Wan, frustrated by his indecisiveness, exclaimed, "My sister is gentle and has never quarreled with anyone. If it weren't for your family's relentless bullying, would she have run out in the middle of the night? Don't you have anything to say?" Li Yugui did not intervene as his second daughter pressed her elder brother-in-law. These were words he wished to voice himself. Lu Gang appeared conflicted, hesitating for a while before finally speaking. "My mother meant no harm. She simply speaks her mind." "Fenger, please do not be angry." Whether Li Feng was truly angry or not, Li Wan could not ascertain, but she was infuriated by his words. "What does speaking one's mind imply? Are you suggesting that your mother was correct?" "I didn't mean that," he stammered. "Then what do you mean? Or do you harbor some grievances? Since we have come to this point, why not clarify things?" Li Wan pressed, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Gang. Li Feng raised her gaze to her father, then glanced at her husband, who had been stammering for ages without articulating a coherent thought, and felt a deeper sense of disappointment. Thus, Li Feng spoke. "I am aware that you think it unnecessary for me to bring gifts for my father. You harbor your reservations." Lu Gang could not possibly voice his objections in front of his father-in-law, and quickly denied it. "I know you and your family all think the same way," Li Feng retorted, disregarding him. "However, everything I brought back is from my own savings, funded by my wages, and I have not deprived the household of anything. You still give half of your salary to your mother, claiming it's for Damao's sustenance. But how much can Damao consume? You even returned the 2 ration tickets for sugar that my workplace provides each month, just because it's the new year. I saved 2 months' worth of sugar tickets for my father. What wrongdoing is there in that?" The more she spoke, the more aggrieved Li Feng felt. "My job was arranged by my father, and my younger brother is still small. As the eldest sister, I merely wish to lend a hand. What is wrong with that?" Lu Gang stammered, merely repeating, "I never stopped you." "Brother-in-law, you may not have stopped me, but when your mother and younger sister spoke about my sister, you offered no assistance," Li Wan interjected scornfully, leaving no room for sentiment. "The way you present this makes it seem as though my sister is unreasonable, as if you are the one wronged. Regarding the sewing machine, what did my sister take back to her family? If you do not speak up, how would your mother and the others know?" Chapter 36. Brother-in-law and younger brother. Li Wan's words left Lu Gang's face flushed with embarrassment. He struggled to articulate a response, and his demeanor made Li Wan, with her quick temper, wish to slap him twice. In the kitchen, Li Xiao and Tian Baohua had overheard enough and, in tacit understanding, returned to the hall with hot food. Li Yugui had remained silent since his second daughter began speaking, and now he instructed Li Xiao to bring over more stools. "Everyone, take a seat. It is a rare occasion for us all to gather. Let us enjoy a reunion meal together." Li Xiao fetched additional stools and poured a glass of white wine for both the brother-in-law and the second brother-in-law, inviting everyone to sit. Huang Si'er followed behind with several sets of clean bowls and chopsticks. Li Yugui raised his glass first. "Every couple has their disagreements. Lu Gang, you are an honest man. I have known your father since our youth, and having observed you grow up, I believe you possess a good heart. Otherwise, I would not have allowed my Feng to marry you." Lu Gang hastily lifted his glass. "Father, today's matter is my fault. I never intended to prevent Feng from caring for you." Li Yugui waved his hand dismissively. "I am in good health and have a stable job provided by the state, which has enabled me to raise 3 children. What need is there for care?" He pointed to Li Xiao. The youngest was once too little to understand. Feng, as the eldest sister, naturally took on more responsibility. Now that the youngest is older, you both should focus on living your own lives and caring for your own family. After saying this, without waiting for Lu Gang's response, Li Yugui downed a glass of wine and turned his serious gaze towards his eldest daughter. "Feng, you were already sensible when your mother passed away. I know that in those past years, you bore the greatest burden in our family. Father worked daily, leaving you to care for your younger siblings, particularly the youngest, whom you raised single-handedly." Li Yugui sighed. "Among the 3 of you siblings, your father feels he owes you the most." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Li Feng's face uncontrollably. "Father, I do not feel wronged." Li Xiao reminisced about the past, feeling a warmth welling in his eyes. "Your younger brother has grown up too. During this time, he has become more sensible and obedient. Your father no longer worries about him, and you need not concern yourself either. From now on, focus on living well with Lu Gang and take good care of Demao. Although Li Yugue harbored dissatisfaction with his eldest son-in-law's actions today, he could not advocate for a separation and thus opted for diplomatic words. Your mother-in-law, being an elder, may speak harshly at times. Just listen and do not harbor resentment. There will be many days ahead. Li Feng, ever obedient, nodded in acknowledgement. Father, I understand. Well, it's really nothing serious. It's better to discuss things openly. We are family, and a couple should not have a rift between them. Lu Gang quickly nodded in agreement, raising his glass. This matter seemed to have been resolved easily, but all were aware that this was merely superficial. Future actions would reveal true intentions. Li Yugue decided to visit his in-laws when he had the chance to engage in a proper conversation. Li Wan, observing her father's stance, refrained from instigating further conflict, though she found her elder brother-in-law rather hypocritical. Reflecting on how today's events stemmed from her sister's visits to her parental home, accumulated grievances surfaced, leading her to glance instinctively at Tian Baohua. He promptly offered her a piece of braised pig trotter, saying, "The meat here is truly delicious. Dear wife, do give it a try." Li Wan's expression softened. She understood that Tian Baohua likely clung to some resentment regarding her behavior, but he would not show it. Li Xiao observed the interactions at the table, and after a moment's contemplation, he stood and filled Lu Gang's glass. Raising his own, he addressed both brothers-in-law. Today is New Year's, a rare occasion for us to gather. I would like to propose a toast to you both. Lu Gang and Tian Baohua raised their glasses in response, with Tian Baohua cheerfully remarking, "The third brother is too polite. We are all family. Let us simply enjoy our drinks." Li Xiao nodded but did not take a seat. After finishing his drink, a slight flush appeared on his face. "I have a few words to share with both of you." Noticing Lu Gang attempting to rise, Li Xiao gestured for him to remain seated. "You may stay seated and listen. You are both my elders." He then glanced at his two sisters. The eldest, Li Feng, still had red eyes, unsure of what Li Xiao intended to say, fearing he might act impulsively. The second sister, Li Wan, wore a slight smile. She had long sensed the changes in her younger brother. "As for me, I have never seen my mother since birth, as my father said. I was raised by my two sisters. Therefore, despite the absence of a mother, I have never lacked maternal affection. My two sisters have treated me as a son even now." Li Wan chuckled softly. "What nonsense." Li Xiao remained serious. "Take my elder sister, for instance. Ever since Demao arrived, she has always thought of me whenever there is something delicious to share. In the past, I admit I was rather thoughtless and did not act like an uncle, so I can understand if you find me bothersome, brothers-in-law." Lu Gang hesitated, attempting to articulate pleasantries, yet his tongue stumbled. Tian Baohua, with a smile, remarked, "Nonsense, don't overthink it, third brother. You are Zhuangji's brother, thus you are my brother too. Second brother-in-law, I used to frequent your restaurant, causing you trouble." Li Xiao nodded at Tian Baohua and, to his astonishment, bowed deeply. Without waiting for a response, he also bowed to his elder brother-in-law, Lu Gang. "Elder brother-in-law, I owe you an apology as well. I was so consumed by my own thoughts that I neglected to consider you and my elder sister." Lu Gang hurried to his feet. Li Xiao poured himself another glass of baijiu and gulped it down. "In truth, both elder brothers-in-law are good men. Any grievances you hold against my sisters stem from my actions. I am the one responsible for all this turmoil. Third brother, do not drink anymore. Sister does not blame you. Please do not say that." Li Feng interjected, swiftly snatching the glass from Li Xiao, her heart aching at his self-reproach. "No, elder sister. Allow me to finish." Li Xiao exhaled a breath of alcohol, appearing slightly intoxicated. "Not long ago, I fell into an ice hole and was ill for several days, during which I dreamt that my elder sisters were suffering because of me. I not only shattered the home that should have been filled with happiness for you, but I have also brought calamity upon this family." According to Li Xiao's personality before his rebirth, everything he spoke of was plausible. No matter how magnanimous the brothers-in-law might be, they would not tolerate a sister-in-law who was an unrestrained benefactor to her siblings. Moreover, neither brother-in-law was truly magnanimous. Whether it was the reserved elder brother-in-law or the affable second brother-in-law, they could not possibly lack opinions on the matter. While they might endure in the short term, over time, even the strongest marital bonds could erode. Li Xiao grasped the bottle and quickly took another swig, feigning drunkenness to express the thoughts he had meticulously prepared. Thus, no matter how differently he acted in the future, he would possess a perfect justification. I fear that my nightmares may become reality. Henceforth, I shall rely solely on myself. I will repay all that I owe you. Li Feng began to weep again, grasping Li Xiao's hand. Siblings do not keep accounts. You owe nothing to your sister. Li Xiao ignored her, feigning inebriation as he circumvented his elder sister to approach his brother-in-law, playfully slapping him on the shoulder, causing him to sit down. I can repay what you feel you have lost, but should you ever allow my elder sister to suffer, or fail to protect her, I, as your brother-in-law, will not hesitate to revert to my former reckless ways. Chapter 37. Courtesy before conflict. Emboldened by the alcohol, Li Xiao threatened Lu Gang. Li Yugui, observing from the sidelines, called for Huang Xi'er to escort Li Xiao away. Li Xiao was not genuinely intoxicated. He was merely pretending, thus he complied with Huang Xi'er's guidance. Some words are best spoken aloud, whether in jest or under the influence, but should they be articulated with clarity, they risk inciting enmity. In this era, marriage is regarded as a sacred and inviolable contract, while divorce is perceived as a failure of the family and a personal disgrace. Amidst a cacophony of rumors, economic dilemmas, and familial strife, Li Xiao remained resolute, unwilling to impulsively advocate for his sister's divorce. Lu Gang, a man often regarded as honest by outsiders, was, in Li Xiao's eyes, a subject of deeper scrutiny. With the insight gained from past encounters with similar men, Li Xiao knew all too well that beneath Lu Gang's seemingly sincere demeanor lay a web of ulterior motives. The facade of honesty was merely superficial. Should Lu Gang rise to prosperity, he would not hesitate to abandon his wife and child. This was not mere malice on Li Xiao's part, but rather a rational assessment of a man who silently allowed his family to mistreat his wife and children. It was conceivable that Lu Gang subtly used his relatives to express dissatisfaction to Li Feng, thus revealing his true feelings towards her. Typically, a man's indifference toward his children stems from a lack of affection for his wife. Li Xiao found himself on the bed of Li Yugui, feigning drunkenness with his eyes closed, while his mind meticulously plotted his sister's future. Today, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, he had adopted a posture of both respect and readiness for conflict. Should his brother-in-law dare to betray his sister, he must at least possess the means to provide a favorable path for both her and Demao. Lost in contemplation, Li Xiao eventually succumbed to genuine slumber. Having only recently turned 18, with his experiences of alcohol limited to a mere handful of occasions. Though his drunken act was feigned, the effects lingered. Meanwhile, Huang Xi'er, relieved to see Li Xiao asleep, remained seated nearby, feeling a sense of ease. As an outsider, he understood that the family matters of the Li household were not his concern, and with Li Xiao inebriated, he found himself relieved of the need to linger. In the living room, Li Yugui offered Lu Gang a few calming words, suggesting he not take Li Xiao's remarks to heart. Yet, how could Lu Gang dismiss them so easily? If Li Xiao were to truly act recklessly, no one could restrain him. Despite having displayed good behavior for only a couple of months, Lu Gang could not simply erase the past. Though Tian Baohua had not been threatened by his brother-in-law, Li Xiao's words resonated with him, even if he chose not to show it. He joined his father-in-law in advising Lu Gang that Li Xiao's drunken proclamations were mere ramblings, urging him not to take them to heart. Lu Gang could only nod in agreement, at a loss for words. After their meal, Li Yugui suggested it was time for them to return home, as the hour was late. Since Demao was still asleep in Li Xiao's room, Li Yugui decided to let him remain, to spare him from the elements that might bring on a cold. With Demao staying behind, Li Feng had no choice but to remain as well, leaving only Lu Gang to accompany his wife and the younger daughter. Li Yugui retained the elder daughter, clearly intending to discuss something with her. Feng, if you encounter any difficulties, you may always return home. Where can you and Demao go outside? Li Yugui said softly as he tidied up the dining table. Li Feng, having shed many tears that evening, felt the ache in her eyes. Yet her father's words brought her solace, prompting more tears to flow. I know you are the most understanding, but you are not without family. Should you face any grievances, return home. I am not one to adhere to antiquated notions that married daughters are like spilled water. Regardless of the circumstances, you will always be my daughter. Li Feng nodded, her unease dissipating with her father's reassurance. Li Yugui sighed. Our family simply has few children. Your maternal family has only the third one. However, your brother has been somewhat irresponsible in the past, yet lately, he has become more sensible and is willing to support you. Today, I am quite pleased. Li Feng wiped away her tears and managed a smile. "Father, I don't really need the third one to back me up. In fact, Lu Gang has been rather kind to me." Li Yugui nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. As a father-in-law, he felt it inappropriate to meddle too much in the affairs of his daughter and son-in-law. The most satisfied person with Li Xiao's performance today was undoubtedly Li Yugui, who preferred to let Li Xiao speak on matters that were less convenient for him. Among peers, when a brother-in-law stands up for his sister, no one can find fault. "Tonight, you and Demao should stay in the third room." After tidying up the dining table, Li Yugui did not allow Li Xiao to come out and set off firecrackers to welcome the new year, which indeed dampened the festive spirit. The large bed in the main room was a double bed, already aged. Li Yugui had slept alone on this bed for over a decade. But tonight he had to squeeze in with two young boys. Huang Xi'er originally intended to set up a couple of stools in the hall for the night, but Li Yugui disallowed it. Li Xiao occupied half of the large bed, leaving the other two to lie sideways. Li Xiao fell into a deep slumber, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already the first day of the new year. Li Feng had risen early to prepare breakfast, while Demao sat obediently on a stool, eating dumplings. Upon seeing Li Xiao, he grinned and called out, "Uncle." Li Xiao, still drowsy, walked over and scooped Demao up for a kiss. "Happy New Year. Uncle will give you a big red envelope." "Happy New Year, Uncle." Demao giggled, and true to his word, Li Xiao rummaged for a piece of red paper and gifted Demao $1. After whispering a few words in Demao's ear, Li Xiao went to wash his face, and Demao set down his bowl to begin his rounds of New Year greetings. "Wishing you wealth. Bring on the red envelopes." The little one, though not very articulate, had memorized the phrases taught by his uncle. With his tiny hands clasped together, he bowing to anyone he approached. Even Huang Xi'er couldn't he help but pull out some change. On the first day of the new year, one still has to work. After finishing breakfast, Li Yugui was about to leave when his eldest son-in-law, Lu Gang, arrived, carrying several New Year gifts. "Father, I wish you a happy New Year." Lu Gang respectfully greeted his father-in-law before continuing, "I have come to pick up Defeng." Last night, Li Feng did not return home with him. Lu Gang harbored some resentment, realizing it only after he returned home to find it cold and empty. Lying on the icy bed at night, he felt a profound discomfort, especially when he thought of his sister-in-law and her husband, who seemed to share an unending bond. He and Li Feng had never shared such moments. Their union was merely a result of his father's favorable impression of Li Feng from the Li family. Over the years, they had rarely quarreled, and their lives had been rather uneventful. Lu Gang did not dislike Li Feng, for she was not unattractive, but he couldn't say he was particularly fond of her either. After all, others lived their lives this way, but ultimately, he could not blame his mother and sister. It was Li Feng who was too attached to her family. Lu Gang harbored doubts regarding Tian Baohua, knowing that his sister-in-law was far more brazen than Li Feng. And despite being married for nearly 2 years, she had yet to show any signs of pregnancy. He simply lacked the pretense that Tian Baohua possessed. Chapter 38. Chu Xiaoxiao is engaged. Lu Gang arrived to escort someone, and naturally, Li Yugui would not linger any longer. Li Feng did not hesitate either. After tidying up, she took Demao and left with Lu Gang. Once the elder sister and the others departed, Li Yugui also prepared to go to work, leaving Li Xiao and Huang Xi'er exchanging glances in silence. The fireworks from yesterday had yet to be set off. Li Xiao licked his sharp teeth and suggested, "Shall we go outside to set off some firecrackers?" Huang Xi'er nodded, feigning enthusiasm, but her heart was increasingly anxious. She had previously thought they would leave after the new year, yet, unbeknownst to her, the year had already passed. Li Xiao led Huang Xi'er to a spacious area in the courtyard to set off firecrackers, which attracted a multitude of children. He dismantled the red firecrackers, distributing them among the children, who became wildly excited. Li Xiao was adept at entertaining children, guiding them to build a snow wall and dividing them into 2 teams for battle. The entire courtyard was filled with commotion. Some adults emerged to witness the scene, chuckling at the sight of the tall Li Xiao frolicking with a group of children. After an entire morning of raucous play with the children, Li Xiao felt somewhat fatigued. No matter the era, children are always a handful, brimming with energy. Just as he was about to return home for a meal with Huang Xi'er, a young man entered the courtyard, carrying a net bag filled with gifts. Li Xiao initially assumed he was a relative visiting to celebrate the new year, but the young man headed straight for the Chu household. Huang Xi'er leaned closer, exchanging a significant glance with Li Xiao. He shrugged and led Huang Xi'er back home. The news of Chu Xiaoxiao's engagement spread throughout the courtyard long before the Lantern Festival. Chu's mother beamed with pride, sharing tales of her son-in-law's accomplishments with everyone she encountered. Even the usually reserved Li Yugui had heard the news. The groom was a soldier, and after the wedding, Chu Xiaoxiao would join him at his post, where they would be assigned a separate courtyard. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao recalled the man he had seen on the first day of the new year. Though not particularly tall, he certainly carried himself with a certain authority. He also remembered the evening before the new year when the Chu family had sent off guests, likely the same young man. Li Xiao remained indifferent, while Huang Si-er seemed somewhat disgruntled. She wondered how such a foolish man could exist, likely unaware of who she was. Why should she, of all people, become a military spouse? In these times, soldiers received a considerable monthly stipend, and those who accompanied them to their posts were provided with housing, certainly a favorable arrangement. However, it was uncertain what rank Chu Xiaoxiao's fiancé held. If he were an officer, they would be assigned a small apartment. But why concern himself with others? Though Li Xiao held no affection for Chu Xiaoxiao, having been misled by her in the past, he would not impede her pursuit of a suitable partner. The past misfortune was his own folly. Considering Chu Xiaoxiao's capabilities, securing a commendable match should not pose a challenge. Li Xiao resolved to maintain his distance from her, thereby remaining unconcerned. However, to his surprise, on the very day he and Huang Si-er deliberated this matter, Chu Xiaoxiao chose to visit them. She arrived while Li Yugui was at work, stealthily knocking on the door. Huang Si-er answered, while Li Xiao was in the small room, busy jotting down notes. Surprised to hear Huang Si-er mention that Chu Xiaoxiao was looking for him, he wondered why she would seek him out now that she had moved on. As Chu Xiaoxiao entered the room, it was evident that her arm had yet to heal from the injury sustained over the years. Spotting Li Xiao, Chu Xiaoxiao softly asked, "Li Xiao, may I speak with you for a moment?" "Feel free to speak," he replied. Chu Xiaoxiao hesitated, glancing at Huang Si-er, who mimicked Li Xiao's earlier expression and left the room with a bucket of dirty water. Li Xiao left the door ajar. It would be improper for a solitary man and woman, especially given their past entanglement, to be seen behind closed doors. Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to share this sentiment, discreetly positioning herself behind the door where she would remain unseen by anyone approaching. "Li Xiao, you know about my engagement, right?" she inquired. "Is there anyone in this courtyard who is unaware?" "Haha, congratulations," Li Xiao responded lazily. Chu Xiaoxiao observed him. Ever since his illness, he had transformed, becoming increasingly different from the person she once knew. During this period, they had intentionally avoided each other, and now, unexpectedly reunited. Chu Xiaoxiao felt as though Li Xiao had become far more handsome than before. "Li Xiao, we grew up together, and I want to apologize for my past misdeeds towards you." Her words took him by surprise. Why the sudden apology? "The past is the past," he replied, only to realize moments later, raising an eyebrow with a laugh. "You're not worried that I might speak indiscreetly and jeopardize your good fortune, are you?" Chu Xiaoxiao indeed harbored such concerns, and hearing Li Xiao articulate them made her feel a hint of embarrassment despite her thick skin. His knowing expression confirmed his guess. He chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "You truly overthink things. There's no need to dwell on our past. We grew up in the same courtyard, and I am genuinely pleased for your fortunate engagement." Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his response, momentarily lost in thought. "Is that your mother outside? You should leave quickly. I wouldn't want her to see you and cause a scene here. I can't bear that," she urged. Chu Xiaoxiao hurriedly turned and ran out of Li's home, only to realize once outside that her mother had not emerged at all. The chilly wind cleared her mind, and she understood that Li Xiao simply wished to distance himself from their conversation. She glanced back at the door that had swiftly closed, allowing a self-deprecating smile to escape her lips. In the past, she had deemed Li Xiao a complete fool, someone who believed everything she said and willingly assisted her, even with unreasonable requests. She recalled her childhood, being bullied by her siblings and overlooked by her parents, which had instilled in her a timid and conflict-averse character. It was Li Xiao's repeated defense of her that gradually helped her to stand tall and gain confidence. During their school days, if anyone dared to insult her, Li Xiao would charge in without a second thought, ready to fight. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he would inevitably return home to face his father's wrath. But he never once threw her under the bus. Regardless of whether it was fighting, theft, or gluttony, the beatings that Li Xiao endured were predominantly for her sake. Perhaps having been accustomed to being pampered by Li Xiao, Chu Xiaoxiao eventually regarded him as nothing more than a compliant fool. Yet, when it came to matters of the heart, she had never truly engaged or contemplated. even when Li Xiao risked his life to secure a job for her family. She felt no gratitude, only a looming fear of potential calamity. The cessation of his pursuit brought relief to Xiao. However, after exchanging a few words today, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. It was as if she had missed out on something profoundly significant, leaving her heart feeling somewhat hollow. Did he truly not care about her impending marriage? Chapter 39. Preparing for the college entrance examination after Xiao departed, Li Xiao maintained a languid posture. Leaning against the table with his legs stretched out long on the stool, he appeared as if devoid of bones, poised to slide to the floor in a heap at any moment. Possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, this one was inevitably entwined deeply with Xiao. Yet now, only memories remained, vividly recalled, while the emotions seemed as though they had been excised. This perplexed Li Xiao, for he held genuine feelings for Li Yugui, Li Feng, and Li Wan. Huang Xir disposed of the dirty water bucket and lingered outside for a while before returning. Upon finding the door closed, he peered through the window like a thief, and only upon seeing Li Xiao alone did he enter. It was indeed cold outside, with the promise of snow in the air. Huang Xir crouched by the stove, rubbing his hands to warm himself. Li Xiao paid him no mind, prompting Huang Xir to finally voice his curiosity. What did she want from you? Afraid I might disrupt her engagement? He scoffed disdainfully. As if she thinks so highly of herself. Li Xiao chuckled softly, straightening his legs and propping himself up. Let's not dwell on her. Your matters also demand resolution. At this mention, Huang Xir's face contorted in dismay. His time at Li Xiao's home had been the most comfortable of his life. Yet he knew he could not overstay his welcome without contributing. Xiao Gu, I've come to a realization. It's just a matter of going to the countryside. There's nothing to fear. Li Xiao nodded in agreement. There are still about 10 days left. Let us not surrender so easily. My father and sister have been searching for work for me. We should venture out ourselves. If we find something suitable, you can take it on first. Huang Xir, upon hearing this, immediately sprang to his feet in alarm. How could I take a job meant for you? Although Li Yugui had been kind to him lately, he understood his place and felt unworthy of replacing anyone in a formal position. Why the rush? There's no job in sight yet. Li Xiao remarked as he stood and stretched. Let us inquire a bit. If nothing works out, don't worry. Just write to me from the countryside, and I'll send you supplies. I won't let you suffer. Regardless of the outcome, Li Xiao's reassurances eased Huang Xir's fears about going to the countryside. Traditionally, the new year was a time for visiting relatives, yet Li Xiao's kin lived far away. There lies a tale within this narrative, for in these times, venturing outdoors was rather inconvenient. Ever since Li Xiao became aware, he had never witnessed Li Yugui escorting him to visit relatives. Huang Xir did not even return to her own home, let alone that of others. The two of them idled away for 2 days at home. They spoke of plans to earn some money after the new year, yet with Huang Xir's situation lingering, any words uttered were rendered futile until something materialized. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, they ventured into the streets. Apart from the couplets and the remnants of firecrackers scattered on the ground, the atmosphere was much like any ordinary day. In this era, there were no holiday breaks. Everyone, regardless of their celebration of the new year, was expected to work. Li Xiao and Huang Xir found themselves with nowhere to go, and news regarding employment was notably absent. After all, who would relinquish their position? Any such information would vanish before it even had the chance to circulate. The recycling station remained unchanged. Li Xiao planned to peruse old books there. For it was now 1976, and the restoration of the college entrance examination was drawing ever closer. In the little room belonging to his second sister, the stove burned brightly. Upon noticing the arrival of Li Xiao and Huang Xir, she welcomed them inside and offered some fried peanuts and melon seeds to snack on. Well, isn't it a rare sight to see you thinking about reading again? Li Wan remarked with a smile. In the days prior to your graduation, you spent 8 out of 10 days scouring the streets. Now you wish to study? Shouldn't I be allowed to change my ways? Li Xiao hesitated to mention the college entrance examination, for who would believe him? How could a mere street wanderer possess knowledge of information unknown to others? Changing your ways is commendable. Reading more books and newspapers is beneficial. You may browse through them, but do not create a mess. Simply pull out whatever you wish to see. The records in the small archive were supervised. Yet those old books and newspapers were fair game for Li Xiao to take a few copies, as Li Wan had the authority to grant permission. He instructed Huang Xir to remain seated in the little room while he stepped outside to search for books. Bundles of collected old books were neatly packed and arranged within a large building at the recycling station. Unlike the chaotic nature of the future, this state-run recycling station was orderly. Everything collected was categorized and organized. Xiao had long lost track of his high school textbooks, but here he discovered a considerable number. Selecting several well-preserved volumes of mathematics, language, history, and geography, he continued to sift through newspapers until he gathered the past 2 years' worth before finally ceasing his search. Xiao recalled that the college entrance examination would be reinstated in 1977 and that its content was not particularly challenging. There was no English. The subjects were divided into liberal arts and sciences, with the most crucial being politics. Perhaps due to the merging of memories, Xiao found his recollection remarkably sharp. Regardless of which life he had lived, every experience was vividly clear in his mind. Reading should pose no difficulty. And Xiao brimmed with confidence as he cradled a hefty stack of literary works by Feng Yu. Upon seeing him with such a substantial collection, Li Wan expressed her surprise. "Are you truly planning to read all of these? Or do you intend to use the paper for something else?" "Of course. They are for reading. Am I to use them to plaster walls?" Li Wan chuckled. "You have done that before, haven't you? Very well. It is better to wish to read than to engage in other activities. I shall find you some string to bind them." "Yes, sister, please have them weighed. I will pay whatever the price is. No need for me to take advantage." "Ah, I see you can't hold on to your money any longer. Hurry and take it. I'll reimburse you later," said second sister. With that, Xiao accepted the offer without hesitation. "By the way, I'm having dinner with your brother-in-law tonight. Please inform Dad. And there's no need for any preparations at home. Your brother-in-law will bring the food from the restaurant," Li Wan reminded as they were about to leave. "What delicious dishes is your brother-in-law preparing today? Are you in the mood for some dragon meat?" Li Wan rolled her eyes. "Of course I will eat it. Is there anything I wouldn't dare to eat?" Xiao laughed heartily, grabbing the bundle of books and departing with Huang Xier. Upon returning home, Xiao immediately delved into his studies, with Huang Xier curiously flipping through the pages beside him. "What are you looking at? Aren't these all high school textbooks?" Huang Xier had attended high school for just a few days before wandering the streets. Now that Xiao had graduated, Huang Xier couldn't fathom why he was studying high school materials. "I believe you should also take the opportunity to read more books during your free time. Acquiring knowledge is always beneficial," Xiao replied without lifting his head, engrossed in his reading. Huang Xier recoiled slightly. "You want me to study? I might as well go to the countryside to herd cattle and farm." In Chapter 40, Photographic Memory, Xiao spent the entire afternoon immersed in his books, testing his memory. He had Huang Xier quiz him, and he could recite the material verbatim after just a glance. This was undeniably photographic memory. Xiao had never experienced it before, as his memories from this era held virtually no recollection of reading. His knowledge was limited to elementary school level, but thankfully, he had read extensively in his past life. Xiao felt a sense of joy, although the content of the first college entrance examination was not particularly challenging. He recalled that over 5 million candidates had participated in that first year, with only 300,000 admitted, less than a 5% acceptance rate, indicating fierce competition. With his enhanced memory, he might even secure a place in prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Such aspirations had been unimaginable in his previous life. Who could deny this was a fortunate opportunity? While Xiao reveled in his good fortune, Huang Xier looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. Others might not understand, but he was well aware of Xiao's capabilities. During their 2 years of high school, Xiao had spent barely half a year in school, often idling about the streets like himself. How else could they have formed such a close bond? "Why are you staring at me? Are you in awe of me?" Xiao said with a smug grin. While others in reincarnation stories had systems or golden fingers, he had initially thought he had none. But how could photographic memory not count? Realizing he possessed this talent, Xiao increased his reading pace. By the time Li Yugui returned home from work, he had nearly finished the few books he had acquired from second sister and was now perusing a newspaper. Huang Xier went to inform Li Yugui that Li Wan and her husband would be joining them for dinner. Since it was still early in the Lunar New Year, and given that the son-in-law was bringing dishes, Li Yugui decided to make some dumplings. Huang Xier quickly rolled up his sleeves to help with the dough, while Li Yugui went to check on Xiao, who had not yet emerged. Observing several books scattered across his desk and engrossed in a newspaper, one might have assumed he was deliberately shirking responsibilities, leading to a remark about his pretense. Just as the dumplings were finished and placed in the boiling water, my second sister and her husband arrived. Dressed in a brand new outfit, radiating joy. She sported a red hairpin atop her head. Her husband carried 2 cloth bags, presumably filled with dishes prepared at a restaurant. "Dad, you've made dumplings. Didn't we say we'd bring the dishes? What else would we eat during the new year if not dumplings? Previously, we could hardly get any," replied Comrade Li Yugue, who began to lecture, while my sister pursed her lips, choosing not to respond. With a cheerful demeanor, Tian Baohua took the bags to the kitchen, retrieving the food from the containers and arranging it on plates before bringing it to the table. Li Xiao, drawn by the aroma, emerged to find a platter of meat, a dish of scrambled eggs with chives, and a generous serving of large shrimp. The shrimp were indeed a rare treat. Li Xiao glanced at his brother-in-law, who chuckled. "I know a friend who brought 2 trays. I kept one for my parents and brought this one for you and Dad to taste. Come on, it's still warm." Tian Baohua enthusiastically invited everyone to dig in, and with the dumplings already boiled, Li Yugue refrained from further comments. As they gathered around the table to enjoy the meal, Li Wan noticed Huang Xi'er hesitating to take food and kindly served him a large shrimp. "No, sister, you all eat," he insisted, feeling somewhat guilty about indulging in such a delicacy, especially since there were only 10 shrimp on the plate. "Don't be polite. There's enough for everyone to share," Li Yugue encouraged, affirming Huang Xi'er's hesitance. The meal brought Li Xiao immense satisfaction, and once they finished, my sister produced a few apples. "These are also from Baohua's friend. He's quite capable, driving large vehicles." She washed the apples and distributed them. Li Xiao took one, biting into its small, sweet tart flavor. "Indeed, driving large vehicles is quite a skill," Li Yugue mused, not inquiring about which company employed the driver, but it was likely someone who traveled long distances. Li Xiao, however, took note internally. He knew how to drive. Yet, he had heard that contemporary drivers also needed to be adept at repairs, a more daunting challenge, as he only knew how to operate automatic transmissions. "Dad, I have some good news to share today," Li Wan announced with a smile, nodding towards Tian Baohua, encouraging him to speak. Tian Baohua immediately chimed in. "Dad, didn't you ask me to inquire about a job for the 3rd? There's an opening. The young man in the kitchen at our restaurant has quit. I haven't spread the word yet, thinking I'd check if the 3rd is interested." "Oh, is it that apprentice of yours? Why has he suddenly decided to leave?" This was indeed promising news for Li Yugue, though it was unusual for someone to seek work right after the new year. "Ah, it's that lad, Xiao Zhang," Tian Baohua replied, shaking his head slightly, feeling a twinge of regret for his apprentice. "He is quite reliable and hardworking, but his family situation is troubling. It's his younger brother's turn this year, and his parents, being partial, are reluctant to let him go, intending for him to take his brother's place in the countryside, transferring his job to him. Xiao Zhang, despite his quiet demeanor, is quite resourceful. He realizes work won't hold him, so he is planning to sneak away with some money." Li Wan remarked. "I have never witnessed such blatant favoritism. They are all sons, yet they spare one while indulging another. Ah, every family has its own struggles." Tian Baohua chuckled, eager to flatter. How many fathers like ours can maintain such fairness? Hearing his son-in-law's words, Li Yugue felt confident that this arrangement could be secured without consulting Li Xiao. "So how much will he transfer?" "Dad, he wants 700. If you wish to buy for the 3rd one, I can negotiate further. After all, I am his mentor." 700 is indeed a considerable sum. Li Xiao scratched his face. "Brother-in-law, what work does this entail?" Tian Baohua understood his brother-in-law's nature. Truth be told, he preferred not to work alongside Li Xiao. What could someone like him possibly accomplish? Yet, he dared not conceal this from Li Wan. If she discovered that there was work available in his establishment that he had not offered to Li Xiao, she would surely be infuriated. "It's nothing much. It's just assisting me. If you are keen to learn, I can teach you how to cook. As for the salary, it is 27 a month. Do not let the modest wage deceive you. Our restaurant provides excellent benefits, including a monthly allocation of 10 jin of grains and oils, along with sugar coupons. If there are any unsold ingredients at the restaurant, employees are given priority to purchase them at a reduced price." Li Xiao fell silent. He was not fond of cooking, yet this opportunity was indeed rare. "Dad, what if I give it a try?" Li Yugue glanced at Li Xiao, surprised by his unexpected willingness. This young man had previously shown little enthusiasm for employment or job hunting, yet now he consented. "All right then, Baohua, please inform him tomorrow. Conveniently, I will also be off, so I'll visit him in the morning to discuss the price." Chapter 41. The first day at work after the departure of his second sister and brother-in-law. Huang Xi'er took the initiative to tidy up the table and wash the dishes. Li Yugui called Li Xiao into the room to discuss his work situation. With another wave of educated youth heading to the countryside after the new year, it was rare to find an available position in the city. Once you start, ensure you work diligently and do not slack off. Li Xiao nodded. I understand. You think I want to be diligent working with my brother-in-law? As long as you know. Li Yugui observed his favorable attitude, and as long as the other party did not backtrack, the matter was settled. Dad, what if he refuses to lower the price? Li Yugui waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry. I will handle the negotiation. Get to bed early. We will go together in the morning. All right. Li Xiao hesitated before speaking again. Dad, once this job is secured, can I have Huang Xi'er cover for me initially? Li Yugui frowned slightly. And Li Xiao quickly clarified. You know Huang Xi'er will be heading to the countryside after the new year. I wish for him to fill in for me until this batch has passed. Upon hearing it was merely a request for a substitute, Li Yugui did not become angry. He initially feared Li Xiao was generously handing the job to someone else. However, he recognized that Huang Xi'er was a sensible child. In the past, others had sought substitutes due to illness or pregnancy, intending to retain their positions, only for complications to arise when the original employee returned and the substitute refused to leave. Such situations were common and could lead to troublesome disputes. Li Xiao quickly defended Huang Xi'er, saying, Dad, Xi'er is not that kind of person. I am aware that he is not that type of person, but can you assure me that his family is not of such a nature? Li Xiao found himself at a loss for words and subsequently shook his head. Xi'er has ceased all contact with his family. Who would concern themselves with him? Li Yugui understood that his son was simply obstinate and stubbornly loyal, thus he refrained from engaging in any argument. We shall discuss arrangements after I secure that job tomorrow. After shooing Li Xiao away, Li Yugui closed the door and retrieved the key to open the dowry cabinet left by his wife, from which he counted the money within. That night, while Li Xiao shared a room with Huang Xi'er, he refrained from disclosing the conversation he had with his father. Although Huang Xi'er was aware that Li Xiao would soon have a job, he did not bring it up. The following morning, as Li Yugui prepared to take Li Xiao to see the job, Huang Xi'er mentioned he was going out for a stroll, thus leaving with the father and son before parting ways. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Tian Baohua led them into the kitchen, where a young man of modest height and seemingly simple demeanor approached them. Uncle Li has arrived, he said, extending his hand to shake Li Yugui's. My master has informed me. Since you are interested, I will not discuss this with anyone else. Li Yugui smiled, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much. The two entered into negotiations, while Tian Baohua took Li Xiao to view the kitchen and explain the tasks at hand. The restaurant's kitchen was connected to the backyard, which included a storeroom and a tidy resting area for Tian Baohua. The work was varied but not particularly challenging. Tian Baohua observed Li Xiao's expressions and felt somewhat reassured when he did not display impatience. Li Yugui had come prepared with money, and out of respect for Tian Baohua, Xiao Zhang ultimately accepted 600 yuan, delivering his words with such eloquence that Li Yugui felt embarrassed to take back the remaining 100. To avoid prolonged discussions, they promptly sought out the restaurant manager to facilitate Li Xiao's employment. The restaurant had a fixed number of staff, and any vacancy would attract numerous watchful eyes. It was indeed Tian Baohua's advantageous position that allowed him to be the first to inquire about the opportunity. Once employed, Xiao Zhang took his payment and departed, having previously advised both his master and Li Xiao to disregard any inquiries from his family. Li Xiao, naturally unperturbed, was taken aback to learn that he was to commence work that very day. In the kitchen, apart from Xiao Zhang, there was a middle-aged woman, presumably in her 30s or 40s, primarily responsible for washing dishes, peeling potatoes, and disposing of garbage. Li Yugui insisted that Li Xiao remain diligent at work, reiterating that he should heed the instructions of the second son-in-law. Tian Baohua, sensing his father-in-law's palpable concern, repeatedly assured him that he would look after Li Xiao, before finally seeing him off. Third one. Today you will start by familiarizing yourself with the environment, Tian Baohua remarked, as the day's ingredients had just arrived. He decided to assign Li Xiao some simple tasks, instructing him to assist the woman by peeling garlic and potatoes. Li Xiao nodded, finding 2 small stools to sit beside the large basin, and began his work. Ah, you've been here a few times before, haven't you? You look familiar, the woman commented. Yes, I have visited, Li Xiao replied, glancing at the large basin filled with garlic. Do all of these need to be peeled? In just a day? It will be of no use. merely left aside when there is nothing to do. The restaurant where Tian Baohua works is not one of those upscale establishments. It caters to ordinary patrons on a daily basis. The menu features home-style dishes, and during winter, the vegetable options are rather limited. Although there is a dedicated supply of meat and eggs from the cooperative, occasionally, lamb and beef are available, providing a variety of dishes. As Li Xiao engaged in simple tasks that required little thought, he observed his brother-in-law skillfully handling the meat. It must be said that Tian Baohua is remarkably efficient in his work, exhibiting impressive knife skills. Previously, the task of cutting was handled by Xiao Zhang, but today, it fell to Li Xiao, prompting Tian Baohua to take matters into his own hands. On his first day, it was rather uneventful, and Li Xiao made no significant errors. At lunchtime, the staff meal, overseen by Tian Baohua, consisted of braised cabbage, ample flatbreads, and rice. Li Xiao devoured 2 generous bowls and spent the afternoon engaging in light-hearted conversation with 2 waitresses when the restaurant was quiet. Being a waitress in a restaurant, though not a position of superiority, was nonetheless a role envied by many. Both waitstaff and managers receive salaries from the government and hold steady jobs, rendering their service unaffected by the presence of customers. Li Xiao had heard of other restaurants where staff members might even engage in altercations with patrons, some establishments even posting signs prohibiting the unwarranted assault of customers. However, he had never witnessed such occurrences himself. The 2 waitresses at his current workplace were quite cheerful and maintained a pleasant demeanor, although they did usher patrons out as closing time approached, encouraging them to take any unfinished meals home. Seated at the entrance of the restaurant, Li Xiao awaited the return of Huang Xier, who had not come to find him despite his efforts to reserve a staff meal for him. After finishing work and returning home, Li Xiao searched for Huang Xier, with Li Yugui mistakenly believing that Huang Xier was with him. The 2 waited in the house until past 8 in the evening, when Huang Xier finally returned, carrying a suitcase. "Uncle Li, Brother Xiao, I went to inquire about the assignment myself on the street. I'll be leaving after the 15th. And the assigned location is not far from Ningbei." Chapter 42. Do not accept your fate. Upon hearing that Huang Xier had independently inquired about his assignment, Li Xiao pulled him into the house. "Why the haste? Before your departure, I intended for you to take over my work to avoid this situation altogether." Li Xiao genuinely did not wish for Huang Xier to go to the countryside, as he himself was not keen on the job in the long term. He had already resolved to take the college entrance examination and aimed to earn some money beforehand. Thus, he agreed to let old Li purchase the position with the genuine intention of eventually passing it on to Huang Xier. "Brother Xiao, that is not appropriate. Uncle Li has invested so much in securing this job for you. Opportunities like this are rare. I cannot take your place." Huang Xier displayed a sense of propriety, akin to how he never entered Li Yogui's room while residing at Li Zhao's home. Even in Li Zhao's room, he would not enter unless invited or accompanied. Huang Xier smiled. "Before I leave, I still need to stay with you for a few days." Seeing the pleasing smile on Huang Xier's face, Li Xiao understood his intentions. "Xier, listen to me. I do not intend to make this work my permanent endeavor. However, I cannot directly transfer it to you at this moment. Nevertheless, you could temporarily fill in for me, and I can arrange for the restaurant to provide you with a note, which is not much trouble. Once this batch is completed, we shall see when the next one arrives, and we can take our time." Li Zhao's intention was to pass on this job, which he had purchased for 600, to Huang Xier, and he would then need to repay his father that amount. Otherwise, what difference would it make compared to the past? This was the best method Li Xiao could conceive to retain Huang Xier. Upon hearing Li Zhao's suggestion, Huang Xier pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat tempted. However, after a long silence, he ultimately shook his head. "Xiao go, I think I will go to the countryside." Li Xiao was taken aback. "If you have a solution, why would you still want to leave? Weren't you scared before?" The smile on Huang Xier's face appeared strained. He was naturally slender, and the lack of flesh on his face made him look even more youthful, yet his smile revealed numerous creases. "I am going home today to pack my belongings. They seem to have heard that I have been staying at your place. It looks like they are keeping tabs on me and even know about my selling hairpins, demanding money from me. If they discover I am working at the restaurant, it will only lead to endless trouble." Li Xiao slowly furrowed his brow. "Am I to fear them? If you fill in for me, let them approach me if they have any issues." "Xiao go, you don't understand how shameless my stepmother is. Once she latches on, she is as bothersome as a persistent adhesive plaster." Huang Xier shook his head. "It's not that I am afraid of her, but I cannot resort to drastic measures against her, can I? It's too troublesome. and there's no need to subject you to her unpleasantness. Seeing that Li Xiao still wished to persuade him, Huang Seer could only say, Xiao go. I have made up my mind. Once I go to the countryside, if it becomes unbearable, I will seek you out. All right. With Huang Seer expressing himself so resolutely, Li Xiao had little else to say. They were indeed brothers, but one cannot force another's hand, regardless of the path one chooses in life. Only a future governed by one's own decisions will be free of regret. For the next few days, you may stay at my house. I will be working during the day, so if you're free, you can help me out. All right then. After their conversation in the small room, Li Yugui had prepared dinner. Since Li Xiao was already full from the restaurant, only he and Huang Seer dined together. At the table, Huang Seer shared his plans with Li Yugui, who nodded in understanding. Life in the countryside is not as harsh now. If anything arises, just write to us. Thank you, Uncle Li, for the trouble you've taken during this time. Li Yugui, rarely softening his demeanor, replied, You and Lao San are of similar ages in my eyes. You are both just children. Even if you are no longer in Ningbei, you two should keep in touch. The meal was relatively harmonious, though Huang Seer's eyes remained red. That night, as they prepared for bed, Huang Seer suddenly asked, Xiao Gu, do you believe in fate? Li Xiao yawned and shifted further inside. I do not. Ah, I do. Your fate seems favorable, but mine is not. Huang Seer lay beneath the thick quilt, eyes wide open even with the lights extinguished. Xiao Gu, do you think my life will always be like this? Li Xiao scoffed lightly. What you're expressing is not belief in fate. It is acceptance of it. What can one achieve by defying fate? After all, we are all sons. Just observe how Uncle Li treats you, and how my father regards me. It feels as though I am not even his son. This is where you err, fourth son. Have you ever heard the saying, my destiny is mine to shape, not dictated by the heavens? Huang Seer muttered this, then suddenly sprang up. Xiao Gu. That saying is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. It's simple yet profound. I assent it. Has it ignited your fighting spirit? Huang Seer scratched his head. Well, what else can I do? Li Xiao understood that Huang Seer harbored a deep-seated sense of inferiority, much like his own past. Without parents, life in the orphanage felt indifferent until he noticed the peculiar glances of the volunteers who visited periodically. Only upon growing older did he realize that such gazes were steeped in pity. When the age for schooling arrived, attending an ordinary primary school, he listened to classmates talk about their mothers and fathers, watched them flaunt their latest stationery and snacks. Li Xiao had also experienced profound self-doubt, always feeling inferior, thinking that was the reason for his abandonment. It takes a certain age, or perhaps a wealth of experience, to comprehend that confidence does not stem from others, not even from relatives, but must be cultivated from within. When Li Xiao earned his first wage, he felt that sense of inferiority gradually dissipate. As he bought snacks and toys for the younger ones at the orphanage, he began to understand what compassion truly felt like. Fourth son, we are still young, and the future holds infinite possibilities. Remember how we effortlessly earned in a short time what others took months to make by creating those hair clips last year? Li Xiao regarded Huang Seer as a brother, wishing for him to have a plan for the future, just as he did. Moreover, having encountered the extraordinary phenomenon of reincarnation, how could he believe himself to be shackled by fate? When you go to the countryside, don't just think about herding cattle. Learn as much as you can. Read whenever you have the chance. Acquiring knowledge will undoubtedly benefit you. By the way, many production teams are self-sufficient. You might learn something useful for the future. Li Xiao pulled Huang Seer closer, adjusting the blanket over him. One cannot remain stagnant, even if there seems to be no path forward at present. One must prepare for the future. Who knows, a change in policy might open doors for you educated youths to return to the city with even brighter prospects. Huang Seer listened quietly, somewhat skeptical of Li Xiao's words, yet found solace in them after hearing them. Xiao Gu, I feel you have truly changed. You now read and speak such impressive words. Li Xiao paused, unsure whether to confess that he was possessed. I believe it's the result of jumping into that icy hole at Hipaozi. It cleared my mind. Li Xiao chuckled. Perhaps while the ice remains, I should give you a taste of it tomorrow, to see if it might sharpen your intellect as well. Chapter 43. Huang Seer goes to the countryside. Huang Seer, no matter how naive, would no longer believe that jumping into an ice hole could make one smarter. However, he ceased to ponder matters of fate, and from the following day onwards, he accompanied Li Xiao to work. With Huang Seer's assistance, Li Xiao found himself relieved of all responsibilities, allowing him to find a spot to lean against and read. Observing Li Xiao's earnest demeanor, Tian Baohua felt that this brother-in-law was quite the actor. Nonetheless, as Huang Xi'er was eager to help, it did not cause any delays, and Tian Baohua chose not to intervene. After a morning spent immersed in literature, Li Xiao genuinely savored the joy of photographic memory. Following lunch, Li Xiao asked Huang Xi'er to cover for him at work while he leisurely strolled away. This concerned Tian Baohua, as it was only the second day of work. Once again, Li Xiao found himself at the recycling station, greeting his second sister before delving into books. This time, he perused not only high school texts but also ancient tomes and comic books. The recycling station proved to be a veritable treasure trove. Li Xiao even unearthed a barefoot Dr. S manual, brimming with notes on medical experiences. In the storage area for paper waste, Li Xiao spent the entire afternoon engrossed in reading and subsequently selected several volumes to take with him. Li Wan neatly bound the books and playfully tapped Li Xiao's forehead with her finger. "You're not diligently working for your brother-in-law. Instead, you're being lazy. I've asked Huang Xi'er to cover for me. It won't hinder the shop's operations," Li Xiao replied. Intrigued, Li Wan remarked, "I've never seen you so fond of reading before. What is the sudden interest?" "Nothing in particular, I just felt like reading," Li Xiao said as he prepared to leave with the bound books. Li Wan called out to him again. "Are you still making that clip? If so, I could help you with some patterns." Li Xiao pondered for a moment. "I could, but I want of time to sell them. And Huang Xi'er is heading to the countryside." Li Wan felt it would be a pity to abandon such a profitable venture. "How about I partner with our elder sister to sell them? If you and our elder sister collaborate, it shouldn't be too difficult," Li Xiao mused, considering that such small earnings could indeed enhance the lives of his two sisters. "Tonight, I'll talk to Dad and have him get some aluminum sheets. Once I finish the processing, I'll bring them to you, and you and our elder sister can manage the sales." Li Wan beamed with delight. "Sounds good. Now you can go. Once I earn money, I'll share it with you." Li Xiao halted, turning with a resigned expression. "Sister, you and our elder sister can split the earnings. I don't want any, as I'm already working." All right, no sharing for you. We'll give it to Dad, saving it for your future bride." Li Xiao contemplated speaking, but seeing his second sister's joyful expression, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Upon returning to the restaurant, Tian Baohua let out a sigh of relief, fearing that this ancestor might cause further trouble during work hours. He worried that his father-in-law and wife would blame him for not keeping an eye on him. "Third brother, where did you wander off to all afternoon?" "I went to see my second sister." "I'm sorry, brother-in-law. I promise I'll be on my best behavior tomorrow." "Oh, it's no problem, after all." The afternoon was not busy. Tian Baohua dared not reprimand Li Xiao. Had it been the previous Xiao Zhang, he would not have afforded him such leniency. Huang Xi'er was doing splendidly, having tidied the kitchen to perfection, earning praise from the elder aunt who assisted. Observing this, Li Xiao inquired if Huang Xi'er wished to stay on as a substitute, offering him 20% of the wages, yet the young man remained steadfast in his decision. In the blink of an eye, the Lantern Festival had passed. In recent days, Huang Xi'er has diligently assisted with the preparation of various snacks in the evenings and lent a hand to Li Xiao at the restaurant during the day. On the day of departure, Li Yugui did not accompany him to bid farewell, but discreetly slipped 50 yuan into Huang Xi'er's pocket. Reluctant to accept it, Huang Xi'er found the money firmly tucked into his cotton-padded coat. "If there are any matters, write back," Li Yugui urged. Huang Xi'er nodded earnestly, replying, "Uncle, I shall never forget the immense kindness you and Brother Xiao have shown me throughout my life. Let us not dwell on this. I shall return if the opportunity arises." Li Xiao took charge of Huang Xi'er's luggage and a plethora of daily necessities purchased for him. They arrived at the assembly point, where they observed young individuals of similar age climbing aboard a large truck adorned with slogans proclaiming the call to root oneself in rural areas and cultivate a fervent spirit. Huang Xi'er was nestled within, nearly obscured from view. Despite the throngs of well-wishers, not a single member of Huang Xi'er's family was present. The youthful passengers, on the brink of parting from their parents and loved ones, could not restrain their tears. The atmosphere was a poignant blend of fervor and sorrow, as street officials passionately shouted slogans, stirring the hearts of all present. Several large trucks departed, carrying away a significant portion of the idle youth from Ningbei City. Once they had driven away, Li Xiao felt an undeniable emptiness settle over the city. With Huang Xi'er gone, the business of snack preparation fell to his elder and second sisters. Li Xiao, now lacking interest in pursuing other endeavors, found his days consumed by work and reading. One afternoon, after the last table at the restaurant had been cleared, Tranquility enveloped the establishment. As Li Xiao perused a book, a commotion erupted nearby. Venturing outside, he discovered a middle-aged woman embroiled in a heated argument with the manager, accompanied by a young man, while his brother-in-law, Tian Baohua, attempted to mediate. Li Xiao refrained from intervening, leaning against the wall to listen. With the assistance of a waitress who discreetly relayed information, he gathered that the woman was Xiao Zhang's mother. Inquiring about her son's employment, Xiao Zhang had sold his job and departed for the countryside without informing her, leaving her without a penny. Now, unable to locate him, she sought to reclaim his position at the restaurant. However, the manager was indifferent to their family troubles, asserting that the job now belonged to Li Xiao, rendering their pleas futile. The two continued to argue back and forth, while Xiao Zhang's brother exhibited visible displeasure, feeling the position was rightfully his, only to have it stealthily sold by his brother. Finding the altercation increasingly tedious, Li Xiao retreated to the kitchen, recognizing that the situation would yield no fruitful outcome. The nature of employment at that time differed significantly from later eras. Unless a grave error was committed, the manager lacked the authority to dismiss employees. Once a contract was signed, one became a permanent employee, and jobs could be passed down to family members. The outside ruckus persisted for some time, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Eventually, the manager, finding no resolution, departed without disclosing his whereabouts. Tian Baohua slipped into the kitchen, spotting Li Xiao leaning against the wall, basking in the sun with his feet up, engrossed in his book. He couldn't help but chuckle. You certainly know how to relax. Is the book truly that captivating? Recently, Tian Baohua has been frequently conversing with Li Wan about Li Xiao upon his return home. He diligently attends to his duties at the restaurant and indulges in reading during his leisure hours. He no longer engages in idle chatter with the frontline waitstaff, showcasing a remarkable transformation in his demeanor. This change, however, is a positive one, much to everyone's delight. Li Xiao set his book aside, rising to stretch. Brother-in-law, literature amidst the storms, he said. Tian Baohua laughed heartily. Have you unearthed any gold yet? Well, Li Xiao replied with a chuckle, the gold remains uncertain. But I have discovered 2 new recipes. Chapter 44. New recipes. During his time working at the restaurant, Li Xiao has discerned Tian Baohua's true culinary prowess. It is no wonder that his second brother-in-law can only work as a cook in such a modest establishment, unable to ascend to a high-end restaurant. These small eateries primarily serve ordinary folk, while upscale dining venues cater to the leaders of various organizations, presenting a stark contrast in standards. Tian Baohua specializes in homestyle dishes, his skills merely surpassing the average. He would undoubtedly struggle with the intricacies of gourmet banquets, as he lacks signature dishes of notable distinction. The more common upscale offerings consist primarily of pork and eggs, prepared through methods of stewing and frying. The best dishes he creates are braised pork and Saint-Cien. Yet these are simple to execute, laden with oil and sugar, making them difficult to ruin. Li Xiao understands that this cannot solely be attributed to his brother-in-law's lack of skill. The current scarcity of ingredients is a significant factor. In the north, even leafy greens are scarce, with the most abundant choices being cabbage, radishes, and pumpkins. During summer, one finds only cucumbers and tomatoes, presenting a limited variety. The culinary arts are largely reliant on salt, vinegar, and soy sauce for flavoring. Though Li Xiao may not excel in cooking, he possesses a discerning palate. Naturally, the recipes he presents to his brother-in-law cannot rely on ingredients that are currently unattainable. Otherwise, they would serve no purpose. These recipes have required considerable thought and creativity on his part. Tian Baohua has treated him well, whether out of affection for his sister or genuine concern. And Li Xiao hopes for his brother-in-law's continued success. Thus, he reminisced about several dishes from the future and pinned down a few recipes. Brother-in-law, take a look at these, he said. I've been reading a variety of books lately, and a few dishes I encountered appeared quite appealing. Perhaps you could try them when you have some spare time? Tian Baohua received the paper that Li Xiao had pulled from his pocket, initially dismissive. However, upon unfolding it and glancing at the contents, his attention was captured. The recipes included fish fragrant shredded pork, braised pork with dried cabbage, pan-seared tofu, spicy cold tofu, and crispy tofu, as well as pumpkin soup, pumpkin cakes, and salted egg yolk baked pumpkin, along with several innovative methods for preparing radishes. These dishes were entirely unfamiliar to Tian Baohua, yet the instructions were clearly articulated on the paper, albeit with some uncertainty regarding cooking times and seasonings. Little third, did you glean all of these from your readings? Which book? He inquired eagerly. Li Xiao, unable to produce the book, resorted to fabricating a response. Brother-in-law, I didn't find them in a single book, but rather in various old texts. I merely noted them down. There are too many to specify, as my recent readings have been quite eclectic. The books do not provide exhaustive details, just a general outline of the processes, yet I have a feeling they would be delightful. In any case, these are not particularly rare items. Radishes and cabbages are abundant, and we certainly do not lack for them. Why don't you give it a try, brother-in-law? Perhaps prepare a small portion to taste. Tian Baohua felt a flicker of interest. Indeed, these dishes seemed simple enough to prepare, yet they were refreshingly novel, as he had never approached them in this manner before. Shall I give it a shot? Of course you should, brother-in-law. Regardless of the task at hand, we must continually learn and strive for improvement. Li Xiao patted his brother-in-law on the shoulder, saying, with your expanding repertoire of culinary skills, who knows? You might even become a head chef at a prestigious restaurant someday. Tian Baohua was left speechless by Li Xiao's words, carefully tucking away the handwritten recipe and nodding vigorously. Yes, we must progress together. Old Third, I've long recognized that you are no ordinary person. Just look at how you can derive a menu from a random book. You are surely destined for greatness. Li Xiao chuckled heartily, returning the flattery. If only I possessed your talents, brother-in-law, that would indeed signify success. As they exchanged compliments, Tian Baohua could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment with new dishes. Sensing this, Li Xiao feigned an interest in his book, allowing him the freedom to pursue his culinary endeavors. Life during work hours was leisurely and carefree. In this city, or indeed throughout the entire nation, those with jobs enjoyed a sense of security. Only Li Xiao, with his unique possession of memories from 2 lifetimes, understood that genuine reform was just around the corner. In due time, the rise of individual entrepreneurship would gradually transform the prevailing circumstances. In a few years, as state-owned enterprises stagnated, they would find themselves unable to sustain those who had believed they could work until old age and pass their positions down. Living in this era was, in fact, a stroke of fortune. Those like Li Xiao, possessing foresight, would invariably seize opportunities ahead of their peers. He cleared his mind for a moment before returning his attention to his book. As winter gave way to spring, Li Xiao removed his heavy cotton coat, and the first letter from Huang Si arrived. The postal worker delivered the letter directly to the restaurant. Upon opening it, Li Xiao was met with a scrawl of densely packed characters that strained the eyes. He suddenly grasped the significance of penmanship and recalled his earlier agreement with Grandpa Lu to learn calligraphy. However, now that he was working, he found himself with little time to pursue it. With renewed determination, he endeavored to decipher Huang Si's letter, which was filled with unnecessary chatter, primarily detailing his experiences in the rural area to which he had been assigned. Through the words, it was evident that Huang Si was in good spirits. He emphasized that he had not been tasked with herding cattle, but rather was working alongside a production team in agricultural labor. Life at the youth cadre site was quite fulfilling. After their daily toil, they engaged in collective study and occasionally performed for the local villagers or delivered speeches. Li Xiao paused, astonished. Huang Si could give speeches? That seemed improbable. Perhaps he was merely the one shouting slogans in the background. In his letter, Huang Si expressed surprise at how pleasant rural life was, noting that the accommodations provided to their youth cadre were among the best in the village. He also mentioned the warmth and hospitality of the locals, assuring that they would not suffer from hunger. Finally, Huang Si requested that Li Xiao send him some books, such as collections of revolutionary quotations, as others had brought them while he had not, leaving him feeling somewhat out of place. Li Xiao was so amused that he burst into laughter, immediately setting about preparing things for Huang Si. Not only did he gather books for her, but he also requested some tickets from Old Li that evening. The following day, he purchased some candies and new shoes for Huang Si. He enlisted the help of his second brother-in-law to prepare a plate of fried pork jerky, cutting the tenderloin into fine strips, marinating them, and then frying them over low heat with a small amount of oil until the moisture evaporated, eliminating the need for sun-drying. Once cooked, sesame seeds were sprinkled on top, providing a long shelf life. After tasting the dish, Tian Baohua found it quite delightful and promptly decided to take a portion to the manager to propose a new dish for the menu. Recently, several new dishes had been added to the restaurant, all of which received favorable reviews, gradually establishing a reputation in the city. Li Xiao carefully wrapped everything in oil paper before heading to the post office. Mailing items in this era was quite different from modern courier services. His package was meticulously organized and repackaged by the staff, placed in a wooden box, and sealed with a handwritten address on the seal. Although Huang Seer had not left the province, the distance was considerable, and given the less developed transportation and road conditions of the time, visiting her was no simple task. Sending just a letter would cost a few cents, but mailing a package was a bit more expensive. The total cost for sending these items to Huang Seer amounted to 55 cents. Chapter 45. Holding the Jade. The wind rises with the items dispatched, and knowing that Huang Seer was in a relatively good place, Xiao felt a sense of relief. However, the monotony of restaurant work was wearing him down. His days were filled with labor, reading, and listening to the radio. After enduring this routine for about 10 days, he finally looked forward to a day of rest. In the restaurant, employees could take 2 days off a month, and Xiao coordinated with the aunt who handled the miscellaneous tasks. Unlike his brother-in-law, Tian Baohua, who had no days off, the previous cook, Xiao Zhang, would occasionally prepare simple dishes, allowing for an early departure now and then. With Li Xiao's current role, however, any absence would leave the kitchen unattended. Seizing the rare opportunity to take a day off, Li Xiao rose early and hurried to the large bathhouse at the steel factory. The main pool was clean in the morning, but by evening, the water became murky and uninviting. After enjoying a refreshing bath, he ventured to the barber shop for a haircut. His hair had grown considerably, reaching down to his ears, which he had trimmed into a buzz cut by the barber. In this era, people prioritized the construction of the nation over personal appearance, resulting in simple hairstyles. Most individuals sported unpretentious cuts, whether long or short. One aspect that modern individuals might envy was the thickness of their hair, with women sporting long and robust braids, and men having equally dense locks. Xiao had often felt as though a heavy pot lid rested atop his head, but after his haircut, he felt a newfound lightness. Revitalized by the haircut, Xiao stepped onto the street, deciding to explore. Previously, he had mostly lingered around the steel factory area, but today he made a point to venture further afield, hoping to discover something engaging to do. After walking for over an hour, he passed by an agricultural products supply and marketing cooperative. Behind the supply and marketing cooperative lies a disordered residential area, where an assortment of earthen houses, brick structures, and wooden shanties huddle together in chaotic proximity. Each dwelling is individually constructed, resulting in a lack of planning and a haphazard appearance. The inhabitants reflect this disorder, engaging in a variety of pursuits. Xiao used to frequent this place, often indulging in reckless spending after pilfering money and food stamps from home, accompanied by others. Shaking his head, Xiao prepared to wander elsewhere. Upon turning around, he noticed a girl who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, hastily approaching in a large black cotton coat. She possessed a pair of somewhat distinctive almond-shaped eyes, and upon spotting Xiao, she paused momentarily, her steps faltering. Xiao himself was taken aback, finding her somewhat familiar. Jiang Weiyu had not anticipated encountering him here. Today, she had not concealed her face, though her attire remained unchanged. For a moment, she was uncertain whether to leave or to greet him. Xiao scrutinized her closely for a moment, and then abruptly raised both hands, playfully shielding his eyes while focusing solely on her gaze. "Ah, so it is you." Xiao smiled and initiated the conversation, asking, "Do you live around here?" Upon realizing that Xiao recognized her, Jiang Weiyu chose not to flee, merely nodding in response. Xiao, intrigued, inquired, "I used to come here often. How come I've never seen you before?" Jiang Weiyu pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Observing her wary demeanor, Xiao lost interest in continuing the conversation and waved his hand to leave. "Hey," Jiang Weiyu called out, and when Xiao turned back, she hesitated for a moment. "You don't still want me to help you buy medicine, do you?" "That is really not possible. I'm sorry. It's not for medicine. I've already arranged that. I wanted to ask if you have any extra sugar tickets that you could spare for me?" Anticipating Xiao's refusal, Jiang Weiyu quickly added, "I can pay more." The last word, money, was uttered so softly that Xiao almost did not catch it. "How many do you need?" "The more, the better. Ideally, I would like some brown sugar." Xiao scratched his head, contemplating the sugar tickets. It seemed old Li had some stored away. If not, he could fetch some from his elder sister or brother-in-law. However, acquiring brown sugar was more challenging, typically reserved for units that distributed it during childbirth or postnatal care. "All right, that is not a problem. When do you need it?" "Would tomorrow work?" "Then meet me at the state-run restaurant on Steel Plant Road. I work there." Xiao introduced himself, saying, "By the way, I'm Xiao." Jiang Weiyu hesitated momentarily before responding. I'm Jiang Weiyu. Huai Jin Weiyu. Feng He Jin Shi. What a beautiful name. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weiyu's eyes sparkled. You understand the meaning of this name? Li Xiao nodded with a smile. It comes from the songs of Chu, describing noble qualities akin to exquisite jade. After saying this, he appraised Jiang Weiyu again. It suits you well. Jiang Weiyu lowered her gaze slightly, feeling bashful at such direct praise. With willow-like brows and phoenix-like eyes, the slight upward tilt at the corners softened her sharpness, rendering her more gentle. Her fair skin, delicate nose resembling fine jade, and perfectly proportioned lips contributed to an overall impression of grace. In summary, she is a remarkably beautiful girl, not in a cliché sense. Her striking eyes leave a lasting impression that is hard to forget. As for Jiang Wenyu's inner qualities, I can only speculate after having interacted with her just a couple of times, but her exterior indeed gleams like a precious jade. I shall take my leave now. I will await you at the restaurant tomorrow. Li Xiao waved his hand once more, turned, and departed with his hands in his pockets. After walking a considerable distance, he resisted the urge to look back, yet a smile gradually emerged on his face, unnoticed even by himself. His mood had inexplicably brightened, and after moving further away, Li Xiao could not help but skip a couple of times. Jiang Wenyu watched as Li Xiao hurried away, touched her face thoughtfully, and then turned to enter the chaotic residential area. Navigating through several unevenly spaced houses, she arrived at 3 red brick buildings that seemed to clash with their surroundings. Pushing open the large door, her expression had already turned cold. In the courtyard, a woman in her mid-20s with short hair was washing clothes. The chill in the air had not yet dissipated, causing her hands to swell red from the icy water. Upon hearing the door, she glanced at Jiang Wenyu, only to quickly lower her gaze again. The bruises on her face were clearly visible to Jiang Wenyu. Having grown accustomed to such sights, Jiang Wenyu said nothing and went straight to her room. After locking the door, she opened a secured drawer and retrieved a box. Inside lay neatly arranged bills. She took out the largest notes and counted several smaller ones, assembling a total of 10 yuan. With this money removed, the box was nearly empty. Jiang Wenyu sighed, replaced the box, and concealed the cash on her person. After a moment's thought, she sat on the edge of her bed, opened her pillow, and extracted a small jade pendant. Her stash of belongings had dwindled. The items her father had collected were surrendered long ago, leaving only a few small trinkets that she had secretly brought with her. The money she possessed was acquired through trading those items. Yet she pondered what she would do once these resources were exhausted. Chapter 46. A filial and good-hearted son having hidden the money and the jade pendant. Jiang Wenyu leaned back against her bed, lost in thought. She recalled the young man she had encountered earlier, who appeared to be around her age. Reflecting on their previous interactions, she remembered how he had saved her during an attempted robbery and had given her extra grains while assisting her with purchasing rice and flour. Thus, her impression and trust in Li Xiao were sentiments she had never extended to anyone else before. Unconsciously, his visage surfaced in her mind, his well-defined features, prominent eyebrows, and large eyes, all complemented by a tall and robust stature. Indeed, he did not resemble a malevolent individual. However, recalling Li Xiao's mention of frequently visiting the area, Jiang Wenyu furrowed her brow. Street urchins often congregated nearby. What could have drawn him to this place? Shaking her head, she dismissed her overthinking. He was merely willing to lend her a hand, so why dwell on it? Just as she regained her focus, the sound of a child crying reached her ears. After a moment's hesitation, she rose and opened her door. The woman who had been washing clothes in the courtyard was her sister-in-law, Yu Fanghua, who was now hurriedly wiping her hands on her clothes before entering the house. Jiang Weiyu, recalling the past, observed her sister-in-law cradling her 6-month-old niece by the bedside, unbuttoning her blouse in preparation for nursing. Perhaps due to insufficient milk supply, the infant, after attempting to latch for a while, began to wail once more. Jiang Weiyu made her way to the kitchen, retrieved a large bowl and a spoon, and entered the room. She opened a jar atop the cabinet, only to discover that the finely milled rice powder was nearly depleted. She emptied the remaining powder into the bowl, then filled it with warm water from the thermos to create a smooth mixture before bringing it over. Yu Fanghua, her face swollen and bruised, accepted the rice porridge, placing it aside while cradling the child in one arm and using the other to scoop some porridge, blowing gently on it before feeding it to the infant. Jiang Weiyu glanced at her frail niece, feeling a slight pang of sympathy. I shall go fetch some rice powder for Tiantian. Yu Fanghua remained silent. her gaze vacant as she continued to feed the child with a sense of numbness. Li Xiao returned to Gangchang Street, his spirits lifted. He could not quite discern the reason for his elation. Perhaps it was her appearance, or perhaps it was the revelation of her name, Jiang Huayu. In his past life, Li Xiao had never experienced romance nor encountered a girl he fancied. In this life, he had harbored feelings for Chu Xiao, yet it felt entirely different. As he briskly walked towards the grain station, he pondered whether this could be classified as love at first sight. Upon reaching the entrance of the grain station, he reconsidered. He had heard that true love at first sight should quicken one's heartbeat, yet he felt none of that. He simply found Jiang Huayu to possess an alluring charm that resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities, but beyond that, he struggled to articulate any deeper sentiment. Moreover, he had surmised that Jiang Huayu might be entangled with certain individuals. Her furtive behavior in seeking assistance to procure items seemed unusual, and his past experiences had taught him to tread carefully around potential dangers. Thus, it was implausible for him to fully open his heart to someone he scarcely knew. The notion of love at first sight felt utterly foreign to him. Third brother, what are you doing standing out there? Li Feng lifted her gaze to see her younger brother lingering at the entrance of the grain station, his expression rather animated. Sister, are you not busy? Li Xiao entered the grain station, greeted a few older brothers and sisters, and then pulled Li Feng aside. Sister, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? So mysteriously, Li Feng led Li Xiao to a secluded spot in the backyard to converse. Sister, can you acquire some brown sugar tickets? What do you need brown sugar for? Li Xiao studied her expression, recalling that after the New Year incident, her marital discord had seemingly resolved. Their elder brother had visited her in-laws, and though he returned without much to say, it appeared that she was faring well of late, seemingly free from distress. I have a friend whose mother experienced complications during childbirth and is in need of nourishment. I thought some brown sugar might help. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's heart softened. Though she did not know the friend he spoke of, her own mother had passed away after giving birth to her third child. Such matters weighed heavily on her heart. She patted her chest and said, well, as long as she is all right, I do have some at home. Let me ask around and see if I can exchange for a few more tickets. In truth, Li Xiao regarded brown sugar merely as sweetened water, finding the notion of its restorative properties somewhat dubious. At this juncture, sugar was a scarce commodity, and people regarded it as the finest of treasures. The elder sister ventured ahead to consult a colleague, and after confirming, she returned to inform Li Xiao that he could collect it from her home that evening. Li Xiao, tasked with a favor for Jiang Huayu, could hardly let his sister down, so he reluctantly produced a few coins. Although Li Feng initially hesitated, Li Xiao insisted, saying, I will come to your house tonight. Upon leaving the grain station, Li Xiao pondered the necessity of bringing something to his sister's house that evening. He turned back to the nearby supply and marketing cooperative, intending to purchase a little something for Demao. After browsing the cooperative, he decided on some biscuits and a small rubber ball, adorned with red and green wavy patterns, approximately the size of a tennis ball. He had made a modest sum from selling snacks, yet even in these times, money was not easily spent. A meal at a restaurant would only cost 1 or 2 yuan, but every little bit counted. Fortunately, the restaurant was about to distribute wages, and after nearly a month of waiting, any sum would be welcome. Just as he was about to depart, Li Xiao's gaze fell upon a black leather bag displayed at the eastern counter. Recalling old Li's well-worn bag, which had seen years of use and was nearly falling apart, he found himself drawn to the counter. The black bag appeared to be made of synthetic leather, rectangular with 2 handles, reminiscent of those used for collecting electricity bills, a true relic. Yet, for contemporary standards, it was considered a luxury item. Inquiring about the price, he found that the style similar to old Li's was priced at 38 yuan, equivalent to a month's wages for an ordinary worker. It was no wonder old Li had been reluctant to replace it, mending the broken handles with needle and thread. However, 38 yuan was a significant sum, causing a pang of regret for Li Xiao, whose funds were dwindling. He stood at the counter, wrestling with his decision, while the sales clerk, engrossed in conversation with a passerby, seemed oblivious to his presence. Please get me one, he finally blurted out, but the clerk, caught up in her chatter, did not hear. Almost losing his resolve, Li Xiao tapped on the counter. Excuse me, miss, we can chat later. Please get me a bag. Keep it down. I'm processing a transaction over here, she retorted. Li Xiao, rolling his eyes, stepped aside to pay and obtain a receipt. Clutching the brand new black leather bag, he stood at the entrance of the cooperative, grinning like a fool. He wondered how touched old Li would be when he saw the thoughtful gift from his beloved son later that evening. Would it bring him to tears? The thought of old Li's typically stern expression crumpling in emotion was almost comical to Li Xiao, who grinned wider as he envisioned the scene. He decided to first take the bag home and hide it in old Li's bedroom for a delightful surprise. Chapter 47. A surprise for old Li. Just as Li Xiao was about to leave, he spotted Zhang Weiyu approaching with her head bowed. He remained still, watching as she hurried toward him. When she noticed someone blocking her path, she lifted her gaze, momentarily pausing. "Are you here to shop?" Li Xiao inquired curiously. It was curious that Zhang Weiyu, residing in an area with its own cooperative, seemed particularly inclined to come to the steel plant instead. "Yes," Zhang Weiyu replied, her eyes glancing at the pristine black leather bag in Li Xiao's hand. She remained silent. "I've secured the sugar tickets. Though I cannot ascertain how much I can acquire. I will collect them tonight, and we'll meet at the restaurant tomorrow. Just call for me at the back door," she instructed. Li Xiao provided a brief acknowledgement, and Zhang Weiyu nodded in response. "All right. Do you still remember my name?" "Of course," he replied. "Then tell me what my name is. I fear you might forget by tomorrow and not know how to call for me when the time comes." Zhang Weiyu observed the mischievous grin on Li Xiao's face, realizing that he was teasing her deliberately, yet she couldn't help but purse her lips and say, "Your name is Li Xiao." "Indeed, I am Li Xiao. Remember that, and tomorrow, call my name loudly at the back gate." With a wave of his hand, he strode away, bag in hand. Zhang Weiyu understood that he had been playfully provoking her and couldn't resist casting a secretive glare at him as he walked away. As they approached the courtyard, Li Xiao concealed his bag under his clothing, mindful of the gossiping middle-aged women who frequented the area. He intended to keep the surprise for old Li intact, undisturbed by their chatter. Just as he was stealthily making his way home, he encountered someone he fervently wished to avoid. At this hour, a few aunts were engaged in conversation at their doorsteps while attending to their chores. Li Xiao was not particularly concerned that Chu Xiuxiu would impulsively approach him. "Is there something you need?" Chu Xiuxiu asked, clad in a pair of patched, ill-fitting old trousers. Her top, although somewhat decent, was slightly too small, making her appear even more flat-chested, though it did keep her warm. It had barely been a month since the new year, yet she was already donning a single-layered garment. "Xiao Gu, aren't you working today?" she inquired. "Well, if there's nothing, I should be on my way." Chu Xiuxiu noticed the bulge in the bag Li Xiao was carrying. "I'm getting engaged on the 2nd of next month." "Oh," thought Li Xiao, "what does that have to do with me?" After the engagement, she would be leaving Ningbei for the military to wed, as her fiancé's leave was limited. Leaving no time for a ceremony here. Chu Xiuxiu rambled on, while Li Xiao wore a puzzled expression. "Why are you telling me this?" The two stood conversing for a while, and the aunts in the courtyard had shifted their attention to them. Chu Xiuxiu was reluctant to discuss matters in public. Yet finding Li Xiao alone had become quite challenging since he had secured a job. "My fiancé gave my family 30 yuan and some fabric coupons, hoping I could make a couple of outfits before I leave. But you know, Xiao Gu, once that money is in my mother's hands, it becomes inaccessible. She insists that I've already cost the family quite a bit." Li Xiao observed Chu Xiuxiu's fidgety demeanor and understood her intentions. However, he was baffled as to why she felt entitled to ask him for money. So, he replied, "Xiao Gu, could you lend me some, considering our past?" "No." Li Xiao interjected before she could finish her sentence. "We have no past worth mentioning. If your fiancé finds out about this, it could lead to complications." He raised an eyebrow. "I personally have no stake in this. I merely worry about your reputation." Chu Xiuxiu bit her lip, her face slightly pale, perhaps from the cold. "Xiao Gu, can you truly bear to see me like this?" "Goodness, your words imply that your well-being is in any way my concern," Li Xiao retorted, straightening his back while holding the bag. "Am I your father or something? Whether you have nice clothes to wear on your wedding day is not for my eyes." Upon this reflection, he sighed. "By the way, isn't your partner in the military? You both are on the brink of marriage. He should bear some responsibility for repaying the items you borrowed from me, shouldn't he?" Chu Xiuxiu was taken aback by Li Xiao's unexpected revisiting of past grievances. A hint of panic crossed her face as she responded, "Xiao Gu, that was all given willingly by you. Do you truly wish to reclaim them? Just because I choose not to keep them doesn't imply I lack sense. Are you now trying to extract something from me?" Li Xiao's expression turned cold. "I never realized you could be so repugnant. I feel compelled to discuss our past with your fiancé. Must you be so unyielding?" "Li Xiao, please, don't sever all ties." "Ah, so you would prefer to avoid me henceforth. Do not prance before me every few days. And you should inform your mother that if I continue to hear her ill words upon my comings and goings, I cannot guarantee my actions will remain restrained. After delivering his warning, Li Xiao strode away. His earlier remarks were spoken in hushed tones, unnoticed by others in the courtyard, who could only observe him conversing with Chu Xiaoxiao for an extended period. Chu Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place, her palms clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly. She had anticipated that Li Xiao might refuse to lend her money, yet she had not foreseen such a cruel dismissal. The memory of his disdainful gaze filled her with an unprecedented sense of humiliation. She truly faced difficulties to maintain a favorable image before her fiancé. She could not resort to the same tactics she had employed with Li Xiao in the past. Thus, she had turned to him. Was it the impending marriage that extinguished any hope in Li Xiao? Even after he had violently severed ties by breaking her arm, she had never expected his words to be so harsh. Had she known, she would have refrained from seeking his assistance. If he were to spread tales, she feared her impending match would surely unravel. Chu Xiaoxiao was oblivious to how she made her way home. All she knew was that she could not become the subject of ridicule within the courtyard. Meanwhile, Li Xiao dismissed her from his thoughts. Upon returning home, he retrieved his bag and entered Li Yogui's room. Though slightly larger than Li Xiao's, Yogui's room contained little more than a dowry cabinet left by their mother, a double bed, and a coat rack. Li Xiao placed the bag neatly atop the bed where the blankets were meticulously arranged, then retreated to the doorway to ensure it was visible upon entry. After some contemplation, he hung the bag on the coat rack so that when old Li returned, he would not immediately notice it. However, when he intended to hang his own worn bag, he would discover a new one already there. Just imagining old Li's astonished expression brought a grin to Li Xiao's face. Chapter 48. Why the lack of reaction? After securing the bag, Li Xiao glanced at the old clock in the home. It was still early, and as he rarely had a day off from work, he decided it was time to visit old Lu. Otherwise, his previous boast about learning to write without showing up would surely invite mockery. Yet, in the flurry of activity, he had forgotten to purchase a brush for himself. Contemplating the scant coins remaining in his pocket, Li Xiao resolved to seek the old gentleman's brush for his use. It was already past noon, and he had yet to partake of a meal. He casually reheated the leftovers at home, consuming them in a few hurried bites. Digging out the leftover red paper from the Spring Festival couplets, Li Xiao tucked it under his arm and locked the door behind him. As he rounded the main house, he spotted old Master Lu tending to a flower pot at the entrance. "Grandfather Lu, I have come to learn calligraphy from you," he announced. The old gentleman glanced up at the sky, exclaiming, "Ah, I thought you had forgotten about this matter entirely." "Haha, how could I? It's just that my father insists I find a job, leaving me little time," Li Xiao replied. Old Master Lu slowly rose, brushing the dirt from his hands, clearly unimpressed with Li Xiao's excuse. "In our day, we had to work for the landowners and herd cattle, who had the luxury of time. We simply practiced whenever we could." Li Xiao scratched his head. "Then I shall come to practice with you every evening after work." "Well, that is more like it," the old gentleman conceded. For the entire afternoon, Li Xiao diligently practiced calligraphy at old Master Lu's home. The old gentleman provided him with an old brush, starting with the correct grip and then finding a wooden board for him to practice upon with water. Ink was not inexpensive, and Li Xiao, being no child, possessed the patience to endure. Old Master Lu initially believed his enthusiasm would wane quickly, yet to his surprise, Li Xiao earnestly practiced throughout the afternoon. This newfound dedication earned Li Xiao the old man's respect, leading him to teach with greater seriousness. Writing requires a tranquil heart, and mastering calligraphy demands long-term commitment. Li Xiao aspired to learn this art not only to enhance his skills, but also to cultivate his character. He had always felt himself lacking in steadiness, despite possessing the memories of 2 lifetimes. In his past existence, he had little guidance, relying solely on his own trials and errors. After a long session, his fingers stiff from holding the brush, Li Xiao departed from old Master Lu's home. Noticing that Li Yugui had not yet returned from work, he stealthily slipped out of the courtyard with his purchases. Upon arriving at Li Feng's house, he found Lu Gang just returning with the child De Mao from his parents' home. Spotting Li Xiao, De Mao called out "Uncle," and hurried over. Li Xiao scooped him up and planted a kiss on his dirty little face. "Oh, the third one has come," Lu Gang remarked, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Li Xiao feigned ignorance. "Brother-in-law, you finished work quite early today." "Yes, I returned sooner than usual," Lu Gang replied, hastily opening the door for Li Xiao to enter. Inside, Li Xiao washed De Mao's hands and face before presenting him with the biscuits and ball he had bought. De Mao was overjoyed. affectionately calling him uncle and winning Li Xiao's heart. This cheerful disposition was a stark contrast to Lu Gang's more reserved nature, which greatly pleased Li Xiao. Not wishing to engage in conversation with his brother-in-law, who always seemed timid, Li Xiao stated, "Is the third one having dinner at home?" "No. I will speak with your sister when she returns, then I shall leave," Lu Gang replied, revealing his lack of genuine desire to keep Li Xiao there. Recalling the threat Li Xiao had made during the new year, "No worries, brother-in-law, you carry on with your business. I will play with Demao for a while." "All right. Then you sit," Lu Gang said, allowing Li Xiao to enjoy his time with the child. Lu Gang uttered a remark and hastily made his way to the kitchen. Li Xiao accompanied Demao in a game of ball for quite some time until Li Feng returned. Upon noticing that Li Xiao had purchased items for Demao, Li Feng chided him for his extravagant spending. "I'll see what your brother-in-law cooks for dinner. You can eat here and head back afterward." Flustered, Li Feng set down her bag, and Li Xiao quickly called out to her, "Sister, I want to be eating here. I've told Dad I'll eat at home." "Oh dear," Li Feng replied, somewhat disappointed. "All right then, let me get you some tickets to see if they suffice." She rummaged through her bag and produced several sugar tickets, which she had exchanged with others, along with her own collected brown sugar tickets, amounting to nearly £1. Li Feng then went back inside to fetch 2 tickets for 3 liang of white sugar. Brown sugar was truly scarce. Anyone who had it had long traded it away. Li Xiao nodded as he neatly gathered the scattered sugar tickets. "Sister, what rate did you exchange with them?" "I'll reimburse you." "Oh, don't bother about that. I'll pay them back later." "That one tea do. My friend asked for my help, and it's not without compensation. He'll have to pay me back too." "Here. You keep it for your own use," Li Feng instinctively replied. Li Xiao glanced toward the kitchen, where a shadow lingered at the threshold. His brother-in-law Lu Gang was evidently eavesdropping. "Sister, a transaction is a transaction. This isn't a gift. If this were all yours, I wouldn't hesitate, but you still owe your colleague tomorrow." Brown sugar was priced at 70 cents per pound, not exorbitant, yet without tickets, it was unattainable, making sugar tickets a rare commodity. In Ningbei, they neither cultivated sugarcane nor sugar beets, and with transportation still underdeveloped, brown sugar was even more limited. The workplace offered only a meager supply to accommodate the female employees. Those who had some were reluctant to spend it, saving it to exchange for money. Li Xiao knew he could not offer them regular tickets. He needed to provide a premium as compensation. Seeing Li Xiao's insistence and his articulate reasoning, Li Feng relented, and after acquiring the desired sugar tickets, Li Xiao did not linger. After cherishing a moment with Demao, he bid farewell to his sister and brother-in-law before departing. He was eager to witness old Li's reaction upon seeing the new bag, quickening his pace. Li Xiao traversed the mere few hundred meters from his sister's residence to his own, reaching home in just a few minutes. Upon entering the courtyard, he could see the lights spilling from his window, with his father Li Yugui's silhouette cast against the pane. Unconsciously, Li Xiao slowed his steps and lightened his tread. Pushing open the door, he found Li Yugui, clad in an old sweater, turning around with his usual expressionless demeanor. "You're back. Have you eaten?" Li Xiao scrutinized him with suspicion, wondering if he had not noticed the new bag. Surely not. He had already removed his coat. "Not yet. I went to my sister's." "Oh, then let us eat." Li Xiao detected no hint of unusual behavior from his father as he took the opportunity to dart into the main room. To his relief, the new bag still hung on the shelf, while his father's old bag rested beneath it. How had he seen it and yet not reacted? Returning to the living room, he found Li Yugui had set the table with the meal: millet porridge, pickled radish strips, cornflour pancakes, and 2 halved salted duck eggs. "Let us eat." Li Yugui picked up half of a salted duck egg, scooped out the yolk, and placed it into Li Xiao's bowl. Then, when Li Xiao was uncertain about his father's attitude, Li Yugui spoke in a calm tone. "That bag was bought for me by your mother when I was promoted to a level 4 worker. It has been nearly 20 years. It is indeed time for a replacement." Chapter 49. Old Li's new bag. Li Xiao had envisioned various reactions from his father upon seeing the new bag. He might express joy, praising him for showing filial piety. Alternatively, he could scold him for frivolously spending money, implying a lack of financial prudence. Regardless of whether he received praise or reprimand, Li Xiao felt prepared for either scenario. However, he was utterly unprepared for the reality that old Li neither displayed joy nor anger. He merely remarked that the bag was indeed due for an update. That evening, there was no elaborate meal, just pickled vegetables and the salted duck egg from which the yolk had been removed. Yet, Old Li poured himself a small cup of leftover wine from the new year, taking his time to finish it over the course of the meal. Li Xiao had long been contemplating gifting his father a brand new leather bag, and this simple dinner passed with the gesture barely acknowledged. The emotional feedback from Li Yugui was even less than the initial greeting he received upon entering. "Have you eaten?" Li Xiao perceived the surprise he had intended as a failure, and after dinner, he returned to his room, feeling somewhat dispirited. Li Yugui methodically cleared the table, washed the dishes, and meticulously cleaned the kitchen. He even boiled a kettle of water, mopped the living room floor, and completed all the household chores before retreating to his room. It was only then that he took the new bag down from the shelf, holding it in his hands and examining it closely under the slightly yellowed light. The following morning, Li Yugui took the new bag to work. He carefully wrapped his lunchbox in cloth, ensuring it wouldn't dirty the bag. On his way to work, he no longer clutched the bag under his arm, but carried it in his hand. "Hey, Old Li, is that a new bag?" someone remarked. Li Yugui controlled the corners of his mouth, deliberately adopting a stern expression. "My youngest son, with a bit of money, couldn't resist buying me a bag. The old one was just fine." Upon hearing this, a bystander complimented, "Ah, your child is quite filial. Your youngest is doing well." "Humph. He has only been working for a few days," Li Yugui replied, shaking his head as he patted the bag against his chest. "Today's children have never known hunger and lack thriftiness. Alas, I can't return it. I must keep it." This type of conversation continued throughout his journey. As he paused to greet acquaintances, unsurprisingly, everyone noticed his new bag, and they all learned that Li Yugui's youngest son had spent a few dozen yuan on a new leather bag for him. Meanwhile, Li Xiao rushed to his job at the restaurant early that day, feeling as though his ears were burning. His brother-in-law, Tian Baohua, chuckled. "It seems someone has been talking about you behind your back. Who could be talking about me?" Li Xiao mused, touching his ear, suspecting it might be Jiang Weiyu. "By the way, brother-in-law, could you get me some sugar coupons?" Without questioning Li Xiao's intentions, Tian Baohua replied, "Sure. How many do you need?" "Whatever it takes. I am assisting a friend in need. He may arrive shortly." Upon hearing that Li Xiao was obtaining this for a friend, Tian Baohua hesitated. If Li Xiao simply wished to indulge in some sweets for himself, as a considerate brother-in-law, he would have no objections. However, when it comes to gifting, one cannot be taken advantage of. This was particularly true given that Li Xiao had previously engaged in numerous instances of utilizing his possessions to curry favor. "Rest assured, brother-in-law, my friend will pay for it. We shall exchange as usual, and if necessary, I will add a little more," Li Xiao reassured, understanding the source of his brother-in-law's reluctance. "Oh, your words are amusing, brother-in-law. I would never let you bear the expense. Wait a moment, I will find someone to exchange some for you." Despite his words, Tian Baohua remained stationary. Li Xiao chose not to press the matter, instead producing money and placing 5 yuan into his brother-in-law's hand. "Brother-in-law, let us proceed with this amount. See how much you can exchange." After some feigned reluctance, Tian Baohua accepted the money and went forward. Li Xiao then moved a stool to the backyard, finding a comfortable spot to bask in the sun. Although his brother-in-law was somewhat slick, he was also capable of getting things done. In comparison, Li Xiao found greater affinity for him. The elder brother-in-law, though appearing honest, harbored unexpressed thoughts, which could be rather intimidating. One could never be sure what remark might unsettle him, leading to years of resentment. In his later years, Li Xiao had encountered such individuals. Honesty does not equate to sincerity. About half an hour later, Tian Baohua returned, presenting Li Xiao with 5 sugar tickets, 4 for 1 liang and 1 for 2 liang. He also insisted on returning the 5 yuan, perhaps feeling that the exchange was insufficient. "I only managed to gather this small amount on short notice. Take it for your use, and do not worry about the money," he said. "Ah, brother-in-law, how could I allow you to incur this expense?" Li Xiao protested. Yet Tian Baohua sensed that Li Xiao was genuinely offering, rather than openly demanding. Thus, he felt compelled to decline the money. "Take it. This modest quantity of sugar is negligible to me, and you have generously provided me with several recipes. We are family, so let us not dwell on such matters." In the end, the money remained unexchanged, and Li Xiao expressed his gratitude. "Very well, brother-in-law, should I discover any new dishes in the future, I shall be sure to inform you immediately." "Haha, splendid. I shall take delight in researching new recipes." As they engaged in jovial conversation, a voice suddenly called from outside the back door. "Li Xiao? Is Li Xiao there?" Upon recognizing the voice of Jiang Weiyu, Li Xiao greeted his brother-in-law before stepping outside. "Tian Baohua, hearing a woman's voice, discreetly followed, peering around the door to catch a glimpse, only to see a figure retreating. His curiosity piqued, he moved around the wall, eavesdropping intently. Jiang Weiyu, clad in a bulky cotton coat, tightened her grip upon seeing Li Xiao approach. He stepped aside, gesturing for her to come closer. Moving a little away from the back door of the restaurant. You arrived quite early. I have prepared your tickets. Do check if they are sufficient. Li Xiao, without any hesitation, produced the brown sugar tickets procured with the assistance of his elder sister yesterday, alongside the ordinary sugar tickets he had just acquired from his second brother-in-law. Jiang Weiyu accepted the tickets, examining them one by one, somewhat astonished that Li Xiao could obtain such a substantial quantity of brown sugar. This is more than enough. I truly appreciate your help, she expressed gratefully. Ah, no need for thanks. I'm not doing this for free, Li Xiao replied with a hint of mischief. You know how rare these brown sugar tickets are, so the price is justified. Jiang Weiyu did not perceive his words as an attempt to take advantage of her. After all, he had genuinely procured what she needed. I understand, but my funds are rather limited at the moment. Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, momentarily suspecting that this girl, who had captivated his heart, might attempt to evade payment. However, he then observed Jiang Weiyu hesitate slightly before rummaging through her large cotton coat and producing a small jade pendant tied with a red string. Look, can I offer this in exchange? In Chapter 50, the Jade Guanyin, Li Xiao accepted the jade pendant she extended towards him. It was a diminutive piece, roughly the size of half a thumb, crafted from a greenish jade and intricately carved into the likeness of Guanyin. Li Xiao, lacking knowledge about jade or craftsmanship, held it up to the sunlight. It appeared free of impurities and cracks, exuding a smooth, lustrous feel, indicative of quality material. The meticulous detail of the statue, with its benevolent expression, suggested the work of a master artisan. Jiang Weiyu watched Li Xiao with bated breath, fearing he might reject her offering. Yet, had it been a monetary exchange, she genuinely could not have produced the requisite amount at that moment. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me with a counterfeit, would you? Li Xiao inquired earnestly after inspecting the pendant. This is authentic green jade. I assure you on my honor, it is not a fake, Jiang Weiyu replied with equal seriousness. They exchanged glances for a moment, and then Li Xiao broke into a smile. Don't be so serious. I may not know much about jade, but it certainly looks appealing. With that, he placed the red string around his neck and tucked the pendant inside his clothing. Are we settled then? Jiang Weiyu nodded. Thank you. Not at all. It seems I have come out ahead, trading a few sugar tickets for such a beautiful item. Li Xiao grinned broadly. Jiang Weiyu, hearing this, managed a bittersweet smile. Such an object, she thought, could only bring misfortune, serving no other purpose. At this juncture, Jiang Weiyu paused, seemingly concerned that Li Xiao might reconsider and refuse the jade pendant. I meant to say, it truly is a fine piece of jade. I understand. Should you wish to barter again in the future, feel free to seek me out, Li Xiao replied nonchalantly. Are you not afraid of attracting trouble? Jiang Weiyu inquired. Li Xiao raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. She bit her lip and nodded, refraining from further comments. Then I shall take my leave, Li Xiao declared, pretending to depart, while Jiang Weiyu remained silent, simply watching him. Am I really leaving? This time? Jiang Weiyu still did not respond, but instead offered him a smile. Upon returning to the restaurant, Li Xiao assisted his second brother-in-law in preparing the ingredients, humming a cheerful tune as he worked. Tian Baohua cast frequent glances at him, but with customers present, he had to hasten with the cooking, enduring the urge to inquire further. After finally concluding his midday tasks, Tian Baohua instructed the aunt to tidy up the kitchen and discreetly led Li Xiao into the storage room. Who was that woman? Did you give her the sugar tickets? Li Xiao glanced sideways at him. Second brother-in-law, do you still enjoy eavesdropping? I merely overheard by accident, Tian Baohua replied, sheepishly scratching his head. However, his short and sturdy frame, coupled with his round, ruddy face, did little to conceal the gleam in his not overly large eyes. He could never manage to project the earnest demeanor of his elder brother-in-law, Lu Gang. Your brother-in-law is just concerned for your youth. He fears you may be deceived. Pressing himself closely against the wall, Tian Baohua could not fully discern the exchange between the two, only catching fragments that suggested Li Xiao had traded something for sugar tickets. His curiosity was piqued, but greater was his concern that Li Xiao might be dabbling in something perilous. Previously, this young man had attempted to connect with individuals in the black market. What if he became reckless after a few days of work? Li Xiao did not conceal anything from his brother-in-law. in the absence of anyone else. He pulled out a red cord from his collar and displayed a jade pendant for his brother-in-law to see. Tian Baohua's eyes instantly lit up as he leaned in for a closer examination. Observing this, Li Xiao simply removed the pendant and handed it over for a thorough inspection. Tian Baohua, unreserved, sneaked into the courtyard to examine it under the sunlight, but found it difficult to discern its quality. He returned the jade pendant to Li Xiao and went to borrow a flashlight, after which the two retreated back into the storage room. This is good jade. He ultimately concluded after meticulous scrutiny. Your brother-in-law is knowledgeable about jade? Tian Baohua involuntarily straightened his posture. In my youth, I encountered a remarkable individual and gained some insight into exquisite items. Men wear guanyin while women adorn themselves with Buddha. This is perfectly suited for you. He returned the jade pendant to Li Xiao, who promptly put it around his neck, tucking it into his collar. The cool jade pressed against his chest as Li Xiao reached in to touch it through his clothing. I've heard that saying before, second brother-in-law. Why is it that men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha? What does it signify? Guanyin represents auspiciousness, nothing more, Tian Baohua explained. Seeing that Li Xiao had secured the item, he pulled him out of the storage room to find a sunny spot. However, third brother, you must not let others see this. It's best not to even mention it to our father. Li Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. He understood the gravity of the situation. These items were not meant for public scrutiny, and discovery could lead to destruction. Being destroyed was the least of their worries. In more extreme cases, one could even face personal repercussions. Thus, trading a jade pendant for a few sugar tickets seemed a loss. Yet, Jiang Weiyu worried that Li Xiao might be reluctant to accept it. However, with memories of the future, Li Xiao knew that some items could be revealed after a few years. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I will hide it well. That is settled then. Tian Baohua was not a conservative or narrow-minded individual. Otherwise, Li Xiao would not confide in him. Now, they shared a secret, and their bond seemed to have deepened. Brother-in-law, since you understand these matters, why haven't you visited second sister? Tian Baohua cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiao. Do not entertain such thoughts. The fact that they have not been destroyed is for a reason. All items are registered, and any missing piece will be thoroughly investigated. Oh, second brother-in-law, you are too serious. I was merely asking out of curiosity, Li Xiao replied with an awkward smile, dispelling the last remnants of his thoughts. It seemed that he truly could not act upon them. As someone who possessed memories from a future life and had experienced the vicissitudes of fortune in pursuit of wealth, it was only natural for him to harbor some greed. Even if he had no immediate use for such items, he understood their potential value, which could lead to fortunes overnight in the future. However, while Li Xiao's greed lingered, he was also acutely aware of the risks involved. When visiting his second sister to retrieve books, he never approached the small storeroom. Now that he was no longer alone, he realized that any mistakes could have repercussions for his dearest family. As for seizing opportunities to collect antiques in the countryside, Li Xiao recognized that he lacked the discerning eye for such endeavors. He glanced at his brother-in-law, pondering whether there might be a chance in the future to involve him in such pursuits. After advising Li Xiao, Tian Baohua observed his small brother-in-law's eager compliance, yet noticed his eyes darting about, as if he were secretly contemplating something foolish. Concerned, he thought about how he could not conceal from Li Wan the matter of Li Xiao exchanging tickets with that woman whose face he had not seen. As the elder brother-in-law, he felt a certain responsibility to intervene, knowing that it was up to his second sister to set things right. Chapter 51. Jiang Weiyu hurried home, and upon pushing open the courtyard gate, she spotted her elder brother, Jiang Huaiqin, standing in the yard. At 26 years of age, Jiang Huaiqin was a handsome figure, appearing cultured and refined. Yet, Jiang Weiyu was all too aware of her brother's true nature, a thorough scoundrel. Back already? Where have you been? Jiang Huaiqin scrutinized his younger sister's black cotton coat with evident discontent. Jiang Weiyu silently shut the courtyard door, intending to retreat to her room, only to be called back by her brother. Change your clothes and tidy yourself up. We have someone to meet later. Who? Director Su from the steel plant's second workshop and his son, Su Dashing. We'll have a meal together this afternoon to get acquainted. Jiang Weiyu frowned slightly. I don't know them. Why should I go share a meal? You can go yourself. Don't be ungrateful. This is for your career. I don't need you to arrange my work, Jiang Weiyu retorted, provoking her brother's ire. Do not forget that without me, you would still be out in the fields. Now that you have a job, you refuse to go, expecting me to support you indefinitely? What else can you do besides living off me? Jiang Huaiqin's voice rose. His words directed not only at his sister, but also intended for Yu Fenghua, who was inside. You have supported me? Jiang Weiyu shot back. Her phoenix eyes filled with disdain. You cannot even provide for your own wife and children. What audacity you have to claim to support me. You. Jiang Huaiqin raised his hand, but Jiang Weiyu continued to stare at him defiantly. What? Is hitting my sister-in-law not enough? Do you wish to strike me as well? The two siblings, locked in a bitter exchange, seemed to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards one another, yet Jiang Huaiqin ultimately refrained from delivering the blow. Weiyu, I am your elder brother. I would never harm you. I shall return to fetch you this afternoon. With that, Jiang Huaiqin turned and departed from the home. Jiang Weiyu stood in place for a moment, enveloped in silence, before retreating to her room. She unearthed a stack of stationery and began to compose a letter. Upon completion, Jiang Weiyu meticulously packaged all the items she had gathered recently, including the sugar tickets she had acquired that day. Subsequently, she left the house, letter in hand. Making her way directly to the post office, Li Xiao was counting down the minutes until the end of his shift. If no reservations were made for the evening, he could leave early. However, such aspirations were fleeting, as before 3 o'clock, a man arrived to place an order. Clad in a steel factory worker's uniform, his hair impeccably styled, he exuded a refined demeanor. After confirming the menu with Tian Baohua, he appeared to have specific requests, and Li Xiao observed him conversing with his brother-in-law for quite some time before finalizing the order. Once the man departed, Tian Baohua returned to the kitchen, smirking. I thought he was some high-ranking official. He certainly had a myriad of demands. Li Xiao glanced at the recorded menu, 3 dishes and a soup, a standard configuration, devoid of any extravagant meat offerings. At 5 o'clock, the steel factory closed, and the man who had placed the order returned, beaming, accompanied by 2 others. The dishes were already prepared, timed perfectly to be served as they arrived. It appeared that this would be the sole table for the evening. Li Xiao assisted in tidying the kitchen, and his brother-in-law suggested he could leave early. The head waitress mentioned she had packed half a pound of sunflower seeds for him to take home. As Li Xiao exchanged jovial banter with the waitress and was about to depart, he overheard the only table of guests mention the name Weiyu. In this era, Jiang Weiyu's name was indeed quite distinctive. Boys typically bore names like Jiangwo, Jianxi, and Jiafeng, while girls were often named Wan, Feng, Xiao, or Zhen. Much like his 2 sisters, among his classmates, it was common to find multiple individuals sharing the same name but differing surnames. Same class peers with identical names were not unusual. Thus, when he heard the name Jiang Weiyu, Li Xiao withdrew his leg, standing at the entrance to the kitchen, cracking sunflower seeds while listening intently. The one hosting the gathering was Jiang Huaijin, who had hurried home that afternoon to fetch Jiang Weiyu, only to find her absent. Left with no alternative, he had to come alone, wearing a forced smile. Director Su, I sincerely apologize. My sister is a bit shy. You know how young ladies are, quite sensitive about appearances. Director Su had brought his son along to meet Jiang Huaijin's sister. However, with her absence, Director Su's mood was less than cheerful, though he concealed it well. His son, Su Dasheng, lacked his father's social finesse. What does your sister mean? Is she not interested in me or something? Jiang Huaijin hurriedly poured beer for the Su father and son. Not at all. Weiyu is simply a bit bashful. She has a rather introverted nature. Su Dasheng scoffed. Having never met Jiang Weiyu, thus his interest was minimal. Director Su refrained from reprimanding his son for his lack of decorum. After all, they were dining at someone else's invitation and ought to maintain a pleasant demeanor. It's nothing. After all, she's just a girl, likely feeling shy. Perhaps another day, we could arrange for Dasheng to meet her alone, allowing the 2 young souls to become acquainted. Indeed, it was my oversight. It's clear that Director Su conducts his affairs with commendable method. Jiang Huaijin's flattery was overtly transparent, even causing Su Dasheng to stifle a roll of his eyes. He glanced disdainfully at the dishes on the table, disinterested in Jiang Huaijin's chatter, and began to idly inspect the small state-run restaurant. Suddenly, he spotted Li Xiao leaning in a corner, momentarily taken aback before a look of delight illuminated his face. Oh, isn't that Li Xiao? Su Dasheng disregarded his father's conversation with Jiang Huaijin and approached Li Xiao. What brings you here? Li Xiao was momentarily stunned. He had seen Su Dasheng earlier, but failed to recognize him. As Su Dasheng drew near to greet him, Li Xiao scrutinized him closely, finally managing to extract the memory of this person from his mind. What is this? Don't you recognize me, monkey? Ha ha, I thought you had forgotten about me. Su Dasheng, a high school classmate of Li Xiao, had earned the nickname Monkey due to his name coinciding with the legendary figure from the comics. Although they had only recently graduated, their time together at school had been limited, so Li Xiao genuinely had not recalled him at first. "Are you working here?" Su Dashing inquired, noticing the apron still tied around Li Xiao's waist. "Yes, I'm helping out in the kitchen," Li Xiao replied, tossing a handful of sunflower seeds to Su Dashing and gesturing towards his father with a nod. "Is that your dad?" "Indeed. I hadn't planned on coming in today. But what a pleasant surprise to run into you. Shall we go grab a drink?" Su Dashing invited warmly. No, I haven't finished my shift yet." Li Xiao laughed as he politely declined, then glanced at Jiang Huaijin. "Who was that person? I don't recognize him in the steel factory work uniform." Chapter 52. Are they really siblings? "Ah, that's Jiang Huaijin, just a laborer in the boiler room. Where would you have seen him?" Su Dashing's tone dripped with disdain as he spoke of Jiang Huaijin. Li Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Firstly, he knew Su Dashing was not inherently a bad person, but he typically did not look down on others. Secondly, Li Xiao had not perceived that the fair-skinned individual could be a mere laborer in the boiler room, as he appeared more suited for a clerical role. Su Dashing's mention of being a laborer implied that Jiang was not a formal employee. "You say his name is Jiang Huaijin? With a name like that, it's easy to guess his background," Li Xiao remarked, beginning to piece together who the man was. "Exactly. Just hearing that name and observing his demeanor makes it evident that he hails from a less than desirable background. It's infuriating. My father wants me to go on a blind date with his sister." Su Dashing expressed his frustration. "A blind date? With his sister?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiao inexplicably found himself disliking Su Dashing a bit more. Is his sister attractive? Given his looks, she must not be too bad. Su Dashing, evidently still naive regarding matters of the heart, clicked his tongue in disdain. What good is beauty if it's all for naught? He paused, as if recalling that certain things ought not to be voiced, then added, "Regardless, I have no interest in that family's background." Li Xiao followed Xiao, further solidifying Jiang Weiyu's identity. "All right, you should go eat. The dishes will get cold soon." Li Xiao patted Su Dashing's shoulder, saying, "I am now working here, and my brother-in-law is the chef. Feel free to come and visit me whenever you have time." Su Dashing responded with a sigh. "How can you play when you're working? What kind of job are you doing? Does your family even need your 2 salaries? It's not the same. I find it dull to stay at home doing nothing." "That's true. My dad also wants me to work at the factory, but I'm not keen on it." Su Dashing shook his head again. "Forget it. Let's talk about it another day. By the way, if you succeed in your blind date, be sure to bring her to show me," Li Xiao chimed in. Su Dashing did not respond and walked over to sit at the table. Li Xiao contemplated for a moment, then returned to the kitchen and informed his brother-in-law about a classmate among the guests at the front table. Upon hearing this, Tian Baohua prepared a plate of fried peanuts for Li Xiao to deliver. Li Xiao carried the peanuts to Jiang Huaijin's table and cheerfully said to Su Dashing's father, "Uncle Su, I brought you a plate of peanuts to accompany your drinks." Director Su was unfamiliar with Li Xiao, but Su Dashing proudly introduced, "Dad, this is my high school classmate, Li Xiao. We were buddies back in school." "Oh, so you're classmates. Are you working here?" "Yes, Uncle Su. If I had known you were coming, I would have arranged for more dishes. Next time you come to dine, just have Dashing let me know, and I'll take care of it." Li Xiao displayed polite and generous manners, and while Director Su could not take advantage of this, he was quite pleased with Li Xiao's goodwill. "Haha, you're a fine young man. Come over to our house to play sometime." "Definitely. Well then, Uncle Su, you two chat. I'll be leaving after my shift." After exchanging simple pleasantries, Li Xiao returned to the kitchen, informed his brother-in-law, removed his apron, and left. On his way home, Li Xiao deliberately refrained from thinking about Jiang Weiyu. Why should her blind date concern him? They had only met a few times and had merely exchanged names, not truly familiar with each other. Moreover, it was evident that Su Dashing's family was quite well off. After all, his father held a minor leadership position in the steel factory, granting him some authority. If Jiang Weiyu truly married into the Su family, it would greatly benefit her. Reflecting on the dandy he had encountered today, who turned out to be Jiang Weiyu's brother, Li Xiao held a poor impression of him. The man had been excessively flattering to Director Su, and the insincerity was palpable. He seemed to possess a personality entirely different from Jiang Weiyu's. Were they really siblings? Li Xiao shook his head, realizing he was overthinking things. Why should he concern himself with such matters? He then made a brief stop at the supply and marketing cooperative, managing to purchase a brush and a bottle of ink just before they closed. After exiting, he hurried home, arriving just as the last rays of natural light faded from the courtyard. Li Yugui, who also finished work at 5, did not have to follow the shifting schedules of ordinary workers and could return home on time each day. As Li Xiao entered, he found his father preparing dinner. The savory aroma of meat wafted into Li Xiao's nostrils, and without pausing to set down his purchases, he rushed into the kitchen. "Dad, did you buy some big bones?" In the pot, the pickled cabbage simmered with the bones, emitting a fragrant steam. Li Xiao inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma. Li Yugui glanced at him, his gaze falling upon the brush in Li Xiao's hand. "Are you planning to practice calligraphy?" "Indeed. I intend to learn from old Lu in our courtyard and have bought a brush to practice at home," Li Xiao replied. Although Li Yugui was somewhat taken aback, he refrained from commenting further. It was certainly preferable to spend money on writing rather than on frivolous pursuits. I wonder how long you can maintain this. If old Lu's expertise in calligraphy is any indication, mastering even the basics will be quite an achievement for you." Hearing his father's words, Li Xiao feigned sorrow. "Father, your lack of faith in me is disheartening. This time, I shall demonstrate my perseverance." With that, Li Xiao retreated to his room to stow his belongings and wash his hands in preparation for dinner. Li Yugui chose not to further discourage him. And after Li Xiao departed, a faint smile graced his lips. That evening, the two shared a single dish, a generous bowl of pickled cabbage stewed with bones. The bones deliberately cracked open. Using chopsticks, they stirred the contents before savoring the rich marrow, which filled their mouths with an intoxicating flavor. "These bones were brought to me by your brother-in-law today," Li Yugui remarked, helping himself to more pickled cabbage while leaving the meat untouched. "My brother-in-law?" Li Xiao raised his face, nearly buried in the bowl, his lips glistening with grease. "Yes, during my last visit to your brother-in-law's home. I had a discussion with his father, and it seems our families have reached a mutual understanding." Li Yugui had previously visited Lu Gang's parents without bringing Li Xiao, fearing that his son's youthful temperament might provoke an uncomfortable situation. Lu Gang's father and Li Yugui had been comrades for many years, their friendship strong enough to forge a familial bond. In truth, Lu Gang's father held no dissatisfaction towards Li Feng, his daughter-in-law. It was merely his wife who enjoyed making pointed remarks. This was a situation Lu Gang's father could not easily rectify, as too much discussion might lead to discord between the couple. Moreover, as a father-in-law, it was not appropriate for him to frequently bring up matters concerning his daughter-in-law. Given their limited interactions, Li Yugui personally addressed this issue, likely prompting a change in attitude from the Lu family. Today, Lu Gang brought several large bones as a gesture of respect for his father-in-law, claiming his mother had insisted on sending them, which was indicative of a shift in demeanor. As Li Xiao gnawed on the bones, he mused that some individuals truly needed occasional reminders. Otherwise, they might mistakenly believe they could take advantage of others without consequence. Chapter 53. The engagement of Chu Xiuxiu. Just as Li Feng would not tolerate mistreatment, Li Xiao had no intention of intimidating his brother-in-law without cause. Their intentions were clear. Both Li Yugui and Li Xiao wished for Li Feng's marriage to be filled with happiness. Every family has its minor disputes. After all, a couple is like the upper and lower teeth, inevitably clashing at times. As it stood, your brother-in-law had already established his own household, living separately, and it was sufficient for your sister's mother-in-law to be aware of this. Li Yugui's words were directed at Li Xiao, cautioning him against causing trouble that might complicate matters for his elder sister. Li Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand, father." Seeing his son so obedient, Li Yugui felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, these days had been the most comfortable he had experienced in quite some time. Li Yugui pondered carefully and realized that since the illness of Li Xiao last year, he had become significantly more sensible. This incident, it seemed, stemmed from the affairs concerning the daughter of the old Chu family. With the holiday approaching, the Chu family planned to host a few tables in their courtyard. Observing Li Xiao's expression, Li Yugui noted that their third daughter was getting engaged, and the wedding would not take place locally, necessitating an early gathering. "Oh, shall we present a gift then?" Li Yugui inquired. Li Xiao snorted in response. The Chu family is notoriously frugal. They likely wish to collect gifts. Having lived in the same courtyard for so many years, it was only fitting to contribute. Li Xiao fell silent thereafter, and sensing his discomfort, Li Yugui refrained from further commentary. The following evening, the eldest son of the Chu family came to borrow tables and benches. Li Yugui assisted in carrying them out, while Li Xiao sat nearby, cracking sunflower seeds. "Chu Lauda, why not reserve a few tables at a restaurant instead of eating outside in this frigid weather?" he asked. The eldest son of the Chu family shrank back. "The restaurant cannot accommodate us. Humph, I suspect your mother is merely trying to save money. Will there even be a meat dish on the table tomorrow? Chu Laodao was rendered speechless and took the stool away in silence. On the day of the engagement, many residents of the courtyard busied themselves. The Chu family had chosen to hold the event on a day when the steel factory workers were off, inviting everyone from the courtyard to partake in the feast. Early in the morning, the air was filled with noise as pots and stoves were set up to prepare the dishes, and tables, chairs, and borrowed bowls were arranged in stacks. Although Li Xiao had to work that day, he was awakened by the commotion outside well before his usual rising hour. His expression one of discontent. Li Yugui prepared a bowl of sweet egg soup for him, placing it on the kitchen stove while he ventured out early to help. With a bowl in hand, Li Xiao sipped the sweet soup, standing at the door watching the neighbors assist the Chu family. Though the Chu family was not particularly well regarded in the courtyard, during times of need, the neighbors would set aside their grievances to lend a hand. Behind the scenes, there might be whispers, but in person, there was a bond of goodwill. This sense of neighborly solidarity is something that those residing in concrete high-rises in later generations would find hard to grasp. After finishing breakfast, Li Xiao wiped his mouth, changed his clothes, and walked past the tables and chairs scattered throughout the courtyard. When Chu Xiao emerged, she caught only a glimpse of his retreating figure. For some inexplicable reason, her heart felt heavy. Today, both her in-laws and prospective fiancé were to arrive. Chu Ma ultimately decided against allowing Chu Xiao to wear tattered clothing. However, she also did not spend any extra money to make her a new outfit. After all, she would soon be departing. And Chu Ma considered a daughter who was married off to be akin to spilled water, especially since Chu Xiao would be moving away with the army. It was unreasonable to expect any support thereafter. Thus, for the engagement banquet, Chu Ma instructed her eldest daughter-in-law to retrieve the wedding gown from her own marriage. The attire was a red cotton jacket, which had been preserved for years and was now quite wrinkled and ill-fitting for the petite Chu Xiao, making her appear as though she were donning an adult's clothing. Aside from a few neighbors suggesting she ought to have a new outfit, Chu Ma was largely indifferent. To her, organizing this banquet had already consumed a considerable amount of resources, depleting their meager stock of food coupons. By the time the male side's guests arrived, the dishes were nearly ready to be served. As spring unfolds, Ningbai, still a northern city, finds its warm meals cooling shortly after being served. A considerable number of guests have arrived from the groom's side, notably a middle-aged couple dressed in rural attire, accompanied by a throng of relatives. Today's groom is the second son of the family, followed closely by his eldest brother, sister-in-law, 3 younger brothers, and 2 younger sisters. The eldest brother and sister-in-law each carry a child, and along with a multitude of aunts, uncles, and cousins, the gathering quickly fills the courtyard. The scale of this assembly astonishes not only the family of the bride, the Chu family, but also the hosts themselves, who had not anticipated such a turnout. The tables prepared are evidently insufficient, and the dishes inadequate. In a flurry, Chu Hongba hastily seeks someone to procure more food, while the ever-kind-hearted Li Yugui volunteers to assist. Neighbors bring forth any spare eggs and meat they have to help supplement the feast. Chu Xiao, hiding within the confines of the house, peers through the window at the bustling crowd outside, equally taken aback. She had never realized that the groom's family was so numerous, and their circumstances appear modest. The man she is to meet, Wang Guangquan, hails from a small village near Ningbai rather than the city itself. Among many siblings and relatives, he stands out as the most accomplished, having joined the military and risen in rank. However, the burden of caring for his siblings weighs heavily upon him, resulting in scant savings from his military stipend, which he dutifully sends home. With limited funds, his family cannot afford to host a banquet in the village and instead concocts an excuse about his military commitments. Unbeknownst to the Wang family, the Chu family has arranged a formal engagement dinner, which they perceive as a testament to their regard for their daughter. Chu's parents, though displeased by the unexpected influx of guests, maintain a cordial demeanor and promptly invite their in-laws to take a seat, offering sweets to the children. After exchanging pleasantries with his future in-laws, Wang Guangquan seeks out Chu Xiao. Their meeting comes with a touch of irony. During a visit home, his family insists that he settle down. Lacking opportunities to meet women in the military, he seizes the holiday to engage in several arranged introductions, facilitated by acquaintances who are aware of his family's situation. Despite the interest from local girls who admire his military stature, Wang Guangquan feels that rural women are not his equal. while Li Xiaosheng is ill and Chu Xiuxiu has retreated to a relative's house in the countryside. Wang Guangquan finds himself pressured by his family to pursue a romance with a girl from a neighboring village. An accidental encounter with Chu Xiuxiu leaves him indifferent at first, but upon her return to the city and hearing of her background, he discovers she is a city dweller with access to rationed food. Thus, he enlists the aid of others to connect with her, ultimately learning from the matchmaker that she is to wed a military officer who earns a stipend of 52 yuan monthly. Moreover, he is promised housing by the military, with little required of her in terms of labor, merely to enjoy a comfortable life. These advantageous circumstances lead Chu Xiuxiu to overlook many considerations, and, eager to escape her home and avoid rural life, she agrees to the marriage without ever visiting the Wang family. Chapter 54. Are you pregnant? From the initial meeting to their engagement, coupled with Wang Guangquan's correspondence to the military regarding their marriage report, this period was significant. Wang Guangquan deliberately refrained from bringing Chu Xiuxiu home. Instead, he took her around the city to indulge in culinary delights. The purchases were minimal, limited to a few gifts for visiting the Chu family, and he had only given Chu Xiuxiu 30 yuan along with some fabric coupons for her to make new clothes. His preference for city girls stemmed from witnessing the embarrassment faced by his comrades who brought their rustic wives to the army. Unrefined and lacking sophistication, they became subjects of ridicule. Wang Guangquan believed that city girls at least had some education. Even if they lacked common interests, they possessed a degree of knowledge that could elevate his own status. Today, the Chu family was hosting a banquet, and Wang Guangquan's family could not abstain from attending. He had done his utmost to ensure that his relatives were presentable. Yet upon seeing Chu Xiuxiu, he was taken aback by her appearance. Her visibly worn clothes were ill-fitting, making her seem even more gaunt. When Wang Guangquan entered the room and laid eyes on Chu Xiuxiu, his expression darkened uncontrollably. "Did you not make any new clothes? Did I not give you money for that?" He glanced outside, noting that others were preoccupied. Realizing his tone had been rather harsh, he added, "Once we reach the army, there will be fabric for you to make clothes. Do not be frugal." Chu Xiuxiu lowered her head, overwhelmed with shame. Noticing her silence, Wang Guangquan clung to a glimmer of hope. "Is there not another outfit you could wear? This one is far too ill-fitting for when we meet guests." "No. There isn't," Chu Xiuxiu replied. Her only two decent garments, devoid of patches, were those previously gifted to her by Li Xiao. But they were not suitable for the current season. "Never mind, let it be," he muttered, unable to restrain his frustration as he stormed out. Chu Xiuxiu gazed out the window, watching the man she was about to marry. His face adorned with a smile as he greeted the neighbors and distributed the wedding candies they had brought. Yet, all she could recall was the gloomy expression he had just displayed, suggesting he might have a volatile temperament. For reasons unknown, Li Xiao's visage resurfaced in her thoughts. He too had possessed a temper, often lashing out at his father and sister, but he had never directed his ire toward her. Bowing her head once more, Chu Xiuxiu felt a pang of regret. What if she had genuinely pursued a relationship with Li Xiao, rather than exploiting him? Li Xiao had spent a steady day working at the restaurant. Today, the steel factory workers were on break, and business was decent. Recently, he had not merely been a passive observer. Under the guidance of his brother-in-law, he had picked up some culinary skills. Inspired by Li Xiao, Tian Baohua had also begun practicing the art of carving radish flowers. Chefs from state-run restaurants often sculpted food for decorative purposes, but Tian Baohua was self-taught. A natural in the culinary realm, always discovering ways to enhance the flavors of his dishes. Previously, Li Xiao had regarded his brother-in-law as rather slick and had failed to see any other merits. However, after spending day and night together recently, he had come to appreciate Tian Baohua's rare qualities, particularly his unwavering focus while cooking. This unwavering focus filled him with envy. It was the kind of dedication reserved for pursuits one genuinely loves, incomparable to the drudgery of work undertaken solely for a paycheck. Moreover, his brother-in-law was particularly frugal, especially regarding food, abhorred any semblance of waste. Even when Li Xiao initially peeled potatoes, Tian Baohua meticulously guided him, fearful that he might peel too thickly and diminish the potato's size. In truth, everyone Li Xiao knew held a profound reverence for food. Individuals born in the late 1950s, like Li Xiao, had all endured the hardships of that challenging period. Although Li Xiao was too young to remember, Li Yugui, being a skilled worker, managed to ensure his children were not deprived. Those like his elder sister and even his father now middle-aged, undoubtedly bore vivid memories of those times. Thus, people today labor diligently to foster development. As long as they can fill their stomachs, they find contentment. The nation's progress has yet to reach a stage where individuals can indulge in leisure. Even though Tian Baohua, influenced by Li Xiao, began to pay attention to plating and learned to carve flowers, every radish flower he sculpted never went to waste. The repeatedly crushed radish flowers ultimately transformed into a soup, nourishing the restaurant staff. Not a single person complained. All consumed it with the same gusto. "Look at this one," Tian Baohua exclaimed, presenting a freshly carved radish flower. Li Xiao glanced at it and couldn't help but gag slightly. "What's the matter? Brother-in-law, please stop carving. I've eaten too many radishes lately. Just seeing this makes me nauseous." Upon hearing this, Tian Baohua burst into laughter and promptly devoured the radish flower. "All right, I want to make you radish soup for lunch. What would you like instead? I'll prepare it for you." "Oh dear, you can't handle a few days of radish? Your sister has been eating them for half a month and still craves them." "Half a month of radishes?" Li Xiao exclaimed. "Indeed. I previously soaked some sour radish strips in vinegar for your sister. She insists on having them with every meal." Tian Baohua proudly declared, even when bringing lunch to work. "I have to take some along. This month, we've already finished 2 bottles of vinegar at home." Li Xiao was taken aback, recalling that his sister wasn't particularly fond of sour flavors. "Well, it's not that I can't provide anything else. Can I not afford to give her some sour radish?" Tian Baohua continued to speak, always striving to meet his wife's needs, no matter how unreasonable they might appear. After all, he was considerably older than Li Wan and delighted in pampering her as one would a child. Tian Baohua had great confidence in his culinary skills, believing even a simple sour radish could be delightful. Thus he sensed nothing amiss. Yet, having been raised by his sister, Li Xiao was all too familiar with her preferences. Consequently, he made a mental note of this matter and, after work, followed his brother-in-law home. His sister finished work slightly earlier than they did, but the timing was close. Therefore, Tian Baohua never required her to cook, at most asking her to prepare the ingredients for dinner, waiting for his return to start cooking. Today, when Li Xiao mentioned his intention to visit their home, Tian Baohua specifically informed him that they had saved some spare ribs for dinner. As the two arrived at the doorstep, they pushed the door open and were immediately met with the sounds of Li Wan, the second sister, retching in the kitchen. Tian Baohua hurried inside, only to find Li Wan hunched over a dirty bucket, expelling the contents of her stomach. "What's wrong? What did you eat?" Li Wan, tears streaming down her face, clutched her chest with one hand while waving the other dismissively. "It's nothing. I just wanted to grab some pickled radish strips. But when I opened the jar and caught a whiff of that smell, ugh." The mere recollection made her feel nauseous again. Tian Baohua, in a state of panic, gently patted her back. "I told you, that stuff, no matter how much you love it, you can't eat it every meal. It's bound to upset your stomach." Li Wan was too preoccupied with her discomfort to notice Li Xiao, and Tian Baohua had completely forgotten him. Li Xiao stood at the kitchen door, observing for a while before finally speaking up. "Sister, are you perhaps pregnant?" Those words rendered both individuals motionless. Li Wan swallowed the sour bile rising in her throat, only then realizing Li Xiao was there. Tian Baohua, after a moment of stunned silence, experienced a whirlwind of emotions. First came disbelief, followed by joy upon confirming the word, and then anxiety took hold. He remained frozen in a crouched position. "Sister, how long have you had these symptoms?" Li Wan snapped back to reality, casting a reproachful glance at Li Xiao. "Don't speak nonsense. You're just a child. What do you know? You aren't even married." Li Xiao scratched his head. "Then why not get it checked? What if it is?" "Yes, let us get it checked. Wait for me. I'll get you some clothes." Tian Baohua seemed to break free from a spell, dashing out of the room. Unable to suppress a laugh, Li Wan approached Li Xiao and playfully punched him. "You're just talking nonsense. Look how anxious you've made your brother-in-law." Li Xiao grinned. "How can it be nonsense? If you really are pregnant, that would be wonderful news. But what if I'm not?" The usually forthright Li Wan felt a twinge of apprehension. She understood how much Tian Baohua desired a child. They had been married for nearly 2 years, yet there had been no signs of a baby. The family had certainly voiced their opinions, but Tian Baohua had always assured her he wasn't in a rush, never once making her feel inadequate. Li Wan feared it would be a false hope, and while she could bear disappointment, she dreaded hurting Tian Baohua's feelings. "Sister, it's just a checkup. I heard your brother-in-law mention you've been eating pickled radish every day lately. while you used to avoid sour flavors entirely. This sudden change in taste, whether or not you are pregnant, a checkup would ease our minds. Li Xiao spoke earnestly, managing to elicit a smile from Li Wan. You still remember what I like and dislike? Of course. You are my dear sister. How could I forget? All right then, I've been feeling a bit off lately. So let us go get it checked. At that moment, Li Wan felt less nauseous. Exiting the kitchen, she found Tian Baohua had already brought her an outer garment and even prepared a bag. What's in there? Tian Baohua chuckled, pulling out a thermos. I filled it with warm water for you, so you won't get thirsty later. With Li Xiao present, Li Wan felt a bit shy and shot a discreet glare at Tian Baohua. After a quick change of clothes, the three of them stepped out together. As Li Wan observed that the day was drawing to a close, she suggested to Li Xiao that he should return home first. Why follow me? I just want to see what's going on. I feel nauseous. However, Li Xiao was resolute in his decision to accompany her. No, I must go with you. What if it turns out I have a nephew? I need to rush home and inform Dad. Don't say such nonsense, Li Wan retorted, playfully hitting him again. Tian Baohua, standing nearby, chuckled quietly, choosing not to interject. Instead, he borrowed a bicycle from a neighbor. You sit on it, and I'll push you. Li Wan, exasperated, stomped her foot. I can still walk. Why would I need to ride a bicycle? Let us just go back. Then I'll push you. If you feel like sitting, just sit. The delight on Tian Baohua's face was palpable, yet Li Wan's heart was increasingly laden with unease. Brother-in-law, don't be too hopeful. What if I'm not actually pregnant? Li Xiao, sensing Li Wan's apprehension, brought this concern to light. Tian Baohua paused for a moment before responding with a grin. If it turns out to be true, that's wonderful. If not, it's no big deal. We should just see if something is wrong and get it treated early to avoid suffering later. Li Xiao was taken aback by how quickly Tian Baohua had adjusted his mindset. He wasn't certain if Tian's words were sincere, but they were certainly comforting to hear. Let us head out. We should get there early. When we return, brother-in-law will prepare a delicious meal for you and your sister. As Tian Baohua led the way with the bicycle, Li Xiao followed closely behind Li Wan. The steel mill hospital was located just behind the main street, near the north gate of the factory. It was specifically constructed for the workers, allowing them or their family members to seek medical attention and obtain a note for partial reimbursement from the factory, a substantial benefit indeed. Workers in this era were quite fortunate, as every major factory was equipped with various convenient facilities for life. The factory even had a kindergarten, referred to at that time as the U-Home class, specifically designed for dual-income workers who lacked the time to care for their children. For a minimal monthly fee, parents could leave their children there for the entire day, with meals and care provided. The trio moved swiftly and, after a brief walk of several minutes, arrived at the hospital. The facility had night shifts, so there was no need for registration at this hour. They could simply enter and consult a doctor. If any issues were identified that required hospitalization or medication, only then would they need to settle the payment. Tian Baohua and Li Xiao accompanied Li Wan into the consultation room of the on-duty doctor. After listening to her symptoms and inquiring about her diet and menstrual cycle, the doctor surmised that she might indeed be pregnant. However, the current hospital lacked pregnancy test kits or ultrasounds, relying primarily on the doctor's experience for diagnosis. Therefore, the doctor could not be entirely certain and advised Li Wan to return during the day to consult with a traditional Chinese medicine doctor for a pulse diagnosis. Having visited the hospital only served to deepen the confusion. On the way home, Li Wan, either consciously or unconsciously, rested her hand on her abdomen, her expression contemplative. Meanwhile, Tian Baohua occasionally glanced at her, his gaze also fixated on her belly. However, being astute, Tian Baohua refrained from saying too much, suppressing his own anxious yet hopeful feelings as they awaited the daylight. Li Xiao observed the expressions of the couple and felt they would have much to discuss upon returning home. Thus, he did not accompany them inside, but instead thoughtfully escorted them to their doorstep before departing. Tian Baohua chuckled a few times before opening the door. Oh, my dear third brother, I was just thinking of simmering that pork rib dish for him tonight. Li Wan remained silent, entering the inner room directly, shedding her outer coat and seating herself at the edge of the bed. As was his custom, Tian Baohua took the initiative to hang up his wife's clothes before preparing dinner. Today, however, he added an extra step, pouring a cup of hot water for Li Wan and placing it beside her. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "What would you like to eat tonight?" Li Wan shivered slightly upon hearing Tian Baohua's voice, which had a distinctive pitch. Unable to suppress a laugh, she playfully punched him lightly, saying, "Speak properly, it's rather off-putting." Tian Baohua chuckled in return, reaching out to grasp Li Wan's hand. "I understand your concerns. There's no need to feel overwhelmed. Whether we have children or not is predestined. You don't mind my past marriage or the fact that I am several years your senior. So what more could I ask for?" Tian Baohua's words deeply touched Li Wan. She reached out to caress her husband's face, saying, "I know how well you treat me. And I remember it all. Even if it isn't this time, you adore children, and I promise to bear you more in the future." Chapter 56. The second sister is pregnant. Li Xiao strolled home, finding the courtyard restored to its usual state. Upon opening the door, he saw Li Yugue diligently recording notes at the table. Curiously, Li Xiao leaned over to catch a glimpse of the scattered accounts written down. "Dad, what are you up to?" Li Yugue, without lifting his gaze, continued his calculations. "I helped the old Chu family with some purchases today, and I need to keep track of what I borrowed. I'll need to ask them for it tomorrow." Li Xiao smirked. "Why do you always go out of your way for them? The old Chu family is like a greedy dragon, only taking and never giving back. Good luck asking them for anything. Don't be foolish. This is a legitimate matter for their family. If they mismanage their finances, who will associate with them in the future?" Li Xiao clicked his tongue, but chose not to argue with his stubborn father. Rubbing his stomach, he headed towards the kitchen. "Dad, is there any food? I'm starving." Li Yugue glanced at the clock, setting down his pen and rising. "I thought you weren't coming back for dinner." He followed into the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves. "There's no leftover rice. Shall I make you some dumpling soup?" Li Xiao surveyed the kitchen, noting the lack of ingredients. "All right then." Li Yugue paid no mind to his son's enthusiasm for the meal, heating water and retrieving flour. Did the Chu family not bring back any leftovers from their banquet today? Li Xiao rummaged through some sunflower seeds, leaning against the door as he cracked them open while watching his father cook. "Leftovers? There wasn't enough to go around. Didn't you notice how Dad clammed up mid-sentence today? Although I think the Chu family is rather stingy, I don't want to be the one gossiping about them." "What is wrong today?" Li Xiao pressed for answers. "Nothing's wrong." Speaking halfway through was indeed frustrating, and with a sigh, Li Xiao exited the kitchen. Li Yugue paid him no heed, his thoughts lingering on the son-in-law of the Chu family he had met today, as well as their entire clan. They certainly did not seem amiable, and if any disputes arose between the couples, it could lead to considerable strife between the two families. The son-in-law, appearing cheerful and clad in military attire, initially evokes a sense of goodwill. However, when the banquet commenced and Chu Xiaoxiao made her entrance, Li Yugue inadvertently noticed a change in his demeanor. Particularly, during the moment he accompanied Chu Xiaoxiao to toast at their family's table, the atmosphere was tense, and the remarks made were quite unpleasant, belittling their entire courtyard. It was suggested that those who received government rations in the city were not as glamorous as they appeared, especially when compared to the lean girls from their village who toiled in the fields to earn their work points. At that moment, Chu Xiaoxiao's partner was present yet failed to utter a word in her defense, and they were not even officially wed. Contemplating this, Li Yugue shook his head and shifted his thoughts to Li Xiao. If he were to help Li Xiao find a partner in the future, it would be prudent to first investigate the family background of the prospective bride, especially the nature of her parents. Li Yugue prided himself on not being overly concerned with such matters, yet he wished to avoid a troublesome in-law. As he prepared to serve the thick soup, he caught sight of his son waiting at the table and realized he might be overthinking the situation. It was already fortunate that a good family was willing to marry their daughter to such a slothful fellow. What more could he ask for? The following day, as Li Xiao went to work, he noticed that Tian Baohua was absent from the shop. Upon inquiring, he learned that Tian had taken a leave of absence early in the morning and would return before noon. Li Xiao surmised that his brother-in-law had taken his sister to the hospital. He had refrained from informing old Li about this the previous night, preferring to wait until there was confirmation to avoid causing unnecessary worry. By 9 o'clock that morning, his brother-in-law returned, greeted the manager and others, and then hurried into the kitchen. Li Xiao could not discern anything from his expression. However, noticing that he had personally purchased a live chicken from the restaurant's supply, he understood the outcome. During the midday rush, the chicken soup was already simmering. Tian Baohua pulled Li Xiao aside at the back door. "Your sister didn't bring lunch, so take the chicken soup to her." Li Xiao smirked. "Brother-in-law, there's something you haven't told me." Tian Baohua couldn't help but grin. "What could possibly escape your notice? Is my sister truly with child?" "Yes. I specifically consulted the old doctor from the factory courtyard today. He was quite certain. I heard that as the months progress, they can discern the gender of the baby. Receiving this definitive news, Li Xiao felt genuine joy. Congratulations, brother-in-law. Soon you will be elevated to fatherhood. Ha ha ha. Hurry along, but be careful not to spill it. I saved some chicken for you to eat when you return. All right. Rest assured. Li Xiao took the meticulously packed chicken soup and provisions from his brother-in-law, handling them with care. Upon arriving at the recycling station, his sister was anxiously awaiting his arrival. After leaving the hospital, Tian Baohua had told her he was bringing lunch, instructing her not to carry anything back, which was unusual as she would typically have eaten by this time. As Li Xiao approached with the small bundle, Li Wan hurried over to receive it. Sister, don't reach out. It's soup, and it's hot. Let me carry it inside. Li Xiao sidestepped and entered the small room, placing the items on the table. Li Wan unwrapped the bundle to reveal a large enamel jar and 2 thin wheat pancakes. Lifting the lid, the fragrant steam of the chicken soup wafted into the air. Your brother-in-law is truly something. Why would he ask you to deliver such hot soup? What if you get burnt? Li Wan observed the clear broth, having skimmed off the oily residue, revealing tender pieces of chicken that had been simmered to perfection. You haven't eaten yet, have you, old three? Please, have a taste first. Sister, you enjoy it. My brother-in-law saved some for me to eat later. Really? You wouldn't lie, would you? Today, my second brother-in-law slaughtered a chicken. You can hardly be surprised at a few pieces. Hearing this, Li Wan laughed and began to eat. That's settled then. Make sure you eat well when you go home. You are still growing. I'm not a child anymore. I'm quite grown. Li Xiao did not leave immediately, but sat down on a nearby stool. Sister, you're pregnant and still working? Is that wise? Li Wan, her mouth full of bread, replied, what is the big deal? It's only been a short while. It doesn't interfere with work. The first 3 months are crucial, so please don't overexert yourself. Li Wan turned her face in surprise. You understand this? She then shot him a reproachful glance. You little rascal, don't say everything you know outside. You aren't even married yet, and you act like you know everything. Li Xiao felt speechless. He should not be so concerned about his sister. However, knowing how long his second sister and brother-in-law had been waiting for this moment, he could not help but offer a reminder. I'm not embarrassed. I insist that if you need help with anything strenuous, tell your brother-in-law in the evening, and I'll come assist you the next day. With her cheeks stuffed with food, Li Wan tried to suppress her laughter, her eyes sparkling with a mix of gratitude and warmth. I understand. I can just sit here daily to keep the accounts. It won't tire me out. Others can handle the heavy lifting. Chapter 57. A good man. The news of Li Wan's pregnancy quickly spread through the Li and Chu families. That very evening, upon hearing the news, Li Yugui poured himself 2 liang of liquor in celebration. He had always felt somewhat guilty towards his second daughter, regretting that he hadn't found her a suitable family. The fact that Tian Baohua was a widower had always bothered him. Yet his second daughter was quite stubborn. Once she made a decision, even her father could not sway her. Aside from being a bit extreme regarding old 3, she had never given the family any trouble. Now, nearly 2 years into her marriage with no signs of pregnancy, the arrival of this child was exceedingly significant, especially with Tian Baohua's age. After dinner, Li Yugui retreated to his room to rummage through his chest for a considerable time. Li Xiao had expected his father to retrieve money or gifts for his second sister, but it turned out he didn't require his assistance at all. The next day, as soon as Li Xiao returned home from work, before he could even settle in, he was urged to take something to his second sister. Glancing at the items, he noticed a bag containing 6 or 7 small apples, a packet of brown sugar, and a small basket of about 20 eggs. Your second sister's family should have plenty of meat. Just deliver these to her. Li Yugui paused, his habitual stern expression returning. Wait until you return to eat. Don't dine at your second sister's home. Understood. Li Xiao replied as he grabbed the items and prepared to leave. Li Yugui called out after him, walk carefully, don't drop the eggs. Got it. Li Xiao responded loudly, bounding out of the door with a great leap, causing Li Yugui's eyelids to twitch. He jogged all the way to his second sister's home, where she and her family were finishing their meal. The table was adorned with nourishing dishes, including chicken soup, steamed eggs, and a platter of fish. Upon seeing Li Xiao, Li Wan was taken aback. What brings you here at this hour? You haven't eaten, have you? Tian Baohua immediately noticed the items Li Xiao was carrying. Oh, why bring so much? You have everything at home. It's from Dad, Li Xiao replied with a mischievous grin. He rummaged through the pantry last night and must have taken out all the supplies. Li Wan set down her chopsticks. Dad is really something. Do you think I lack food? Later, you can take some back for him. I can't. What if Old Li gets mad at me? At that moment, Tian Baohua had gone to the kitchen to fetch a bowl and chopsticks for Li Xiao. Old 3, you might as well eat here. Li Xiao glanced at the food on the table, wearing a look of grievance. Dad doesn't allow me to mooch off meals here. Li Wan couldn't help but laugh. Just eat. Don't pretend when you're at your sister's house. That's right. Old 3, hurry and sit down. The fish was cooked for you. Your sister doesn't like it because of the fishy smell, so you should enjoy it. Hearing this, Li Xiao no longer hesitated and seized the chopsticks to indulge in the meal. Not only did he enjoy a hearty feast, but he also managed to take 2 apples that Old Li had asked him to bring. With his belly full, Li Xiao packed some food to take home. Meanwhile, his brother-in-law prepared another platter of fish for him to take back to Old Li. Li Xiao returned home joyfully, only to be met with a slap from Li Yugui. I told you to bring something for your sister, and you come back with both food and leftovers. You worthless brat. Li Xiao's smile faded slightly, but he received only a couple of smacks. Old Li, let me explain. What did you call me? Have you lost your mind? Li Yugui roared, turning to grab a feather duster. That night, Li Xiao thoroughly experienced what it meant to feel a father's love, akin to a mountain. Since merging his consciousness, it was the first time he had been disciplined. Perhaps it had been too long since Li Yugui had scolded him. Li Xiao felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Lying in bed that night, he whimpered, noticing the red marks on his thighs from the feather duster. Fortunately, Old Li was a man of principle, striking only the buttocks and thighs, thereby preserving Li Xiao's handsome visage, allowing him to go to work with dignity the following day. Since Li Wan confirmed her pregnancy, her husband, Tian Baohua, was in high spirits every day. He and Ti announced the news at the restaurant, so the staff remained unaware, only noticing his cheerful demeanor. Occasionally, he would sneakily prepare delicious food for Li Xiao to discreetly deliver to the recycling station. Of course, Li Xiao also benefited from this, and within half a month, he felt he had gained a bit of weight, as if every day were a celebration. Upon learning of the news, the eldest sister was overjoyed, according to her brother-in-law. She visited him for 2 consecutive nights after work, sharing advice on precautions during pregnancy. It seems your eldest brother-in-law is also keen on having a second child. Tian Baohua took a bite of the leftover radish, chewing thoughtfully as he spoke a single sentence. Li Xiao furrowed his brow. What's the matter? Did my brother-in-law give my sister a hard time? Oh, surely not. Your brother-in-law is not that kind of person, Tian Baohua quickly added, anxious that his words might provoke Li Xiao into causing trouble for Lu Gang. He was not one to sow discord. It was rather peculiar. Li Xiao had seemingly transformed for the better, no longer falling into his previous faults. Yet Tian Baohua felt that he had become less easily deceived. Perhaps he had genuinely matured, now capable of supporting the Li family. Brother-in-law, you shouldn't spoil my sister with lavish meals every day. Overindulgence is not good for her health. You should consult a doctor. I've heard that excessive weight gain during pregnancy can be problematic. Observing his brother-in-law's demeanor, it appeared as if he were preparing a feast, which made Li Xiao somewhat apprehensive. Presently, his sister was still in the early stages of pregnancy, but excessive nutrition could lead to complications later on. Tian Baohua paused. Is that true? I read about it in a book. Just think, if the baby in her womb gains too much weight, how will it be born? Li Xiao could only explain, as he had been frequently visiting the recycling station to bring food to his sister and had taken to reading more. What exactly he had read, Tian Baohua did not know, but he recognized that his brother-in-law now resembled a cultured individual. Every day, when he had spare time, he either read or practiced calligraphy with a wooden stick on the ground. Last time, he heard his father-in-law mention that Li Xiao was learning brush calligraphy from an elderly gentleman in the courtyard. Tian Baohua had not attended school for long and could not comprehend the various styles of writing, yet he felt that his brother-in-law's characters, whether drawn on the ground or dipped in water, looked quite respectable. Educated individuals are expected to possess knowledge, which seemed entirely reasonable. All right, I will be more mindful in the future. You are right. She shouldn't gain too much weight. Your sister is almost 3 months pregnant now, and her symptoms are quite severe. We should definitely consult a doctor. As it was their first child, Tian Baohua was particularly attentive, eager to learn anything beneficial for the pregnant woman. With Li Wan working during the day, he insisted on handling all the chores when she returned home at night. Even washing her feet was his responsibility. Of course, such matters were kept secret from others. Chapter 58. The past of my brother-in-law, a man, regardless of his appearance, who cherishes his wife and knows how to provide for the family, is indeed a rare gem. Through more than a month of interaction, Li Xiao grew increasingly familiar with his brother-in-law and even more satisfied. It seemed that his sister had made an excellent choice, given Tian Baohua's innate qualities. He must have faced numerous rejections in the past. Even old Li had disapproved of Tian Baohua's circumstances, yet his sister remained resolute in her desire to marry him. Now it was evident that she had not erred in her choice. Even before his sister's pregnancy, Tian Baohua had treated her impeccably. What puzzled Li Xiao was the lack of response from Tian Baohua's family regarding this joyous occasion. As the younger brother-in-law, he felt it inappropriate to inquire too directly. Li Xiao was not well acquainted with Tian Baohua's parents, only having a vague idea of where they resided, and had yet to visit them. When the marriage with his second sister was arranged, Tian Baohua had already moved out and was living independently. Observing the demeanor of his brother-in-law, it appeared that he had not informed the family of his sister's pregnancy. Just as Li Xiao was contemplating this matter, the following day, an elderly woman with graying hair arrived at the hotel in search of Tian Baohua. This woman was none other than Tian Baohua's mother. Upon seeing his brother-in-law conversing with her in the backyard, Li Xiao chose to remain in the kitchen and refrain from intruding. Though he had no intention of eavesdropping on their familial affairs, the elderly lady's voice gradually rose in volume. "You are nearly 30, and I am only concerned for your well-being. Why don't you take her to see a doctor? When I expressed my concerns before, you were displeased and turned against me. You are truly ungrateful." Her words were laced with sorrowful undertones. "I worry about you. Your first wife left you without a child. Now, you insist on marrying Li Wan, whom I warned you was too thin and not suitable for bearing children. Look at how long you have been married." Li Xiao leaned against the kitchen door, attentively listening. Tian Baohua's tone was tinged with impatience. "Just take care of Lao Wu. Why do you meddle in my affairs?" To which she retorted, "You are still my son. Why should I not be concerned?" The conversation then turned to the elderly woman attempting to give Tian Baohua something to take back for his sister, which he persistently refused, resulting in a tug-of-war in the backyard. Li Xiao found it perplexing. If the elderly woman was anxious about her daughter-in-law's condition, why did his brother-in-law not simply inform her that his sister was indeed pregnant? It appeared that Tian Baohua was intent on keeping it a secret. Eventually, the elderly woman was sent away, and as Tian Baohua returned to the kitchen, Li Xiao was practicing calligraphy with a mop, wetting the floor. He mused that this small space was unsuitable for writing and that he should practice in the courtyard instead. Observing Tian Baohua's expression, everything seemed normal. That evening, after work, Li Xiao deliberated over the incident and shared it with his father, Li Yugui. Upon hearing this, Li Yugui let out a grunt, indicating he was already aware of the situation. When Li Wan was set to marry Tian Baohua, although he could not dissuade her from her decision, he had indeed been concerned for his daughter and had inquired about the matter. The Tian family comprised 7 children, beginning with 2 daughters followed by 5 sons. Tian Baohua was the fourth among the siblings and was often overlooked in his childhood, due to the family's large size and the fear of not being able to provide for all the children. They had once entrusted the 6-year-old Tian Baohua to relatives in the countryside. The relatives, who had no children of their own, treated him well, but the separation left him with feelings of resentment towards his biological parents. When Tian Baohua was 16, his foster family encountered difficulties and sent him back to the city. After a decade away, returning to his blood relatives felt akin to reuniting with strangers. The information Li Yugui had gathered, though not exhaustive, provided a general understanding of the unfolding circumstances. Upon his return, Tian Baohua faced ostracism from his siblings, and his biological parents showed little concern for him. With 2 sisters married off, the eldest had passed away from illness years prior, while the second and third took over their parents' responsibilities, leaving Tian Baohua to fend for himself in the countryside. If there was truly no way out, Tian Baohua would have remained silent. The issue was that an opportunity had arisen, yet the family chose to support the 5th child, overlooking Tian Baohua entirely. In a fit of anger, he left home and somehow ended up working as a chef in a restaurant. Not only did he secure a commendable job for himself, but he also swiftly resolved his housing situation, moving out of the Tian household entirely. How he accomplished this remains a mystery to all. Nonetheless, once he thrived, the Tian family came knocking, seeking to rekindle their familial ties. After listening to old Li's narration, Li Xiao developed a curiosity about his second brother-in-law. He recalled that his brother-in-law had once mentioned encountering an extraordinary individual who imparted a wealth of knowledge to him. Moreover, Tian Baohua had a remarkable ability to forge connections with everyone. The black market, which Li Xiao had always been hesitant to approach, seemed accessible to his brother-in-law. who could effortlessly procure valuable items from it. My second brother-in-law is quite a capable man, Li Xiao mused. Li Yugui concurred with this sentiment, but harbored a desire for his children to lead peaceful and smooth lives. He had a disinclination towards overly complicated individuals. However, over time, Tian Baohua's conduct had left Li Yugui with no grounds for complaint. Human affection is inherently empathetic. Li Yugui could not allow Tian Baohua's intricate family dynamics or the specter of his deceased wife to cloud his judgment. You should learn a thing or two from your second brother-in-law, he remarked, which stood as Li Yugui's utmost affirmation of Tian Baohua. Yet, Li Xiao remained perplexed as to why his brother-in-law had not informed the family about his sister's pregnancy. Li Yugui shook his head, stating, "Your brother-in-law has his own plans. It's best not to meddle." "I wasn't trying to meddle. Just curious," Li Xiao replied, chuckling. "It seems you hold a high regard for my brother-in-law." Li Yugui chose not to respond, preparing to return to his room for the night. "Oh, by the way," Li Xiao recalled, "did you receive the money from the old Chu family?" As Li Yugui was about to head indoors, his posture stiffened, and Li Xiao immediately grasped the outcome, unable to suppress a scoff. That Chu Xiao had already departed with her partner, and the money was evidently lost. The night passed without further conversation, and the father and son went about their daily routines as usual. During his breaks, Li Xiao refrained from wandering aimlessly and instead practiced calligraphy at old Lu's residence. When Li Wan's pregnancy reached the 5-month mark, the chill of Ningbei's climate had vanished entirely. One afternoon, clad in a new single garment, Li Xiao was lounging in the backyard, basking in the sun, when he heard a familiar voice calling from the back door. "Li Xiao, are you there?" The voice was somewhat recognizable, yet he momentarily struggled to recall who it belonged to. Rising from the long bench, he heard someone stealthily calling his name from outside. "Li Xiao, Li Xiao?" A pair of striking phoenix eyes suddenly materialized in his mind. He opened the gate to the restaurant's backyard and was greeted by the sight of Jiang Weiyu, dressed in a faded gray cloth coat, standing at the entrance. Chapter 59. Reunion with Jiang Weiyu. It felt as though several months had passed since Li Xiao last saw Jiang Weiyu. He had nearly forgotten her existence. The last time they met, she had still been wearing her heavy cotton jacket. Jiang Weiyu had undergone some changes, with the removal of her signature large black coat. Li Xiao realized that her figure was quite commendable. The individual appears somewhat slender, yet not emaciated. It is merely that at present, her complexion lacks vitality. Perhaps it is the antiquated manner of her attire that gives this impression. Li Xiao mused that this young woman must have deliberately chosen such a style. "Oh, it's you. Long time no see." Li Xiao withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and greeted her warmly. "Hello, indeed it has been a while." Upon seeing Li Xiao again, Jiang Weiyu noticed he too had undergone some transformation. His hair was cut very short, revealing his distinct facial features. When he smiled, the corners of his mouth stretched widely, exuding sincerity, much like a little sun. Gazing at Li Xiao's radiant smile, which shone like sunlight, Jiang Weiyu felt a lingering gloom within her begin to dissipate. "I came to seek your assistance." Jiang Weiyu glanced at Li Xiao before quickly lowering her gaze. "I can compensate you." Li Xiao maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Sure. Please tell me what you need. If it's within my capabilities, I will certainly help." Hearing his words, Jiang Weiyu felt a sense of relief wash over her. In truth, she had been uncertain if Li Xiao would still be willing to assist her after all this time. "May I?" Jiang Weiyu seemed hesitant about how to articulate her request, and Li Xiao patiently stood by, awaiting her words. "I need a job." "What?" Li Xiao had initially assumed she was asking for help with some purchase, yet here she was seeking employment? "What I mean is, a temporary position for a few months, at most a month would suffice. I can forego payment, but I need a written confirmation from your organization." Jiang Weiyu understood that her request was rather audacious, which is why she sought Li Xiao, the only person she could trust. As for the financial aspect, she could devise a plan, but she feared that spending money might yield nothing in return, ultimately leading to deception. Li Xiao scratched his forehead with his pinky finger. "You're not perhaps interested in my position, are you?" Jiang Weiyu remained silent, yet her eyes conveyed her unspoken thoughts. "I fear I cannot assist you with this matter." After a moment's reflection, Li Xiao replied, "You mentioned needing only about a month, yet you seek an employment confirmation. Once you possess that, what if you do not return the job to me? What then?" Jiang Weiyu pressed her lips together, weakly attempting to clarify. "I assure you I will return it. I want to encroach upon your position." "Ah, Comrade Jiang, assurances such as these are worth little." Li Xiao, despite his fondness for Jiang Weiyu, was not swayed into trusting her recklessly. There are too many lessons born from bitter experiences. Perhaps the only individuals capable of disarming Li Xiao and revealing his true nature are family, and Jiang Weiyu was not one of them. Jiang Weiyu had not anticipated Li Xiao's bluntness. For a brief moment, she felt anger, sensing a lack of faith in her character. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that they were not intimately acquainted. On what grounds could he trust her? I apologize for my lack of consideration. Although she understood that her request was likely futile, Jiang Weiyu still wished to make one last effort. I can offer 500 as a deposit. Should I fail to return the job, you need not refund me. I do not necessarily require this position. If you know of anyone else willing. Li Xiao grasped her intent. Jiang Weiyu's offer was indeed a demonstration of her sincerity. In the present moment, securing a job, even for a mere 500, seems plausible. Li Xiao pondered for a while. Are you in such a hurry? Jiang Weiyu, reflecting on her recent circumstances, slightly furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. Her striking phoenix eyes taking on a more pronounced upward tilt, exuding an air of intensity, as the matters troubling her appeared to weigh heavily on her mind. If I do not secure employment by next month, I shall be sent away. To the countryside? Li Xiao queried, perplexed. The last group departed earlier this year. Surely? The next batch won't leave so soon? Jiang Weiyu lowered her eyelids, responding, sometimes, it merely hinges upon a single utterance from someone. In light of such sentiments, Li Xiao chose silence. Why not return in a few days? I will inquire if anyone is seeking temporary help. Jiang Weiyu nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Li Xiao. You're welcome. It's not entirely selfless. Li Xiao chuckled. Jiang Weiyu refrained from further conversation, turning to depart, when suddenly, Li Xiao called out to her from behind. I heard you're on a blind date. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, eager to ascertain whether Jiang Weiyu was involved with the monkey fellow. He had initially planned to broach the subject indirectly when the monkey came around, but that individual had not been seen since his last visit. How did you find out? Jiang Weiyu turned back, surprise etched on her face. Actually, there was a time when your brother invited Director Su from the steel plant and his son to dinner. I happened to overhear it, Li Xiao explained, feeling slightly uneasy, and quickly added, the son of Director Su is my high school classmate. We exchanged a few words, and I gleaned that information. A flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Weiyu's mind, though she did not exhibit it outwardly. Indeed, there is some truth to that. And you too? Li Xiao had already surmised that their relationship had not materialized. Otherwise, Jiang Weiyu wouldn't be seeking employment herself. Securing a temporary position at the steel plant through Director Su would have been quite effortless. Haha, don't misconstrue things. Since I know both of you, if you were truly together, I would have to prepare a gift for the occasion, Li Xiao laughed. But upon noticing Jiang Weiyu's silence, he felt an awkwardness that nearly drove him to scratch the floor with his toes. I have no connection with him. It was merely arranged by my brother. I met that person once, and we both felt we were incompatible. Jiang Weiyu replied earnestly, preemptively addressing any potential questions Li Xiao might have had. Oh, Li Xiao scratched his head, rendered speechless. Well, I shall take my leave. Regarding the job, please keep an eye out. I am willing to pay in advance if something suitable arises. Certainly. This time, Jiang Weiyu truly departed, and Li Xiao dared not call after her again. He lingered at the back door for a while before returning to the courtyard. As for Jiang Weiyu's situation, Li Xiao felt a sense of relief. He mused that having her cover for him for the past month posed no significant issue. After all, she would be compensated up front, and should things not work out, he could always negotiate a higher wage. Selling that temporary position to her was hardly a concern, at worst. He would return home and face a few reprimanding words from old Li, merely a matter of physical exercise for him. Moreover, Li Xiao was not worried that Jiang Weiyu would usurp his job in this establishment, though his brother-in-law was merely a chef. The role of a chef had evolved into a pivotal figure within the restaurant. Concerning my sister-in-law, should a dispute arise, the manager would not side with Jiang Weiyu. Chapter 60. Transferring work. Li Xiao has come to a realization. He can assign his work to Jiang Weiyu for a month, yet he refrains from agreeing immediately. Instead, another notion has taken root in his mind. The job at the recycling station belonging to his sister. After 3 months of pregnancy, his sister's belly has grown considerably. Nowadays, female workers tend to remain at their posts until the brink of childbirth. Employment opportunities are scarce, and it is common for someone to find a temporary replacement when necessary. Li Xiao believes Jiang Weiyu could substitute for his sister, allowing her to focus on her pregnancy, an arrangement that benefits both parties. However, he must first consult with his sister and brother-in-law. Thus, Li Xiao straightforwardly approached Tian Baohua. Brother-in-law, what shall we do when my sister is about to give birth? Have you found someone to cover her shifts? Tian Baohua pondered before shaking his head slightly. Such individuals are not easy to find. But there are still a few months to go. It is not urgent. Typically, in such situations, family members take turns covering shifts. In the Li family, with Li Xiao being the only idle person now employed, it is certainly not feasible for him to resign. Meanwhile, it seems that Tian Baohua has not even considered this matter. Should I truly let my sister work until the very moment she gives birth? Li Xiao remarked. Tian Baohua, naturally concerned for his wife, nodded instinctively upon hearing this. He then regarded his brother-in-law with a peculiar expression. Third brother, do you happen to have someone trustworthy in mind for the position? Li Xiao's internal thoughts were swiftly discerned by his brother-in-law, and he awkwardly chuckled, not denying it. There is a friend of mine. How should I put it? Her family wishes to send her to the countryside, so she is looking for a job to transition into. Li Xiao's reasoning was flimsy, and Tian Baohua was aware that there were no current arrangements for sending youth to the countryside. Nevertheless, he did not press further, recalling that he himself had once been sent away without much say. Is it a male or female? A female. She initially sought my assistance, and I thought my sister could use someone to fill in. Noticing his brother-in-law deep in thought, Li Xiao mentioned Zhang Weiyu's willingness to provide a deposit. Tian Baohua chuckled. The deposit is inconsequential. However, this girl must meet your sister first. Of course, brother-in-law. Please bring it up with my sister this evening and gauge her feelings. If she is unwilling, then so be it. But if she is indeed a remarkable young woman, my sister could very well hand her the job, Tian Baohua jested. Li Xiao paused, discerning the implication behind his brother-in-law's words. He had taken a liking to Zhang Weiyu. If you approach my sister in such a manner, she is bound to refuse. I wager she would not agree, haha. It hasn't been long since the incident with Chu Xiao. My sister, Li Wan, likely bears a psychological scar. The mere thought of another girl coveting her job might drive her into a frenzy. Presently, my sister is a protected individual, and I dare not provoke her. Brother-in-law, please do not overthink. She is merely a friend. After some contemplation, Li Xiao ultimately resolved to speak the truth to his second brother-in-law. After all, he was already aware of the jade pendant incident involving Zhang Weiyu. Upon learning that it was that young woman, Tian Baohua ceased his joking demeanor and, stroking the stubble on his chin, spoke with grave seriousness. If your second sister agrees, we really ought to collect a deposit. That evening, upon returning home from work, Tian Baohua recounted the matter to Li Wan. Hearing it involved a young lady, Li Wan's temper flared, as expected. Fortunately, earlier that afternoon, Li Xiao had preemptively prepared Tian Baohua, having clarified his relationship with the individual in question, allowing Li Wan to contemplate the situation with a level head. I can't work for long, and it's certain I'll need someone to cover my shifts. But I don't know her well enough. Can she be trusted? Li Wan stood at the kitchen doorway, her belly prominent, holding a sour pear that Tian Baohua had mysteriously procured, munching on it with audible crunches. Tian Baohua glanced back, smiling as he urged her to eat less of the pear, reminding her that dinner would soon be served. He added that since she enjoyed them, he would find a way to bring more home next time before steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. The third one suggested that she pay us up front. If she doesn't return to work, we can consider it sold to her. Setting down the spatula, Tian Baohua turned to her earnestly. Wonder, why not just hand the job over to her directly? Let us not even mention finding a replacement. Once you give birth, there won't be anyone to help you with the baby. How will you manage to work? At this point, Tian Baohua felt a pang of guilt. His relationship with his family was strained, making it impossible for him to ask his mother to assist during the postpartum period. Even if she were willing, he wouldn't trust her to care for the child. Upon hearing this, Li Wan fell silent for a moment, as if deep in thought. She was well aware of Tian Baohua's familial situation. Yet, as a daughter-in-law, she found herself caught between her in-laws and her husband, unable to voice her opinions freely. On the contrary, Li Wan harbored a hope that Tian Baohua would mend his relationship with his parents. Although she had lost her mother at a young age, she had grown up under the loving care of Li Yugue. Deep down, she believed that one's biological parents are the most significant people in one's life. No one should be without family. Baohua, it's acceptable to transfer the job, but it's better to give it to family than to an outsider. Don't the fourth and fifth sisters-in-law still lack jobs? Before Li Wan could finish her thought, Tian Baohua interjected, his face displaying impatience. Don't concern yourself with them. Realizing he had been too harsh with his wife, he softened his tone. Wan you don't understand them. They're not the type to appreciate any favors. Li Wan nodded slowly. Since Tian Baohua was so resistant, she chose not to press the issue further. Well then, when you get the chance, have the third one bring that girl by for a visit. If she seems decent, we can transfer the job to her. Li Wan smiled and added, when I stop working, I'll be relying on you to support us both. Tian Baohua's face brightened once more. Huh. Marrying a man means having food and clothes provided. It's only natural that I support you and the child. After saying this, he leaned over and gently pressed his ear to Li Wan's belly for a moment. You're giving me a child, huh? Hee, Sunai, Tian Baohua. We'll be a father. Don't worry, I'll gladly support you both, even if it means providing for you every day. Li Wan smiled gently, playfully tapping Tian Baohua on the back of his head. What nonsense are you spouting? She teased, pinching his ear and lifting his head from where it rested against her abdomen. How do you know it's definitely a son? If I were to have a daughter, would that not please you? Tian Baohua tilted his head and pleaded, of course I would be delighted, as long as it is your child, regardless of gender. Now that's more like it, Li Wan replied, satisfied, before turning back to savor her sour pear. Tian Baohua rubbed his ear, gazing at her with eyes full of tenderness, feeling an immense sense of fulfillment. He hummed a little tune he had learned from Li Xiao and turned to continue preparing a delicious meal for his wife. Chapter 61. Little Yellow Fish. A week later, Jiang Huayu returned to seek out Li Xiao, who promptly took her to the recycling station. Along the way, Li Xiao informed her about his sister's intention to transfer her job directly to Jiang Huayu. Overwhelmed with joy, Jiang Huayu soon realized that she was not sufficiently prepared. She halted, confessing to Li Xiao that she had only managed to gather 300 yuan. Li Xiao paused as well, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. Sister, 300 is indeed a bit too little. Not wishing to miss this opportunity, Jiang Huayu hesitated for a moment before signaling Li Xiao to step to a more secluded corner. Once they reached a deserted area, she instructed Li Xiao to turn around. After a rustling sound, Jiang Huayu declared she was ready. When Li Xiao turned back, he beheld her palm cradling a small yellow fish. He stared at her in astonishment, wondering where she had produced it from. Jiang Huayu felt her cheeks flush under his gaze. I added this. I hope it's acceptable. Of course, why wouldn't it be? Li Xiao seized the small yellow fish before she could second-guess herself and nonchalantly tucked it into his pocket. Let us go. I'll take you to meet my sister. Watching Li Xiao quicken his pace, Jiang Huayu found it amusing. This person, so evidently greedy, insisted on maintaining a fade. Upon arriving at the recycling station, Li Xiao instructed Jiang Huayu to wait outside while he went in to speak with his sister. Jiang Huayu obediently nodded, standing by the entrance. Once Li Xiao entered, she quietly surveyed the surroundings. This was a place she had circled many times, too apprehensive to step inside, for it contained remnants of her former home. Inside the registration booth of the recycling station, Li Wan furrowed her brow. 300 is rather insufficient, don't you think? If I were to spread the word, the value would easily double. Li Xiao was reluctant to part with the small yellow fish, but sensed his sister would not take pity on him to lower the price so drastically. He also discerned that Li Wan still wished to work. However, she had little choice in the matter. With no one to care for her during her confinement, it was inappropriate to have her father and brother come over, let alone deal with the challenges of childcare, at least until the child turned 1. She could not manage to work and care for the baby simultaneously. Yet, even with these constraints, Li Wan did not want to part with such a good job at a meager price. Though her salary was not high, the work was light, confined to that small booth throughout the year. She merely needed to register those who brought in or purchased recyclables. Sorting was handled by other employees, making it a clean and unburdened job with good benefits. Li Xiao found himself in a quandary, hesitating over whether to part with the coveted small yellow fish. Observing his indecisive demeanor, Li Wan surmised that he was concealing something from her. Do you harbor feelings for this young lady? She queried. Let me tell you, third brother, no matter how fond you may be, until you become family, do not expect your second sister to be generous. Li Wan had evidently misunderstood him, leaving Li Xiao with no choice but to reveal the small yellow fish to her. In truth, it was worth much more than 300. It was not a matter of insufficient funds, for this could serve as a substitute. With an expression of reluctance, he pressed the small yellow fish into Li Wan's hand, insisting, this must be worth at least 200, right? During this period, gold was classified as a special commodity, heavily regulated. Anyone daring to resell gold would be charged with speculation. Consequently, gold was valuable yet elusive, as no one dared to engage in transactions. From a modern perspective, this piece of gold, weighing at least 30 grams and crafted during the Republic era, might indeed be of lesser utility than 200 in cash. What value could something that could only be hidden possibly possess? Li Wan glanced at the gold bar in her hand, clearly discontent. Sister, I will cover the difference. Li Xiao stated, his gaze transfixed on the gold bar. Do you desire it? Li Wan rolled her eyes, dismissively returning the gold bar to him. I have no need for your meager funds. Keep them for yourself and stash them away at home. Ensure that no one discovers it. Understood, second sister. Shall I invite her in? Li Xiao exclaimed joyfully as he stepped outside, leaving Li Wan to sigh in resignation. As long as this one younger brother of mine behaves, all is well. Jiang Huayu, somewhat anxious, trailed behind Li Xiao. Upon encountering Li Wan, she endeavored to present a more affable demeanor. Greetings, comrade Li Wan. I am Jiang Huayu. Li Wan, smiling warmly, rose to greet her. Hello. Please, take a seat. She discreetly assessed Jiang Huayu, noting her poise and apparent intelligence. After inviting Jiang Huayu to sit on the stool, Li Wan poured her a glass of water, displaying great hospitality. As she extended the water, she cast another glance. Feeling increasingly pleased. My job is quite easy. As long as I can write and keep the accounts clear, it suffices. If it weren't for my third brother asserting that you are his friend, I would truly be reluctant to part with this job. At least I could have continued for a few more months. Jiang Huayu, evidently still somewhat naive, eagerly offered to cover her shift, suggesting that if Li Wan wished to return after giving birth, she could reclaim her position. Li Wan chuckled softly. That simply won't do, otherwise. My third brother will blame me for not keeping my word. Li Xiao, aware that his sister had begun to perform once more, stood by like a wooden puppet. Silent and still. Much like Li Feng, Li Wan showered Li Xiao with affection. However, while Li Feng's fondness was thoughtless, Li Wan's was both theatrical and forceful. Thus, despite Li Feng being the elder sister, Li Xiao felt a greater trepidation towards his second sister. The conversation soon shifted to the topic of transfer fees, with Li Wan displaying a countenance of helplessness and difficulty, yet refraining from outright refusal or suggesting a higher price. Instead, she reminisced about the enjoyable time spent working at the recycling station, her nostalgic tone making Jiang Huayu feel somewhat uneasy. It seemed as though it was indeed for her sake that Li Wan was compelled to relinquish such a cherished job. This is the remarkable ability of Li Wan. At home, apart from old Li's disciplinary methods, it was Li Wan's emotional theatrics that occasionally stirred a sense of guilt in the formerly mischievous Li Xiao. It is no surprise that even a clever man like the second brother-in-law is utterly captivated by his wife. After a considerable time negotiating, Jiang Huayu requested Li Xiao to step aside, as she needed to procure some funds. As Li Xiao turned to exit and stood in the courtyard, he was quite curious about Jiang Huayu's attire, a pair of black trousers and a drab gray jacket, with no bulging pockets or bags. Where could she possibly be concealing her belongings? Inside the small room, Jiang Huayu apologized to Li Wan and promptly rolled up her pant leg to retrieve the money bound to her leg. Li Wan showed no hint of mockery. This girl was cautious, carrying such a substantial amount of money when going out, which required considerable vigilance. In truth, Li Wan held a favorable impression of Jiang Huayu, far surpassing that of the insipid Chu Xiaoxiao from the courtyard. She mused that such a fine young woman would make a wonderful match for her brother. Just by looking at her figure, it was evident she would be a fruitful partner. With this thought, Li Wan accepted the money without making a show of it in front of Jiang Huayu, instead warmly taking her hand. Let me first take you to meet the supervisor to secure your position, and then I will guide you for a couple of days. Once you are accustomed, I shall return home to rest. Chapter 62. The young woman embracing the golden rooster. After signing the contract with the management of the recycling station, Jiang Huayu officially became a member of the team. Although the work was scarce, the transfer process was quite straightforward. After all, each person had their designated role. The supervisor was indifferent to who occupied which position as long as the work efficiency remained unaffected. Li Wan received 300 yuan as a transfer fee and stayed at the recycling station for 2 additional days to introduce Jiang Huayu to the veteran employees, guiding her through her daily responsibilities. Once Jiang Huayu was thoroughly acquainted, Li Wan took her leave. During this period, Li Wan, with her exceptional emotional intelligence, quickly formed a bond with Jiang Huayu akin to that of sisters. Li Wan managed to discern much about Jiang Weiyu's background, even if some details were concealed. However, she had pieced together a fair understanding from the information Jiang had inadvertently revealed. With her newfound leisure, Li Wan often engaged in conversations with Tian Baohua after work about young Jiang. She is a good girl, though her family background is somewhat concerning. Tian Baohua, while massaging his wife's legs, nodded in agreement. Indeed, but her brother's employment at the steel factory suggests there may not be any significant issues. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered. After all, their third son was a commendable young man, and while a partner might not contribute significantly, she should not hinder his progress. At present, there are no pressing matters, but who can predict the future? Li Wan sighed. Now that I am not working, I find myself with ample idle time. I might as well help the third son in his search. If a suitable match arises, even if Jiang is a remarkable candidate, she may not be worth considering. Alas, such a wonderful girl is regrettably overlooked. Tian Baohua chuckled. It's all hypothetical at this point. I don't see the third son having any particular interest in Jiang. You shouldn't burden yourself with unnecessary worries. Li Wan rolled her eyes. That young man has no idea what he wants. His judgment is terribly flawed. Just look at the insipid Chu Xiao he once fancied. The little ginger has certainly caught my eye. I must admit, I find it difficult to part with it. Even for the sake of my third son. Tian Baohua laughed even louder, exclaiming, why the rush? Your son is still quite young, with several months to go before he turns 19. That little ginger is only slightly older than our third son, merely a year. What is there to fear? A girl blossoms into beauty at a young age. Ha ha ha. Indeed, a girl blossoms into beauty. Recently, Li Yugui has been enjoying a rather comfortable life. As his most worrisome son has seemingly transformed, settling down with unexpected maturity. Initially, he doubted the boy's ability to persist, yet here we are months later. And he is doing quite well at the restaurant. Upon returning home, he immerses himself in books or practices his calligraphy. Remarkably, his handwriting has improved significantly. Come the new year, he will no longer need to trouble old Master Lu for the Spring Festival couplets. Furthermore, his second daughter has finally given birth. And in 3 months, he will become a grandfather once more. Life has been pleasant, and Li Yugui approaches his work each day with renewed vigor. Though he still maintains a habit of stoic demeanor, he appears significantly less stern than before. In the factory, Li Yugui mentors apprentices. With his son-in-law Lu Gang being a half-apprentice in his eyes, he is keen to nurture his son-in-law, dedicating himself to teaching him. Yet Lu Gang simply lacks the aptitude. He may seem steady, but he lacks the meticulousness. He has yet to acquire the skill of handcrafting components that his father-in-law possesses. Ningbei Steel Plant ranks among the top 10 in the nation, comprising large workshops for steelmaking and rolling, alongside various departments. Initially, Lu Gang was supposed to join the steelmaking workshop, surrounded by colossal furnaces, clad in heavy protective gear and face shields, wielding long-handled tools while monitoring the molten steel. Thanks to Lu Gang's father and Li Yugui's connections at the factory, he was reassigned to the maintenance department, where he performs machinery inspections. This role, compared to the steelmaking and rolling workshops, is both cleaner and easier. However, ease does not imply insignificance. A lack of thorough inspections could lead to serious issues. Li Yugui has urged Lu Gang to learn from him in his spare time, as an inspector must be intimately familiar with every component of the machinery. Yet, Lu Gang is not cut out for this. Despite the time spent, he can only follow seasoned inspectors to take notes and measurements. Today, Li Yugui is in exceptionally high spirits. This morning, that mischievous child of his rose early to prepare steamed buns for him. Claiming he learned the craft from his second brother-in-law, Li Yugui devoured 20 or so buns in one go, and even while carrying his still pristine bag, he maintained a content smile until he laid eyes on his son-in-law, frowning in the repair workshop. His good mood vanished in an instant. What are you doing sitting there? Li Yugui glanced at the clock in the workshop. Aren't you supposed to be inspecting the rolling workshop today? Lu Gang lowered his gaze, his lips moving silently for a while before he could muster a response. Li Yugui genuinely dislikes this character trait of his son-in-law, who seems unable to assert himself. It baffles him how he once thought Lu Gang's docility and lack of temper would spare his daughter from distress. Dad, I want to transfer to a different department. Li Yugui carefully took out the lunchbox filled with buns, meticulously hanging it up. This has not yet been fully grasped, so where do you wish to go next? One must cultivate a passion for their work. Labor in any workshop is no trifling matter. After being reprimanded by Li Yugui, Lu Gang fell silent once more. Li Yugui shook his head, saying, "Do you have any idea how much effort your father and I expended to place you in this position? Do you think the factory belongs to you, that you can come and go as you please? Father, that is not my intention." "Then what is your intention? Speak plainly. You are a grown man, yet expressing yourself seems to be such a laborious task." Being chastised by his father-in-law caused Lu Gang's face to redden slightly. "Father, Master Lin looks down on me. Today, during the machine inspection in the workshop, he publicly told me to get lost." Lu Gang was somewhat agitated. "I call him master every day, yet he has not taught me anything. Why should he treat me this way?" Li Yugui maintained a stern expression. Old Lin was his friend, and he was well aware of his temperament. "Have you done something wrong? Otherwise, Old Lin would not act in such a manner. He is straightforward and lacks guile." Lu Gang's chest heaved with emotion, and seeing that his father-in-law was not siding with him, he could not suppress his displeasure. However, he lacked the audacity to retort to Li Yugui, thus he fell silent. Feeling quite defeated, "I will inquire about the situation with Old Lin. He is your master. What harm is there in enduring a few harsh words?" Li Yugui rose to seek out Old Lin, who was currently surrounded by several workers, examining a machine. The machinery used domestically still largely relies on imports. And at that moment, Old Lin and his team were inspecting a complete set of cold-rolled stainless steel equipment imported from Germany. Given that these machines are imported, any malfunction must be resolved independently. Among the various issues, part replacement is paramount. Lacking original factory components and processing equipment, one must resort to imitation. Li Yugui is among the finest in this regard, able to manually polish parts with precision down to the minutest detail. Old Lin identifies problems, while Li Yugui resolves them. Both are individuals who approach their work with utmost seriousness, and they share a solid rapport outside of work. Thus, upon locating Old Lin, Li Yugui wasted no time in asking, "What has my son-in-law done to offend you?" Chapter 63. Work Error. Old Lin glanced at Li Yugui and responded, "Let us talk in a moment." Li Yugui stood by, waiting for Old Lin to finish before they moved to a more secluded area. "What is the matter, Old Lin? What has Lu Gang done to anger you?" Old Lin, known for his forthright nature, pulled a small notebook from his pocket. "Take a look. Your good son-in-law has his head filled with who knows what. I show him how to perform tasks, and he remains mute, neither understanding nor asking questions. I asked him to measure a part, and he misplaced the decimal point. Look at this. The items he produced last night cannot be used at all." Old Lin produced 2 parts and placed them into Li Yugui's hands. If these were to be installed on the machine and an issue arose, who would bear the responsibility? I scolded him a bit, and he sulked in response. Old Lin's voice grew louder as he continued, "This is your son-in-law. Had he been my son, I would have already given him a sound slap across the face." Li Yugui sighed and patted Lao Lin's arm, urging him to calm down. "All right, let's not be upset. Since he's not cut out for this, there's no need to involve him any further." Initially, Li Yugui believed that a character like Lu Gang, who appeared steady, would surely approach his tasks with diligence. Those tasked with inspections must be meticulous, as even a minor oversight could lead to calamity. To his surprise, Li Yugui discovered that Lu Gang, despite his seemingly dull exterior, was quite obstinate in thought. He scrutinized the component in his hand, which bore an almost identical resemblance to the original factory part. However, after years of experience as a machinist, Li Yugui possessed a unique set of skills that allowed him to discern differences invisible to the untrained eye. Furthermore, many of the mechanical parts previously replaced in the factory had been crafted by his own hands. Thus, despite his limited formal education, the specifications of machine components were firmly etched in his memory. Individuals like him were not even the most skilled. The elder generation of craftsmen had begun from scratch when the factory was established, lacking any tools and honing their abilities through necessity. Li Yugui and his peers had no mentors, instead learning through trial and error with the obsolete machinery imported from abroad. They immersed themselves in both learning and modification, driven by a profound commitment to their work. In this era, the notion of treating the factory as home was not merely a slogan. It was a steadfast belief among the working class committed to building their nation. "Leave this batch to me. I will have these parts repaired today without delaying your replacements," Li Yugui declared, causing Lao Lin to feel somewhat embarrassed again. "You should really focus on cleaning up after your son-in-law," he remarked, then furrowed his brow. "I have yet to report this matter. What do you intend to do, Lao Li?" Without hesitation, Li Yugue replied, "We must address this appropriately. Just because he is my son-in-law does not mean he should be excused from making such a grave mistake." Lao Lin anticipated this response from Li Yugue and nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, I will inform the director. Facing criticism is a minor concern. Just don't be too hard on yourself, Lao Li Yugue waved his hand, indicating that Lao Lin should proceed with business. He took the parts and his logbook back to his workshop, where he found Lu Gang still seated. Li Yugue placed the components on the workbench, and Lu Gang immediately lowered his head. "You've committed a serious error, and you think your master should not chastise you? Do you comprehend the extent of the loss caused by your oversight? Let alone the effort others put into producing completed products. What if these parts were installed into the machinery?" Li Yugue's tone was even more severe than before, and his stern expression made Lu Gang wish he could shrink into a corner. "I have already instructed your master to report this to the leadership. If you wish to continue working here, you must go to the director's office soon and sincerely apologize." Upon hearing Li Yugue's words, Lu Gang looked up in shock. "Dad, I didn't mean to do it. Does not meaning to resolve the issue? Do you think that absolves you of responsibility? Fortunately, your master discovered this early. Had it escalated, dismissal would have been the least of your concerns." Li Yugue waved his hand in irritation. "Be proactive. If you cannot manage delicate work, consider transferring to another workshop." Lu Gang observed his father-in-law's unsympathetic demeanor, feeling a mix of emotions that he could not quite articulate. He rose slowly, his leisurely gait starkly contrasting with the hurried movements of the other workers in the factory. After much hesitation, he finally made his way to the director's office, fortuitously encountering Master Lin along the way. Upon seeing Lu Gang approach unbidden, Master Lin felt a flicker of relief in his heart, having been somewhat appeased. After all, he regarded Lu Gang as a younger colleague, being the son of an old acquaintance and the son-in-law of a friend, and he harbored a sense of disappointment in him. Before entering, Lu Gang proactively acknowledged his mistake, and Master Lin informed him that he had spoken to Director Gao, advocating for leniency since this was his first error, and thus he would not face disciplinary action or fines this time. The steel mill enforced stringent regulations, managing workers through political pressure and severe penalties. Those guilty of serious offenses or closely associated with counter-revolutionaries and other undesirable elements faced expulsion and arrest. Similarly, significant errors in work led to severe repercussions. But Lu Gang was fortunate that his master had detected the issue early. Although Master Lin reported the incident to the authorities, he also tactfully included some kind words, ensuring that Lu Gang would not face grave consequences this time. However, it was clear that he could no longer remain in the inspection and repair department, as his qualifications had never aligned with the expectations of the position. Master Lin's well-meaning advice fell on deaf ears, as Lu Gang stood in silence, seemingly unresponsive. This attitude left Master Lin feeling as though his goodwill had been wasted, prompting him to huff in irritation before departing. Lu Gang lingered for a moment, lost in thought, before knocking on the door and entering to accept the reprimand from his superiors. In the afternoon, Lu Gang was reassigned to the second steelmaking workshop, enduring the searing heat beside the roaring converter. Unbeknownst to Li Feng, Lu Gang had been disciplined and transferred. After finishing her shift, she did not head straight home, but instead visited her sister, Li Wan. Though Tian Baohua was attentive and caring toward Li Wan, his long work hours left many household chores undone. Observing Li Wan's growing belly, Li Feng helped by washing the dirty laundry. "Sister, I'm not working now, so you don't need to wash my clothes," Li Wan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed despite their sisterly bond. "You should try to bend down less. Your belly seems even larger than mine was when I was pregnant with Demao," Li Feng replied, deftly scrubbing the garments. "Baohua works all day, and by the time he returns, it's already dark. Besides, a man doesn't wash as thoroughly. I can come by every few days to help with the clothes and bedding. It's no trouble at all." Upon hearing her sister's words, Li Wan ceased to protest and moved a stool to sit beside Li Feng. "Sister, how are things going with my brother-in-law?" she inquired. Li Feng paused momentarily. "Oh, it's the same as always. You know your brother-in-law. He is not as charming as your Baohua." Chapter 64. Emotional coldness. While the inability to express sweet words was one facet of the issue, what Li Feng did not share with Li Wan was her growing concern that Lu Gang had become increasingly taciturn, whether interacting with her or their child. His responses were limited to mere murmurs. At night, when she wished to engage him in conversation, he would dismiss her, claiming exhaustion from work. Yet, at times when he sought intimacy, He disregarded her feelings, approaching her with an almost coercive insistence. The child is still young and sleeping on the same bed with them. Li Feng fears waking the child and scaring him, thus she must endure it. This way of life leaves Li Feng feeling somewhat stifled. Yet it is hard to pinpoint any faults in Lu Gang. Sister, you seem a bit haggard lately. Is it due to work fatigue or lack of rest? Li Wan observed that her elder sister appeared rather low-spirited. Li Feng shook her head. Perhaps it's just that I haven't been sleeping well. As the sisters conversed, Tian Baohua returned with a lunchbox, bursting into laughter upon entering the courtyard. Is the elder sister here? Perfect timing. I've pickled some sweet and sour crispy radishes at the restaurant. We can enjoy them here, and you can take some back to have with porridge in the morning. Li Feng, having just washed the last 2 pieces of clothing, chuckled. I won't be eating here. One might think I'm here to mooch off you. Oh, sister, how can it be that I only let you work without offering you a meal? Tian Baohua laughed heartily. Don't be shy. Later you must try some. If you like it, I'll pickle more for you. His cheerful demeanor and pleasant conversation uplifted Li Feng's spirits significantly. If only her husband could speak with such warmth. The thought of Lu Gang's impassive expression made her heart feel heavy. Ultimately, unable to resist Tian Baohua's enthusiasm, Li Feng stayed for dinner. After the meal, she didn't linger, feeling a twinge of concern for Demao. As the sky darkened, Li Wan suggested Tian Baohua use a flashlight to escort her elder sister home. Given that their homes were not far apart, Li Feng did not decline. Tian Baohua had indeed packed half a lunchbox of his pickled radishes, which he had extravagantly sweetened with a bit of sugar. They were sweet and tangy, and without any spiciness. She figured Demao would enjoy them as well. This is the last batch of winter radishes. If we want more, we'll have to wait until autumn. Tomorrow, I'll pickle a bit more. Preparing 2 jars, one for our father and one to share between our families. With your culinary skills, everything you make is delicious. My sister is truly fortunate to have you, Li Feng remarked. Tian Baohua chuckled. Sister, with such praise, I shall not be modest. In Ningbei, I fear no one when it comes to cooking. Their conversation flowed joyfully, primarily because Tian Baohua adeptly provided emotional support, seamlessly engaging with whatever the other said, always with charming wit. As they chatted and walked, they soon arrived at the courtyard where Li Feng resided. Noticing that the lights in her home were still off at this hour, she felt a pang of confusion. Lu Gang hadn't mentioned any overtime lately, had he? Quickening her pace, she discovered that the door was unlocked and heard Demao's cries. Tian Baohua heard it too and followed her inside. Li Feng turned on the light, and upon seeing the inner door closed, she rushed over and pushed it open, revealing a shadowy figure inside. Grasping the light cord, she switched on the light, only to find Lu Gang half sprawled on the bed, raising his arm to shield his eyes from the sudden brightness. Meanwhile, Demao, wearing open-crotch pants, sat on the floor near the bed, crying. Initially, his cries were not too loud, but the sudden opening of the door startled him, and upon seeing his mother with the light on, he began to wail loudly. Li Feng, disregarding any inquiries about Lu Gang's actions or why he had not attended to the child, was solely focused on the scene before her. In a hurried motion, she rushed over and scooped up Demao, cradling him in her embrace. The child was in tears, his face a canvas of sorrow, with tears and mucus smudged across his cheeks, embodying the essence of helplessness. Tian Baohua lingered at the doorway for a moment, observing Lu Gang merely shielding his eyes with a hand, showing no reaction to the return of his wife. After pondering briefly, he stepped inside the room. Brother-in-law, what troubles you? Upon hearing an unfamiliar voice, Lu Gang lowered his arm, and, upon recognizing Tian Baohua, immediately sat upright. Ah, it's nothing. The child's cries have given me a headache. Tian Baohua approached, noting the absence of any scent of alcohol, leading him to conclude that Lu Gang was not inebriated. His earlier behavior was indeed perplexing. Sister was worried about Wanner being home alone, so I helped her with some chores after work, which is why I returned late. Tian Baohua explained, and Lu Gang hastily replied, Oh, it's fine. By the way, brother-in-law, you and the child haven't eaten yet, right? I happen to have some dishes. Lu Gang seemed at a loss for words, simply declining the offer. Observing this, Tian Baohua refrained from pressing further, glanced at Demao, who appeared to be fine, and decided to take his leave. Li Feng, cradling the now soothed Demao, accompanied Tian Baohua to the door, glancing back momentarily. Sister, if you need anything, just call me. Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Be careful on your way back. It's dark. Sister, you should hurry back and prepare something for the child. I'm uneasy about Wanner being home alone. I'll be off now. No need to see me out, Tian Baohua stated, hastening his departure. After he left, Li Feng, who had hesitated to confront her brother-in-law, closed the door and returned to the inner room. Noticing Lu Gang had once again reclined, she felt a surge of frustration that threatened to boil over. Lu Gang, what are you doing? The child is crying. And you don't even bother to turn on the light to check on him? Lu Gang remained silent, continuing to feign ignorance. His quiet demeanor hurt Li Feng far more than any loud argument could. By nature, she was gentle and had rarely quarreled with anyone. Her anger usually simmered within. Yet, this very person was pushing her to the brink of fury. Will you speak? What is wrong? Li Feng's voice rose slightly, prompting Mao in her arms to tremble. On the verge of tears again, realizing her son was distressed, she quickly softened her tone. It felt as though she were suffocating, and she took a deep breath before carrying Mao to the living room. After preparing some food for him, washing his face and bottom, she finally coaxed him to sleep. At that moment, Lu Gang emerged from the inner room, noticing an empty bowl on the table, and headed straight to the kitchen in search of food. Li Feng, having settled the child, stepped out to block Lu Gang at the kitchen entrance. What exactly do you mean by this? It's as if you can neither see me nor hear my words. Lu Gang, just say what you want. There's no need to torment me like this. Li Feng lacked an understanding of what constituted emotional abuse. She simply felt profoundly hurt by Lu Gang's disregard. She hadn't committed any wrongdoing, yet it seemed as though he was neglecting even their child, a situation she could not tolerate. Lu Gang remained expressionless, finishing the leftover porridge he had prepared for Mao in one swift gulp. Then he wiped his mouth and turned to look at Li Feng. Just as Li Feng felt a chill run down her spine under his intense gaze, Lu Gang abruptly slammed the empty bowl at her feet. Chapter 65. The hypocritical simpleton shattered porcelain shards scattered everywhere, and Li Feng was startled by Lu Gang's sudden outburst. Lu Gang, with a grim expression, fixed his gaze on Li Feng and asked, "What are you asking about? Why don't you go home and ask your father how he treated me?" Li Feng, regaining her composure and hearing Lu Gang mention her father, felt a surge of anger. "What did my father do to you? Speak clearly. What is wrong with your father? He looks down on me. Do you think I don't know? What are you talking about? Li Feng, do you think I can't see it? Your whole family looks down on me. I'm not as good at flattery as Tian Baohua, am I?" The more Lu Gang spoke, the more agitated he became. "I made a minor mistake, and your father had someone report me. Now I've been reassigned to the steel water mixing duty. Is he satisfied now? If Tian Baohua made a mistake, would he treat him this way?" Observing Lu Gang's uncharacteristic demeanor, Li Feng gradually calmed down. "My father is not a leader in the factory. Do you have no conscience saying that?" "To hell with conscience," Lu Gang retorted. Just as Li Feng finished her sentence, Lu Gang struck her across the face. The slap left her ears ringing, as she had not anticipated his sudden aggression, causing her to stumble against the kitchen doorframe. Sitting on the ground, Li Feng looked up in disbelief, tears streaming down her face. Lu Gang, seeing her toppled by his blow, felt a momentary panic. However, emboldened by her apparent inability to resist, he pressed on. "How am I lacking in conscience? The money I earn, you take back to honor him, don't you? I'm his son-in-law. Shouldn't he help me instead of outsiders? You run back to your family, taking things from our home to support them, while eating my food and wearing my clothes. Yet you still look down on me." Li Feng covered her face. "Still seated on the floor, my father and brother haven't taken anything from you. You give half your salary to your mother each month. What have I said about that? What is wrong with supporting my mother, who raised me? Is it wrong to honor my father? I use my own salary." Lu Gang's face twisted with anger. "Once you married into our family, you became one of us. The money you earn belongs to the Lu family." Li Feng was taken aback by his declaration. "Are you saying your mother is a mother, but my father is not my father?" Lu Gang, still somewhat intimidated by Li Yugui, refrained from criticizing his father-in-law further and shifted the topic, discussing how much Li Feng had spent on Li Xiao. Having been married for several years, Li Feng had never witnessed Lu Gang speak so much. Moreover, the matters he mentioned were from long ago, even from the early days of their marriage, memories that both Li Feng and Lu Gang recalled. Gradually, Li Feng fell silent, feeling that Lu Gang was merely creating trouble without reason. Simultaneously, a chilling realization dawned upon her. She had never anticipated that Lu Gang had harbored resentment over such trivial matters for so long. It was evident now that Lu Gang had long been dissatisfied, quietly nursing his grievances instead of voicing them. Li Feng could scarcely fathom that the man with whom she shared her bed harbored such animosity towards her and her family. How terrifying a realization this was. Even though Li Feng may not possess the cleverness of Li Wan, she was nonetheless able to discern Lu Gang's true nature at that moment. No longer engaging in a futile argument, she simply gazed at him in silence, her heart heavy with profound disappointment. Despite their lengthy marriage, where both family and acquaintances praised Lu Gang as a decent man, Li Feng once believed he was merely a bit awkward, lacking in charm, but otherwise without fault. While he may not possess the ability to bring joy like her brother-in-law, she thought their straightforward life together was quite satisfactory. Little did she expect that Lu Gang was capable of such pettiness. It was not that he lacked the ability to articulate himself. Rather, his mindset was fundamentally flawed. Rising from the ground, Li Feng turned to retreat into the house, only to be seized by Lu Gang, who yanked her hair from behind. "Where do you think you're going? Do you look down on me? Or is it that I've left you no room for rebuttal?" The sharp tug on her scalp elicited an involuntary gasp from Li Feng. "Let go of me," she pleaded. "Let go? Let you run off to tell your father? I'll tell you, even if I do, I'm not afraid. He looks down on me and deliberately arranged for my transfer. He and that Lin fellow are no good. They've sent me off to do the dirty and exhausting work." Li Feng struggled fiercely. "You mustn't speak of my father that way." Yet, she was no match for Lu Gang's strength, and the couple wrestled at the kitchen door, concerned about disturbing the children. She gritted her teeth against the pain radiating from her scalp and desperately clawed at him. However, sensing her defiance only fueled Lu Gang's aggression. He seized her by the throat and threw her to the ground. Li Feng, unable to dislodge his grip, felt her resistance weaken gradually. As the specter of death loomed closer, her thoughts were consumed with her brother Li Xiao and her little Mao Mao. Her brother had grown into a man, yet her Mao Mao remained so small. Lu Gang was merely caught in a moment of anger. He lacked the resolve to commit such an atrocity, harboring no deep-seated hatred for Li Feng. The only reason he dared to strike her was that he perceived her as vulnerable. When he realized the gravity of his actions, he hastily released his hold. Li Feng's hand slid off his as she gasped for breath, her eyes filled with terror. Lu Gang, drenched in cold sweat from his fright, was relieved she had not perished. Li Feng, struggling to distance herself, sought refuge in the inner room, where she cradled her sleeping Mao Mao in her arms, finding a measure of solace. After a considerable time, Lu Gang entered, leaning against the doorframe. "I didn't mean to. I was just so angry," he murmured softly, but Li Feng offered him no response. His earlier actions had irrevocably chilled her heart. In the bond of marriage, he had genuinely contemplated taking her life. Now, fear had begun to seep into Lu Gang as well. He understood that if Li Feng returned to inform her father and brother, he would surely face dire consequences. The father-in-law is not the kind of person who disregards his daughter once she is married, and during the new year, Li Xiao even issued threats to him. That young man has only recently settled down. Lu Gang has not forgotten what a reckless individual Li Xiao used to be. Reflecting on this, Lu Gang approached the bedside. "My dear wife, I acted impulsively just now. Today, I faced criticism from my superior and was reassigned to the steel mill. You have no idea how unbearable it is to wear protective gear in such scorching heat. Standing by the furnace feels akin to being roasted alive. My love, I've simply been exhausted. My mood soured momentarily. Please forgive me. I was merely venting, not genuinely blaming your father." Li Feng remained silent, casting a glance at Lu Gang, who still bore that honest demeanor. Yet, at this moment, Li Feng found his expression to be insufferably hypocritical. Chapter 66. Elder sister Tian Baohua returned home, his mind preoccupied. Li Wan noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired about it. He recounted what he had witnessed while escorting his elder sister home. "My dear wife, what on earth is our brother-in-law up to?" In the pitch darkness, the mouse sat on the ground, wailing, and he seemed indifferent. Tian Baohua stroked Li Wan's belly, pondering, could it be that he was drinking? "I went in, and didn't he catch a whiff of alcohol?" Upon hearing this, Li Wan felt a stir of unease. "Shall we go and check on them?" she suggested, rising to leave, but Tian Baohua hurriedly stopped her. "Oh dear, in this darkness, you might disturb the baby. I suspect our brother-in-law is facing some trouble. Perhaps he is in a sour mood. The two of them might need to have a good talk. If we barge in there, he may overthink things. Let's hold off. My dear, tomorrow I'll send Lao San to check on the elder sister." Tian Baohua's words managed to dissuade Li Wan, but her thoughts diverged from his. "Do you think Lu Gang is like you? He wouldn't engage in conversation with the elder sister. What? Aren't tea couples supposed to discuss their issues together? Tian Baohua replied incredulously. Li Wan recognized his jest, yet Tian Baohua was more aware of Lu Gang's character. You don't know? When the elder sister visited a few days ago, I sensed she wasn't particularly cheerful. Li Wan, being observant and having grown up alongside her sister, understood her sibling well. Even if Li Feng hadn't confided in her, she could still perceive the undercurrent of melancholy in her sister's demeanor. I believe there may be issues between them, Li Wan concluded. Tian Baohua nodded earnestly but refrained from offering excessive judgment. It's all right, my dear, don't worry. Laosan isn't busy at the shop, so I'll ask him to check on the granary. It's not far. When Laosan, Li Xiao, was mentioned, Li Wan's face lit up with a smile. My younger brother has certainly changed since the new year. Now he has settled down, working steadily under your watchful eye. It's all thanks to you. Haha, I wouldn't claim the credit. Men, at a certain age, simply come into their senses. Li Wan, amused, asked, And when did you come to your senses? Tian Baohua chuckled, gently rubbing Li Wan's belly. It was only after marrying you that I truly grew up. The couple engaged in playful banter for a while, and then Li Wan mentioned her elder sister. Tomorrow, could you ask Laosan to check on her? If there's no one to look after Damao during the day, just bring him over to our place. After all, I have nothing to do at home. Li Wan believed that Tian Baohua would agree, but after careful consideration, he concluded otherwise. My dear wife, Damao is at that age where he is mischievous and carefree. If he slips away, you wouldn't be able to keep an eye on him. It's not that I am unwilling to assist your sister. I wish to find someone to look after you, so you won't have to endure any more hardship. This child is truly not easy to manage. It would be different if Damao were 5 or 6 years old. Li Wan recognized that Tian Baohua had her best interests at heart and did not press the issue. She simply felt that her brother-in-law's demeanor suggested he did not regard the child with the seriousness it warranted. The couple conversed late into the night. The following day, after Tian Baohua went to work, he relayed last night's conversation to Li Xiao. Upon hearing that his brother-in-law suggested he check on their elder sister, Li Xiao furrowed his brows, nodded in acknowledgement, but said nothing further. During a quiet afternoon, he visited the grain station. He observed for a while outside. Noticing that no one was inside, his elder sister leaned against a pile of grain, lost in thought. For nearly 10 minutes, she maintained that stance, her gaze vacant. Li Xiao had never witnessed such a state in his elder sister. She appeared lifeless. In his memories, she had always been gentle and warm towards everyone. As the eldest sister, she had provided maternal care, and even in the absence of their mother at his birth, Li Xiao had never felt deprived of maternal love. She was not only kind to him, but also to their father and second sister. She treated everyone with compassion. In every lifetime, she remained the most tender-hearted and benevolent person in Li Xiao's recollection. Seeing her in this current state caused a pang of anguish in Li Xiao's heart. Ultimately, he did not approach her, but returned to the restaurant. Upon seeing Li Xiao return, Tian Baohua inquired, Did you not go in to find your sister? Li Xiao shook his head. I didn't enter. I stood outside for a bit, and sensed something was amiss with her. Why didn't you call her out to ask? Tian Baohua questioned. Li Xiao shook his head again. She's at work, brother-in-law. Please inform the manager that I'll be leaving early today. Are you intending to visit your elder sister's home? Yes. I wish to pick her up after work and see how she is doing. Tian Baohua nodded in agreement, but expressed some concern. If anything happens, let me know. I'll head straight home after work. Don't act impulsively. Li Xiao smiled reassuringly. Understood, brother-in-law. Timing his arrival to coincide with Li Feng's likely end of shift, Li Xiao went ahead. He did not announce his presence, but discreetly followed her home. Li Feng, unaware of being followed, arrived home to find Damao sitting alone on a small stool by the door. The door was ajar, but Lu Gang was not home. Damao, where is your father? Damao looked up, his face smeared with remnants of food. Daddy went to buy something. What did he go to buy? Cookies. Li Feng nodded and patted Damao's head. Then you stay here and wait for your father. Don't run around. Mommy will go inside to cook. Okay. Damao was quite obedient, though children have short memories. He had not witnessed the previous night's unsettling incident between his parents. Thus, Lu Gang remains unchanged, unable to discern the shifts between his parents. After Li Feng entered the house, Damao perched on a small stool, bending over with a stick to poke at the tiny ants on the ground. Damao, upon hearing the call as Li Xiao entered the courtyard, Damao lifted his head, and a joyful smile instantly illuminated his little face. Uncle, hey, slow down, don't run. Damao scampered towards Li Xiao with his short legs, only to be scooped up into Li Xiao's embrace. Did you miss your old uncle? I did. How much did you miss me? Damao patted his chest, eliciting hearty laughter from Li Xiao. Why is your little face so dirty? You look like a little monkey. Li Xiao planted a tender kiss on Damao's cheek. Even though today's children are tanned and their faces rough, there is still a unique tenderness in the act of kissing them. From the kitchen, Li Feng, who was busy cooking, heard Damao's voice and stepped outside to take a look. Upon seeing Li Xiao, a smile blossomed on her face, far more animated than when Li Xiao had secretly visited her in the afternoon. What brings you here? Had I known you were coming, I would have bought some groceries. Seeing her beloved younger brother, whom she had doted on for years, naturally brightened her mood. Elder sister, you haven't been home lately. I was just missing you. And since I got off work early today, I thought I would come and see you and Damao. Chapter 67. Squatting with the brother-in-law, I have been preoccupied with your second sister lately. Come in. Now that you're here, elder sister will fry you an egg. Li Feng beckoned Li Xiao inside, then returned to the kitchen. Li Xiao took Damao to wash his face. Noticing his small hands were grimy and his nails filled with dirt, he asked his sister for scissors to trim Damao's nails. Throughout this time, Li Xiao observed his sister's household, finding everything to be quite normal. His sister's cheerful demeanor also seemed perfectly ordinary, while Damao could not provide any revelations. Dinner was prepared, yet Lu Gang had not returned. Let us wait for my brother-in-law, Li Xiao suggested, but Li Feng calmly served the rice. No worries. Let us eat first. During the meal, as usual, Li Feng persistently placed eggs into Li Xiao's bowl. She inquired about his work at the restaurant, how their father was faring, and whether his shoes were too tight, promising to make him a couple of pairs when she had the time. As they finished their meal, the sky outside had darkened, and Lu Gang still had not returned. Sister, wasn't my brother-in-law supposed to be off work? Where could he have gone? Li Feng's expression remained neutral. Who knows? It doesn't matter. Sister, is something wrong? Li Xiao's concern deepened. Li Feng shook her head with a smile. What could possibly be wrong? Then what is that on your neck? During the meal, Li Xiao had noticed distinct marks on his sister's neck, clearly indicating how they had come to be. Today, she had even chosen to wear a high-collared garment, not anticipating that Li Xiao would notice. Oh, I accidentally scratched myself. Li Xiao, upon hearing this, refrained from pressing his sister for the truth. Little brother, it's getting late. You should head back. All right, I'll take my leave, sister. Li Xiao took a moment to cherish Damao again, promising to bring him something fun next time, before departing from his sister's home. However, he did not venture far, instead hiding in the shadows outside the gate, waiting to catch sight of Lu Gang. Lu Gang left Damao at home, not to venture out for shopping, but rather to return to his mother's house. He enjoyed a meal there and discussed matters at the factory with his father, hoping his father would intercede with the leadership to facilitate a change in his job position. To his dismay, he was met with a reprimand from his father, who chastised him for seeking comfort, questioning why he found the work burdensome when others managed to endure. The older generation had endured hardships, and old Lu, despite being Lu Gang's father, could not condone his son's selective attitude towards work. After enduring a scolding from his father, Lu Gang, suppressing his frustration, attempted to justify himself, claiming that his master and father-in-law had deliberately reported him to the leadership. While Lu Gang's father was somewhat reasonable, his mother was not. Upon hearing this, she unleashed a torrent of insults on her son-in-law. With his mother stoking the flames, Lu Gang's resentment towards his father-in-law reached a boiling point. He felt wronged, believing he had been diligent at work and that his only transgression was a minor mistake. Even outsiders would not harm him in such a manner, let alone relatives who he referred to as father. The distorted mindset spread like wildfire, and after his parents began to argue, Lu Gang left with a stoic expression. On his way home, he oscillated between worrying that Li Feng would report him to her family and resenting both his father-in-law and his father for not coming to his aid. This turmoil persisted until he reached his doorstep, where he was confronted by his brother-in-law, who emerged from the shadows, leaving Lu Gang momentarily blank. Li Xiao wished to spare his sister the embarrassment of being caught in the middle and understood that as long as his sister remained with her husband, he could not constantly watch over them. Thus, he refrained from direct confrontation, instead seizing Lu Gang's clothing and dragging him away. What are you doing, third brother? Let us talk this over calmly. Lu Gang protested, struggling to free himself, but to no avail. Li Xiao glanced back at the large courtyard where his sister lived and insisted, I don't want my sister to hear this. Come with me. I genuinely have something to discuss. When Lu Gang spotted Li Xiao at his doorstep, His first thought was that Li Feng had indeed reported him. Coupled with his preconceived notions about Li Xiao, he feared he would surely face a beating today. Lu Gang was inherently a timid soul, lacking courage unless faced with someone stronger than himself. In truth, he was someone who preyed on the weak. Had Li Feng been like Li Wan, he would never dare to confront her, for Li Wan was known to wield a kitchen knife with ferocity. Third brother, I truly did not mean to act out yesterday. I had issues at work, my mood was poor, and your sister's nagging got to me. I regret it. I swear I won't do it again. Lu Gang continued to explain, yet Li Xiao offered no response, merely continuing to drag Lu Gang away. As they moved further from Lu Gang's home, the darkness heightened his sense of dread. Third brother, I truly realize my mistake. But it was your sister who initiated the confrontation. She struck me first, and I merely exerted my strength. I did not harm her. Upon uttering these words, Li Xiao turned and delivered a punch to Lu Gang's face. With a piercing scream, Lu Gang clutched his face, his body collapsing in an instant. Li Xiao halted his steps, one hand still firmly gripping Lu Gang's clothing. Brother-in-law, you have been with my sister for several years now. Demao is nearly 3 years old. Are you truly unaware of whether my sister is the type to resort to violence? Li Xiao's voice, laden with a chilling tone, echoed in Lu Gang's ears. He wished to protest further, yet the searing pain radiating from his nose rendered him speechless. If you wish to avoid further punishment, it would be wise to remain silent, Li Xiao declared as he continued to drag the incapacitated Lu Gang along, ultimately bringing him back to the steel factory compound and home. For the past few days, Li Yugui had been diligently cleaning up Lu Gang's mess, manually polishing and repairing the discarded parts. He had worked a night shift the previous evening, returning home just before midnight, while Li Xiao was already fast asleep. Today, he toiled throughout the day and into the night, meticulously ensuring that the parts were flawless and fit for use. By the time he returned home, nearly 9 o'clock, he was surprised to find Li Xiao absent. As Li Yugui heated his meal, he heard the sound of the door opening and stepped outside. Just as he was about to inquire where the young man had been after work, he spotted Li Xiao dragging in a bloodied figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than his son-in-law, Lu Gang. Rather than reprimanding Li Xiao or questioning what had transpired, Li Yugui swiftly ran to close the door. Family disgrace should never be aired publicly. Once the door was secured, Li Yugui pushed Li Xiao aside and helped Lu Gang to his feet. From the condition in which they had entered, Li Yugui surmised that Lu Gang's injuries were the result of Li Xiao's actions. Casting a stern glance at Li Xiao, he fetched a towel to clean Lu Gang's face, then turned to the two of them. Now, explain what has happened. Chapter 68. Packing up and returning home, Dad. Lu Gang called out, his expression a portrait of unspoken distress, as though he had endured great injustice. Seeing this, Li Yugui looked at his son. Third son, why did you strike your brother-in-law? He attacked my sister, Li Xiao replied coolly, igniting Li Yugui's anger. He turned to the still trembling Lu Gang, his expression darkening. You laid hands on Feng? Dad, it was not intentional. We had a disagreement last night, and then Lu Gang began. But recalling the consequences of his previous words, he swiftly fell silent. He attempted to defend himself. I didn't harm Feng. It was merely a bit of pushing during our quarrel. What couple doesn't have their disputes? He choked my sister. There are marks on her neck. Li Xiao interjected, causing Lu Gang to close his mouth tightly. At this revelation, Li Yugui approached and delivered a sharp slap across Lu Gang's face. Lu Gang staggered, colliding with the dining table, but he steadied himself, bowing his head in silence, no longer daring to argue. When you married my daughter Feng, I made it clear, no matter the circumstances, do not resort to violence. Feng has never been one to provoke. What could she possibly say that would warrant such brutality from you? Li Yugui stated, simultaneously moving towards the door. Where is your sister? You ought to have brought her back. Li Xiao interjected. Dad, my sister is fine. She's at home with Demao. After speaking, he kicked Lu Gang, adding, it was Jie Fu who brought Jie back last night. I sensed something was amiss with Lu Gang, so I reported it to Jie. She asked me to check on her. He recounted, I went to find Jie this afternoon and stood at the door for several minutes without her noticing me. Li Xiao glanced at Lu Gang, whose nose was red and swollen from his own doing, appearing quite pitiful. Despite knowing he was feigning, Li Xiao could only suppress his anger. Dad, I brought him back to ask you about this. My sister has been bullied more than once, as her family. We ought to stand up for her, don't you think? Li Yugui regained his composure and looked at Li Xiao. What are you planning to do? Ignoring Lu Gang, Li Xiao boldly stated, "Dad, if my sister were to divorce, we should bring her and Demao to live with us." Upon hearing this, Lu Gang's face turned pale with fear, and he unexpectedly knelt down, striking himself twice. "Dad, third brother, I am not worthy. I shouldn't have lost my temper with Li Feng. It won't happen again." He crawled over to Li Yugui, clutching his pants leg. "Please, give me another chance. I do not wish to get divorced." In the 1970s, divorce was an option, but few would choose it, as it tarnished the reputation of both men and women. Li Xiao, possessing the memories of a future generation, was unconcerned about societal judgments. He merely cared for the well-being of his family. Li Yugui fell silent. He was enraged that his son-in-law had harmed his daughter and would not let it go so easily, yet he never contemplated the idea of divorce for her. Lu Gang, trembling and avoiding eye contact, knelt on the ground, furtively glancing at Li Yugui's expression while continuously pleading for mercy. Li Xiao observed his father closely. By bringing Lu Gang back for confrontation, Li Xiao sought to gauge his father's stance on the matter. The older generation often believed it better to dismantle 10 temples than to break a single marriage, resulting in their children enduring immense suffering. Life is fleeting, lasting but a few decades. Must one endure such hardship? Li Xiao was not unreasonable, nor did he believe that a couple fighting necessitated divorce. It is often said that couples may quarrel but reconcile, as life's conflicts are inevitable. However, Lu Gang had actually choked Jia, and the marks indicated it had been for an extended period. This was a matter of life and death. Jia was safe this time, but what about next time? Dad, domestic violence only has 2 outcomes, 0 or countless occurrences. I do not believe Lu Gang will change. Lu Gang pleaded, "Third brother, please give brother-in-law one more chance. I truly acted impulsively. If I ever provoke your sister again, feel free to beat me to a pulp." He wept pitifully, his sincerity apparent, yet to Li Xiao, it seemed as though he wore a mask, merely portraying this demeanor out of a desire to avoid divorce. Who could predict what might happen next? Li Yugui's brow remained furrowed as he returned to the house to put on a coat. "Let us go to your sister's house. Are you taking charge of this situation?" Li Xiao did not refute him and approached Lu Gang, lifting him off the ground. "Come on, brother-in-law." Li Yugui and his son Li Xiao took Lu Gang to the southern courtyard, where numerous families resided. At this hour, almost every household had turned off their lights and retired for the night. However, the lights in Lu Gang's home were still on, though the door was bolted from the inside. Li Xiao gently knocked on the door, and after a brief moment, Li Feng emerged, upon seeing Li Xiao through the glass. She hurriedly opened the door. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed her father and Lu Gang standing behind her. Lu Gang's nose was swollen and red. His gaze averted from Li Feng, harboring resentment, convinced that her complaints had led to this situation. Perhaps, he mused, the notion of divorce had originated with Li Feng. "Dad, what brings you here?" Li Feng asked, startled. "Old San, I've informed Dad about everything. Now that we're all here, there's no need for you to hide anything," Li Xiao asserted, leaving Li Feng momentarily speechless. "Let us discuss this inside. We wouldn't want to disturb the neighbors." Li Yugui gestured, leading the way into the house. The inner door was ajar, and silence reigned within. Li Yugui inquired softly and learned that Demao was asleep, prompting him to check on the child. He gently stroked Demao's head, sighing inwardly. He had never anticipated that his eldest daughter's marriage would encounter such turmoil. Although there had been a quarrel during the new year, Li Yugui had merely perceived his son-in-law as somewhat ineffectual, not realizing the gravity of the situation. Now, however, as a fellow man, the act of striking one's wife indicated that Lu Gang's mindset had irrevocably shifted. Or perhaps, he had never truly understood this son-in-law. After gazing at Demao's innocent face for a moment, Li Yugui exited the room, softly closing the door behind him. Li Wan and Lu Gang stood to the side, silent and apprehensive. Li Xiao leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his eyelids half closed, staring at the floor tiles. He was acutely aware that old Li would not allow his sister to divorce, at least not this time. Li Yugui approached Li Feng, who was taken aback by her father and brother's unexpected visit, especially as she had already shed her outer garment. The worn sleeveless vest she wore had a distorted collar that failed to conceal the evident marks around her neck. Li Yugui stared at her for a long moment, his expression dark and foreboding. Lu Gang lowered his head, stealing glances at his father-in-law's countenance. "Fenger, gather your belongings. You and the child will come home with me for a while." Without waiting for Li Feng to respond, Li Yugui turned to Li Xiao, instructing, "Old San, Grab a blanket and wrap Damao up carefully. Be mindful not to wake the child. Chapter 69. Love is a persistent sense of dread. Upon hearing Li Yogui's intention to take Li Feng and the child away, Lu Gang panicked. He grasped Li Yogui's arm, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. He had assumed that his father-in-law would at least attempt to mediate, perhaps scolding him a bit, and that things would settle down. But he never expected it to escalate to this level. Li Feng was equally astonished. She had not intended to discuss these matters with her family. Now that she was married and had a child of considerable age, Li Feng wished to spare her father from unnecessary worry. Dad, Li Yugui disregarded Lu Gang, pushing Li Feng gently towards the bedroom. Go fetch a couple of changes of clothes for the child. Li Feng was nudged toward the bedroom, where Li Xiao had already entered, carefully cradling the sleeping Damao. Elder sister, hurry and pack, Li Xiao urged, taken aback by his father's resoluteness. It appears that witnessing the marks on her elder sister's neck profoundly impacted Li Yugui. As far as Li Xiao recalls, apart from the times when he would infuriate old Li to the point of discipline, his two sisters had never been subjected to such treatment. Li Xiao felt that old Li favored his sisters more. In reality, Li Yugui harbored a deep sense of guilt towards his daughters. The tragedy of his wife's death during childbirth left him to care for 3 young children. Despite his sorrow, Li Yugui had to earn a living to support his family, especially during those harsh times when food was scarce, and without maternal milk, Li Xiao was particularly difficult to nourish. Li Yugui sought every means to acquire some broken rice to grind into a rice paste to feed Li Xiao. Even though his daughters were often hungry themselves, they never envied their brother's rice porridge. Only 6 or 7-year-old Dafeng would carry a bowl to inquire at neighboring homes who had recently given birth, hoping to beg for some milk. The household responsibilities rested entirely on the shoulders of his 2 daughters, who were only 10 years old combined. Thus, Li Yugui felt he owed them much and harbored a deep affection for them. He initially thought that marrying his daughter to the son of an old co-worker, someone he knew well and who lived nearby, would ensure that his daughter would not suffer. Unexpectedly, the son-in-law he had deemed unreliable turned out to be the most caring towards his wife, while the son-in-law he thought to be honest dared to lay hands on his daughter. At first, Li Yugui did not anticipate the severity of the situation. Even when Li Xiao mentioned seeing marks on his sister's neck, he assumed it was merely a spat between the couple that escalated a bit. However, upon witnessing the evidence, he realized it was not a simple matter of domestic conflict. It was a matter of life and death for his daughter. Urged by Li Yugui, Li Feng packed a few belongings alongside Damao into a bundle. Li Xiao cradled Damao, wrapping him in a small blanket and even finding a thin garment to cover his face. Children tend to sleep soundly, and once asleep, they rarely awaken. Li Xiao carried the child and exited with his elder sister, with Li Yugui following behind, instructing Lu Gang to have his father visit him when convenient. After leaving the courtyard, Li Feng glanced back over her shoulder. Li Xiao softly said, "Elder sister, despite how he treats you, you still have feelings for him?" Li Feng turned her head, not denying it. "Little third, thank you. For what? I have done nothing and failed to protect you," Li Xiao replied. Hearing this, Li Feng's face softened into a gentle smile. She recalled how Li Xiao had once expressed his desire to protect her when he was very young. "Isn't this your way of protecting me? Today, you avenged me, and I am happy." Li Xiao smiled back. "Elder sister, in the future, do not keep things from us. We are family." Li Feng nodded, her eyes warm with emotion. Once Li Yugui emerged, the 3 quickly returned home. Li Xiao relinquished his room for his elder sister and Damao to stay in, while he temporarily shared a room with old Li, due to the late hour. Li Yugui urged Li Feng to put all thoughts aside and get some rest. Li Feng replied affirmatively, closed the door to the small room, and lay down with Damao in her arms. For a time, she found it hard to sleep, staring blankly while caressing her son's delicate face. The silvery moonlight cascaded into the small room, gradually illuminating Li Feng's vision in the darkness. She reminisced about her days before marriage, when she grew up alongside her younger sister in this very abode, shared by the 2 of them. Initially, the 3rd child could have shared a room with their father, but his restless sleep often disturbed the man, leaving him fatigued for work. Consequently, a small bed was constructed for the 3rd child in the living room, with wooden rails affixed around it to prevent him from falling off. The 2nd sister jestingly remarked that this enclosed bed resembled a pig pen, with the 3rd child appearing akin to a piglet within. Reflecting on their past at home, she recalled how the 3 siblings would spend their days together. Although those times were far more challenging than the present, Marked by scarcity and hardship, they remained the happiest days of Li Feng's life. Contemplating her married life, she realized that there had never been a shared conversation between her and Lu Gang. No matter what she wished to share, Lu Gang would only respond with a disinterested In the past, Li Feng had not thought much of it, assuming that other couples might experience the same disconnect. After all, most couples met through matchmaking, uniting with a sense of adequacy, and Lu Gang simply had a colder demeanor. Even when she was mistreated at her in-laws' home, Li Feng rationalized Lu Gang's lack of support as filial piety. He could not argue with his mother. However, last night marked the first time she perceived Lu Gang as utter lack of marital affection towards her. In the darkness, tears streamed silently down her face as she pondered her uncertain future. Surely, she could not continue residing at her parents' home with her child. At some point, she cried herself to sleep. When she awoke to the sound of knocking, the dawn light had already begun to filter in. "Sister, are you awake? Come out for breakfast." Li Xiao's voice was deliberately lowered. Li Feng responded affirmatively. Turning to glance at Demao, she noticed the child beginning to stir. Typically, Demao would rise with them. Such a young child ought not to indulge in sleeping in. Since both Li Feng and Lu Gang needed to go to work, Demao had to be sent to his grandmother's house, which was a hardship for him. "Demao, time to get up," Li Feng gently called, lifting him to dress. Nestled in her arms, the little one took a while to rub his eyes open. Upon awakening, he appeared bewildered, turning his head in confusion. "This is your uncle's little house, don't you remember?" Li Feng found his bewildered expression amusing and couldn't resist planting a kiss on his cheek. Once Demao was dressed, she set him down. "Go open the door and see if your uncle is outside." Demao scampered over, but unable to reach the doorknob. He began to knock. After a couple of taps, the door swung open, revealing Li Xiao with a broad smile. He bent down and scooped Demao into his arms, exclaiming, "Haha, the little lazy pig is awake." Chapter 70. The shackles of an era for Demao, who had yet to turn 3. Waking up at his grandfather's house was a perplexing affair. Nevertheless, it did not dampen his spirits, as he adored visiting his grandfather's home. His uncle assisted him with washing his face, rinsing his mouth, and even prepared a small handkerchief to tuck into his shirt. Grandfather prepared a bowl of rice porridge for him, accompanied by a delightful egg cake that infused the porridge with an exquisite aroma. Little Demao devoured an entire bowl on his own. "Eldest, hurry and eat. Once you've finished, you can head to work. I'll take care of the child today." Li Yugui handed Li Feng 2 boiled eggs. Li Feng expressed her surprise. "Father, how can you go to work while taking care of the child? Isn't there a nursery at the factory? I can drop Demao off there, and during lunch, I can check on him. It's no trouble." Li Feng felt a twinge of concern. She had considered sending Demao before, but Lu Gang had said he was too young and that they wouldn't accept him. He's just worried about the expenses. Li Yugui worked alongside his son-in-law at the factory. Sending the child there for a month wouldn't cost much. Initially, her son-in-law suggested that she care for the child, as he believed a grandmother would be more attentive than a stranger. But now, the child was no longer the one who struggled to eat and dress adequately. Yet, Demao still lacked any flesh on his little frame. Several children had been sent to the factory nursery, where the female employees were carefully selected and treated the children as if they were their own. There was no need for worry. Hearing her father say this, Li Feng could only nod in agreement. "Father, I can't stay at my parents' home indefinitely and be a burden to you." At that moment, Li Feng truly felt at a loss. Li Yugui pondered for a moment. "You can stay for now. Go to work as usual and see what the Lu family has to say." Li Xiao interjected, "Eldest sister, this is also your home, and you're not a burden here. If you were to part ways with Lu Gang, I will help you raise Demao. What do you have to worry about?" Li Yugui shot Li Xiao a disapproving glance. "Stop talking nonsense. Finish your meal and get to work." After the meal, Li Yugui carried the well-dressed Demao away. Li Feng and Li Xiao lingered behind, walking together for a while. "Eldest sister, our father may not appreciate my words, but I speak from the heart. Please don't feel that if you divorce, you'll be homeless. Wherever I am, as long as I have a brother, it will always be a home for you and Demao." Li Xiao's earnest expression conveyed genuine emotion. "Eldest sister, I don't want to see you suffer any indignities. I understand that the thought of divorce may be overwhelming for you, and it's natural to hesitate in making such a decision. The intent behind my words is merely to remind you that you are not alone, and you shouldn't concern yourself with what others may say. Life is for you to live. What matters most is your own comfort. No one and nothing is worth sacrificing your entire life for." Li Feng stopped in her tracks, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. In this reserved era, such candid expressions of emotion were rare, whether between family members or the closest of spouses. Even when aware of each other's feelings, people often felt too shy to articulate them, preferring to express themselves through actions. Thus, Li Xiao's heartfelt words struck Li Feng with overwhelming force, akin to a tempest. He gently wiped her tears away. "Sister, your eyes are swollen. You'll be laughed at when you get to the office." Li Feng nodded, covering her mouth as she attempted to smile, yet her emotions betrayed her. It turned out that crying and smiling simultaneously was quite the challenge. Li Xiao escorted Li Feng to the grain station, assuring her that he would pick her up after work before heading to the restaurant. The elder sister's predicament could not remain concealed from the second brother-in-law, Tian Baohua, who eagerly pressed Li Xiao for answers upon his arrival. Once Li Xiao recounted the events, Tian Baohua, filled with regret, repeatedly thumped his own head. "I should not have left when I sensed something was amiss with Lu Gang 2 nights ago." Li Xiao gently patted the second brother-in-law's arm, reassuring him, "This is not your fault. You can oversee matters for a day, but not for a lifetime." Indeed, Tian Baohua mused, growing increasingly agitated. "How could someone as wonderful as my elder sister be mistreated by Lu Gang? This is a clear indication. I advise my elder sister to divorce him." Li Xiao licked his lips. "That aligns with my father's sentiments. It all depends on the Lu family's stance. The likelihood of divorce seems slim." Tian Baohua momentarily fell into thought upon hearing this. He could curse Lu Gang or even physically confront him. But the notion of his elder sister actually divorcing Lu Gang had never crossed his mind. Third, divorces are not as trivial as one might think. After all, it can lead to unpleasant discussions. Moreover, what will happen to Demao? Witnessing the typically lively second brother-in-law adopt such a somber outlook, Li Xiao felt an inner chill. He recalled a discussion he had encountered in a post regarding domestic violence and marriage. It stated that during the 1970s and 1980s, divorce rates were exceedingly low, with reports of suicide or poison ingestion far outnumbering those concerning divorce. Li Xiao, still youthful and inexperienced in the realm of marriage, had previously regarded such statements with indifference, having never even had a girlfriend due to his circumstances. However, when faced with a similar situation concerning his own sister, he felt a profound sense of empathy. He understood the concerns of old Li, his elder sister, and the second brother-in-law. In this era, while there were instances of widows remarrying, few would consider marrying a divorced woman. Furthermore, there are countless rumors and judgments surrounding a married daughter returning to her parental home. This societal constraint was an insurmountable barrier for Li Xiao. The Lu family acted swiftly. The night following Li Feng's return to her family's home with the children, Lu Gang arrived with his father, just as Li Yugui was finishing work. During the day at the factory, Li Yugui had not seen Lu Gang, and others informed him that Lu Gang had taken leave, presumably to address this issue at home. At that moment, Lu Gang bore two unmistakable handprints on his face, a clear indication of his father's wrath. Old Lu did not arrive empty-handed. He brought an array of gifts. As soon as he set them down, Li Xiao and Li Feng returned home. Upon seeing her father-in-law, Li Feng greeted him warmly, then proceeded to fetch a thermos to serve tea for both her father and father-in-law, not once casting a glance at Lu Gang. Demao, having spent the day joyfully playing with many children at the factory's nursery, rushed over to enthusiastically share his excitement upon seeing his grandfather and father. Lu Gang responded with far more warmth than he had previously displayed at home, embracing his son with a broad smile. Meanwhile, Li Yugui, Li Xiao, and Li Feng silently observed the interaction among the grandfather and grandson. Lu Gang's father glanced at his daughter-in-law and then turned to Li Yugui. "Ah, old Li, I am deeply sorry," he lamented. Li Yugui shook his head in silence. Old Lu continued, "I have raised a wretch, failing to teach him well, causing great distress to De Feng." Li Yugui remained silent, for old Lu was a familiar acquaintance. After all, they had worked together for over 20 years, well aware of each other's dispositions. Clearly, Li Yugui was dissatisfied with old Lu's attitude. Chapter 71. The Eldest Sister's Decision. Old Li. "We have known each other for so many years, and now we are family. Whether it is De Feng or my son Gongzi, we have watched them grow up together. My son Lu Gang has no ill intentions. He is simply at a loss for words." The two children had been together for several years, and given that Demao was still quite young, he could not bear to be apart from either parent. Lu Gang's father continually spoke in his son's defense, and Lu Gang was no longer as awkward as before, persistently apologizing to Li Yugui and Li Feng. Li Feng stood silently to the side, and initially, Li Yugui also refrained from speaking, merely gesturing for Li Xiao to take Mao out to play. Li Xiao was curious to see how his father would react, but knew he could not argue with him at that moment. Although Mao was young, it was indeed inappropriate for him to witness the discord between his parents. Thus, Li Xiao led Mao outside, contemplating where to go, ultimately deciding to take him to Old Lu's home. Old Lu, having little to occupy his time aside from practicing calligraphy and tending to his flowers, was considered a cultured man in the courtyard. However, his circumstances had not been favorable in recent years, as his hobbies were deemed as capitalist indulgences. Some overly eager individuals had even come in the dead of night to throw manure onto his haystack. Fortunately, the factory had always provided proof of his humble beginnings, and things had gradually improved over the past couple of years. When Li Xiao brought Mao over, Old Lu was delighted. Living alone, he lacked younger company and enjoyed the presence of the children from the courtyard. When Mao came to play, Old Lu retrieved an iron box and took out 2 biscuits for him. Noticing that a meal was already laid out on the table, Li Xiao felt somewhat embarrassed for arriving at such an hour. "You two haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let us eat together," Old Lu said, wise and discerning. Not inquiring about the reason for Li Xiao's visit at such an hour. "No, my father is cooking at home. We'll be back to eat shortly," Li Xiao replied, his mind still occupied with thoughts of home. "Grandpa Lu, could you please watch Mao for me? I'll return shortly," he asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Old Lu waved his hand, gently lifting Mao onto a stool. "Go about your business. It's perfectly fine for this little one to keep me company during my meal." Li Xiao smiled, reminding Mao to behave, and then hurried back home. He did not enter, but instead stealthily hid outside the door to eavesdrop. The atmosphere inside the room had grown even more serious, with Lu Gang and his father both silent. Li Xiao, unaware of what Old Li had said prior, felt anxious and restless. He moved closer to the window, peering into the living room, where he was astonished to find Lu Gang kneeling on the floor. His father, Li Yugui, sat on a stool, his expression obscured, but it was evident that forgiveness had not been granted. From Lu Gang's father's position, Li Xiao could only see the back of his head. The eldest sister stood at the doorway of the small room, her head bowed. Li Xiao let out a soft sigh, contemplating whether to enter or not. Just then, he overheard Lu Gang's father speaking inside. To catch the conversation more clearly, Li Xiao stealthily approached the door and pressed his ear against the crack. "Old Li, I understand everything you've said. Now, I've scolded him and punished him. If you are still not satisfied, feel free to give him another beating. After all, he is your son-in-law, almost like a son, and it is only right that you discipline him." Lu Gang's father stood up and kicked Lu Gang. "We cannot let this incident tear their family apart." Lu Gang fell to the ground, but quickly got back up and knelt again. "Dad, I promise I won't do it again. If they're essay next time, you can stop the phone from being with me, all right?" Li Yugui felt conflicted inside. He glanced at Li Feng and said, "Feng, you must make your own decision. Regardless of your thoughts, your father will support you." Once he uttered these words, Lu Gang immediately crawled towards Li Feng and began to kowtow. "Feng I am not worthy. I should not have laid my hands on you." As he spoke, he slapped himself across the face. "For the sake of Mao, can you forgive me just this once?" Li Feng looked at Lu Gang. They had once treated each other with respect, and she had never witnessed him so humiliated. Although her father implied that she should decide for herself, and her brother had advised her not to concern herself with others and to live for her own happiness, Li Feng understood that uttering the words divorce was not something to be taken lightly. She turned to Li Yugui and said, "Dad, I think I should go home." Outside the door, Li Xiao could not help but burst in, exclaiming, "Sister, what are you saying? Are you really going back just like this?" Li Feng smiled gently. "I believe my brother-in-law will not behave like this again." Upon hearing Li Feng express her willingness to return home, Lu Gang immediately beamed with joy and nodded vigorously. "Yes. Dad, Desan, I promise I will never make such a mistake again." Li Xiao, with a stern expression, paid no heed to Lu Gang's words. "Eldest sister, do not trust him." Li Feng approached Li Xiao and took his hand. "Desan, you will understand once you marry and start your own family." Li Xiao wished to say more, but Li Yugui interrupted him. "Where is Mao?" "At Ludia's house. Since your sister is going back, Desan, go fetch Mao. We will have dinner at home, and then you can see your sister off." Li Feng gave Li Xiao a gentle push. "Go on." Li Xiao understood that he had no room to argue and could only leave in silence. At Lu Leoi's house, Mao was already enjoying his meal. Before Li Xiao even entered, he could hear Demao chattering away. Upon seeing his uncle, Demao eagerly raised his spoon, offering him some food. Lu Grandpa, thank you for your kindness. My family's meal is ready, and my dad wants us to go back. Lu Leoi chuckled, wiping Demao's mouth. There's no trouble at all. Having this little one accompany me makes my appetite much better. I'll bring Demao over to play another time. All right. Li Xiao carried Demao out, and the little one sweetly shouted goodbye to Lu Grandpa. Upon returning home, his brother-in-law Lu Gang had already gotten up from the floor and was cooking with his sister in the kitchen. Li Yugui and Lu Gang's father sat at the table, chatting as if nothing had transpired. Li Xiao felt an overwhelming discomfort within, yet found himself powerless to change the situation. Even last night, after confronting Lu Gang, he could not muster the strength to deliver a proper beating, having only landed a single punch. Now that peace had been restored, it seemed inappropriate to strike his brother-in-law again. Nevertheless, at the dining table, Li Xiao frequently cast a furtive, ominous glance at Lu Gang. It was not that he did not wish for his elder sister's happiness. Rather, he resolved that should Lu Gang ever mistreat her again, he would not hesitate to incapacitate him entirely. Lu Gang, under Li Xiao's piercing gaze, felt an unsettling chill run through him, scarcely daring to eat. Lu Gang's father, evidently perceptive of the tension, lavished praise upon Li Xiao, remarking how he had matured and grown more understanding, all the while disparaging Lu Gang. After the meal, Li Xiao accompanied his sister and Demao back home. Lu Gang insisted, alongside his father, that it was unnecessary, but Li Xiao paid no heed, cradling the yawning and oblivious Demao in his arms. Throughout their journey, Lu Gang's father attempted to engage in conversation, with Lu Gang occasionally chiming in, while both Li Xiao and Li Feng remained notably silent. Upon delivering his sister home, Li Xiao did not linger, knowing that he could easily visit her at the grain station where she worked during the day. As he stepped outside, not having walked far, he heard someone call out to him from behind. Turning to see Lu Gang's father hastily approaching, he inquired, "Uncle Lu, is there something you need?" Lu Gang's father chuckled. "You young man, you walk quite swiftly. I have no particular business, just heading home. Let us walk together for a while." Knowing that Lu Gang's parents lived in a different direction from his own, Li Xiao was aware that this was a pretext for a more serious conversation. After a few paces, Lu Gang's father finally spoke. "I understand that you share a close bond with your sister. Given your brother-in-law's actions, it is only natural for you to feel anger. Alas, he is my son. I have scolded him and punished him. But I cannot simply stand by and watch him ruin his own family." Li Xiao remained silent. He had heard these sentiments many times that evening. What purpose did they serve? Your father and I are not merely co-workers, but rather, very good friends. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted his daughter to our family. In light of this incident, I feel I have wronged your father. I failed to raise my child properly, causing your sister harm. But, young man, you are still quite young. As your sister said, once you have your own family, you will understand. With a sudden shift in conversation, Lu Gang's father caused Li Xiao to frown. When couples quarrel, it cannot be resolved with mere threats of divorce. It would only invite ridicule. Your brother-in-law and your sister are the closest of companions. While you may seek to defend her, do you not realize that you only add to her distress? After all this was said, Li Xiao finally grasped the underlying message from Lu Gang's father. Was he implying that after delivering that punch to Lu Gang, everything was now resolved, and he had come to impart wisdom? Li Xiao halted his steps, stating firmly, "Uncle Lu, it is getting late. You should return home. There is no need to see me off." As for making threats, Li Xiao was not so immature. With his sister now home, should Lu Gang treat her with the utmost respect for the rest of his life, Li Xiao would not intentionally seek conflict. However, if any further issues were to arise, no amount of pleading from Lu's family would suffice. Today, Lu Gang's father spoke to himself, vowing to unleash his fists upon his son. After Li Xiao uttered his thoughts, he strode towards the courtyard, leaving Lu Gang's father behind. Upon returning home, Li Yugui sat in the living room, evidently awaiting his arrival. "Did you send your sister back?" he inquired. "Yes," Li Xiao replied, pouring himself a bowl of water and sitting at the table to drink. After a few sips, he sighed, feeling as if the cool water had transformed into the taste of liquor. "Are you resentful that I sent your sister away?" Li Yugui, understanding his son's thoughts, did not conceal his feelings. "Your brother-in-law has been with your sister for several years. This is the first time we have compelled her to part from him. It hardly seems justifiable. Father, is this really the time to discuss fairness?" Li Xiao felt a surge of frustration. believing that allowing his sister to leave was a sign of weakness. I perceive that Lu Gang is merely putting on a facade. He shows no remorse. Are you not concerned about my sister falling into a pit of despair and suffering even more in the future? What others say truly holds such significance. Let them speak. Can their words take away a piece of flesh? The more he pondered, especially recalling Lu Gang's father's recent words, the more agitated he became, feeling a weight of discomfort in his heart. Have not countless individuals been destroyed by gossip? Li Yuguei sighed. This time, the Lu family has lost face and substance. They fear that Dafeng will not return, so it is unlikely that Lu Gang will approach your sister again. Li Xiao's lips moved, wanting to argue that such a union lacked love. Yet, he reconsidered. In this era, how many couples truly came together out of love? Although the feudal age has long passed and blind marriages are no longer advocated, how many couples truly understood one another before wedlock in such a repressive environment? What could be discerned from the mere fleeting encounters orchestrated by matchmakers? Enough of your sister's matters. Do not dwell on them. Get some rest. You have work tomorrow. Li Yuguei said, feeling quite pleased with Li Xiao. Observing his son comply and head off to wash up, he praised him. Well done. You care for your sister. And it is not in vain that she has nurtured you. In the future, when I am successful, I shall ensure my sister suffers no indignities, Li Xiao replied, glancing at his father, who was just over 40, suppressing a smile. Li Yuguei, with a serious demeanor, could not help but smile slightly. Keep dreaming. I wonder how successful you will truly be. After washing up and returning to his small room, Li Xiao lay on his bed, motionless, exhaling deeply after a while. His father was correct. Words could indeed be lethal, and his sister was not the type to withstand malicious gossip, especially with the added burden of Damao. Well, it is what it is. I shall visit my sister more often. Feeling a sense of relaxation, sleep began to envelop him. In the haze of slumber, Li Xiao recalled his earlier words to his father, vowing that he would achieve success. Once he was successful, anyone who dared to harm his loved ones would at least have to think twice before acting. As for his sister's situation, on the surface, it seemed to have passed in a muddled fashion. Yet, how each person truly felt within, and whether emotions could return to their former state, was something beyond the comprehension of outsiders. After enduring quite a tumultuous period, the brother-in-law has significantly changed his ways. He now dutifully engages in household chores and no longer neglects the elder sister, responding to her every remark. As for the factory matters, Lu Gang's father has not intervened, and Lu Gang lacks the courage to solicit help from his father-in-law. Thus he continues to labor in the steel workshop. Surprisingly, his intellect seems better suited for this manual work than the intricate tasks he previously undertook. After a period of adjustment, he no longer returns home to lament or complain. Li Xiao, each day at work, makes a point to converse with his elder sister. Li Feng is aware of his concerns for her, and after several gentle persuading sessions, she managed to dissuade Li Xiao from his daily check-ins. Being a younger brother, he finds it difficult to delve too deeply into matters concerning her marriage. Yet he can communicate more openly with Li Wan. Time has passed, and over a month has gone by. The weather in Ningbei has become increasingly sweltering, often making it difficult to sleep at night. Li Wan's pregnancy has progressed to 7 months, and thankfully, Li Xiao's earlier advice has borne fruit. Although the second brother-in-law still endeavors to prepare nutritious meals for his wife daily, he has not allowed her to overindulge. Now, her belly appears appropriately sized, and she has not gained excessive weight, although the rising temperatures make her condition more uncomfortable than that of an average person. The second brother-in-law has mentioned that Li Wan's appetite has diminished lately. She has resorted to nibbling on raw cucumbers and struggles to eat substantial meals, particularly at night. Li Wan often finds herself restless due to the heat, prompting her husband to fan her throughout the night, in an effort to ensure Li Wan's comfort. The second brother-in-law has devised numerous strategies. He prepares an array of chilled dishes each day and makes it a point to wipe her down twice daily. The living quarters lack trees, making the indoor atmosphere stifling during the day, so he constructed a shade canopy. What impresses Li Xiao the most is that, despite the absence of bamboo in Ningbei, the second brother-in-law somehow procured a bamboo lounge chair, intended for Li Wan to relax beneath the shade. He also acquired 2 rolls of bamboo mats, one for Li Wan and another for Li Xiao to take home as a gift for his father-in-law, Li Yuguei. As Li Xiao feels the cool mat, he is utterly in awe of his brother-in-law's resourcefulness. He has managed to gather such fine items without extravagant expenditure, still having enough to treat Li Wan to delectable meals. Li Xiao recognizes that he cannot match this capability, despite his memories from 2 lifetimes. Li Wan is well cared for, and Lu Gang has also exhibited commendable behavior of late. Demao no longer needs to visit their grandmother, as he can see his grandfather and father daily at the factory's childcare center. Both sisters are enjoying commendable lives. Comradely schedules his workday punctually, and the absence of troublesome matters has rendered life significantly smoother. Li Xiao reflects on the time remaining. Only a year and a half until the college entrance examination. He has thoroughly reviewed the books he previously gathered, and his memory has sharpened considerably. Even the courses he studied for the exams in his past life are vividly etched in his mind. He anticipates that facing the first college entrance examination in a year and a half will pose no difficulty. To avoid startling his family with a sudden transformation from a mediocre student to one striving for excellence, Li Xiao has recently adopted the persona of a devoted student, seldom parting from his books during quiet moments at the restaurant. Even without perusing books, he diligently practiced calligraphy. Although his approach had transformed significantly from before, it was certainly preferable to the sudden astonishment of achieving excellent grades. Li Xiao had committed every book he read to memory. It seemed as though his mind had undergone a remarkable mutation. Even texts he had perused a month prior could be vividly recalled with remarkable clarity, punctuated flawlessly. Thus, retaining those books seemed futile, prompting him to gather a substantial pile from both his home and shop, preparing to return them to the recycling station. He realized it had been a while since he last saw Jiang Weiyu. During his previous visit to see his second sister, she had inquired about her well-being at the recycling station. After greeting his brother-in-law, Li Xiao chose the hottest part of the afternoon to carry the books out of the restaurant. By the time he arrived at the recycling station, his lightweight jacket was thoroughly soaked with sweat. The recycling station appeared unchanged. The small room where his sister worked previously had its doors and windows wide open. A makeshift awning provided shade from the glaring sun. Upon entering the recycling station, Li Xiao spotted Jiang Weiyu seated by the window. Her head bowed as she meticulously recorded something in a notebook. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt adorned with light check patterns, her hair styled into a thick, long braid cascading over her chest. The awning shielded her from the harsh sunlight, yet a few damp strands clung to her forehead. Approaching the window, Li Xiao waved at Jiang Weiyu, greeting her with a casual hello. She looked up, her face illuminating with a surprised smile. "What brings you here?" "I've come to deliver some books and perhaps find a few new ones to peruse," he replied, lifting the stack of books slightly. Jiang Weiyu seemed astonished at the sight of the sizable collection. "Have you read all of these?" "Indeed. I was uncertain if you had received any new titles that I haven't encountered yet." Jiang Weiyu was taken aback by the unexpected depth of Li Xiao's character. His lively demeanor concealed a genuine passion for reading, which redefined her impression of him. "Just leave the books here. Feel free to browse and choose whatever you like," she said. "Thank you for your kindness." Li Xiao turned and confidently ventured inside to select books. The collection had increased, yet the atmosphere of the place was far from pleasant. On this sweltering summer day, entering the storage room filled with books and paper was met with a musty odor. Being a recycling station, even those who organized the items did so with discarded materials. No one would take the time to air out these books or treat them for moisture or pests. Li Xiao cautiously avoided the books that had lingered too long and instead sifted through the recently acquired ones. To his surprise, he unearthed 2 ancient texts, both inscribed in traditional characters. One appeared to be a family genealogy, the origins of which were perplexing. Curiosity piqued, he leafed through it, discovering that his ancestors had once held official titles. The other book resembled a medical text, yet it was not among the renowned historical volumes he had heard of. He tucked this one away and returned the genealogy to its place, recognizing it would serve no purpose and might lead to unforeseen complications. Li Xiao continued to rummage, his hands grimy with dust and soot. Ultimately, aside from the medical book and a few illustrated storybooks, he also uncovered an English poetry collection. Gazing at the item that seemed out of place, Li Xiao wrestled with his thoughts for quite some time before ultimately deciding to take it. Upon returning to the small cabin, he placed the book on the table and asked Jiang Weiyu to weigh it for him. When his second sister was around, he could simply take any book he desired, but now that the personnel had changed, Li Xiao felt it inappropriate to take advantage. Every transaction here was meticulously recorded. It was a very formal arrangement. If he were to benefit unfairly, Jiang Weiyu would have to account for it. "Just take it to read. After all, you will return the book once you've finished one to you? And what if I don't return it?" Li Xiao grinned, revealing his pearly whites. If you don't return it, it matters not. A few kilograms of books are hardly worth anything. I will compensate you, he replied nonchalantly. Jiang Huiyu found a piece of cloth and began to carefully wipe down the book that Li Xiao had chosen. When she came across the English poetry collection, she paused in surprise. You understand English? Li Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Well, not really. I thought it would be beneficial to learn something new. So I figured I'd take it back and peruse it casually. In this lifetime, Li Xiao had never studied English, though he could still utter a few simple phrases in Russian. However, the version of himself from a later life was well-versed. He just couldn't reveal the truth to Jiang Huiyu and needed to avoid drawing attention to the matter. Noticing the 3 dark smudges on Li Xiao's forehead, Jiang Huiyu suppressed a laugh. I never expected you to be so ambitious. Once she had finished cleaning the salvaged books, Jiang Huiyu found a piece of string to bind them together for Li Xiao's convenience. Thank you. By the way, is your work going well here? Jiang Huiyu nodded, her smile radiant, far brighter than when she had previously sought Li Xiao's assistance. The older sister and the uncles here take great care of me. The work is simple, and it's the perfect job since I'm sheltered from the wind and rain. As she spoke, Jiang Huiyu recalled something and opened a drawer, retrieving a meticulously folded paper wallet adorned with a hidden clasp. Opening the wallet, she took out several tickets. These came with my salary. Could you please deliver them to Sister Wan? She is due to give birth soon and will need them. Once this month's salary arrives, I will set aside some for her as a token of my gratitude. Chapter 74, Jiang. Reflecting on the past, Li Xiao glanced down and saw that they were sugar tickets, specifically for brown sugar. This is too generous. This job is yours. And it was never mentioned beforehand. Jiang Huiyu continued to smile brightly. I'm just grateful to have this job. I want to need this brown sugar. So please take it and deliver it to Sister Wan. Are you sure you don't need it? After all, you previously spent a considerable amount to ask for my help with the sugar tickets. Jiang Huiyu gently shook her head. I don't need it now. Very well. Thank you. Li Xiao did not wish to appear ungrateful. Receiving good things on behalf of his second sister was not something he could refuse. Then I shall take my leave. Li Xiao tucked the sugar tickets away and picked up the books to depart. Jiang Huiyu hurriedly called after him. Wait. Would you like to wash your face first? Li Xiao looked back in confusion as Jiang Huiyu pulled out a small mirror to show him his reflection. Only then did he realize he had become quite dirty and couldn't he help but laugh aloud. Jiang Huiyu proactively assisted Li Xiao by pouring water into the basin. Li Xiao bent down to meticulously cleanse his face and hands, only to discover that the water in the basin had become muddied. My, these books are quite filthy, he remarked. Indeed, once they arrived here, they had become worthless, neglected by all. Jiang Huiyu glanced at the books, a wave of sentiment washing over her, gradually overshadowing the joy on her face with a trace of sorrow that Li Xiao could not comprehend. Li Xiao hastily grabbed his tank top to wipe his face. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to recover. All right, the weather is warm. We should head back. Li Xiao nodded. Then I shall take my leave. If you happen to receive any interesting books, could you please set them aside for me? Actually, I have a few English books myself. If you're interested, I can lend them to you, Jiang Huiyu replied. Oh, would that be convenient? Quite so. I'll bring them tomorrow. You can come by to collect them when you have time. Li Xiao smiled and agreed, and they bid each other farewell once more. Jiang Huiyu watched him depart with the books in hand, a subtle ripple disturbing her otherwise tranquil heart. In their several encounters, Li Xiao had been of great assistance to her. Although she was aware that he acted out of self-interest, she found no resentment in her heart. After enduring the workday, Jiang Huiyu hurried home. However, upon entering, she was met with the sight of her sister-in-law, Yu Fenghua, lying in the courtyard, battered and bruised. Sister-in-law, what happened to you? Jiang Huiyu rushed over and gently nudged her sister-in-law. After a moment, Yu Fenghua opened her eyes. She did not look at Jiang Huiyu, nor did she rise, but instead lay on the ground staring blankly at the sky. Sister-in-law, please get up. I'll accompany you to the hospital, Jiang Huiyu urged, helping Yu Fenghua to her feet. Let me assist you inside to change into something more comfortable. We must visit the hospital. With her head bowed and hair disheveled, Yu Fenghua turned and walked slowly toward the house. Jiang Huiyu observed her sister-in-law's emaciated frame, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. Yu Fenghua hailed from a scholarly family, and Jiang Huiyu vividly recalled their first meeting. She had worn a light-colored dress, adorned with a delicate scarf around her neck, her face radiant with a smile, her eyes sparkling with life. At that moment, Jiang Huiyu thought her sister-in-law was extraordinarily beautiful, yet now she had transformed into the shadow of her former self. Yu Fenghua's parents had been friends with Jiang Weiyu's family, although they had lost contact for many years. Upon their reunion, the two families arranged a betrothal between their eldest children. Subsequently, Jiang Weiyu's father was sent to the countryside for labor reform due to his questionable background, and their home was confiscated under the pretense of a search. Yu Fenghua's family had tirelessly assisted them, ensuring that the siblings were not adversely affected. Moreover, even when the Jiang family fell into disfavor, Yu Fenghua's family did not withdraw from the engagement. Yu Fenghua had fallen in love with her husband at first sight, captivated by his charming demeanor and impressive appearance. Thus, during the most challenging times for their family, it was Yu Fenghua and her family who provided the necessary support. However, shortly after their marriage, Yu Fenghua's own family encountered troubles, being found to have overseas connections. Yu Fenghua, always one to take pride in her beauty, faced much scrutiny and criticism as a result. However, Jiang Weiyu knew that her sister-in-law's family were genuinely good people, contrary to the malicious rumors circulating. The chaos of that time led some to fabricate connections for personal advancement, especially with their so-called evidence. What Jiang Weiyu did not anticipate was that the one most eager for progress, who reported her father-in-law's family, was none other than her elder brother, Jiang Huaijin. By betraying his family, Jiang Huaijin not only acquired property, but also secured a position at the steel factory. Meanwhile, their parents bore the weight of the consequences for their daughter. From that moment onward, Jiang Huaijin transformed into a different person, subjecting his wife to violent outbursts. Though his wife remained alive, she was akin to a living corpse, never resisting and existing in a state of lethargy. Jiang Huaijin would strike his wife when Jiang Weiyu was absent, as his own status was precarious, relegated to a temporary worker at the factory. Consequently, he unleashed his frustrations at home, venting the grievances he endured outside upon his sister-in-law. Jiang Weiyu had not merely stood by. She had contemplated numerous times aiding her sister-in-law in escaping. Yet, her sister-in-law refused to leave until she later became pregnant and gave birth to Tiantian. Jiang Weiyu once believed that the arrival of a child would deter her brother from further violence, especially as he had shown some semblance of change during her sister-in-law's pregnancy. To her dismay, after the child was born, her brother reverted to his previous terrifying demeanor. Upon returning home, Yu Fenghua gazed vacantly at the infant in the swaddling cloth, who was too young to comprehend the turmoil around him. Having endured years of domestic abuse, she was thrust back into labor post-delivery. Forced to wash clothes and prepare meals with cold water in the biting winter, her health already deteriorated, devoid of the ability to nurse. The child was frail, his cries as soft as a kitten's. "Sister-in-law, let us change your clothes and go," Jiang Weiyu remarked, noticing her sister-in-law's soiled attire, and proceeded to open the cabinet in search of something clean. Upon opening it, she discovered a collection of tattered garments in dull colors, patched and worn. The beautiful clothes her sister-in-law once possessed had been taken by her brother. "Weiyu," Yu Fenghua suddenly spoke, "there is a hidden compartment at the bottom of the cabinet." Jiang Weiyu looked at her in confusion, and Yu Fenghua gestured for her to uncover the compartment. Jiang Weiyu removed the ragged clothes and felt around the base of the cabinet, discovering a crevice. With her fingernail, she pried it open, revealing a thin wooden panel. Lifting it, she unearthed a flattened envelope and a deliberately crushed gold lock. "Take the gold lock. It was the last thing I brought from my family," Yu Fenghua said, stroking her daughter's face. "I had intended to save it for Tiantian, but now it seems she will not be able to wear it. As for the envelope..." Yu Fenghua paused. "Weiyu, there is no need for my sister-in-law to go to the hospital. I will be fine after a short rest. Tiantian has not eaten. Could you please buy some rice porridge for her?" Chapter 75. Encountering Jiang Huaijin again, Yu Fenghua instructed Jiang Weiyu to purchase some rice flour for the child, mentioning that the envelope contained food coupons, allowing her to exchange them for rice at the grain station. Observing that her sister-in-law seemed to possess some vitality, Jiang Weiyu took the envelope and departed. She chose not to take the crushed gold lock, advising her sister-in-law to hide it well for when Tiantian grew older. After Jiang Weiyu departed, Yu Fenghua stepped into the courtyard and secured the gate with a padlock. By the time Jiang Weiyu arrived at the grain station, it had already closed for the day. It dawned on her that it was quite late, and she might not be able to procure any food. In a flurry, she rushed to the supply and marketing cooperative, only to find it preparing to lock up as well. She contemplated persuading them to sell her some items, but closing time was strictly enforced, particularly by the women at this cooperative, who were notoriously difficult to engage. They barely acknowledged Jiang Weiyu, and when she persisted. One of the women even accused her of selfishness. Sensitive to such accusations, Jiang Huiyu fell silent, remembering her hungry little niece at home. She fought back tears and turned to run down another street toward the steel mill, hoping for better luck. Li Xiao had not yet finished work. There was a reservation for dinner that evening. The second brother-in-law had begun preparing a large dish, and Li Xiao allowed him to leave early. Considering his heavily pregnant wife at home, Li Xiao could manage the cold dishes, leaving the kitchen relatively unoccupied. Today, the second brother-in-law, Tian Baohua, had chilled 2 watermelons in the well behind the restaurant for the afternoon. He took one home and saved the other for Li Xiao to take after his shift. Li Xiao had been longing for watermelon, having not had any for quite some time. Once the steel mill workers finished for the day, Li Xiao noticed the guests arriving for dinner, one of whom was Jiang Huiyu's brother. He instructed the 2 older sisters to deliver the dishes and didn't rush to leave the kitchen afterward. Removing his apron, he leaned against the doorframe for a moment and observed that it was indeed Jiang Huiyu's brother hosting the meal, with familiar faces among the guests. It was not Director Su, but rather Uncle Lin, an old friend of Lao Li, who had visited their home previously. This struck Li Xiao as peculiar, for Uncle Lin, much like Lao Li, was rather traditional and would not engage in any impropriety. Why would he be dining out? Pondering this, Li Xiao returned to the kitchen, surveyed the remaining ingredients, and decided to whip up a quick shui xiao soup, a renowned dish from northeast China characterized by its eclectic mix. Any available vegetables, such as wood-ear mushrooms, carrots, and spinach, could be tossed in, preferably with some shredded meat, though it could be omitted. The key elements were the thickening agent and egg drop. The eggs needed to be beaten evenly, with a small puncture in the shell to ensure the egg mixture flowed out uniformly. This soup was quick to prepare, and by the time Li Xiao brought it out, Jiang Huiqin and the others had barely begun their meal. "Uncle Lin, it's been a while," Li Xiao exclaimed warmly as he placed the soup on the table. "When I came out to deliver the dishes, I thought you looked familiar, and it truly is you." Lin Xiangnan had not noticed Li Xiao earlier, but upon seeing him, a look of delight spread across his face, and he stood up. "Ah, Li Xiao, you work here?" "Indeed, Uncle Lin, what a coincidence." "Haha, I've heard from your father that you're working at a restaurant. I didn't expect it to be this one. It seems you've settled in quite well. Working like a grown-up now." Uncle Lin beamed as he clapped Li Xiao on the arm, clearly pleased. "Is this your creation? Have you taken charge of the kitchen now?" "The soup and cold dishes were prepared by me, while the main courses were crafted by my brother-in-law." "Hello, Uncle Lin. Please savor them well. Would you care to join us?" "No, thank you." Li Xiao glanced at the silent Jiang Huijin and nodded towards him. "You all enjoy your meal. I'll return to tidy up the kitchen before my shift ends." "Very well. I'll visit your home after work for a drink with your father." "Certainly. My father has some fine wine stashed away." After exchanging a few words, Li Xiao discreetly departed, leaving a smile on Lin Xiangnan's face. "Is this you, Lin Gong?" Jiang Huijin recalled Li Xiao from a previous occasion when he had invited Director Su and his son for a meal. Noting that Li Xiao seemed well acquainted with all the leaders in the factory. "He is the youngest son of Master Li Yugue from our factory." Jiang Huijin nodded, smiling. "No wonder he is so handsome. He must take after Master Li." Lin Xiangnan chuckled softly, refraining from further discussion about Li Xiao. "Your educational background is commendable, and the factory is indeed in need of talent. However, the decision regarding your formal employment is beyond my authority." Jiang Huijin clenched his fist inwardly, his face revealing a trace of distress. "Lin Gong, I have been with the factory for many years. To be candid, I am aware of my humble origins. Yet under the guidance of our leaders, I have long discerned the reality and drawn a clear line from my past." Lin Xiangnan's brows furrowed at this, interrupting Jiang Huijin's prepared oath of loyalty. "I do not concern myself with your background. I am merely a technician. If you possess genuine skills, you may recommend yourself. As long as the factory approves, you can work in my department." This declaration was not what Jiang Huijin desired. He sought formal employment. Just as he pondered how to persuade Lin Gong to assist him, he suddenly spotted Jiang Huiyu rushing in. Jiang Huiyu was equally surprised to find her brother here. Glancing at the spread of food and drink on the table, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Her brother had been working for so long without providing any household support for his sister-in-law, neglecting even the needs of his child. Noticing Lin Xiangnan in his steel factory uniform, though unfamiliar, she surmised he was certainly not an ordinary worker. Jiang Huijin was striving for his future, yet to Jiang Huiyu, her brother appeared like a fool, oblivious to his own circumstances. "What brings you here?" Jiang Huaijin initially looked surprised, but soon adopted a stern expression. I did not come to seek you. Jiang Huiyu ignored him and walked straight inside. Approaching a waitress, she quietly requested to find Li Xiao. Upon entering, she remembered that she should have gone to the back door, but had been too anxious earlier and momentarily forgot, uncertain if Li Xiao would be present at this hour. The waitress called towards the kitchen, prompting Li Xiao, who had been eavesdropping, to peek out. What brings you here? Li Xiao smiled. Is there something you need? Come in. Jiang Huiyu nodded, stepping out of the front hall and feeling relieved as she distanced herself from the gaze behind her. I wanted to buy some rice flour, but the supply store is closed, so I thought I would come and check here. Rice flour? The finely ground powder made from broken rice, meant for children? Oh. Li Xiao did not inquire where Jiang Huiyu had children, scratching his head in thought. However, we do not have any here. Then, never mind. Thank you for your trouble. As Jiang Huiyu turned to leave, Li Xiao hurriedly called out to her, but we have some broken rice. What age is the child? Would it be alright to take some back to make rice soup? Chapter 76, The Demise. Alright, but is it convenient? Clearly. She wanted to try and purchase some fine grains, yet Jiang Huiyu hesitated at his inquiry. It's fine, how much do you need? After some contemplation, she replied, 5 pounds. Perhaps. Very well, wait for me a moment. Li Xiao went to the storeroom, weighed out 5 pounds of broken rice, and noticed a small hand mill tucked away in a corner. He then called out to Jiang Huiyu, we have a mill here. Would you like me to grind it for you? Or I could do it myself. I don't want to trouble you too much. Not at all. It will only take a moment. Please, find a seat and rest a while, Li Xiao shouted from the storeroom. Jiang Huiyu felt a wave of gratitude. Li Xiao was being exceedingly helpful and genuinely kind-hearted. She thought she should not let him incur any loss and rummaged through her pocket, finding the envelope given to her by her sister-in-law. Upon opening it, Jiang Huiyu intended to give Li Xiao a bit more, considering it was from the restaurant and he was taking a risk by selling it to her. However, when she pulled out not grain coupons, but a letter, she was taken aback. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over her as she quickly unfolded the paper. The handwriting, marred by creases, suggested it had been written long ago. The words were few, and she finished reading swiftly, her face turning pale. Reflecting on her sister-in-law's earlier actions, an unsettling feeling gripped her, and she turned on her heel. Rushing outside, reaching the restaurant's front hall, she seized Jiang Huaijin, who was in the midst of raising a glass for a toast. Stop drinking. Something has happened to my sister-in-law. Come home with me quickly. Jiang Huaijin's partially spoken words were interrupted as he shot her an irritated glare. What is the fuss? What could possibly be wrong? A young lady such as yourself should be more composed. Afterward, he smiled at Lin Xiangnan. Brother Lin, my sister lacks understanding. Let us ignore her and enjoy the meal. Lin Xiangnan set down his glass. Xiao Jiang, if there is an issue at home, you should attend to it. It's nothing. Nothing at all. This young girl is simply overreacting, he chuckled. Jiang Huaijin showed no intention of moving and reprimanded Jiang Huiyu to return home promptly, advising her not to embarrass herself outside. Fuming, Jiang Huiyu turned and fled, her worry for her sister-in-law overshadowing any patience she had for her indifferent elder brother. Li Xiao emerged from the grinding room with the freshly milled rice flour, only to discover the backyard was deserted, save for an envelope lying on the ground. Bending down to retrieve it, he found it empty. Carrying the small bag of rice flour, Li Xiao approached the front, only to learn that Jiang Huiyu had rushed off in a hurry. The waitress shared with him that Jiang Huiyu had just been scolded by her brother. After pondering for a moment, he informed the two ladies that he would be leaving for the day, as no customers were expected shortly. After bidding farewell to Uncle Lin, Li Xiao made his way to Jiang Huiyu's home. After a considerable walk, he arrived at the neighborhood but was uncertain which house belonged to her. Inquiring with locals, he navigated through the disordered residences until he spotted a distinctive brick house. The courtyard walls were high, and at the front gate, he found Jiang Huiyu banging on the door and calling out. What is the matter? Li Xiao rushed over to ask. Jiang Huiyu, in a state of panic, grasped Li Xiao's arm without a moment to ponder how he had arrived. My sister-in-law has locked the door from the inside. Something might have happened. What should we do? Even during a previous deception, Li Xiao had never witnessed her so frantic. Glancing at the main door and the courtyard wall, Li Xiao handed the bag of noodles to Jiang Huiyu. Step back. I will kick the door open. Despite Jiang Huiyu's persistent knocking on the door with no response, her fear was palpable. Choosing the more difficult option between climbing the wall and kicking down the door, Li Xiao took several steps back, gathered his strength, and charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the door. The force loosened the latch, and after retreating a bit, he kicked again twice. The wooden door finally swung open, hanging askew. Seeing this, Jiang Weiyu hurried inside, and after a moment's contemplation, Li Xiao followed her into the courtyard, which comprised a well-constructed square space with 3 main rooms facing south and 2 side rooms on either side. Li Xiao had previously imagined Jiang Weiyu lived in squalor, clad in her oversized black winter coat while stealthily exchanging goods. Before he could reflect further, a piercing scream echoed from the main house. It was Jiang Weiyu's voice. The pitch of her scream sent Li Xiao rushing inside, without considering the consequences. Upon entering, he found Jiang Weiyu on the floor, emitting frantic, incoherent cries. Following her gaze, his eyes were drawn to a pair of feet dangling in midair, leading up to a rigid body with a bruised, lifeless face. Even with the memories of 2 lifetimes, the sight left Li Xiao's legs trembling. Jiang Weiyu was nearly driven to madness, her cries becoming a mere echo of desperation. Regaining his composure, Li Xiao crouched down and embraced her, shielding her from the horrific sight. Moments passed, perhaps mere seconds or minutes, before Jiang Weiyu returned to herself, collapsing into his embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably, hearing her voice stabilize, Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Who is this? Should I assist in bringing her down? From the first glance, Li Xiao understood the unfortunate reality that the individual was deceased, yet the sight was exceedingly unsettling. He presumed Jiang Weiyu was in shock and would need time to recover. Contemplating how to assist her in leaving and seeking help, suddenly, he felt her pushing him away. Releasing her, Jiang Weiyu turned back, tears streaming down her face. It's my sister-in-law. In an instant, she leaped to her feet, fear forgotten, and rushed to embrace her sister-in-law's legs. Li Xiao, witnessing this, quickly moved to assist, and together they gently lowered the body. Rigor mortis had set in. It was evident that she had been dead for quite some time. Just as Li Xiao was about to suggest calling her brother back, he noticed Jiang Weiyu gazing toward the earthen bed in the room. Following her gaze, he discovered a swaddled infant lying atop the bed. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to rise. At some point, Jiang Weiyu had also moved to Li Xiao's side, instinctively grasping his hand. Could you please check on the child? Is the child still alive? Jiang Weiyu's voice trembled. The prolonged silence from the child had instilled within her a profound sense of dread. Yet, she desperately wished for her fears to be unfounded. Li Xiao shared her apprehension, gently patting her hand before stepping forward. He carefully lifted the corner of the blanket obscuring the child's face, revealing a pale, delicate visage. There were traces of blood around the child's mouth and nose. As Li Xiao cautiously extended his hand, he found no sign of breath. Chapter 77. Human beast. Jiang Weiyu's sister-in-law had hanged herself, taking with her a daughter who had yet to see her first birthday. Li Xiao had never anticipated becoming embroiled in such a tragic affair. The forceful kicking of the door and Jiang Weiyu's piercing screams drew the attention of the neighbors. Although they typically kept their distance from the Jiang siblings to avoid entanglement, the gravity of the situation compelled many to lend their assistance. Jiang Weiyu stood dazed, watching as her niece was carefully wrapped again. Turning her head, her voice hoarse, she implored the composed Li Xiao, "Please inform my brother to come back." Seeing that the neighbors were helping, Li Xiao nodded and departed. Upon returning to the restaurant, he found Jiang Huaijin still engrossed in his work, smiling ingratiatingly while holding a glass of wine. Approaching this superficial man, Li Xiao struggled to suppress the urge to upend the entire table of food before him. "You should go home. There has been an incident involving your wife and child." Jiang Huaijin, bewildered, looked at Li Xiao with confusion. "Are you talking about me?" "Yes. Your wife has hanged herself." Jiang Huaijin's initial response was one of anger, assuming Li Xiao was joking. But this soon morphed into panic as he cast several anxious glances at Lin Xiangnan. Lin Debo's reaction was even more pronounced than Jiang Huaijin's. "Li Xiao, do not jest about such matters." Li Xiao's expression turned grave. "Lin Debo, this is a matter of life and death. I would never make light of it." He then directed a fierce admonition at Jiang Huaijin. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry back." Startled, Jiang Huaijin jumped to his feet, momentarily frozen before bolting for the door. After a few steps, he paused and turned back to Lin Xiangnan, saying, "Engineer Lin, please continue at your leisure. I must check on things at home." Lin Xiangnan quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for?" Once Jiang Huaijin had left, Li Xiao sank heavily into a chair, glancing at the wine glasses on the table before taking a deep swig from one. Moments ago, He had maintained a facade of strength and composure, yet the harrowing scenes he had witnessed at Jiang Weiyu's home replayed endlessly in his mind. The image of those rigid feet swayed before him, and the pale face of the infant lingered, the details etched indelibly in his memory. Li Xiao seized another glass from Lin Xiangnan's vicinity, downing its contents in one gulp, the fiery liquid scorching his throat as he exhaled deeply. The scent of alcohol heavy in the air. Noticing Li Xiao's trembling hands, Lin Xiangnan grasped the gravity of the situation. Had his wife truly taken her own life? Was it beyond salvation? Li Xiao nodded, struggling to articulate. Uncle, when I entered, I saw her hanging in the doorway. Lin Xiangnan inhaled sharply. Expressing concern for the youth's troubling thoughts, Li Xiao felt an unsettling chill coursing through him, realizing that Jiang Weiyu must have endured a greater shock. A reassuring pat on the back from Lin Xiangnan, who, being older and more experienced, quickly regained composure. It's all right, don't dwell on it too much. You've done your part. It's best you head home now, lest your father worry. Li Xiao acknowledged with a muted response, not wishing to appear overly brave. Uncle Lin, I want to see you off. I'll head home first. Let me accompany you, Lin Xiangnan insisted, sensing Li Xiao's unease. Li Xiao accepted the offer, feeling a bit more secure with Uncle Lin by his side. After exchanging pleasantries with the ladies at the store, who were also finishing their shifts, Lin Xiangnan accompanied Li Xiao back to the courtyard. Inside, Li Yugui was preparing dinner and was taken aback to see Lin Xiangnan with his son. What brings you back with my third son? Lin Xiangnan laughed heartily, shedding the seriousness of the factory. Am I not allowed to join for a meal? Let me see what deliciousness you've prepared. Without hesitation, he made his way to the kitchen. Li Yugui shook his head. Had I known you were coming, I would have prepared a few more dishes. How about I fry some eggs for us to enjoy a drink? Oh, I just had a drink. And now you want to joke with me? As Lin Xiangnan turned to see Li Xiao retreating to his room, he quietly recounted the events. I didn't see at all, but your boy seemed quite frightened. Keep an eye on him. Li Yugui frowned upon hearing this. Zhang Huijin, the temp worker from the steel workshop, eager to secure a permanent position, practically ingratiating himself with all the factory leaders. He recalled having been approached by him in the past. I remember his wife's surname is Yu, right? Yes. The family that caused quite a stir a few years back. A silence settled as both men reflected on the past, the mood dampening. My third son will be fine. He is naturally bold and carefree. He'll be all right by tomorrow. After a considerable pause, Li Yugui resumed his cooking. Since you're here, let us make the most of it. All right, I want to be polite then. I truly didn't eat well earlier. That boy from the Jiang family kept insisting I help him secure his position. I'm hardly capable of such a feat, having weathered their share of tribulations. They had encountered too many tragedies reminiscent of the Jiang family's plight. Yet, there was little they could say, and it was inappropriate to discuss. Perhaps a proper resolution would emerge in the future, but not at this moment. Li Yugui hastily prepared a couple of dishes, frying a plate of eggs. And the two of them set the table. Lin Xiangnan gestured for Li Yugui to check on his son, who calmly retrieved a bottle of liquor. After sharing a toast with Lin Xiangnan, he proceeded to open the door to the small room. Li Xiao lay on his bed, having consumed a couple of shots at the restaurant, feeling the effects of the alcohol begin to wash over him, drowsiness creeping in. Li Yugui entered, turning on the light, causing Li Xiao to shield his eyes with an arm. Aren't you going to eat? Not anymore, Dad. You and Uncle Lin enjoy your meal. Very well. Then sleep well. Li Yugui didn't press further and exited, closing the door behind him. On that night, Li Xiao was plagued by a nightmarish slumber, oblivious to the moment when Uncle Lin departed. Upon awakening at dawn, he noticed the dark circles under his eyes. Li Yugui had prepared a bowl of thin porridge and inquired whether he wished to take a leave from work. Li Xiao shook his head, his gaze lingering on the porridge, and recalled how yesterday, Jiang Weiyu had sought to exchange some rice noodles for that child. The child bore not even the softness of infantile chubbiness, being frail and emaciated. Perhaps it was indeed a blessing for him to escape the depths of suffering sooner rather than later. Do you know the girl from the Jiang family? Last night, after hearing Uncle Lin's lengthy discourse, Li Yugui had sorted out why Li Xiao had ventured into their household. Yes, I entrusted my second sister's work to her. Oh. Li Yugui nodded, having learned of the matter concerning his second sister's employment, but choosing not to pry further. I am not familiar with the girl from the Jiang family. Her brother's reputation at the factory is not particularly commendable. Li Xiao scoffed. He was never a good man to begin with. The scars on Yu Fenghua's face remained vivid in his memory, Who the true perpetrator was hardly needed to be elaborated upon. Li Xiao could not help but think of his elder sister and suddenly posed a question. Father, if one day you discover that my sister has been beaten to a pulp by my brother-in-law, would you still advocate for reconciliation rather than separation? Li Yugui paused. What nonsense are you speaking? Your brother-in-law would never dare. Li Xiao retorted with a cold smirk. Then can you discern that Jiang Huaijin is a man who beats his wife and abuses his daughter? Chapter 78. Do you believe me? Li Yugui maintained a stern expression as he stirred the porridge. Your brother-in-law would not dare, for your sister has us to support her. Li Xiao fell silent. Although he was unaware of that woman's background, he grasped the underlying implications. Father, are you aware of the Jiang family situation? Yes. The two siblings from the Jiang family once had their share of struggles, Li Yugui replied candidly, though he did not delve into excessive detail. It was largely due to their social standing that they faced relentless hardships, leading to their family's downfall, with Jiang's father still undergoing re-education. As for Jiang Huaijin, he exemplified the extremes one might resort to for self-preservation. In recent years, circumstances had markedly improved, with Li Yugui recounting how many had chosen to sever familial ties for self-preservation. There were individuals in their compound who were not above betraying their own kin. A son reporting his father was not an uncommon occurrence. Li Xiao listened intently, deducing where Jiang Weiyu had sent those items. The daughter-in-law from the Jiang family had endured similar tribulations. It was said that her maternal family was branded as traitors and subjected to public denunciations. Unable to withstand the pressure. Regarding familial matters, Li Yugui was not particularly well informed, having only heard rumors. After all, during the infamous Ningxuan rebellion, the Yu family had garnered considerable notoriety, being paraded through the streets for over 20 days. Li Yugui sighed. Death is not to be feared, after all. It is not you who has committed wrongdoing. Li Xiao recognized this as Li Yugui's attempt to console him, merely nodding in silence as he continued to eat. After their meal, the father and son departed for work together, as was their customary routine. Upon arriving at the restaurant, his brother-in-law, Tian Baohua, who had already absorbed the latest gossip, could not resist pulling him into the kitchen for inquiries. Li Xiao briefly recounted the events once more, and Tian Baohua sighed heavily. What Li Xiao had not anticipated was that his brother-in-law possessed even more detailed knowledge about the family's affairs. During the 3 years of natural disasters, the Yu family did not suffer excessively from hunger, as overseas relatives occasionally sent them parcels of food. However, this very point later became evidence for their condemnation as traitors. Yu's parents, being intellectuals, could not endure the indignity of being publicly denounced day and night, leading to profound self-awareness. They left behind only one daughter, Yu Fenghua, who married Jiang Huaijin. The brother-in-law also confided in Li Xiao a significant detail. The evidence against the Yu family was uncovered by this commendable son-in-law. In his father-in-law's home, he discovered correspondence with relatives abroad. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao felt as though the foundations of his moral compass had been utterly shattered. Reporting one's in-laws, domestic violence against a wife, and the abuse of children. Was this still a semblance of humanity? It would not be an exaggeration to describe such a person as a beast in human guise. The brother-in-law, having endured numerous trials, noticed Li Xiao appeared weary. Sensing he might be haunted by shadows of the past, he advised Li Xiao not to dwell too heavily on these matters, suggesting that sometimes death can be a form of liberation. Li Xiao pondered the visage marred by bruises, realizing that Jiang Huaijin was indeed the direct perpetrator of the Yu family's ruin, enduring countless days and nights in the presence of the enemy who had slain his parents. And even bearing his child was undoubtedly a profound agony. Brother-in-law, I wish to visit the past, Li Xiao expressed. Initially, Tian Baohua hesitated to let him go, believing that associating with such a family would lead to no good. However, recalling that his younger brother seemed to harbor feelings for Jiang's daughter, he refrained from dissuading him. Exiting through the back door of the restaurant, Li Xiao made his way to Jiang Weiyu's home, finding it eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of mourning. The front gate remained dilapidated, leaning precariously to one side. Standing at the entrance and peering inside, he noticed an absence of life within the courtyard. After calling out several times without a response, a neighbor, who had stepped out to fetch water, responded to his shouts. It turned out that the Jiang siblings had gone to lay Yu Fenghua and her mother to rest. They had left early that morning and had yet to return. Grateful for the information, Li Xiao disregarded the neighbor's inquisitive gaze and turned towards the recycling station. Indeed, Jiang Weiyu was there, seated by the window of a small room. Had it not been for her severely swollen eyes, one might have thought nothing had transpired. Jiang Weiyu appeared lost in thought, only noticing Li Xiao's entrance when he stepped into the room. "Thank you for yesterday," she managed to say, her voice strained as though her throat were constricted. Li Xiao shook his head, taking a seat on a nearby stool. "Have all the arrangements been concluded? Why are you back at work today?" Jiang Weiyu replied, offering no further explanation, which left Li Xiao at a loss for words, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy, oppressive silence. Outside, the air was still. A few trees near the recycling station rustled as cicadas chirped incessantly, amplifying the tranquility within the small room. Time passed, and just as Li Xiao intended to take his leave, Jiang Weiyu suddenly broke into tears, leaning over the table as she wept softly. Li Xiao remained motionless, unsure of how to offer comfort. Clearly, Jiang Weiyu did not require his consolation. After a spell of crying, she lifted her head and gazed out the window. "When my father was vilified as a typical example, my brother was the first to lead the charge in denouncing him. On the day our house was set ablaze, it was also my brother who ignited the flames." With this revelation, Li Xiao's understanding of Jiang Huaijin was once again profoundly transformed. He claimed it was for my sake, asserting he stood on the right side, insisting that one cannot shield their kin merely because of familial ties. Jiang Weiyu turned her gaze towards Li Xiao, as if seeking an answer. Were they truly right? Li Xiao found himself unable to respond, especially at this juncture. Yet, gazing into those once vibrant phoenix eyes, now devoid of luster, he felt an undeniable ache within his heart. Perhaps, in the future, an answer would emerge. But how distant is that future? At the very least, your brother is mistaken. This was the sole reply Li Xiao could muster. Jiang Weiyu refrained from pressing further, her confusion still palpable. "Our family has greatly benefited from my sister-in-law's family, yet I can only stand helplessly as she reaches this point. If he were to discover the deeds I have committed and the secrets I have harbored, would he not report me? Surely he would." Jiang Weiyu's words floated lightly, devoid of expectation for a response from Li Xiao, engaging in a dialogue with herself. Li Xiao, too, found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware of his linguistic inadequacies for the first time. After much contemplation, he could only articulate, "At least you need not worry about me. We are like grasshoppers tethered together on the same string." Jiang Weiyu paused, her realization dawning upon her regarding Li Xiao's meaning. She yearned to laugh, but a smile would only lead to tears streaming down her face. Li Xiao sighed and stood up, declaring, "We cannot dictate the choices of others, even if that person is the closest to us. Any development and progress is fraught with challenges. Perhaps some paths are erroneous. Yet there will inevitably come a day when we can rectify our course. At this stage, individual strength feels exceedingly trivial. All we can do is fortify ourselves, resisting the currents, and persevere until that day arrives." Jiang Weiyu sensed that she could not fully grasp Li Xiao's words, yet it felt as though this discourse had imparted a measure of strength to her. "Will things truly change? They undoubtedly will. Believe in me. And have faith that those you cherish can also wait." Chapter 79. An autobiography. The progression of history unfolds through a series of trial and error, akin to the process of creation. After the pangs of labor comes rebirth. Li Xiao's confidence stemmed from his memories of the future. Thus, he did not expect Jiang Weiyu to trust him, yet he felt compelled to voice such sentiments. After departing the recycling station, Li Xiao gathered his emotions. In every era, tragedies abound. His panic arose from an unprecedented confrontation with death. A few days later, Li Xiao refrained from seeking Jiang Weiyu, but learned from old Li that Jiang Huaijin continued to work at the factory. He felt nothing but helplessness and indignation at the injustice of life. Even in later generations, domestic violence is often relegated to the realm of family matters, let alone in such times. The discourse among people revolved solely around the demise of an individual, the manner of their death. It seemed that the nature of one's identity held greater significance than delving into the underlying causes. This incident did not enlighten Li Xiao. It merely affirmed old Li's sentiment. Familial connections are paramount. As long as old Li remains well, and he himself is fine, no one would dare to easily wrong his two sisters. As August arrived, his second sister's due date loomed in the following month. After a prolonged silence, Huang Si sent a substantial parcel to Li Xiao, filled entirely with books. This gesture stemmed from Li Xiao's previous visits to a recycling station in search of literature, which Huang Si had keenly remembered. In his letter, he mentioned that all these books were procured from the countryside. a trade made possible by the various food and necessities that Li Xiao had previously sent him. Deeply touched, Li Xiao meticulously organized the books, arranging them with care. Among the collection, a majority comprised revolutionary quotations and similar read books, alongside a selection of historical texts, literary essays, and even a comprehensive Russian-Chinese dictionary. As Li Xiao sorted through the volumes, he stumbled upon a slender pamphlet nestled among them. Bound by white cotton thread, it contained roughly 20 sheets of paper, the edges of which were uneven and frayed. Upon flipping through it, he discovered what appeared to be a quasi-autobiographical account. This manuscript, evidently not completed in haste, bore a consistent handwriting yet employed various pens, with some sections inked in varying shades. Additionally, portions were inscribed in pencil, likely to prevent easy erasure. The pencil-written segments exhibited a more vigorous hand, the letters pressing through the paper. The protagonist of this narrative left no name, opting instead for a first-person perspective that fostered a profound sense of immersion. The account detailed the experiences of undergoing labor reform in the countryside, recounting daily tasks with meticulous precision, descriptions of living conditions, sustenance, and the earthy scents carried by the rural breeze. Through this diary-like booklet, Li Xiao felt as though he had become the central figure, vicariously enduring those arduous days. Yet, the narrative was remarkably devoid of emotional reflection. It was as if the author merely observed the experiences. There was no joy in the rare moments of nourishment, no panic amidst the collective denunciations, no weariness from the unending toil, and no nostalgia for the past. These 20-some pages, with their rough binding and densely packed, uneven script, seemed to possess a certain enchantment that compelled Li Xiao to read each word with meticulous attention. Upon completing this autobiographical work, a singular thought resonated within him. He yearned to meet this individual. Despite the simplicity of the prose, it was evident that the author was a person of considerable erudition. The stark and unadorned narrative struck a deep chord within the reader's heart. In Li Xiao's lifetime, he had encountered numerous similar tales, and even with Jiang Weiyu, he occasionally sensed her latent grievances regarding their current circumstances. However, the protagonist of this book exhibited none of that. He simply accepted everything with quietude and composure. Once he had carefully stored the books, Li Xiao retrieved the letter paper, pondering for a considerable time before finally beginning to write. In his correspondence, he candidly expressed his joy at receiving the books from Huang Si-er and urged him to seek an opportunity to return to the city. Li Xiao wished to pass his current position at the restaurant to Huang Si-er, hoping to spare him a couple of years of hardship. After all, the college entrance examination loomed in December of the following year. Although he felt no academic pressure, he was reluctant to squander time in the restaurant's kitchen. The letter also delicately inquired about the origins of the books, as Li Xiao wondered if Huang Si-er had perused the autobiographical account. Li Xiao dared not be too overt in his reminders, for the act of mailing items could very well invite scrutiny. Thus, he could only circle around the subject, uncertain whether Huang Si-er would comprehend his hints. Once he had pinned the letter and read it over, finding no faults, he began to gather the necessary items. For this task, he would need to rely on his second brother-in-law, who had a wide network in such matters. This time, the contents intended for Huang Si-er were not merely edibles. Although Huang Si-er had not lamented in his letter, the nuances of his words, along with the autobiographical account he had shared, revealed the stark hardships of their lives in comparison to urban existence. Li Xiao procured some rare medicinal tablets from the factory hospital, along with sugar tea, preserved meats that could endure storage, and a selection of clothing and footwear. These provisions would suffice for Huang Si-er's own needs and would also serve as tokens of goodwill for making friends. As for Huang Si-er's return, Li Xiao urged him to return either before or after the new year, but not to delay excessively. After sending off the package, Li Xiao found himself rather aimless. The state-owned restaurant on Steel Plant Street was modest, its business typically unremarkable. Most patrons were ordinary workers from the steel plant, who would dine out only on special occasions. Thus, Li Xiao found himself with ample leisure time. He was essentially a helper, while the kitchen had a dedicated worker for menial tasks. He had no desire to hone culinary skills, so apart from assisting his brother-in-law, he had little to occupy his time. He had long since finished the books he salvaged from the scrap station and had not returned them. Recently, he was engrossed in an anthology of English poetry and the Chinese-Russian dictionary that Huang Si-er had sent him. He had not sought out Jiang Weiyu at the scrap station. Yet one midday, she unexpectedly appeared. Unlike the factory, which had a designated day off each week. The scrap station operated on a different schedule. Jiang Huiyu appeared to be in decent spirits, though she bore faint dark circles under her eyes, a sign of restless nights. She delivered a parcel to Xiao, filled with books. After ushering her into the restaurant's backyard, where he and his brother-in-law had constructed a sunshade, they often sought refuge there during lazy afternoons. Beneath the awning, a small table and 2 stools awaited them. Xiao poured her a bowl of mung bean soup and invited her to sit before unwrapping the parcel. Among the contents were both recent acquisitions and some he had previously read. After taking a sip of the sweet soup, Jiang Huiyu remarked in a hushed tone, "You should best keep such books hidden and read them at home when no one is around. Once bitten by a snake, one fears the rope for years. Even reading could lead to trouble, and Jiang Huiyu harbored such apprehensions." Xiao chuckled softly, rewrapping the books. "Thank you. I shall return them once I have finished." "No need to return them. They are of little use to me anyway," she replied. At that moment, the lunch hour coincided with the arrival of 2 tables of customers who came to order their meals. As Jiang Huiyu witnessed Xiao accept the books, she stood up, preparing to leave. Xiao hastily stopped her. "It's quite late. Why don't you stay and eat? You brought me so many books. Let me treat you to a meal." Jiang Huiyu, feeling embarrassed, repeatedly waved her hands. "No, it's fine. I'll eat at home." "Nonsense. Just sit there. I'll prepare something for you," he replied. Not waiting for her response before dashing into the kitchen, Jiang Huiyu found herself in a dilemma, unsure whether to leave or stay. Her brother-in-law, Tian Baohua, was cooking and noticed the young woman from the Jiang family had come to see Xiao. Seeing Xiao return, he inquired, "Has she left?" "Not yet. She brought me all these books, and it's mealtime. I can't let her leave just like that. I'm planning to treat her to dinner." "Oh, treating her to dinner. What do you have in mind? Is your brother-in-law going to stew a chicken for you?" "No need for that. I'll manage. Just keep a tab for me." Xiao feigned ignorance to his brother-in-law's teasing, surveying the available ingredients in the kitchen, opting not to prepare anything too elaborate that would consume too much time. He scooped a plate of rice, sliced some meat and vegetables, and cracked 2 eggs, intending to create a sumptuous egg-fried rice for Jiang Huiyu. He thought to himself that if the dish were too extravagant, she might feel uncomfortable. Fried rice was a good choice, especially since not every household could afford such a treat at that time. Unfortunately, the restaurant lacked fresh seafood. Otherwise, adding shrimp or squid would have enhanced the dish even further. Having prepared the ingredients, Xiao stepped outside to check on Jiang Huiyu, reminding her not to leave. His brother-in-law did not assist, watching as Xiao took on the task alone. Preparing a plate of fried rice was no challenge for him. Soon, the aroma of sizzling meat wafted through the kitchen. "Wow, you've added more ingredients than rice." "Of course, brother-in-law. You could suggest to the manager to add this to the menu, with some carrots and green peas for aesthetics," Xiao replied. Tian Baohua shook his head, clicking his tongue. "If you sell too much of this, no one will buy it. Sell too little, and you'll incur losses." Xiao chuckled, acknowledging that one couldn't compare this to modern culinary philosophies. He skillfully finished the fried rice, presenting a plate that looked quite appealing. Jiang Huiyu gazed at it, her eyes widening in surprise. "Give it a try. I made this. I hope it suits your palate." "This is far too much," she exclaimed. "It's fine. Eat up. You can manage," Xiao said, handing her a spoon and sitting down beside her with a smile. With everything ready, Jiang Huiyu no longer hesitated, scooping up a mouthful to taste. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Xiao immediately inquired. How could it not be delicious? With meat, eggs, and vegetables. The rice is coated in a golden hue from the egg. It's delicious. Your cooking skills are remarkable. Jiang Huiyu's beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled with delight. "As long as you enjoy it, feel free to come find me whenever you want more," Xiao generously offered. "That would be too much to ask," she replied, devouring the delectable egg-fried rice with gusto, quickly finishing half the plate. In these times, everyone had hearty appetites, their stomachs accustomed to less oil and water. Both men and women could eat quite well. Jiang Huiyu was not one to be shy about food. Whether taking a small bite or finishing an entire plate made no difference to her. Xiao watched her eat, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, Xiao's feelings towards Jiang Huiyu are somewhat peculiar. He finds himself particularly enamored with her captivating eyes, which he perceives as endlessly beautiful. After a few encounters, he has come to appreciate her character, deeming her quite agreeable without any significant flaws. Though he senses a budding affection for her, he cannot claim to be deeply in love, nor is he prepared to sacrifice everything for her. Perhaps the complexity of his memories from 2 lifetimes has left him somewhat disoriented. In this life, he was previously a lovesick fool, tangled in the whims of romance. Conversely, the Li Xiao of the future, due to his background and various circumstances, has never experienced love. Therefore, when it comes to the art of romance and the nuances of love, he remains utterly inexperienced. Even the familial bonds he has only recently come to know, which he has felt through memory, require him to learn how to nurture and cherish these relationships. Although Jiang Weiyu has been focused on her meal, she senses Li Xiao's gaze lingering upon her, which causes her some embarrassment. In truth, her visit today to return a book was motivated by her desire to see him. The thought crossed her mind, and she could not resist finding an excuse to come. Jiang Weiyu's life has never been easy, ever since her sister-in-law and niece left. She has found herself utterly alone, devoid of companionship. Once, she found solace in the presence of family, but now she has no desire to return home. Her relationship with her elder brother has irrevocably soured, and everything Jiang Huaiqin has done has left her deeply disheartened. Once, her brother was not like this. In his youth, he was handsome, polite, and well regarded by all. He used to treat her kindly, always thinking of her well-being. Yet, why did he become so cold and ruthless when the family faced adversity? While their father suffered in the countryside, her brother not only turned a blind eye, but also joined others in denouncing him. During the family's most challenging times, her sister-in-law married into the Jiang family, unwavering in her support, even using her dowry to help. Yet, her brother betrayed her sister-in-law's family and subjected her to cruelty, driving her to desperation. Initially, Jiang Weiyu could not comprehend the drastic change in her brother until he sought to introduce her to the son of a factory manager in a bid to secure his employment. It was then that she realized her brother was a selfish individual, willing to sacrifice everything for his own advancement. Jiang Weiyu fears that if her brother discovers her secret, keeping those items and trading them for supplies to aid their suffering father, he might turn against her as well. This contemplation leads Jiang Weiyu to ponder whether Li Xiao might also possess such traits. He seems to have a penchant for wealth, particularly when he gazes upon gold, his eyes sparkling with desire. Though he attempts to mask it, she can discern that he derives greater joy from receiving gold ingots than from jade pendants or books. Everyone has their aspirations. Some individuals resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. Might Li Xiao, in the future, also forsake relationships for the sake of wealth? With this thought, Jiang Weiyu cannot help but look up at him. Li Xiao, lost in thought as he gazes at Jiang Weiyu, remains oblivious to her gaze meeting his. Chapter 81. A humble origin. At first, Jiang Weiyu believed that Li Xiao was gazing at her. Such an unreserved gaze made her cheeks flush and her heart race. However, she soon realized that Li Xiao was merely lost in thought. His eyes appeared to be on her, yet he was not truly seeing her. This left Jiang Weiyu feeling somewhat awkward, prompting her to clear her throat and inquire, "What are you thinking about?" "Huh." Li Xiao finally snapped back to reality, blinking a couple of times as he glanced at the plate. "There's still half left. You're not full, are you? You have such a small appetite." "Yes. You've made too much," Jiang Weiyu replied. Li Xiao pressed his lips together. "Well, since you're resting, take your time eating." Jiang Weiyu nodded. "All right. I will finish it." With that, she picked up her spoon and resumed her slow consumption of the meal. Li Xiao felt a bit uncomfortable just sitting there watching her, so he excused himself to help in the kitchen. Once he left, Jiang Weiyu let out a sigh of relief. She was indeed full, but could not bear to waste food, so she forced herself to eat heartily. After much effort, she finally finished a large plate of fried rice, feeling as though her stomach was about to burst. At that moment, Li Xiao returned, offering her a glass of hawthorn water. "Drink this to aid digestion." Jiang Weiyu, who had been about to leave, accepted the cup and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Is everything all right at home? How's your brother?" Li Xiao attempted to initiate a conversation to alleviate the awkwardness of their silence. Yet, he inadvertently asked the question that weighed most heavily on his mind, harboring a nagging concern that Jiang Huaiqin might eventually betray Jiang Weiyu. Upon the mention of home, Jiang Weiyu's mood noticeably dampened. "If it's inconvenient, you needn't say anything. I was merely asking out of curiosity." Jiang Weiyu gently shook her head. "There's nothing to hide. My sister-in-law has passed away, and now all the neighbors in that area are buzzing about it. Does that affect you?" "I'm not afraid of the impact. I simply don't want to return home. I keep recalling that day." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, particularly for her young niece, who was still so little. Then you should move out. That is precisely what I'm considering. I've already discussed it with the station. They're willing to let me stay in the small room beside the empty storage area. Li Xiao pondered the layout of the scrap station, a slight frown forming on his brow. You mean the vacant storage room? Yes, it's currently unused. I'll just set up a bed there. Is that feasible? The scrap station has people coming and going every day. Jiang Weiyu smiled faintly. It's fine. They're all older brothers and sisters from the station. They want to be there at night, and the main gate will be locked. But as a girl, aren't you afraid to be there alone at night? I'm not afraid. Jiang Weiyu gently caressed the cup. In this world, I believe the most terrifying thing is people. As long as no strangers can enter, what is there to fear? True. Li Xiao sighed, refraining from revealing that he had once spent a night plagued by nightmares. If you ever need my assistance, just let me know. Okay, thank you, Li Xiao. After finishing the hawthorn water, Jiang Weiyu finally felt ready to leave. She sensed that she had spent too much time alone with Li Xiao. His brother-in-law and others had likely deliberately avoided the backyard. Although there were moments of slight awkwardness when conversation waned, Jiang Weiyu found a profound sense of comfort in Li Xiao's presence. Because she harbored secrets that Li Xiao was privy to, she felt comfortable sharing some of her sentiments with him. However, Jiang Weiyu was acutely aware that she could not continually seek Li Xiao's company. Given her humble origins and the past instances of discreetly altering certain items, she feared that any misstep could ultimately implicate him. Thus, after departing from the restaurant, she resolved to cease all contact with Li Xiao. Meanwhile, Li Xiao, who was blissfully washing dishes in the kitchen, remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Weiyu had unilaterally severed their friendship. Had he known, he would have assured her that her origins were merely a temporary concern. At that moment, her brother-in-law, Tian Baohua, having just finished his tasks, pulled up a small stool in the kitchen, a teasing smile adorning his face. Old third, it seems you are on the verge of something good, he remarked. Li Xiao chuckled softly, not even a hint of it yet. Do you truly entertain such thoughts? Tian Baohua teased, but to his surprise, Li Xiao did not refute the notion. Am I not entitled to such thoughts? Li Xiao genuinely saw no flaw in Jiang Weiyu. He found her appearance appealing, and her character was devoid of defects. As someone who had experienced rebirth, why should he hesitate in pursuing romance? When he previously courted Chu Xiao, he had been so bold, albeit misdirected. Tian Baohua's demeanor shifted. He was not one to hold extreme views regarding social status. Yet this did not imply he would allow his brother-in-law to tread a perilous path. Father would surely disapprove. Old third, you ought to abandon such notions to spare yourself from future heartache. Li Xiao set aside the clean dishes and turned to his brother-in-law. Why would my father disapprove? Consider it. The Jiang family indeed has an undesirable background. How could our father consent to you marrying someone from such a family? Li Xiao shook his head. Old Li is not a fool. Besides, who knows what the future holds? What does one's background truly signify? Li Xiao was privy to future developments, but Tian Baohua was not. Hearing Li Xiao's stance led him to believe his brother-in-law was recklessly enamored. Tian Baohua felt a twinge of concern. In this era, the concept of infatuation was not well articulated, leaving him baffled as to why his brother-in-law was so obstinate each time he fell for a girl. Seeing the worry etched on Tian Baohua's face, Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Enough of this, brother-in-law. As I said, there is nothing to worry about. I'm not in a rush to marry. Indeed, you are still young. There is no need to hurry, Tian Baohua echoed, deciding to return home and inform his wife, suggesting she assist in finding a suitable match for old third. Li Xiao, unaware of Tian Baohua's intentions, chose not to pursue the topic of Jiang Weiyu further and instead turned to his book. On the other side, Jiang Weiyu returned home to gather her belongings, preparing to move to the recycling station. Upon entering, she discovered Jiang Huaiqin was at home. She had no desire to converse with him, yet he called out to her. Where have you been? Jiang Huaiqin, typically so meticulously groomed, appeared disheveled, his eyes bloodshot. Jiang Weiyu feigned ignorance and headed straight to her room. As she rolled her bedding together, preparing to secure it with rope, Jiang Huaiqin entered her room. What are you doing with the bedding? Where do you plan to go? Jiang Weiyu took a deep breath. I intend to move out. Move out? Where do you think you can go? This household is not mine, nor do I wish to remain here. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Huaiqin's eyes reddened further. He grasped Jiang Weiyu's arm tightly. Are you also going to leave me? Jiang Weiyu looked at him with an expression of utter unfamiliarity. She forcefully pulled her wrist free from his grip. You have become so terrifying. You are no longer the elder brother I once knew. With that, she continued to pack her belongings. rummaging through her things to find a cloth bag into which she stuffed her necessities. Jiang Huaiqin, however, fell silent, simply standing there and watching her in silence. Chapter 82. The second sister has given birth. When Jiang Huaiqin had loudly questioned her, Jiang Weiyu had expected him to strike her as he had done to his sister-in-law. Yet, even until she stepped out the door, Jiang Huaiqin remained motionless. Jiang Weiyu speculated that there must be some issue at the factory, otherwise, he would not be home during working hours. However, she did not wish to inquire further or involve herself. Even believing that if Jiang Huaiqin were indeed dismissed from his job, it would be his just deserts. As August drew to a close, the due date for her second sister, Li Wan, was imminent. The restaurant could not function without a chef, so Tian Baohua found himself unable to take leave. While Li Xiao and Li Feng could visit her during their breaks, they could not be there at all times. Li Wan's husband, with no other option, hired a neighborly woman at a rate of 15 yuan a month, exempting her from household chores, merely to accompany Li Wan and ensure that someone was present when she went into labor. When Li Xiao visited, he found the woman assisting his sister in sewing clothes for the child. She was quite amiable, familiar, and warm-hearted. Li Wan's husband remarked on her kindness, suggesting that once Li Wan had given birth, they should also hire her to help during the confinement period, offering her a bit more compensation then. This arrangement was essentially that of hiring a nanny, though it could not be openly stated as such, and was merely referred to as assistance. Li Xiao pondered what gift would be fitting for his impending role as an uncle. While he had gold, he found no place to craft a gold lock or similar items. The treasures he had hidden might very well be confiscated if revealed. In this era, there were no shops selling infant supplies. Clothing was typically handmade, and newborns were fed with breast milk. In the absence of breast milk, they could only be given rice soup, for although formula existed, it was in scant supply and quickly ran out. After much contemplation, Li Xiao devised a plan. Upon returning home, he sketched a design, and once old Li returned from work, the two of them studied it together. Li Yugui looked at the drawing and found it intriguing, agreeing to help Li Xiao create one. On the last day of August, Li Wan rose in good spirits in the morning, but by around 9 o'clock, she began to feel severe back pain and contractions. Fortunately, the neighborly woman was present, experienced enough to recognize that she was about to give birth. Without delay, she gathered the items prepared in advance and comforted Li Wan, encouraging her to relax as she assisted her in making their way to the factory hospital. First-time mothers typically did not experience a swift labor, and Li Wan was not a timid person. Moreover, the accompanying woman had given birth to 6 children herself and shared much of her knowledge, ensuring that even as Li Wan began to have contractions, she remained unafraid. During the painful moments, the two of them paused intermittently, gradually regaining their composure before continuing their journey. Such gentle activity would ensure they arrived at the hospital in a better state. Along the way, an aunt dispatched someone to a restaurant to inform Tian Baohua, urging him to come to the hospital once he finished his tasks. Upon receiving the news, Tian Baohua, unlike his calm sister-in-law Li Wan, found himself trembling and unable to steady the frying spatula. He urged Li Xiao to head to the hospital first while he wrapped up his midday duties. However, seeing his brother-in-law in that state, Li Xiao realized there was no point in him attempting to cook. Instead, he took the initiative to push his brother-in-law towards the hospital to accompany the delivery. Li Xiao had never experienced such a moment in his life. When his elder sister gave birth, he was absent, preoccupied with frivolities. He had paid no attention, only visiting after his sister completed her confinement, and even then, he had criticized the appearance of the newborn. Now, reflecting on his past behavior, Li Xiao felt a strong urge to chastise himself for his previous irresponsibility. Although his culinary skills were somewhat rusty compared to his brother-in-law's, he was still competent enough to satisfy the customers. Once the lunch rush concluded, Li Xiao anxiously awaited outside the restaurant, uncertain whether his sister had given birth. Just then, he spotted his father, Li Yugui, approaching with a large basket. Boil these eggs and dye them with red paper, he instructed. Li Xiao took the basket from him, asking, "Has my sister given birth?" Li Yugui nodded with a smile. She delivered shortly after arriving at the hospital, a girl weighing over 7 pounds. Li Xiao beamed. "That's wonderful. Is my sister doing well?" "Dad, I want to go see her." "You should boil the eggs first. Your brother-in-law is there taking care of things. And both your sister and the baby are fine. If you stay here, what will happen to the restaurant's operations? You can visit your sister after work. Doesn't my sister need to stay in the hospital for a few days?" Li Yugui shook his head. "The doctor said she can go home and rest properly." That's great. Li Xiao entered the kitchen with the basket while his father spoke with the restaurant manager. After boiling the celebratory eggs, Li Yugui returned with 2 pounds of sugar cubes. He distributed some eggs and sugar to the restaurant staff before taking the remainder to the hospital for his 2 sons-in-law. Li Xiao realized his father had taken leave, and with him present, there was no rush for Li Xiao to leave. His sister had given birth to a little girl, and Li Xiao felt immense joy, now having both a nephew and a niece. After enduring the workday, he hurried to his sister's home. The house was brightly lit, and his father was conversing with several neighbors at the entrance. Children from the neighborhood gathered, each clutching eggs and sugar cubes, playing at the doorstep. "Dad, I'm home from work," Li Xiao greeted, and even before stepping inside, he caught a delightful aroma. "What is my brother-in-law cooking? It smells wonderful." Tian Baohua emerged from within, a radiant smile gracing his face. "I'm making pig trotter soup for your sister. You should have a couple of bowls later." Li Xiao quickly waved his hand. "Why would I drink that? I'm not the one in confinement." Tian Baohua laughed heartily. "Then you can gnaw on the trotters. Enough about food. May I go in to see my sister and my niece?" Although Li Xiao was unsure about any taboos associated with confinement, he felt it was inappropriate to intrude directly. "No worries, just step inside." "Hee, Lao San, let me tell you, my daughter is exceptionally beautiful." The expression on Tian Baohua's face did not appear forced. He seemed genuinely delighted. Previously, when at work, whenever he saw someone carrying a little boy, he would eagerly play with the child. Li Xiao initially thought that his second brother-in-law preferred boys, but now it was clear that as long as it was his own child, he cherished them all. Tian Baohua invited Li Xiao to come in freely, yet Li Xiao gently knocked on the door first. There was no conversation within, but a kind aunt opened the door. Li Xiao thanked her and peered inside. His second sister was half reclined by the bed, a cloth wrapped around her head, looking quite spirited as she waved at him. Upon entering, Li Xiao noticed her pointing at the swaddled infant beside her, whispering that the baby was asleep. She then carefully pulled back a corner of the thin blanket to allow Li Xiao to see. As he approached on tiptoe, he beheld a delicate little baby, causing him to instinctively hold his breath in awe. The infant's brows were faint, and it was still uncertain whom the child resembled more, the second sister or her husband. Li Xiao longed to touch the cherubic face, but hesitated, fearing it might be too fragile to handle. His sister, understanding his trepidation, slowly revealed the baby's tiny hand from the swaddle, encouraging him to touch it. Li Xiao gazed at the tiny fists, which were scarcely larger than his thumb, and felt his heart instantly melt. Chapter 83, filled with joy. He extended a finger, gently brushing against the baby's hand. As he smiled and looked up at his sister, he noticed a glimmer of tears in her eyes. "Sister, I'm an uncle now. Have you chosen a name?" Suppressing her sudden emotions, Li Wan smiled and shook her head softly, saying, "Not yet. Your second brother-in-law has thought of several, but remains undecided. No rush. The name is significant. It's wise to ponder it carefully. We must give our little treasure a lovely name." Li Xiao meticulously rearranged the blanket, saying, "Sister, you should rest well. I'll come back in a few days to surprise my niece." "Another surprise? All right. I shall await it," she replied, her heart brimming with happiness. Her husband was considerate. Her brother was understanding, and now they had a child, making everything feel complete. "Lao San, have dinner with Dad before heading back. Don't worry about it. Let the aunt assist you. Focus on your recovery, and let your younger brother know if you need anything." Li Xiao did not want to disturb his sister's rest further, so he nodded to the aunt and stepped outside. Li Yugui was reluctant to dine there, but his second son-in-law insisted he stay. Neighbors came to offer their congratulations, bringing red eggs for good fortune before departing. The second brother-in-law's voice boomed at the door, announcing that they would host a feast to celebrate the baby's first month. Tian Baohua had been busy today, but he was happy, preparing a banquet and simmering 2 soups for his sister. At the dining table, only Tian Baohua, Li Yugui, and Li Xiao were present. Though they did not drink alcohol that night, Tian Baohua's face remained flushed with excitement. During the meal, Li Yugui praised his second son-in-law, causing Tian Baohua to tear up. He wiped his eyes, unable to hold back his tears. "Dad, I never dared to imagine this. I am a father now." Li Yugui was pleased to learn that his second son-in-law was happy. "What are you saying? You two are in good health. Having a child is perfectly normal." "Yes, Dad. I will work even harder in the future to ensure that Juan and the child live a good life." Li Yugui seldom praised others, but his son-in-law truly excelled. He did not adopt an authoritative demeanor, instead gently patting his son-in-law's arm. Bao, it is indeed a blessing for Wan to be with you. Tian Bao smiled broadly. Dad, we haven't chosen a name for the baby yet. How about you help us with that? Li Yugui chuckled and shook his head. The name should certainly be chosen by you, the father. Li Xiao was eager to participate in the discussion and interjected, second brother-in-law. My sister mentioned that you have thought of several names. What are they? Upon hearing this, Tian Bao immediately stood up and went inside, returning with a piece of paper. It listed several names he had contemplated during Li Wan's pregnancy, including options for both boys and girls. Li Xiao took the paper and noticed quite a few names. However, they were somewhat dated, such as Jian, Jin Gang, Su Fan, and Gui Lan, which made him feel that his brother-in-law hadn't put in much thought. Yet, Li Yugui found them rather appealing, and Tian Bao, without an ounce of modesty, claimed he had been sleepless at night pondering these names. Dad, one has given birth to a little girl. How about naming her Meili? Tian Meili. She will surely be beautiful when she grows up. Just as Li Yugui nodded in agreement, Li Xiao couldn't help but tease. Brother-in-law, why not call her Tian Liang? Tian Bao paused to consider this suggestion, then shook his head. Isn't naming her beautiful a bit too boastful? You are aware of modesty? Tian Bao laughed heartily. Third, do you think this name is unappealing? Why not suggest a few names yourself? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao had a name in mind that he thought was lovely. Brother-in-law, how about Xian? Xian signifies joy, and Yu means delight. Xian? Li Xiao asked his brother-in-law to fetch a pen and wrote down the characters on the paper. Brother-in-law, you should make the final decision. I just believe these characters hold a good meaning. Tian Bao nodded repeatedly. Indeed, it conveys joy. This name is splendid. What do you think, Dad? Li Yugui also found it quite agreeable, but felt that as the first child, the name should be chosen by the father. After expressing this, Tian Bao appeared unbothered. Uncles can also name children. Third, you are much more cultured than I am, reading so many books daily. Then it's settled. Tian Xinyue, wonderful. The name of his niece was thus established, thanks to Li Xiao, who felt a swell of pride in his heart. After dining at his brother-in-law's house with his father, he diligently assisted in clearing the tableware. Before departing, he ventured back inside to admire his little niece for a while. Once Li Yugui and Li Xiao left, Tian Bao saw off the aunt who had come to help, who was supposed to return home for dinner but stayed for a meal due to the feast he prepared. As she departed, Tian Bao packed several red-skinned eggs and a large chicken leg for her to take home to the children. With everyone gone, Tian Bao cleaned himself thoroughly and went inside to check on the baby. Li Wan enjoyed a nourishing diet throughout her pregnancy, experiencing no undue strain, and her milk flowed effortlessly. Last night, she savored a bowl of pig's trotter soup, and at that moment, she cradled her child while nursing. Tian Bao sat nearby, captivated by the baby, unable to take his eyes off her. The name bestowed by her uncle was truly delightful. Xinyue, how charming. Li Wan also found it pleasing. Reflecting on how her third child's education had not been in vain, the name was both melodious and easy to pronounce. Yet, Tian Bao could not help but reach out a finger to gently caress their daughter's delicate face. Observing the love in Tian Bao's eyes for the child, along with the kindness he had shown her since their marriage, Li Wan felt for the first time that the grand name he had chosen was somewhat unjust to him. When I have a son next, you shall name him, she suggested. Tian Bao shifted his gaze from the child to meet Li Wan's eyes, saying, My dear wife, I have always told you, whether a boy or a girl, I will cherish any child you bear for me. I know, but it's better to have more children. She replied with a smile. Indeed, in this day and age, no family has only one child, unless health issues prevent it. Otherwise, families strive to have several. More children bring more blessings, and siblings can support one another, ensuring they are not bullied. However, Tian Bao was aware of the hardships of childbirth, and the fact that Li Wan was willing to bear him more children filled him with immense joy. Seeing his foolish grin, Li Wan could not help but laugh as well. Bao, since the grand name was given by our third, why not bestow a nickname upon our child? A nickname? Tian Bao looked at his daughter, then at his wife, feeling his heart brimming with fulfillment. As long as they were together, he desired nothing more. Let us call her Man-Man. Man-Man. Yes, Man-Man. Chapter 84. A surprising full moon celebration on the day of Man-Man's full moon celebration. Tian Bao arranged several tables at a restaurant, inviting relatives, neighbors, and friends. Li Wan had recovered well, indulging in various nourishing soups daily, and by the end of her confinement, She had gained a more robust figure. Man had also grown, appearing even fairer and more delicate than when she was first born. Li Xiao worked nearby and did not need to take leave, while Li Yugui arrived just in time for lunch, bringing along a gift for Man. However, this gift could not be used immediately. Li Xiao took it to the backyard for some tinkering before unveiling it. Indeed, the gift, a folding baby stroller, was a collaborative endeavor between Li Xiao and his father, a contraption not yet seen in that era. The stroller's frame was crafted from recycled parts and steel pipes. As approved by Li Yugui's supervisor at the factory, the design was inspired by sketches of simple baby carriages from the future. However, since Man was still too small to sit upright, a basket that allowed her to lie down was added atop the frame. The basket was enveloped in thick cotton fabric, secured with a ring of leather straps to fasten it to the stroller. A small canopy to shield from the sun and wind was constructed from steel rods, tightly wrapped in delicate floral cloth, and could be easily folded back when not in use. As Man grew, the basket could be removed, replaced with a reclining chair beneath it. Naturally, safety belts and a small table were included as well. The uniquely styled baby carriage, wheeled out from the backyard, immediately captivated everyone's attention. Tian Baohua worked alongside Li Xiao daily, completely unaware that this was the gift he intended to present. Just recently, he had seen his brother-in-law fiddling with some floral fabric, mistakenly believing he was crafting something for the little girl from the Zhang family. To his surprise, the fabric was destined for this very carriage. "Quick, sister, let us place Man inside and give it a try," Li Wan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight at her younger brother's thoughtful gift. She gently placed the child she held into the basket. Li Xiao secured the buckle atop the basket and then pushed the carriage outside the restaurant. The sunshade was partially lowered, shielding the child's eyes from the glaring sunlight. And Li Xiao encouraged Li Wan to take a turn at pushing it. Feeling a tad bashful as pedestrians glanced their way, Li Wan hesitantly began to push the carriage. It glided smoothly forward, and Man experienced no jolts whatsoever. "Oh, this carriage is simply marvelous. No longer will I have to hold the child all day. How convenient. Look underneath, we can store things there too. I won't have to delay my errands while watching the child. I can just push him along." Several aunties and older women were drawn to the charming carriage, gathering around to inspect it closely. After all, who among them didn't have a few children? With this carriage, placing a child inside would not hinder their ability to manage household tasks. Some enterprising minds even contemplated adapting their cradles by adding wheels and handles. Many were impressed by the sturdy frame. The fabric seemed robust enough to fashion an adult garment. A throng of women surrounded Li Wan, eager to acquire a similar carriage. But she had no idea how labor-intensive it might be to create one, so she urged Li Xiao to explain. "Ladies, let us enjoy our meal first, and we can discuss it afterward," Li Xiao suggested, pushing back gently. This carriage clearly possessed commercial potential, though he recognized it was beyond his own crafting abilities. He noted that the feasibility hinged on his father's capabilities, as steel rods were not easy to manipulate. As he encouraged the women to step inside the restaurant, Li Xiao noticed his elder sister hurriedly approaching with Damao. "Oh dear, I'm late today," Li Feng exclaimed. She had taken a short leave to first pick up Damao, and then returned home to fetch the little clothes she had made for Man. Li Xiao scooped up Damao and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Sister, where's my brother-in-law? Dad mentioned he would come by at noon, bringing Damao along. Did you go to get him?" Li Feng's expression faltered slightly. Your brother-in-law had an unexpected matter to attend to." "Ah, well then, let us hurry inside," Li Wan interjected, pushing the carriage closer. "Sister, look at the full moon gift that our third brother has given to Man. His ingenuity seems to be flourishing." "Huh, it's not my doing. Without Dad's carriage, I wouldn't have been able to create this," Li Xiao humbly replied. Damao, intrigued by the beautiful carriage, wanted to touch it. Li Xiao instructed his second sister to lift Man out, then remove the basket to place Damao inside. Li Feng gasped in surprise. "Damao is big enough to sit in it?" "Sister, this carriage can accommodate a child until they are 4 or 5 years old. See, the seat can even be adjusted backward." Delighted, Damao bounced in the carriage, exclaiming, "Mommy, I want the carriage." Li Feng chuckled, "This belongs to the little sister. You are already so grown and can walk. Why still sit in a little cart?" Li Xiao felt it was his duty as an uncle to be fair and, after pushing Damao around for a few laps, declared, "Damao, I will design a little cart for you. Once it's ready, I shall present it to you." Damao clapped his hands joyfully. "Thank you, uncle." "Ah, and you can say thank you." "The nursery has not been in vain," he remarked. After a lively time at the entrance, Li Xiao wheeled the cart to the restaurant's backyard and then led Deng Mao to the dining area. Tian Baohua was in high spirits today, his face aglow with joy as he busily prepared dishes and attended to guests, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The waitstaff and manager at the restaurant were exceedingly warm and welcoming, their demeanor far surpassing their usual treatment of patrons. Li Xiao placed Deng Mao beside his elder sister, eagerly assisting with the serving of dishes. Once the main courses were ready, he urged his brother-in-law to attend to the guests while he took care of the remaining tasks. After all, today was his second brother-in-law's day to shine, and the family of three needed to be front and center. As he worked, Li Xiao pondered what kind of cart to make for Deng Mao. Although a small pushcart would allow him to sit, it would serve little purpose. Instead, he considered crafting a small tricycle that Deng Mao could pedal himself. It would be far simpler than a pushcart. As he was deep in thought, raucous noises erupted from the front. An aunt from the kitchen rushed over to call out to Li Xiao, "Quickly, your brother-in-law is fighting with someone." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao dashed out, still grasping the kitchen knife he had been using. Chaos unfolded before him. His second sister was cradling her child while his elder sister kept Deng Mao in the corner, shielding them from the commotion. His father, Li Yugui, was mediating the situation, while several others restrained another man. Before Li Xiao could fully comprehend the scene, a loud voice rang out. "Oh, come and see what kind of son I have raised. He has a child and doesn't even inform his own mother. I, the grandmother, have yet to see my grandchild on its first month." The prolonged wail seemed to have a rhythm of its own, and as Li Xiao squeezed through the crowd, he caught sight of the source. Between his second brother-in-law and another man sat an elderly woman on the ground, beating her thighs and weeping, the mother of Tian Baohua. Chapter 85. A fight breaks out from the time his second sister was pregnant to the moment of childbirth. His brother-in-law had not communicated with his family. Had it not been for Tian Baohua's brother encountering an acquaintance today and mentioning the celebration of their daughter's month-old birthday, their family would have remained oblivious. After living around the steel mill for so many years, any significant event would typically be known through inquiries. Those aware of their family matters had watched the unfolding drama with amusement, while some, unafraid of conflict, openly mocked them. They remarked on how their own son had not even informed them of such a joyful occasion. Thus, Tian Baohua's mother and brother had arrived. Upon entering the restaurant, they immediately perceived the festive atmosphere. Tian Baohua's mother spotted Li Wan holding the child, dressed in new clothes, looking as fresh as a maiden just walking through the door despite having given birth. Tian Baohua's brother, Tian Baoqing, immediately began to scold her. On this joyous occasion, Tian Baohua found himself utterly astonished by the lack of respect displayed towards him, leading to a heated altercation with his own younger brother. Li Yugui and Li Feng attempted to mediate the conflict, but the pleasant gathering was swiftly disrupted. Li Wan, her face pale with anger, refrained from intervening as she held her child. However, her mother-in-law, noticing her daughter-in-law's reluctance to step forward, made several attempts to confront Li Wan, hurling insults and accusing her of being ungrateful and seducing men away from their families. The guests, trying to defuse the situation, were met with Tian Baohua's mother throwing a tantrum, directing her wrath towards Li Wan and belittling Tian Baohua for failing to achieve anything beyond fathering a daughter while hosting a banquet. She unleashed a torrent of complaints, which only served to infuriate Tian Baohua further. Understanding that he must not resort to violence against his mother, he pulled his brother aside, urging him to leave. Tian Baoqing, who had never been close to Tian Baohua, had always looked down upon his older brother and was further enraged by his perceived neglect of family obligations. This animosity led to a physical confrontation between the two, entwining them in a struggle from which neither could break free. When Li Xiao emerged, he witnessed the chaos, with Li Yugui and others attempting to separate the fighters, while Li Feng struggled to restrain Li Wan's mother-in-law, who had even scratched her in the process. Grabbing a kitchen knife, Li Xiao stormed into the fray, bellowing at the ruckus, demanding to know what was happening and vowing to put an end to the violence. Upon shouting, he brandished the knife towards Tian Baoqing. Startled, Tian Baoqing quickly released Tian Baohua and scrambled away. The elder matriarch of the Tian family was likewise alarmed, fearing that Li Xiao was genuinely intent on harming her youngest son, and instinctively stepped in front of him, despite her fear. Witnessing this scene, Tian Baohua felt a sharp pang of distress, yet regained his composure and rushed to embrace Li Xiao, pleading for him to lower the knife. Both Li Yugui and Li Feng were taken aback by this impetuous display of aggression. Li Xiao, having acted in haste, did not intend to cause real harm. Recognizing that reasoning with someone like his sister-in-law's mother was futile, Li Yugui stepped forward to seize the knife from him, which Li Xiao relinquished without resistance. However, in order to maintain his brash persona, he pretended to rush at the elder matriarch of the Tian family, threatening to silence her insults towards his sister. Standing tall and imposing, Li Xiao, who had never lacked for words even in less fortunate times, projected an intimidating presence. Tian Baoqing, already terrified from the close encounter with the knife, fled with his mother, abandoning her in his haste. The matriarch of the Tian family lamented and cursed from a distance. Li Xiao then sought the knife again, but by the time he turned back, the old woman had vanished. The disruption at the banquet left Tian Baohua feeling quite disheartened, and those with understanding chose not to linger, offering a few kind words about the child and encouraging Tian Baohua to disregard the commotion, gradually departing from the scene. Li Yugui assisted in sending off the guests, only to return and be met with Li Xiao's antics. In a bid to escape, Li Xiao darted behind his second brother-in-law. "You reckless fool, do you dare wield a knife? If you truly harm someone, just wait for the consequences. Prison will be your future abode." At this moment, Tian Baohua had managed to compose himself, for he was not unfamiliar with the dynamics of family. "Father, cease your reprimand of the third. He merely intended to frighten them. Otherwise, they would not comprehend the severity of the situation. Indeed, father, would I truly resort to violence? I lack the audacity for such acts." Li Xiao chuckled from his hiding place. "You lack courage? I perceive a surge of boldness in you," Li Yugui remarked, pointing at Li Xiao. "Prepare for an evening of reckoning when we return home." After a brief scolding, Li Yugui went to apologize to the restaurant manager. Li Xiao, unfazed, chose to maintain his father's dignity, knowing that enduring a few slaps at home would not lead to any significant loss. His second sister, Li Wan, approached with red-rimmed eyes, cradling her child. Observing this, Tian Baohua took the child from her and encouraged his sister to take a moment to rest. The eldest sister, Li Feng, stayed by Li Wan's side, softly advising her not to take things to heart. Watching his brother-in-law tenderly hold their daughter, feigning nonchalance, Li Xiao understood that his brother-in-law was undoubtedly suffering internally. Every family grapples with its own challenges, and in a household blessed with numerous siblings, achieving fairness can be quite the endeavor. Li Wan's husband had suffered due to being sent away in his youth, leaving him emotionally detached from the family. Now that he had returned, the family sought to exploit him, yet he remained shrewd and had managed to evade their grasp. His mother-in-law persistently attempted to meddle in his affairs, but if she were to gain control, the comfortable life they now enjoyed would surely be jeopardized. This had fostered an atmosphere of animosity among them. As the dinner guests departed, only a few close to the brother-in-law remained, offering him solace. Upon noticing that the situation had settled, Li Yugui waited a while longer before heading back to the factory. He took Demao along, dropping him off at the nursery en route. Once Li Feng departed as well, Tian Baohua's friends raised a few glasses with him before making their exit. The restaurant fell into a serene quiet, and Li Xiao cradled the baby, placing her in the stroller for a peaceful slumber. His sister offered to assist with the tidying up, suggesting her husband take her to the backyard to rest. Gently pushing the stroller, Li Xiao observed his sister's somber demeanor and offered quiet reassurances. "Sister, do not overthink. Your husband has a plan. Trust in his judgment." Li Wan shook her head. "Living in the city, I became pregnant and gave birth to Man without informing anyone. I acknowledge my fault." Li Wan was no pushover. Her heart ached for Tian Baohua, who faced humiliation from his own mother in front of so many people. How could that be bearable? It would be better to endure some private grievances than to subject Tian Baohua to such degradation. At that moment, her husband approached and remarked that she was merely overthinking. "You mentioned living in the city. If they truly cared, they would have reached out long before." Chapter 86. The stroller. They never regarded me as family. When I returned, they perceived me as someone seeking to take advantage. Once I became self-sufficient and found employment, they believed that my earnings were meant for their benefit. Tian Baohua chuckled self-deprecatingly. Why should that be the case? Li Wan reached out to wipe the sweat from Tian Baohua's forehead, remarking, "In today's world, people often take rumors for truth. We know what is right and wrong, but outsiders do not. Let them say what they will. It doesn't affect us in the least." Li Xiao gave Tian Baohua a thumbs up, saying, "Brother-in-law, you speak wisely. Sister, You should learn from brother-in-law. Listening to those idle chit-chat won't help us cultivate the land. Li Wan burst into laughter but quickly covered her mouth, fearful of waking the baby. Go ahead and be smug. I foresee a good thrashing waiting for you when you return home tonight. With a playful glare at Li Xiao, she added, just because Dad didn't say anything when he left doesn't mean he's not storing it up. Li Xiao scratched his head, unperturbed. I'm not afraid. If it comes to that, I'll just stay at your place. Tian Baohua laughed heartily. I dare not take you in. Then Dad would beat me too. Oh, brother-in-law. Are you really going to burn bridges after crossing? I never asked you to wield a knife, Li Xiao retorted. I just heard there was a commotion up ahead, and I was anxious. Although Li Xiao claimed to be merely teasing, Li Wan genuinely felt a pang of fear at that moment. Seizing the opportunity, she imparted another lesson to her younger brother. You've been improving lately. Our old neighbor praised you when they saw you. Don't revert to your old ways. I understand, sister, Li Xiao replied readily, though Li Wan remained somewhat uneasy. She sensed that his temperament could easily provoke trouble, and once riled, she couldn't predict what he might do. Ultimately, while she acknowledged that Li Xiao had matured somewhat, she understood that maturity is a gradual process. At the restaurant, with Li Xiao assisting Tian Baohua, both Li Wan and Li Yugui felt reassured. Tian Baohua was dependable and could keep Li Xiao in check to some extent. If left to roam freely, he might revert to his former self. With the lull in activity, Tian Baohua announced his intentions and pushed the stroller to escort Li Wan and her child home. Li Xiao ran ahead to chat, and the manager cast a disapproving glance his way. However, out of respect for brother-in-law, no reprimands were issued. When brother-in-law returned, his face once again bore a smile as he pulled Li Xiao toward the backyard. While I was escorting your sister home, many people noticed that stroller, Tian Baohua remarked, his mind brimming with entrepreneurial ideas. He sensed potential in the stroller Li Xiao had brought out. Yet, he was acutely aware that this era stifled not only people's thoughts, but also their boldness. Tian Baohua felt it would be a waste not to take action. Though he hesitated to act overtly, his idea was to create a few strollers for the black market to sell to other regions. He even had friends who drove long distances and could assist. However, he was uncertain about the feasibility of such a venture. Li Xiao, noticing the gleam of ambition in brother-in-law's eyes, could easily discern his thoughts. It was not that he doubted the viability of the project. Rather, he was unsure how to persuade old Li to lend a hand. After all, acquiring materials like steel was no simple task. As for this matter, brother-in-law, I have indeed thought it through. Firstly, we are not engaging in any shady dealings. We can assist friends and relatives, which is perfectly acceptable, he explained. Tian Baohua listened intently, nodding in agreement. The primary focus here revolves around the vehicle framework. My father's opinion, however, is not the sole consideration. I have an idea. Dear brother-in-law, would you kindly lend me your counsel? Li Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. Brother-in-law, what if we collaborate with the factory? Collaborate? Tian Baohua had not contemplated this angle. The steel factory is so vast. Would they pay attention to this trivial matter? Well, as long as it generates beneficial revenue. Any department would be interested. However, I must deliberate on this before approaching the factory leadership, he continued, licking his lips. You must first persuade our father. Having him intervene would be more effective. Indeed, Li Xiao sighed suddenly. If I do not show up for work tomorrow, you must come to my rescue. Tian Baohua was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning. If you do not come to work, what will you be doing? Are you planning to negotiate tomorrow? No. I just have a feeling that convincing my father will be a formidable challenge. Realizing it was a fear of punishment, Tian Baohua chuckled heartily. Shouldn't I accompany you home tonight, brother-in-law? No need for that just yet. If I cannot persuade him, then you may step in. We can alternate. I refuse to believe that old Li is so obstinate. Tian Baohua patted Li Xiao on the shoulder. You still dare to call him old Li? He wouldn't hold back in reprimanding you. After exchanging light-hearted banter, Li Xiao inquired, brother-in-law, your mother and the others won't cause a ruckus at your home, will they? Tian Baohua's expression darkened. Li Xiao understood that this topic irritated his brother-in-law, yet he felt compelled to remind him. When my sister and the children are at home, I hope they won't suffer. I am aware, Tian Baohua stated, adopting a serious demeanor that made him appear quite formidable. I will certainly resolve this matter. Rest assured, I cannot allow your sister to be wronged. Li Xiao nodded, recognizing that he need only prompt his brother-in-law. The course of action would be determined by him. If you require my assistance, please let me know. I am not deterred by external gossip. After all, I have endured my share of it. Too many lice don't itch, and too much debt doesn't cause worry. Tian Baohua chuckled again, but he could not maintain the facade, exhaling heavily. A virtuous official finds it challenging to adjudicate family matters. It is not a lack of clarity, but an unbreakable bond of blood. After work, Xiao left first, and Tian Baohua followed, contemplating his next steps. Instead of returning home, he went to the Tian family residence, where the entire family had just finished dinner. Before he even entered, he could hear his mother berating him from outside. Neighbors emerged, recognizing Tian Baohua, standing at the door, and greeted him quietly. Countless ears had undoubtedly caught wind of the commotion that afternoon. Pushing the door open, Tian Baohua walked directly into the house. His younger brother, Tian Baoqing, rushed over, seizing his clothing. "How dare you come back?" Their father scolded. "Fifth, this is your fourth brother." "What fourth brother?" "The one who married and forgot about his mother." Tian Baohua refrained from retaliating, fixing a steady gaze on his younger brother. "Do you hold any authority to speak to me in such a manner? Why wouldn't I? Do you think I am like you, who first honors your father-in-law and forgets your own parents?" Listening to Tian Baoqing's self-righteous reprimand, Tian Baohua could only find it amusing. Observing his parents, who wore expressions of agreement yet harbored discontent in their gazes, Tian Baohua forcefully seized the fifth brother's hand and pushed him aside. "Since you all think this way, let us sever our ties. I shall no longer be a member of the Tian family." Chapter 87. The brother-in-law seeks to cut ties. Tian Baohua had come today with the intent of disentangling himself from the Tian family. After years of reflection, he recognized the futility of rekindling familial bonds with these individuals. "What did you say? You ungrateful wretch, beware of divine retribution." Tian Baohua's father finally erupted in anger upon hearing these words. "Did your mother and I bring you into this world merely to vex us? What son disowns his parents? You are a disgrace." Tian Baoqing also chimed in, clamoring to discipline Tian Baohua on behalf of their parents. Meanwhile, Tian Baohua's mother had seated herself at the door, wailing and beating her thighs in despair. The other family members watched the spectacle unfold, and Tian Baohua contemplated that, were it not for his wife and child, he would have distanced himself from this place long ago. "It was you who first cast me aside, attempting to send me away time and again." Tian Baohua pointed at the fifth brother. "Do not raise your voice at me. You have no authority to reprimand me here. Do you not all regard me as an outsider? In my childhood, you claimed you could not support me and sent me away. Upon my return, did any of you treat me as family?" He paid no heed to his mother, who was shouting at the door, hoping to summon the neighbors for amusement. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon his father. "Father, you appear to be the head of this household, yet you remain silent while my mother treats me this way. The most despicable of all is you. While the fifth brother is still in school, you are already plotting to secure his future, and as I return from the countryside, you aim to send me away again. Did any of you inquire about my life before? Now that I can earn a living in the city, you conspire to drain me of my resources." Listening to Tian Baohua's accusations, the fifth brother shouted, "How have our parents mistreated you? They arranged for you to marry 2 wives. What more could you want?" Tian Baohua laughed in exasperation. "You truly believe you were unaware of the first wife's illness? You pressured me into marrying her, all for the benefits you received. Do you think I am oblivious? My current wife has no connection to you. Had you shown even a modicum of concern for me, you would not remain ignorant of the fact that my daughter has already reached her full month. Do you not delight in my struggles? Just when I find some comfort in life, you come to disrupt it." Gripping the dining table, Tian Baohua declared, "If we do not sever our ties, then let the chaos ensue. Who cannot cause a ruckus?" With that, he exerted force, overturning the entire table. Amidst the cacophony, dishes and food scattered across the floor. The wailing woman outside was startled, rushing in to witness the shattered plates, nearly fainting from the distress. "You scoundrel!" Tian Baohua's father, along with his brothers and mother, rushed forward to confront him. The daughter-in-law of the Tian family cowered nearby, while the child cried out in terror. A tumultuous clash ensued between Tian Baohua and his family. As night deepened, Tian Baohua had yet to return home. In times past, even when occupied, he would have sent word back. Li Wan was increasingly anxious. By 9 o'clock, with no sign of her husband's return, she took the child in her arms and ventured outside with a flashlight. First, she checked the restaurant, only to find it closed for the night. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to head to her elder sister's home, which was the closest. Li Feng and Lu Gang had already settled in for the night. But upon hearing a knock at the door, They turned on the light to investigate. 1. What brings you here at this hour? Li Feng quickly welcomed her sister inside and invited her to sit. Li Wan handed the child to her elder sister. Sister, could you hold him for a moment? My husband, Baohua, hasn't he returned yet? I went to the restaurant, but he wasn't there, so I thought I might look for him. Oh dear. Where do you intend to search at this late hour? Li Feng said, glancing at Lu Gang, whose reluctance was palpable. He had hoped to get some rest. Yet it seemed inappropriate to voice his unwillingness outright. Stay here, Wan. Keep your sister company. I'll go out and look for him, Lu Gang finally said. Returning to grab a coat before stepping out, Li Wan, still uneasy, asked, Do you know where to look, brother-in-law? Lu Gang shrugged. How would I know where Tian Baohua could be? It's only just past 9. It's not as if your sister has been searching for hours. I'll wander around the street for a bit, Li Wan replied, shaking her head. He is not the type to just roam around aimlessly after work. Brother-in-law, why don't you accompany me to my in-law's house? Panic struck her as she recalled the earlier commotion caused by her mother-in-law and brother-in-law. Surely, Baohua, with his amiable demeanor, would not let things end so easily. Go to your in-laws. Is that convenient for me? Lu Gang hesitated, not wanting to get involved in their family troubles. There is nothing inconvenient about it. I'll look after the children at home. You two should go, Li Feng interjected. Lu Gang felt a twinge of discontent, and Li Wan noticed his reluctance. Not wanting to pressure him further, she said to Li Feng, Sister, you keep Mian here. I'll return home to find my brother to accompany me. Ultimately, it was her own brother she needed in a situation like this. Without waiting for Lu Gang to respond, Li Wan pushed the door open and left. Li Feng called after her a couple of times. But fearing she might wake the children, she kept her voice low. Seeing Lu Gang still lingering, Li Feng felt disheartened. It was merely a matter of accompanying her for a brief outing, yet he remained averse. He had even concocted excuses not to visit for the child's full moon celebration, claiming it would be inappropriate not to bring something along. Yet, when it came to spending money, he was reluctant to part with a single coin. Li Feng, tired of his attitude, turned and retreated inside. Lu Gang, realizing how impulsive Li Wan was to leave without a second thought, hesitated to follow her out. Eventually, he trudged back inside, attempting to reassure Li Feng that there was likely nothing to worry about. Li Feng gently patted Mian, tucking the blanket around a Mao, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Li Wan dashed out, first returning home only to find that Tian Baohua had not yet arrived. She then made her way back to her parental home. Li Yugui and Li Xiao had already gone to bed. With their daily work routine, there was little to occupy their evenings. Li Xiao had even developed the commendable habit of rising early. Just as he drifted into a light slumber, he vaguely heard a knock at the door and window. Assuming it was a dream, he remained still. After a short while, the lights in the room suddenly illuminated, jolting Li Xiao awake. Squinting his eyes, he sat up and heard his father, Li Yugui, say, Get up and dress. Accompany your second sister to search for your second brother-in-law. Second brother-in-law? What happened? Li Xiao, still in a daze, began to fumble for his clothes. Witnessing her brother's groggy state, Li Wan felt a pang of guilt for waking him, but was nonetheless worried about Tian Baohua. She wasn't unable to go to her in-laws, but she lacked the strength to be of much assistance. Matters like this were best handled by her third brother. Li Wan brought clothes and pants to Li Xiao's bedside, then began to explain, Your brother-in-law hasn't returned home this late for the first time, and I'm genuinely concerned. I checked the shop, but no one was there, and the streets are deserted. I thought perhaps he went back to his mother's. Chapter 88. A clear conscience upon hearing his sister's words. Li Xiao also considered that his brother-in-law might have indeed returned to his mother's place. He quickly dressed, hastily wiped his face to shake off the drowsiness, and then requested a flashlight from old Li. Just before stepping out, he remembered the iron rod under his bed and retrieved it. Upon seeing her brother armed with the iron rod, Li Wan felt a twinge of fear that the situation might escalate, but Li Yugui surprisingly encouraged him, saying, It's wise to carry something for self-defense at this hour, but remember, third son, exercise caution. Understood, Dad, Li Xiao grinned, pulling his sister along as they departed. Li Yugui called after them, Where's Man? I took her to my eldest sister's house, Li Wan replied, which eased Li Yugui's worry. Once outside, Li Xiao inquired, Before this, you went to your eldest sister's house. Was your brother-in-law not home? Li Wan understood his implication, sighed, and hesitated to speak. Li Xiao interjected, What's the matter? Is my brother-in-law hiding? Not helping you find your second brother-in-law? Don't rely on him. It's up to me, your younger brother. Li Wan refrained from criticizing her brother-in-law, not wanting to cast her elder sister in a poor light. Of course, we are siblings. If anything arises, just confide in me. Li Wan smiled, feeling considerably lighter. Her third brother was indeed worth his weight in affection. With her second sister accompanying him, they moved swiftly and soon arrived at Li Wan's in-laws' home. From a distance, they could hear commotion, and exchanging glances, they hastened towards the source. Neighbors in the vicinity of the Tian family had gathered to witness the unfolding drama, with some long-standing acquaintances stepping in to separate the chaotic family. Tian Baohua was unable to strike his own parents, bearing scratches on his face and torn clothing. However, he had not held back from pummeling Tian Baoqing, leaving his nose bloodied and his body bruised from several kicks. Li Xiao pushed through the crowd, wielding the iron rod, and approached his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, who assaulted you? Let me take care of him. Li Xiao's demeanor was fierce, his expression menacing as he pointed the rod at Tian Baoqing. Was it you who struck my brother-in-law? He gestured threateningly toward Tian Baoqing's head, causing him to yelp and shield himself. Of course, Li Xiao did not strike his brother-in-law. Tian Baohua intervened just in time, exclaiming, third brother, don't hit." The parents of the Tian family were thoroughly alarmed. Tian Baoqing's father stood protectively in front of his son, his voice trembling yet fierce. "What do you want? What are you doing? You bully my brother-in-law, and I shall avenge him." Li Xiao's voice boomed, resonating outside the house for all to hear. Li Wan lingered at the door, preventing curious onlookers from entering. Observing her brother behaving like a fool, she recognized his pretense but couldn't help but stifle a laugh. What do you think you are? This is a matter for our Tian family." Tian Baohua's mother, seeing the crowd outside, straightened her back and pointed at Li Xiao, spitting words in anger. "Your Li family is far too oppressive. I must speak to your father, who goes around brandishing iron rods in others' homes to show off." Say that again. In truth, Tian Baohua could not restrain Li Xiao, who, feigning struggle, attempted to swing the iron rod. Tian Baohua dragged him outside, while Li Wan hurriedly pulled Li Xiao along, and together they managed to drag him out of the house. The neighbors gathered at the entrance began to murmur, while Li Xiao stood firmly at the threshold, shouting, "I have never encountered such stingy people. Is my brother-in-law a foundling in this house? Huh, they say my family is lacking. But my sister married my brother-in-law without ever seeing a single penny from the Tian family. When my sister gave birth and rested, not a soul from their side came to visit. We threw a full-month celebration for the child, and they dared to cause a scene. This isn't merely bullying my brother-in-law. It's an affront to our entire Li family." Wielding the iron rod, Li Xiao struck the door of the Tian household, creating a cacophony. "Now you all conspire to harm my brother-in-law, hoping to make my sister care for him. Is that it? Fine. If you won't allow my sister to live well, then I shall ensure you do not find peace either." Tian Baohua tightly grasped Li Xiao, his initial anger now mingled with amusement at his brother-in-law's antics. Yet he could not laugh. He had to reason with him. With so many witnesses, it was imperative not to lose face. "Let me tell you this. If you trouble my brother-in-law again, you are inviting trouble upon my sister. If she is troubled, I shall not be patient. I will come to your home every day to cause a ruckus. Who is afraid of whom?" Li Xiao's convoluted speech left the onlookers bewildered. Tian Baohua's mother attempted to interject several times, but Li Xiao's raucous voice and the sound of the rod striking the door drowned her out. Her face flushed with anger. She prepared to unleash her own tirade when Li Xiao suddenly sat down on the ground. With the iron rod pounding against the door, he cried out, "Alas! I cannot endure this. The Tian family is too oppressive. Poor my brother-in-law, who was sent away as a child only to return to a family that bullies him. How can such parents exist, forcing my brother-in-law into misery? Oh dear, they want everything for themselves without considering what they provide for their son, driving him to the brink of having no home. When his wife is pregnant, they are nowhere to be found. When it is time for her to rest after giving birth, they are absent, and when we hold a celebration for the child, they still cause a commotion, determined to make life difficult for my brother-in-law and the child." Li Xiao's performance, inspired by Chu Xiuxiu's mother, was filled with lament yet devoid of tears, rhythmically articulated. The neighbors, witnessing this spectacle, were thoroughly entertained. They had often seen women employ such tactics, but never had they observed a young man display such fervor. Tian Baohua listened, and the grievances that had long been suppressed within him suddenly surged forth. His eyes reddened in an instant, and tears streamed down his cheeks. He turned to his father and said, "Father, you claim I am unfilial. When I returned from the countryside, I could barely fill my stomach at home. The fifth brother had his own room, while I had no place to sleep. You brought me into this world, and sending me away was not my choice. I do not ask for equitable treatment, but at the very least, acknowledge me as a person." As he spoke, his voice broke with emotion. An elderly neighbor, who had lived beside the Tian family for many years, stepped forward to assert that Tian Baohua's father had indeed acted wrongly. Initially, fearing they could not provide for many children, they sent the fourth son, Tian Baohua, away. How could they not feel a shred of guilt for their child? Of course, the Tian parents refused to admit this. Tian Baohua's mother pointed at the neighbor and accused him of speaking nonsense. "How could I not treat you as a person? You have reached an age where I am anxious to see you married, yet your wife cannot conceive. I lose sleep over this and even seek remedies for you. Yet you never mention it." This only fueled Tian Baohua's anger further. "If it weren't for my own efforts in finding a job, would I have a wife? What makes you think my wife cannot conceive? She has no issues at all. These rumors are spread by you. Do you think we are unaware?" Li Wan recalled her own attempts to mend relations with the family, aspiring to be a dutiful daughter-in-law. However, every holiday, she was met with the cold stares of her mother-in-law and two sisters-in-law. With this thought, she approached Tian Baohua and grasped his arm. "Baohua, let us return home. Your parents have the second brother, the third brother, and the fifth brother. They do not lack for a son. In the future, let us refrain from visiting to avoid angering the elders and earning a reputation for being unfilial. Nonetheless, we must remain true to ourselves, for we know our hearts." After Li Wan finished speaking, she called for Li Xiao, saying, "Third brother, let us leave." Li Xiao cast a glare at Tian Baoqing, grasping a metal rod as he followed his sister and brother-in-law out. The matriarch of the Tian family attempted to pursue them, but was halted by Tian Baohua's father. Today had become a spectacle for the neighbors, and the Tian family hurriedly closed their door, though the shouts from within could still be heard from outside. The second sister and her husband left swiftly, with Li Xiao trailing behind, observing that they were headed towards the eldest sister's home. Just as they approached the entrance, the second sister suddenly remembered Li Xiao, turning back and saying, "Oh, third brother, you should hurry home. It's so late, and you won't be able to rise early tomorrow." Tian Baohua remained silent throughout their journey, likely affected by his emotions. Yet, he managed to muster a smile for Li Xiao, saying, "Third brother, thank you for tonight. Brother-in-law, do not mention it. I did little to assist you. Just do not hold me accountable for the ruckus at your parents' place." Under the cover of night, the smile on Tian Baohua's face bore a hint of bitterness. "I know you did this intentionally. People like them cannot be reasoned with. After today's uproar, they will likely quiet down for a while." Li Wan added, "Third brother, it's all right. You should head back. I will accompany your sister-in-law home. Since we are here, I will also check on the eldest sister and Demao." Li Xiao, wielding an iron rod, approached the door first. The lights in the elder sister's house were still aglow, awaiting the return of the second sister and her companions. As soon as the door creaked, the elder sister emerged, hurriedly checking on Li Wan, her anxiety dissipating upon seeing her well. "Where have you been, Baohua?" One was nearly beside herself with worry. Tian Baohua chuckled. "I had matters to attend to at my mother's place this evening, which delayed me. I assure you, it won't happen again. That's a relief. In the future, please inform the family beforehand if you plan to be out," she replied. "I understand. And I apologize for disturbing your rest at this late hour." "Not at all. Man just woke up, and I managed to lull her back to sleep," the elder sister remarked. "Sister, please bring Man out here. I won't go inside so as not to disturb brother-in-law and a mouse slumber," Li Wan said. Inside, Lu Gang was far from asleep. He felt embarrassed to emerge upon hearing his sister-in-law's words. Li Feng, too, felt a sense of shame as she entered the room and saw Lu Gang hiding by the window, an indescribable emotion stirring within her. What can such a man truly accomplish? He shrinks back whenever there are family matters. What can we expect from him in the future? Li Feng chose to ignore Lu Gang, gently lifting Man and exiting the room. Li Wan received the child without lingering, for she held little regard for her brother-in-law. Yet she recognized him as her sister's spouse. "Sister, make sure to rest early. We are heading back." Li Feng nodded, glancing at Li Xiao, who had remained silent for quite some time. Noticing he still held the iron rod, she approached to inspect it under the dim light of the room. "What on earth do you intend to do with that?" Li Xiao grinned. "It's for self-defense." "Self-defense, you say? Just don't injure anyone, or our father will have words with you." Li Feng lightly chided him. "Is my brother-in-law asleep?" Li Xiao craned his neck to peer into the room, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow by the curtains, and couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, my brother-in-law is truly untroubled. He can sleep through anything. Fearing her sister might feel awkward, Li Wan pulled Li Xiao's arm. Sister, please secure the door. We shall take our leave. We can discuss any matters in the daylight. Li Feng nodded. All right, be cautious on your way home. Take care with the child. Li Xiao, you should hurry back as well. Li Feng escorted them to the door, only closing it once they had walked far enough away. Back inside, Lu Gang feigned sleep on the bed, and Li Feng had no desire to converse with him. She extinguished the light and laid down beside Mao. In the past, Li Feng would not have contemplated such things, but after recent occurrences, her disappointment in Lu Gang grew with each passing day. Yet, what could disappointment accomplish? Life must continue. Li Feng could not suppress a sigh, which Lu Gang, overhearing, abruptly remarked, Are you blaming me for not accompanying your second sister? No, just sleep, she replied. Lu Gang sat up abruptly. If you're unhappy, just say so. Li Feng quickly followed suit, gently patting Mao. Keep your voice down, you'll frighten the child. Lu Gang's breathing became heavier, yet he ultimately refrained from further speech. Observing his demeanor, Li Feng recalled the last time he had gripped her neck, causing her to shudder involuntarily. The couple sat on the bed, gazing at one another, separated only by the child. After a prolonged silence, Lu Gang lay back down, brushing past her. Li Feng remained seated for a moment, then lay down beside the child. But sleep eluded her. On the other hand, regardless of what the second sister and her husband said, Li Xiao remained resolute in escorting them to their doorstep before returning home. Old Li, unable to sleep, sat at the table in the living room. Upon seeing Li Xiao return, he inquired about the situation. When he learned that Li Xiao had been rather forceful at their door, Li Yugui opened his mouth to reprimand him, but ultimately refrained. All right, go to bed. He gestured dismissively, rising to head towards the bedroom. Li Xiao called after him, Dad. Don't you want to say anything? What is there to say? Your brother-in-law knows what he's doing. He was quite agitated during the day, which explains his impulsive behavior. I'm not talking about my brother-in-law. I meant my elder sister's husband. He is excessively indifferent. Li Xiao pouted. Earlier, when I went with my second sister to pick up Man, my elder brother-in-law was eavesdropping from inside the house. Truly, he is something. Go to bed and forget about your sister's affairs. As long as he treats your sister well and avoids trouble, that's not a flaw, Li Yugui replied impatiently, urging Li Xiao to sleep. In truth, he wondered what good it would do to listen. He felt remorseful for having trusted old Lu's character too readily. In their friendship and work relationship, he had never perceived any faults. Who could have anticipated that he would fail even in raising his own son? Now, all he could do was observe and wait. If a similar incident were to transpire again, given his understanding of his son, he could very well confront Lu Gang. Recently, Li Xiao had been more obedient, seemingly avoiding the trouble he once courted, even indulging in foolish extravagances. Yet, as a father, how could Li Yugui not sense that Li Xiao had changed in more profound ways? On the surface, his younger son not only had become more articulate and capable outside, but he also displayed filial piety at home, unlike before when he would stubbornly glare and shout back. Now, Li Xiao had become quite cunning. He would not oppose him when he wore a stern expression. Furthermore, Li Yugui sensed that Li Xiao's fierce determination was now suppressed within him. His demeanor towards his two sisters had shifted entirely. Li Yugui had noticed that Li Xiao harbored resentment towards his elder brother-in-law. Should Lu Gang stir up any further trouble with Feng, Li Yugui could not guarantee what actions his younger son might take. Chapter 90. Li Xiao felt ill. Li Yugui did not perceive his own son as exceedingly frightening. Rather, over the past few months, he had been engulfed by a peculiar sensation, a blend of familiarity and strangeness, as though a different person were impersonating Li Xiao. Yet, such a notion was utterly implausible. He had raised this child with great care and knew every mole on his body. Certain daily habits also remained unchanged. Li Yugui felt himself aging, not just prone to overthinking, but also succumbing to superstition. Shaking his head, he retreated to his room to lie down and sleep. In the early hours of the morning, he was awakened by the sound of rain outside. This downpour seemed to wash away the summer heat, ushering in a refreshing coolness. When Li Yugui rose the next day and opened the window, he found the ground outside awash with water, a clear indication of the previous night's substantial rainfall. An autumn rain brings a chill, he mused. Though it wouldn't render the weather cold immediately, it would prevent any further heat from encroaching. Li Yugue entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast, calling out to Li Xiao several times. By the time he had placed the dishes on the table, Li Xiao had yet to emerge, observing that if he did not rise soon, he would be late for work. Li Yugue approached the door of the small room and knocked gently, but there was no response. Pushing the door open, he discovered Li Xiao's summer blanket sprawled on the floor, with the young man curled up inside, still asleep against the wall. How could he still be in bed at this hour? As Li Yugue turned to leave, he accidentally stepped into a puddle. Only then did he realize that Li Xiao had neglected to close the window the previous night, allowing rainwater to splash inside, dampening the wooden table by the window and leaving a few drops on the floor. Did he sleep so soundly that he failed to notice such heavy rain? Li Yugue thought to himself. As he turned to fetch a cloth, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Approaching the bed, he leaned in to check on Li Xiao, who lay with his eyes tightly shut, breathing rapidly yet softly, his face flushed. A quick touch to his forehead revealed a temperature akin to that of a furnace. Lao San Xiao? Xiao air. After a few firm nudges, Li Xiao finally stirred, albeit groggily. He turned over, curling up once more, murmuring that he was cold. Cold. Li Yugue quickly shook out the blanket and draped it over him. He realized that Li Xiao had simply slept too deeply with the window open all night, exposing himself to the chill. The last time he had caught such a cold, he had nearly burned with fever, requiring several days of injections to regain his strength. Now, with another fever looming, Li Yugue felt a surge of fear. He was aware that Li Xiao, being sensitive to heat in summer, often preferred to sleep with the window open, but he had never anticipated that the boy would neglect to close it during last night's rain. Without a second thought for work, Li Yugue hurriedly dressed Li Xiao. Although he was now an adult and quite tall, in his feverish state, Li Xiao lacked the strength to cooperate, leaving Li Yugue drenched in sweat from the effort. Once he managed to get him dressed, he resolved to carry Li Xiao to the factory hospital. After considerable effort to sit him up, he grasped Li Xiao's arms and tried to lift him, but was met with resistance. Adjusting his position, he urged Li Xiao to lean on his back, instantly feeling as if he were carrying a blazing furnace. With a firm grip on Li Xiao's legs, he exerted himself, managing to lift him, though nearly collapsing to the ground in the process. Raising a son of such stature had its merits in public, yet now he was heavier than Li Yugue himself, nearly causing him to strain his back. Fortunately, after many years of labor, he still possessed some strength, and after much effort, he managed to hoist Li Xiao onto his back. Struggling to carry Li Xiao out the door, he did not even think to lock it behind him. Just as they were about to exit the courtyard, Mr. Lu, returning from the public restroom, spotted them and hurried over. What happened? He inquired. He caught a chill and has a fever. I'm taking him to the hospital. Mr. Lu reached out to touch Li Xiao and confirmed the fever, his hand nearly burning. How will you manage to carry him all the way? Wait, I have a cart at home. Mr. Lu quickly dashed back to retrieve the cart, and it dawned on Li Yugue that he had indeed been flustered. When Mr. Lu returned with the cart, he assisted Li Yugue in placing Li Xiao onto it. Li Xiao resembled a person who had indulged too much, his head drooping, which alarmed Li Yugue into hastening with the cart. If it weren't for the fear of jolting Li Xiao off, he would have broken into a run. Old Lu assisted in pushing from behind, accompanying them all the way to the hospital. Both of them were exhausted and panting, but fortunately, once they arrived, help was at hand to take Li Xiao inside. At that moment, the hospital conducted no particularly surprising examinations. They merely took his temperature, which alarmingly reached 40 degrees. Li's consciousness was fading, and he did not respond when called. The nurse in the emergency room hurriedly summoned someone to fetch warm water, prompting Li Yugue to remove the clothes he had painstakingly put on him. They repeatedly wiped his body, especially around the neck and armpits, to help dissipate the heat. Li Yugue, along with one nurse, was busy sponging Li Xiao down while another nurse administered saline solution. Old Lu, feeling anxious, could only watch from the side. Sensing his own blood pressure rising, unable to assist, he recalled an elderly gentleman at the factory hospital renowned for his medical prowess. He hurriedly exited the treatment room, searching through each ward until, in the innermost room, he spotted an old man in a white coat. Old Lu, come quickly. Old Lu approached and tugged at the old man's sleeve with surprising strength. The elderly doctor, being pulled away, remained calm. Old Lu, who is ill that has you in such a hurry? It's a child from our shared courtyard, and he is burning up at 40 degrees. Hurry. We can't let a healthy child become a fool. In those days, medical knowledge was not as advanced. The emergency room at the factory hospital had no doctors, only nurses. And the medical equipment consisted of just an oxygen tank, sufficient only for rudimentary rescue efforts. With families having many children, they were often raised in a rather rough manner. When a child caught a slight cold or fever, families would typically manage it at home, and many did not notice when a child had a high fever, resulting in either mental impairment or hearing loss. Upon hearing that it was a child, old Dr. Liu quickened his pace without needing to be pulled, even surpassing old Liu. When they arrived, however, they found that the child old Liu spoke of lay on the emergency bed, nearly unable to stretch his legs. His physique seemed robust, unlike what most families could nurture. Old Dr. Liu approached and felt Li Xiao's forehead, observing that the nurses were managing adequately, so he did not rush to intervene. Instead, he moved to the side, took Li Xiao's hand, and silently counted his pulse. It was a bit rapid, and his breathing was somewhat labored. He then gently lifted the eyelids and stood by the bed, motionless. Seeing this, old Liu remained patient for a moment, but could not resist leaning closer. Noticing old Liu had closed his eyes. If you wish to sleep, do so later. What is the matter with this child? Old Dr. Liu reluctantly opened his eyes and released Li Xiao's hand. Nothing serious. We just need to bring down the fever. Is it truly nothing? Old Liu was genuinely anxious, no less so than Li Yugui, who was busy wiping down his son. During this time, as Li Xiao learned to write from him, old Liu had come to regard him as his own descendant. Chapter 91. The boy who jumped into the ice hole. Old Dr. Liu inquired when Li Xiao's fever had begun. Li Yugui, filled with self-reproach, shook his head. He genuinely did not know how long Li Xiao had been burning with fever. Upon discovery, he could not be roused. Observing the stern demeanor of the esteemed physician, Li Yugui felt a surge of anxiety. Doctor, is my son all right? As long as the fever subsides, he should be fine. Dr. L, noticing that the cooling efforts had been in effect for some time, requested the nurse to take the boy's temperature once more. It registered at 39.7 degrees. Dr. L shook his head, then proceeded to massage Li Xiao's acupressure points, instructing others to immerse his feet in warm water. Witnessing the flurry of activity surrounding his son, Li Yugui felt his legs weaken beneath him. Do not panic, everything will be all right. You can trust in old L's medical expertise, reassured old Master Liu. After a few comforting words, Dr. L inquired about Li Xiao's age and any previous ailments. Upon learning he was 19 and in good health, he noted that such a sudden onset of fever was indeed unusual. Even standing in the rain the previous night would not typically result in such a condition. Li Yugui, too, was perplexed, as his son had appeared well just hours before. Suddenly, he recalled an incident from the previous year when Li Xiao had fallen into an ice hole and hastily shared this detail. Dr. L chuckled. So it was this young man. The story of Li Xiao's ice hole escapade had become a well-known anecdote in the town during a time when entertainment was scarce. Everyone had treated it as a joke, unaware that the protagonist stood before them now. No worries, with such a robust physique, he will be fine. Once the fever recedes, all will be well. As Dr. L conversed with Li Yugui, he continued his ministrations. After a quarter of an hour, the temperature indeed began to drop, prompting a sigh of relief from Li Yugui, who expressed his gratitude profusely. Old Master Liu, now reassured, remarked, Old L, your skills remain sharp. There is no doubt he will recover. Dr. L, of a similar age to old Master Liu, exuded a warm and kindly presence. Once he determined that Li Xiao was stable, he beckoned Li Yugui to follow him to prescribe some medicine. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Dr. L primarily relied on herbal remedies in the hospital. He prescribed a concoction, instructing Li Yugui on its preparation, advising him to administer it to Li Xiao in 2 doses for his recovery. Your son is experiencing internal injuries and a high fever. Fortunately, his constitution is strong. Otherwise, I would have had to administer acupuncture to draw some blood. Internal injury? Li Yugui appeared to misunderstand. It is a blockage of qi, causing internal stagnation. Perhaps the child harbors heavy thoughts. After all, engaging in such reckless behavior as jumping into an ice hole suggested a certain melancholy. However, at this time, the concept of depression had yet to be articulated. People were generally full of vigor, and those who lamented over the changing seasons were indeed rare. Li Yugui absorbed this insight, and once Dr. L had completed the prescription, he proceeded to pay for the medication. Old Master Liu remained with Li Xiao in the emergency room. Although Li Xiao still had a fever, it had decreased to 38 degrees. and he was still in a deep slumber. When Li Yugui returned with the medicine, half an hour had elapsed. In his haste, he had left without a single coin, rushing home to fetch money before returning for the medication and the receipt. Upon his return, he found Li Xiao awake, blinking in confusion. Li Yugui wiped the sweat from his brow, suddenly recalling that he had neglected to request leave from work that day. Li Xiao, still in a daze, did not feel particularly unwell. Rather, he sensed he had been extraordinarily fatigued, having slipped into a profound sleep. Upon awakening, I felt as though I had just emerged from slumber, albeit still slightly drowsy and lacking in vitality. It was only upon discovering myself in a hospital that I realized I had fallen ill, a rather absurd predicament, considering I had merely been resting at home. In a previous life, I had been abandoned at an orphanage due to health complications from birth, although charitable donations enabled me to undergo surgery, allowing me to lead a life akin to that of my peers. My physical constitution remained inferior to that of a healthy individual. Frequent bouts of minor ailments were commonplace for me. I had assumed that aside from the initial shock of the cold, this body would remain robust and free from illness. In addition to being physically fit, I regularly engaged in exercise. Whenever I found myself without a book at the restaurant or fatigued from practicing calligraphy, I would take the opportunity to stretch and move. My efforts had sculpted a set of well-defined abdominal muscles that I could proudly reveal with a slight flex. Yet, I was baffled by the sudden onset of illness that had whisked me away to the hospital without my prior knowledge. "How do you feel?" my father, Li Yugui, inquired as he set 2 packages of medication aside and gently touched my forehead, which still felt warm, though my overall demeanor appeared relatively stable. "Father, Grandpa Lu, how did you manage to bring me here?" "Grandpa Lu has a cart," my father replied, reflecting on his own inability to carry me, lamenting how swiftly time had passed. Unbeknownst to him, his younger son had grown considerably, and he himself had aged as well. "I'm fine, Dad," I insisted as I sat up, suddenly aware that I was clad in nothing but my boxers. A nurse handed me my clothing, advising me to stay hydrated upon my return home, and informed my father that if my fever persisted, he should bring me back immediately. Dr. Lu had prescribed medication, deeming further injections unnecessary. After allowing me a moment of respite, my temperature, though not yet at a normal level, had ceased to rise dangerously high. Grandpa Lu assisted in carrying the medication while my father supported me as we exited the hospital. "Perhaps you should sit in the vehicle, Dad will lead you," Grandpa Lu suggested, encouraging me to take a seat. However, observing my father and Grandpa Lu, both elderly men, I felt reluctant to burden them further. "I truly can walk home," I asserted, though I still felt somewhat unsteady. My father, recognizing my determination, did not insist, instead pushing the cart ahead. Ultimately, fatigue overtook me. Upon arriving home, I merely expressed my gratitude to Grandpa Lu for his assistance before retreating to my room to lie down. The thought of work was far from my mind, and I soon found myself drifting into a light slumber. Meanwhile, my father, in a flurry of activity, hastily lit the stove and retrieved a clay pot from years past, preparing to concoct medicine for me. Grandpa Lu, not in a rush to depart, decided to stay and see if he could lend a hand. My father did not hesitate to enlist his help, instructing him to oversee the brewing of the medicine while he hurried out to request leave for both of us. He first visited the state-run restaurant, where Tian Baohua expressed surprise at my uncle's tardiness, only to find my father instead. "Father, why are you drenched in sweat? What has happened?" My father had not consumed a single bite of food that morning, preoccupied solely with my well-being. Between hauling the cart and running errands, how could he not be exhausted and perspiring? Recalling the days when a bicycle was an integral part of our household, facilitating our journeys, I lament how that scoundrel Li Xiao has squandered it all away. My younger brother has fallen ill, and I must request a day off for him to rest at home. "Is it serious?" "He seemed well last night. He left the window open, and this morning he has a fever. It's nothing to worry about. He has already visited the hospital." Chapter 92. The benevolent elder and the virtuous son-in-law. Upon hearing that he had been to the hospital, Tian Baohua was skeptical that all was indeed well. "It's nothing, Dad. The shop isn't busy. Let him rest at home. I'll inform the manager shortly." "Very well. Ensure you speak with the manager properly. Once my brother recovers, I will have him return." After Li Yugui spoke, he was about to leave when Tian Baohua hurriedly called him back, instructing a waiter to pour him a glass of water. "Father, take a moment to rest. Your lips are parched. It's merely a matter of informing the factory. I can send someone over shortly." Li Yugui felt uneasy. Throughout his life, He had seldom requested a day off. He would always wait until his scheduled rest to attend to matters. In the days when the children were younger, he was punctual and diligent in his work. It was not that he believed the factory could not manage without him. Rather, he felt that as a worker receiving a state salary, he ought to devote himself wholly to his duties. I'll go myself. If my brother isn't better by tomorrow, I shall request an additional day. After sipping a glass of water, Li Yugui hastily departed. Tian Baohua went inside to speak with the manager, informing him of the situation before planning to visit his brother. Observing his father-in-law's serious demeanor, he suspected that Li Xiao's condition was quite grave. If his wife were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly worry. Presently, she needed to tend to the baby and should not be overwhelmed with anxiety. He decided it would be best to wait until after work to check in. If all was well, he would then share the news with her. In the afternoon, after preparing dishes requested by customers, Tian Baohua purchased half a chicken from the shop to prepare a nourishing soup for Li Xiao. Regardless of whether it was for childbirth or illness, chicken soup was a remedy for fortifying the body. Drawing from his experience, he simmered the soup gently, allowing it to develop a rich yet delicate flavor. He then considered making 2 additional dishes for his father-in-law before the end of his shift. When work concluded, he asked a female server to stop by his home to inform his wife that he would be returning later due to an errand. With the packaged soup and dishes in hand, he made his way to his father-in-law's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by the scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Arriving at the front door, he confirmed that the medicinal aroma emanated from within his father-in-law's home. "Father," Tian Baohua called out. Hearing him, Li Yugui emerged from the kitchen. "What brings you here?" "I came to check on my brother. Is he feeling any better?" "He still has a bit of a fever, but the medicine has helped considerably." "You should go in. He is likely sleeping." "All right, Dad. I've made some chicken soup for my brother, and I prepared a couple of dishes for you. So you need tea cooked tonight." Seeing the offerings from his son-in-law on the table, Li Yugui shook his head disapprovingly. "We have everything we need at home. Why spend this money?" He understood that his son-in-law could not take advantage of the shop's resources, and this was yet another instance of him spending from his own pocket. "Now that you have children, it's prudent to save money. Both your brother and I earn salaries. In the future, refrain from bringing us gifts." Though reprimanded by his father-in-law, Tian Baohua could only smile in response. He recognized that his father-in-law was a kind-hearted man, genuinely caring for him, far surpassing his own biological father. It wasn't an everyday occurrence. After all, he believed that respecting his father was simply the right thing to do. Tian Baohua's words deeply touched Li Yugui's heart. This son-in-law was not merely eloquent. He consistently thought of his father-in-law whenever he came across something good. During the sweltering summer, he had gifted a bamboo mat that provided refreshing comfort during sleep, and every night, Li Yugui remembered the kindness of his son-in-law. "Will you be dining here tonight?" he inquired. "By the way, have you informed Juan?" "I've sent word home. Don't worry, Dad. In the future, I will always let Juan know where I am beforehand, so she won't be anxious." "Yes, you are reliable and steady. Take good care of Juan. And in 2 years, consider having a child. Your life will surely flourish." Tian Baohua smiled radiantly. Having more children would certainly be wonderful. But I do worry about Juan. If she isn't willing, having just one is perfectly fine." This sentiment surprised Li Yugui. After all, it was uncommon for families to have fewer than 3 or 4 children these days. One had given birth to a girl as their first child. And that Tian Baohua could express such concern for his wife revealed his genuine affection. Li Yugui patted Tian Baohua on the shoulder, saying, "My daughter Juan is truly fortunate to have married you." "Haha, Dad, please don't say that. I am the fortunate one for being able to marry Juan." "Dad, you should rest now. Don't tire yourself. I'll just check on the little one and be right back." Tian Baohua approached the small room, knocking softly on the door before slowly pushing it open. Li Xiao was lying there asleep, clad only in a tank top and shorts, with a small blanket draped over his abdomen. His exposed arms, neck, and even thighs were marked with bruises from cupping therapy administered by old Lu that afternoon, intended to dispel excess heat. Li Xiao felt as though he had endured torture all day. Convinced that old Li was seizing the opportunity for revenge after he had frightened him with a knife during the full moon celebration and had the audacity to argue back. Now, old Li had finally taken his revenge. Tian Baohua approached the bedside and gently touched Li Xiao's forehead, relieved to find he did not have a fever. Upon opening his eyes and recognizing his brother-in-law, tears welled up in Li Xiao's eyes. "Brother-in-law," he cried. "Oh, where does it hurt? Why are you crying?" Li Xiao grasped Tian Baohua's hand tightly, pleading, "Brother-in-law, save me. Dad is torturing me. Look at my body. It hurts so much." He felt utterly drained. With old Li pressing down on him, and old Lu was truly relentless. It felt as if the flesh on his inner thighs might be torn away. Upon hearing this, Tian Baohua burst into laughter. "Endure the pain. It's for your own good. Just look at how spirited you are now. Wu, brother-in-law, you too have betrayed me. Ha ha. Don't be ridiculous. Brother-in-law has prepared chicken soup for you, still warm. Are you ready to get up and have some?" That morning and afternoon, Li Xiao had hardly eaten anything, only drinking a fair amount of water. Hearing about the chicken soup now invigorated him, and he eagerly got out of bed. The tears he had forced out dried without needing to be wiped away. Seeing him in such good spirits, Tian Baohua smiled and went out to fetch a bowl for the soup. Meanwhile, Li Yugue arranged the dishes that his son-in-law had brought and served 3 bowls of rice. Li Xiao looked at the abundant spread on the table but lacked an appetite, choosing instead to embrace the bowl and savor the soup. How did one fall ill with a fever so unexpectedly? Last night, indulging in the coolness, he neglected to close the window despite the rain. Li Yugue found himself at a loss for words. How could someone of such maturity lack the ability to care for oneself? Tian Baohua nodded in agreement, remarking, "Do not be deceived by the warmth of the day. Once night falls, the chill returns." Li Xiao listened to their exchange in silence. For it was not his intention to leave the window open during the rain. He was simply unaware that it was raining at all. Perhaps his mind was functioning too efficiently, leading to greater exhaustion. He noticed that the quality of his sleep was exceptional. He could hardly hear the rain, let alone thunder. While he slumbered, it is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Nevertheless, a restful night guarantees a spirited day. Perhaps he should take another day off tomorrow. As the shop has not been particularly busy lately, and he is more than capable of managing it alone. Tian Baohua served Li Xiao 2 pieces of chicken in his bowl, saying, "Eat up, Lao San. I have stewed it all afternoon until it is tender and delightful."